why he claims a popular plane could tear apart in the air. A basketball star's starting salary sparks outrage. How much or little Caitlin Clark will earn in the WNBA. And good for the soul. Meet the kind cobbler who's becoming a TikTok sensation. It's Wednesday, April 17th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. Thanks for being with me. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with a hush money trial of Donald Trump. Much more progress made in day 2 of jury selection, with 7 jurors selected for the former president's criminal trial here in New York. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now. Hi, Bree. This trial is just getting started, but the judge already had to scold Mr. Trump.
That's right. Good morning, Francis. So there were some tense exchanges on day 2. Judge Juan Merchan saying that he wanted to make it crystal clear that he will not have any jurors intimidated in his courtroom. He said that he couldn't tell what Mr. Trump was saying, but accused the former president of muttering and gesturing at a potential juror who was only 12 feet away. Now, this exchange happened as the jury pool was questioned about their social media activity and their views on Trump. One potential juror was removed because of a 2017 tweet that said, "Lock him up." 7 people were selected. Ultimately, they will need 12 jurors and 6 alternates. And after leaving the court, Mr. Trump campaigned at a Manhattan bodega where he spoke about inflation and crime. Trump is required to be in court every day, and he has repeatedly condemned this case as election interference. Now, President Biden is spending 3 days campaigning across battleground Pennsylvania, returning Tuesday to the house in Scranton, where he grew up. While speaking at events, the president has not held back when criticizing or joking about his Republican rival.
Just the other day, a defeated-looking guy came up to me and asked if I could help. He was drowning in debt. I said, "I'm sorry, Donald, but I can't help you."
And Donald Trump will have a break from the courtroom today. Jury selection will not pick back up until tomorrow morning. Francis.
Hey, Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you. Now to the latest drama on Capitol Hill. House Republicans delivering articles of impeachment against the Homeland Security Secretary, while the Speaker faces new threats from members of his own party. Here's NBC's Ryan Nobles.
A trial in the Senate set to begin, with House Republicans formally sending over articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas.
The Senate has a clear obligation under the Constitution and 200 years of precedent. We need to hold a trial.
Republicans accusing him of willfully refusing to comply with immigration laws, with a record 9.3 million migrant border crossings since President Biden took office. Mayorkas and Democrats call the charges baseless. Senate Democrats poised to quickly dismiss them. All of it as drama also builds back in the House, with Speaker Mike Johnson preparing to defy his most conservative House colleagues and call votes on a series of aid packages for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. This despite running the risk conservatives may attempt to boot him from the speakership through what's called a motion to vacate. Johnson defiant.
It is, in my view, an absurd notion that someone would bring a vacate motion when we are simply here trying to do our jobs.
It's the same threat that allowed a small number of Republicans, joining with all Democrats, to take out former Speaker Kevin McCarthy last year.
It's going to happen.
Though only a small group of Republicans seem open to another round of Speaker drama. And some Democrats have suggested that this time they are willing to help save a Republican Speaker.
I have the ability to table that, which would be to pour water instead of gasoline on this place, yeah, then of course that's what I'm going to do.
Meanwhile, Johnson's path to pass that foreign aid package is far from perfect. He wants to call separate votes. The bills would have to go back to the Democratic Senate, where there is no guarantee they would pass. Meanwhile, national security leaders in the House are imploring their colleagues to pass Ukraine aid this week, saying a classified briefing revealed the need there is critical.
Brian, thank you. Now turning to the tensions in the Middle East, Western allies continue to keep a close eye on Israel as its leaders mull over a response to Iran's military attack. 4 U.S. officials telling NBC News that they expect Israel's response to be limited and likely involve strikes against Iranian military and Iranian-backed proxies outside of Iran. But they caution plans could still change. This comes as the U.S. announced plans to impose sanctions against Iran and supporters of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. NBC's Claudia Lavanga joins us live for more on this. Claudia, good morning.
Good morning, Francis. Well, that's right. On Tuesday, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan issued a statement in which he said the United States will introduce new sanctions against Iran and entities that support its Islamic Revolution Guards. He also said that the U.S. military will reinforce already existing the missile defense and warning systems that are already in place across the Middle East to limit the danger and effectiveness of Iran's missiles and drones. All of this while across the Atlantic, here in Europe, Joseph Borrell, who is in charge of foreign policy at the European Union, said that the EU is also united in reinforcing its own sanctions against Iran. In the meantime, Israel insists that insists that it will retaliate against Iran for the attacks from Saturday at a time and manner of its own choosing. Now, the spokesperson of the Israeli Defense Forces, Daniel Hagari, said that the defensive response by Israel against that attack was amazing, but also he said that Israel cannot stand still looking at that aggression by Iran, and that Iran will not get away with it scot-free. Francis?
Claudia, thank you. New overnight, investigators confirming that the bodies found in rural Oklahoma on Sunday are the 2 women from Kansas who vanished last month. Court papers revealed that a custody battle may have led to the deaths of 27-year-old Veronica Butler and 39-year-old Jillian Kelly. 4 people were arrested over the weekend in connection to their disappearance. They are charged on counts of first-degree murder, kidnapping, and conspiracy. The country is remembering a giant of Florida politics this morning. Former governor and 3-term U.S. Senator Bob Graham has died. The statement from his daughter did not provide a cause. The lifelong Democrat served as governor in the Sunshine State from 1979 to 1987 and then served in the Senate until 2005. He rose to national prominence after the September 11th attacks with his harsh criticism of President George W. Bush and the Iraq War. Senator Bob Graham was 87 years old. Millions of Americans are under severe weather threats today. Powerful storms swept across the center of the country yesterday. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, golf ball-sized hail, and power outages left a path of destruction through the region. Parts of the Midwest recovering this morning after at least 23 reported tornadoes across 4 states: Kansas, Iowa, Nebraska, and Missouri. At least 2 people have been injured in those storms. For more on where those dangers are heading now, let's bring in NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman. Hi, Angie. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Francis. We're still keeping a close eye on that same storm system as it moves its way to the east, now bringing us plenty of rain this morning, waking up in places like Minneapolis, Marquette, down through Louisville with some rain, and those slick roads will be there. But we're also going to be watching for those stronger storms later today and these showers to move a little farther to the east, impacting eventually the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast later today. We've got that severe risk that will stretch from Indiana, Ohio, into portions of Michigan. And then tomorrow, the system continues to move to the east, but we've got this next one on deck. That'll bring us a new risk of severe weather as well as some rain for the forecast in that region. Here's the look at your severe risk today. 25 million people included in it. I mentioned parts of Michigan, Detroit, Indianapolis, Columbus, Huntington, all included in that. And that severe risk does extend out to parts of Kansas City. Folks in that area will also see the potential for the wind, hail, and even a couple of tornadoes here through the day today. Tomorrow, same impacts on the table, a different region. We've got St. Louis to West Plains and down through Dallas with the greatest potential to see some of those stronger storms. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 63 degrees and dealing with some rain in Scranton today, stretching through Buffalo. That rain moves into parts of the Ohio Valley as well. Down through Nashville, 82 degrees for your high today. We've got the mid-80s on tap for Little Rock and Shreveport, upper 80s and cloudy conditions for San Antonio. And that's a look at your forecast, Francis. Back to you.
Big chunk of the country will be on alert. Okay, Angie, thanks. Today marks 100 days until the Paris Olympic Games. The iconic torch is already on the way to the City of Light. Following a lighting ceremony in ancient Olympia, Olympic athletes kicked off the 11-day relay across Greece before the flame heads to France. And in just a few hours, today is bringing Paris to Rockefeller Plaza. Meet our Team USA hopefuls and returning champions as they take over the plaza for an Olympic celebration. Coming up, Caitlin Clark's big league payday sparks outrage with fans. But first, her exclusive interview with a Boeing whistleblower.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Now to an NBC News exclusive. A Boeing whistleblower will testify in Washington today over his claims that a widely flown airplane could break apart due to a production flaw. Boeing says the claims have no merit. NBC's Tom Costello got his side of the story.
Boeing's 787 Dreamliner has been flying since 2011, made of a lightweight composite material and stronger than a typical aluminum fuselage. But a current Boeing quality engineer has told the FAA he believes the plane has a potentially fatal flaw.
I think it's as serious as I have ever seen in my lifetime.
15-year Boeing veteran Sam Salapour will tell Congress Wednesday that the gaps between big pieces of the fuselage are too big. And even though they're fastened together, the stress could create fatigue failure in the fuselage after thousands of flights.
What would happen if you had a fatigue failure in a 787 at altitude?
The plane will fall apart at the joints where we're talking about. Once you fall apart, you're going to descend all the way to the ground.
You think the plane could literally break apart in air?
Absolutely.
But Boeing tells NBC News we are fully confident in the 787 Dreamliner because of the comprehensive work done to ensure the quality and long-term safety of the aircraft. These claims about the structural integrity of the 787 are inaccurate. These issues do not present any safety concerns. In 2020, Boeing worked with the FAA to tighten paper-thin gaps, pausing plane deliveries for 2 years, stress testing the plane to 165,000 takeoffs and landings, more than 3 times a typical 787's lifespan, and inspecting 689 planes already in service. Boeing says it found 0 evidence of fatigue.
Even if these cracks would form, which there's no evidence of, the airplane is so resistant and so structurally robust, according to Boeing, that they're not going to break apart.
Salapour was moved from the 787 project in 2022, he claims, in retaliation for raising these concerns internally. Boeing insists retaliation is strictly prohibited. Salahpour admits he does not have access to all of Boeing's test data. Still, with 1,100 planes in service, he'll tell Congress the 787 should not be flying.
Should Boeing ground the 787 right now to check the gap sizes?
I would say they need to.
The entire fleet worldwide?
The entire fleet worldwide, as far as I'm concerned right now, needs an attention.
On Monday, Boeing gave reporters a detailed briefing on its extensive stress tests, its reputation on the line after 2 fatal MAX 8 crashes overseas, and the MAX 9 door plug blowout in January, the subject of Wednesday's congressional hearing. Salahpour's attorney says she's heard from more than half a dozen other potential whistleblowers with similar concerns.
Have any of those whistleblowers agreed to come forward yet?
Not yet. I think some of them will come forward, but frankly, they're terrified.
I'm at peace with myself because this is going to save a lot of people's life.
That's what's at stake.
That's what's at stake.
And our thanks to Tom for that report. Still to come, the NBA postseason kicks off with the first games of the play-in tournament, and Caitlin Clark is a superstar, so shouldn't she be paid like one? The renewed scrutiny facing women's basketball right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
D'Angelo Russell gets it down low. LeBron is there. He goes up against the defensive-minded Herbert Jones. Fade away, LeBron. Got it! Got it! Big shot by LeBron.
The Pelicans tried coming for the King, and they missed. Despite a 40-point effort from Zion Williamson, New Orleans fell to the Lakers in the final minutes of the first game of the NBA play-in tournament. LeBron and company advanced to face the defending champion Denver Nuggets. The Pelicans aren't out of it yet, as they have a date with the Sacramento Kings on Friday. The Kings were able to light the beam at least one more time after taking care of business against Steph Curry and the Warriors. The winner of Friday's face-off will claim the final playoff spot in the Western Conference. And as far as the action today, you got the Heat versus the 76ers and the Hawks versus the Bulls.
Now I know what all the yelling in my household was last night when I was trying to sleep. It was the Lakers game. All right, now to an NBA great slamming the door shut on his career. Six-time All-Star Blake Griffin announced his retirement on Tuesday after 14 years in the league. The former top overall draft pick is best known for turning the LA Clippers into a playoff contender in the early 2010s. Griffin also spent time with the Pistons, Nets, and Celtics. He expressed gratitude for both the highs and lows of his career in his goodbye message on Instagram, while, of course, also acknowledging his haters.
All right, let's talk now about the growth that continues in women's basketball. Monday night's WNBA draft pulled in a record viewership with 2.45 million tuning in to see the Indiana Fever take Caitlin Clark first overall. But the new eyes being drawn to the sport are only exposing the glaring disparities between women's and men's hoops. Many fans have expressed disbelief that Clark will make this, just over $75,000 during her rookie year in Indy. Yeah, you know, she gets her NILs, right? A lot, like $3 million in that. But by comparison, Victor Wembanyama, the top pick in last year's NBA draft, made over $12 million in his first season with the Spurs. So fellow athletes, even President Biden, have chimed in on the issue, calling for equal pay in women's sports.
Of course. And, you know, I saw also, you think about what mascots make. Some mascots in the league are making $600,000. So it's kind of disappointing to see where we currently stand.
Yeah, you talk about the math, though. During her 4-year rookie deal, so that'll come out to a little under $340,000. Wemby?
Yeah.
$55 million during his rookie deal.
That difference is glaring.
Yeah, right? And upsetting and infuriating.
And hopefully sparks change.
Yeah, we'll see that happens. You'll hear from us here first. When we come back, how Pringles is stepping in the world of fashion. And NASA finally confirming when a flying piece of space junk in Florida came from.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just did too.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
We are back with what you need to know early today. NASA has confirmed that a piece of space junk that crashed through a Florida home last month is a chunk of debris that was ejected from the International Space Station. In July of 2028, NASA will launch its more than $3 billion Dragonfly rotorcraft mission to explore Saturn's moon Titan. The spacecraft is expected to arrive at Titan in 2034. Amazon Music just rolled out a new feature called Maestro, which uses AI to help build playlists. It's rolling out in beta now. And Pringles is teaming up with Crocs to bring snacking shoes, their boots with an ankle holster for your chips. The limited edition products feature Pringle-themed clogs, slides, and charms. We'll be right back.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. This is where it all begins. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
Now to the story of an unlikely TikTok star with a job that's good for the soul. Here's Sam Brock.
What we do is we take a heel popper and we pop that off.
For anyone looking for a nice new soul, there may be no finer option than America's cobbler, Jim McFarland.
How would you describe your job to someone who doesn't know what a cobbler is?
A shoe cobbler is someone that takes your shoes and recrafts them back to the original factory condition.
The family business built on buffing, stitching, and gluing beloved footwear goes back to 1900.
We're in our 124th year.
But Jim initially resisted the craft.
I didn't want to be in this business. I saw how hard my dad worked.
Still, he found himself back in the shop when his father got sick. Now his videos are captivating people around the world. His social media secret weapon? His daughter, Tori.
Our first video that we posted got over 2 million views over the course of a week, but I think we were like, that was just like a stroke of luck.
Millions and millions of views on future posts proved it wasn't. Now he's making people smile.
Ooh, she's so pretty.
And some.
A lot of people will send us letters.
Are making him cry, like this father, who recently lost his 16-year-old son.
He passed away 4 weeks ago. And they wear the same size boot. You take every ounce of love you have inside and you put them into those boots, and you hope when he puts those on, it gives him some kind of Band-Aid on his heart.
He's touching souls for sure. The ones on our feet and those in our hearts. Sam Brock, NBC News, Lakeland, Florida.
Now to elephants that may have not been on parade, but one circus pachyderm did take a stroll around Butte, Montana. The elephant, named Viola and part of the Jordan World Circus, got loose Tuesday. Surveillance footage caught Viola roaming the streets and crossing parking lots. Apparently, she even took a bathroom break on somebody's lawn. About 20 minutes after her escape, handlers were able to corral her back home. No damage or injuries were reported. Before we go, here's Al Roker with a quick look at what's ahead on the Today Show.
This morning on the third hour of Today, you do not want to miss our Olympic-sized celebration kicking off 100 Days to Paris with some special guests. And we've got our series Life Lessons talking about reigniting our purpose in life. And we're going to mix up some spring cocktails. I'll drink to that this morning on the third hour of Today.
And thanks for being up extra early for us here on Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Wednesday. See you back here tomorrow. A pivotal day for the jury panel. 7 New Yorkers seated in the first ever criminal trial of a former American president. We're live with what's next in Donald Trump's historic hush money trial. Breaking overnight, a tragic update in the case of 2 missing Kansas moms. Investigators confirming both women were found dead in rural Oklahoma. What's next for the case and the 4 murder suspects? Powerful storms ripped through the plains, packing hail, thunderstorms, and even tornadoes. Our meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking where the severe weather is heading next. New trouble taking off for United, why the Boeing crisis is costing the airline hundreds of millions of dollars. And we are officially just 100 days to the Olympics in Paris. We're live as the world's top athletes get ready to say bonjour to the Summer Games. It's Wednesday, April 17th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. Thanks for being up early with me. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with the hush money trial of Donald Trump. Much more progress made in day 2 of jury selection, with 7 jurors selected for the former president's criminal trial here in New York. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now. Hi, Bree. This trial is just getting started, but the judge already had to scold Mr. Trump.
That's right. Good morning, Francis. So there were some tense exchanges on day 2. Judge Juan Merchan saying that he wanted to make it crystal clear that he will not have any jurors intimidated in his courtroom. Now, he said that he could not tell what Mr. Trump was saying, but accused the former president of muttering and gesturing at a potential juror who was only 12 feet away. Now, this exchange happened as the jury pool was questioned about their social media activity and their views of Trump. One potential juror was removed because of a 2017 tweet that said, "Lock him up." 7 people were selected. Ultimately, there will need to be 12 jurors and 6 alternates. After leaving court, Mr. Trump campaigned at a Manhattan bodega where he spoke about inflation and crime. Trump is required to be in court every day, and he has repeatedly condemned this case as election interference. President Biden is spending 3 days campaigning across battleground Pennsylvania, returning Tuesday to the house in Scranton, where he grew up. While speaking at events, the president has not held back when criticizing or joking about his Republican rival.
Just the other day, a defeated-looking guy came up to me and asked if I could help. He was drowning and dead. I said, "I'm sorry, Donald, but I can't help you."
And Donald Trump will have a break from the courtroom today. Jury selection will not pick up until tomorrow morning. Back to you, Francis.
Bree, thank you. New overnight investigators confirming that the bodies found in rural Oklahoma on Sunday are the 2 women from Kansas who vanished last month. Court papers revealed that a custody battle may have led to the deaths of 27-year-old Veronica Butler and 39-year-old Jillian Kelly. 4 people were arrested over the weekend in connection to their disappearance. They are charged on counts of first-degree murder, kidnapping, and conspiracy. Now to Capitol Hill, where House Speaker Mike Johnson is pushing ahead with his plan for passing foreign aid. Johnson wants to hold separate votes on support for Ukraine and Israel. The text of his plan still has not been released, making it less likely any votes will happen this week. But members of Johnson's own party are revolting over this strategy. Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massey says he will co-sponsor a resolution to remove Johnson as Speaker. Johnson called the motion absurd and said he will not resign. Some Democrats have suggested that they would vote to keep Johnson in office to avoid the disruption of another search for a speaker. Western allies are keeping a watchful eye on Israel as it mulls over how to respond to Iran's military attack. NBC's Richard Engel has the latest.
Israel's military is vowing that Iran will pay for its attack.
Iran will not get scot-free.
4 U.S. officials tell NBC News they expect Israel's response to be limited and likely involve strikes against the Iranian military and Iranian-backed proxies outside Iran, but caution Israel's plans may change. The unprecedented Iranian attack included more than 100 ballistic missiles. We visited a military base where weapons recently used against Israel are collected and analyzed. What Iran fired was in a different league.
This is the tail end of one of the ballistic missiles that Iran fired at Israel over the weekend, where the engine was. It broke off when this missile was intercepted. And it's only when you're standing right up next to these do you understand how big they are. That's where the warhead was. It also broke off, carrying 800 pounds of explosives. Had these gotten through, it would have been catastrophic.
Gazans are living in an ongoing catastrophe. Our camera crew filmed the casualties from an Israeli airstrike on a market. Medical officials say at least 11 people were killed and more than 20 injured. Israel accuses Hamas of hiding among civilians.
A senior Arab diplomat with direct knowledge of the negotiations to free Hamas's hostages and reach a ceasefire in Gaza tells NBC News the talks are almost frozen.
And our thanks to Richard for that report. The tension in the Middle East has caused controversy at the University of Southern California. USC has canceled their valedictorian's commencement speech. At least 2 pro-Israel groups complained about the choice of Asna Tabassum, citing a link on her Instagram to a slideshow that called for the abolishment of the State of Israel.
The university has to make the decision about whether this valedictorian and her propagation of anti-Semitic vitriol online is worthy of being the representative of the class of 2024.
Tabassum says she is disappointed that the school is succumbing to what she called a campaign of hate meant to silence her voice. USC says this decision is only about campus safety and not freedom of speech. The country is remembering a giant of Florida politics this morning. Former governor and 3-term U.S. Senator Bob Graham has died. The statement from his daughter did not provide a cause. The lifelong Democrat served as governor in the Sunshine State from 1979 to 1987 and then in the Senate until 2005. He rose to national prominence after the September 11th attacks with his harsh criticism of President George W. Bush and the Iraq War. Senator Bob Graham was 87 years old. Embattled New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez could be looking to point the finger at his wife in his upcoming bribery trial. Newly unsealed court filings obtained by NBC New York say Menendez may implicate his wife Nadine if he takes the stand. The senator's lawyers saying in the filings Nadine kept information from him and he was apparently unaware of what she had been doing. The pair is accused of accepting hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes in exchange for Menendez's political influence. They have each pleaded not guilty and are due to be tried separately. Attorneys for Nadine Menendez did not comment on the court filings. Millions of Americans under severe weather threats today. Powerful storms swept across the center of the country yesterday. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, golf ball-sized hail, and power outages left a path of destruction through the region. And parts of the Midwest are recovering this morning after more than 20 reported tornadoes across the plains. Here's NBC's Priya Sridhar.
The severe storms ripped across the plains with at least 22 reported tornadoes across 4 states, Kansas, Iowa, Nebraska, and Missouri. Residents capturing these terrifying images as menacing funnel clouds approached. The suspected tornadoes leaving a trail of damage in their wake. Scary moments for drivers in Iowa who filmed the moment a possible twister crossed a highway.
That's a big old tornado.
Near Smithville, Missouri, several roofs were torn off buildings, and this camper flipped over. Debris now scattered throughout the town. At least 2 people have been injured in the storms. The area was also hit by strong thunderstorms with golf ball-sized hail and wind gusts of up to 60 miles an hour. The region bracing for more severe weather, with millions still under tornado watches. Priya Sridhar, NBC News.
Now let's bring in NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman, who's tracking where those storms are heading today. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, Francis. We've got another round of those strong storms thanks to that same system that we're going to watch move to the east through the day today. And then we're going to gear up for another severe threat from a secondary system. So let's track all of that here for you as we go through at least the next 2 days. Here's that first system. It works across parts of the Great Lakes, stretching down to the Ohio Valley. Eventually some rain across parts of the Northeast. In the mid-Atlantic, we'll see that. But those severe storms will be possible today across parts of southern Michigan into Indiana and Ohio. That's kind of the bullseye stretching out into parts of Pennsylvania, as well as Kansas City. It's the hail, the wind gusts, and maybe an isolated tornado that we're going to watch for. Then we watch this next system work its way into that same kind of section of the country. We'll see it dive into parts of the plains and then bring us the once again chance of some strong storms. Dallas is included in those chance areas, as well as St. Louis to Evansville and down to Poplar Bluff. Those same impacts will remain for tomorrow for 14 million people, along with the heavy rain in some spots. Up to an inch in some locations will be possible. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 71 degrees with some shower and thunderstorm activity in Detroit today. We end up into the mid-70s for Columbus, dealing with the rain there too. Memphis to Little Rock, low to mid-80s. We've got 85 degrees on tap for Shreveport. Plenty of sunshine for Tampa today with highs into the mid-80s as well. And that's a look at your forecast. Francis, back to you.
I appreciate it, Angie. Nearly 165,000 runners were rejected from the 2024 New York Marathon Lottery last month. But it was a smiling runner who was pictured in the disappointing email right there that went viral. Overnight, Nick Parisi became known as Negative Nick.
Oh, gosh. I'm the most hated person in running. What? I didn't ask for this? My friends were saying, like, wait, you realize that that image is not just your email. Like, everyone's getting that.
Last week, members of the New York Roadrunners showed up at Parisi's Central Park running group. They are offering a guaranteed spot in this year's marathon and a new nickname, Positive Parisi. Early Today is back in a minute with a feverish debate over Caitlin Clark's WNBA salary and why one of the nation's biggest airlines is facing new headwinds over Boeing's production troubles.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The Fed is throwing cold water on hopes for interest rate cuts. But first, the crisis at Boeing is creating new turbulence for United Airlines. CNBC's Charlotte Reed is live in London with those details. Good morning, Charlotte.
Good morning, Francis. Was indeed, it has been a challenging start of the year for United Airlines. Had to ground its 737 MAX 9 fleet after the Alaska Airlines incident. This resulted in a $200 million hit for the airline, which posted a net loss of $124 million for the first quarter, a little bit smaller than expected. But the issue at Boeing will continue to impact United Airlines going forward, as they had to slash the number of new jets they expected to receive this year. They now will receive only 61 new jets instead of 101 expected earlier. And as the CEO said, that they had to adjust their fleet plan according to what the manufacturer was able to deliver. Now on to inflation. The chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, said that inflation may take longer than expected to slow down and move towards its 2% target. That this means that policymakers may take longer than expected to also start cutting interest rates. Now, last night, Powell said that the current policy level may have to stay in place as long as needed. Francis.
All right, Charlotte, thank you. The growth continues for women's basketball. Monday night's WNBA draft pulled in record viewership with 2.45 million tuning in to see the Indiana Fever take Caitlin Clark first overall. But the new eyes being drawn to the sport are only exposing the glaring disparities between women's and men's hoops. Many fans have expressed disbelief that Clark will make just over $76,000 during her rookie year in Indy. So by comparison, Victor Wembanyama, the top pick in last year's NBA draft, made over $12 million in his first season with the Spurs. Fellow athletes and even President Biden have chimed in on the issue, calling for equal pay in women's sports. Still to come, Tony Soprano never had the makings of a varsity athlete and wasn't great at recruiting them either. Tony tries to convince King James to come to New York in a long-rumored video.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? Place for Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Good Morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh.
We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Tony, I'm so glad we moved to New York. Life is so much better now.
Yeah. Life's good here, Carl. Even if we are in the witness protection program.
Now, we just got to find a place for your friend LeBron to live.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's got to be perfect for him. Allow me to read.
Okay, so what's this all about? Tony Soprano's story not ending with a cut to black. On Tuesday, the podcast Pablo Torre Finds Out unearthed a mythical video made by the New York Knicks in 2010. It features James Gandolfini and Edie Falco reprising their roles from The Sopranos 3 years after the show's infamous finale, attempting to convince then free agent LeBron James to take his talents to the Big Apple and play for the Knicks. As we know, LeBron ended up joining the Miami Heat, but finding that piece of video is priceless. And the word is that James Gandolfini actually loved doing this whole thing, showing them in the witness protection program here in New York.
I love that we've unearthed this so many years later. It gives us just a little something to hold on to since it's been so long. All right, Travis Kelce is taking a break from catching passes to catch some knowledge. Amazon announced Monday that the Chiefs tight end will host the game show Are You Smarter Than a Celebrity for Prime Video. The spin-off of the hit Fox show Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader will feature contestants relying on a panel of celebrities to help them answer questions for a $100,000 prize. This follows reports from last month that the three-time Super Bowl champ was in talks to host a revival of the original show. He is no stranger to hosting. Of course, he's hosted SNL. He had his show Catching Kelce way back. And I mean, he has a lot of celebrity friends, so it seems like a perfect fit for him.
And it'll be great to see him, you know, how quick he is on his feet. And
that wittiness.
We see it on his podcast.
We do.
So we'll see it come out in this show. So while Travis Kelce is gearing up to enter his game show era, someone close to him is about to enter her tortured poets era. On Tuesday, Taylor Swift fans gathered at the Grove in Los Angeles to take a look at a new library installation inspired by her upcoming 11th album, The Tortured Poets Department. That pop-up event, a collaboration with Spotify, features a curated poetry library as well as visual surprises for fans to enjoy. The exhibit is open until Thursday ahead of the album's release on Friday. So guess what Swifties are going to be doing Friday and the entire weekend?
We know.
Listening to it, and by the end of the weekend, we'll memorize all the words and lines.
And find all the Easter eggs. I'm sure they're already doing that with that exhibit as well.
Sure are. All right, when we come back, endless shrimp may just end for good as Red Lobster considers bankruptcy. Plus, the Beatles' 1970 documentary returns after 54 years.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their #1 issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on. Now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned. News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand. And officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back with what you need to know early today. Red Lobster is considering filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. According to a Bloomberg report, the seafood chain is filing to renegotiate leases and rising labor costs. By filing for bankruptcy, the company would remain in business while creditors work out a debt reduction plan. A 4-day work week is showing success after performance coaching company Exos tested it in the workplace. Executives said the shorter work week boosted productivity while reducing burnout, emotional exhaustion, and disconnect. The Beatles movie Let It Be will return to screens after decades. Disney Plus will exclusively launch a remastered version featuring original footage and audio from the 1970 documentary. It will be available to stream on May 8th. Ariana Grande's grandmother is making musical history. 98-year-old Marjorie Grande received an award for becoming the oldest person to chart on the Billboard Hot 100. Early today, we'll be right back.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever. Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released. Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My
I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is The Olympic flame is lit and is on its way to Paris. Today officially marks 100 days until the games of the 33rd Olympiad begin. And athletes from around the country are coming to New York to preview what they've been working towards their entire lives. For more, we go to NBC's Jay Gray, who is live on the Today Show Plaza, ready to begin that countdown. Jay, what should we expect from Team USA this year?
Absolutely, Francis. I think we should expect big things. And look at what the Today Show's doing out here. It's a street in Paris set up right here on the plaza. Should be an exciting show with a lot of those athletes. And, you know, when you're around members of Team USA, you can't help but get hyped up. They certainly are. Now 100 days ahead of the games. Many are sharing a mix of that excitement along with the realization that their final months of training are about to give way to living out their lifetime dreams. In just 100 days, La Ville Lumière, the city of light, will become the city of Heights, cleats, swimming, skateboarding, boxing, even breaking. Paris hosting the 2024 Summer Games, and Team USA is ready.
This is my time, and this is my time to shine.
Perhaps the brightest shine right now comes from the Olympic flame, the torch beginning its journey from Olympia to the Louvre, as America's athletes continue down their path toward Paris.
With 100 days left, every day is planned out already. It's about executing that plan, and sticking to that plan and executing on it is going to be the element of how much success we're going to have at the Olympics.
And while the focus is on bringing home the gold, silver, or bronze, the competitors are also looking forward to being, well, fans too.
I already know I'm going to be like looking over at my fellow Olympians like, I'm here too. It's me, Mo. LeBron, hey, what's that? so yeah, I'm just excited. Like, I'm excited to see the other Olympians, and I'm an Olympian too.
Olympian, a title that brings with it, so many say, overwhelming pride.
It's a moment to give gratitude.
Representing a nation that gives thanks for their hard work, dedication, and unwavering competitive spirit. Yeah, and look, it's really just an amazing group of men and women who, by the way, Francis, also happen to be world-class athletes. Can't wait to see them make a run through the Summer Games. That's the latest from down here in the Plaza. A lot more on the Today Show. Back to you.
Can't wait to see it all, and loving your American red, white, and blue right there, Jay. Looking great. Thanks so much. Thanks to you for watching Early Today. I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Wednesday. See you early tomorrow morning.
Right now on Morning News Now, disorder in the court, a tense exchange between a New York judge and Donald Trump in the former president's criminal hush money trial.
The judge should not be there. The judge is highly conflicted. He should not be there.
What led up to the drama as 7 jurors are now seated for the trial. And from the courtroom to the campaign trail, how President Biden is working to win over voters in battleground Pennsylvania. And it's not if, but when, the world bracing for Israel's planned retaliation following Iran's aerial assault over the weekend. We'll bring you the latest as fears of a wider war grow. Plus, the crisis in the Middle East causing controversy here at home. Why the valedictorian of a major university says she's being silenced over her stance on the war. Plus, federal officials sounding the alarm over a counterfeit Botox that's caused several hospitalizations. What doctors want to make sure you know. And the Paris Olympics now just 100 days away, with some of the world's best athletes going for gold. We'll sit down with weightlifter Hampton Morris about what it's like to represent Team USA. Some 100 days out, so exciting. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for joining us this Wednesday. Joe is off this morning, so you're stuck with me. We're going to get started this morning right here in New York, where the first 7 jurors have now been selected in former President Trump's hush money trial. Those jurors will return to court next week. Court is not in session on Wednesday, so jury selection will continue on Thursday. The judge presiding over the case warned the former president not to intimidate potential jurors after lawyers pored over old social media posts from those potential jurors. Trump is accused of falsifying business records to cover up alleged hush money payments made to Stormy Daniels during the 2016 election. He's pleaded not guilty to the charges. After court ended yesterday, Trump visited a Manhattan bodega and talked about the case.
If you look and you take a look around, a good strong look, every legal scholar, every legal pundit said there should be no trial. This is not, there was nothing done wrong. This is all politics. This is coming out of the White House. And, you know, it makes me campaign locally, and that's okay.
NBC News senior national political reporter Jonathan Allen has been down at the courthouse, but now he joins us in studio, and we're all so thrilled to have you here at 30 Rock with us, Jonathan. Good morning.
What did you do to Joe?
It's just me. I heard you were coming to town, and I said, get out of here. Good morning. Thank you very much for being here. We really are happy to have you with us on set. So tell us, it was a pretty eventful day. I understand there was even at one point it seemed the former president said something sort of in the direction or directed at a potential juror. Walk us through what happened yesterday.
Yeah, by far the most dramatic moment as the one that you were just talking about. But if you sort of zoom back, what we got yesterday was the selection of 7 jurors. Overall, there will be 12 jurors, and Judge Marchand says perhaps as many as 6 alternatives. So they're still trying to go through the what they call the voir dire process, the jury selection process, where the attorneys get to ask prospective jurors questions and determine whether or not they want to ask the judge to strike those jurors or use what are called peremptory challenges to get rid of the ones who they think might not be able to be fair. And in terms of that moment, super dramatic. A woman had been brought back in to be questioned about some social media posts, and according to the judge, we could not see this on the video feed from the closed circuit inside, but according to the judge, while the woman was on the stand or being interviewed, Donald Trump made a gesture and muttered toward her, and the judge came back and said he would not tolerate anything that smacked of intimidation. He seemed pretty agitated about it.
Our Von Hilliard interviewed a potential juror outside of the courthouse after they were dismissed. Let's listen to some of that and we'll talk on the other side.
It was a really fascinating contrast between feeling that gravity of not only is someone's fate kind of in our hands here, but the fate of parts of our country's legal system going forward is kind of in our hands because this is unprecedented.
So, of course, it is a tall task, and I think as you start to find out if you're, I mean, I just was in jury duty in probably the same room like 2 weeks ago, and so I'm just imagining, you know, mine was very uneventful. We didn't even get to the point of being discussed in a case whatsoever. All of a sudden, you recognize what you're actually there for. It is this big moment. What do we know about the 7 jurors who so far have kind of passed that threshold, and what do we think about the timeline on this process, since we did end up getting 7 just in the one day?
So you were on assignment.
Exactly.
The New York courthouse. So what we know about these 7 jurors, we don't know a ton about them. Obviously, they're people who have gotten through the process so far, which means they answered Judge Marchand's questions, you know, in a way that was acceptable to both lawyers, answered the lawyers' questions well. But what we know is we've got a couple of lawyers on this jury. People obviously familiar with the law. We've got a software engineer. The foreperson is 28 years old, originally from Ireland. There's a teacher who was, you know, who had said some relatively positive things about President Trump, about sort of liking the way that he handled himself at times. So it's a little bit of a mix so far. And, you know, in terms of the timing, it's not exactly clear, but if they got through 7 today, you'd have to expect it's going to take at least a couple more days to fill out the rest of the jury.
Absolutely. Okay, we just want to hear about your experience now. I mean, you mentioned that closed circuit TV. So explain to viewers, you are actually down at the courthouse. You're in sort of an overflow room. What is it like? What are you seeing? What's even just the process of getting in there like when we have a former president and Secret Service on site?
So you have to sort of take it from the perspective of the courtroom itself, where Donald Trump is actually pretty small. And there, you know, might be 100 or so, room for about 100 or so people in there. And as a result of that, they got to put the potential jurors in there, and they have some media in there, but then they have an overflow room, which is another courtroom, which is very similar, almost a replica of the one that Trump is in. And so there's a lot of media in there, about 100 or so each day. And you basically have to go through a metal detector to come in. Then you have a second round of screening that's a little bit more intense, go through your bags and stuff like that. And then in that overflow room, you're watching a closed circuit. So at times, particularly when there are jurors going in, they'll black it out. You can hear it, but you can't see it because the judge is going to such great lengths to try to protect the identities of these jurors, because of the high-profile nature of this case and the concern that there could be some people who might try to intimidate them.
Given like the consequential nature of this, you know, we keep talking about the first time that this is a criminal trial of a former president. What is the vibe like there? Does it feel like that as you're kind of in the room, as you're walking through the halls? It's
solemn. It's really solemn. And there's a huge police presence. I mean, it's a courthouse, so there's always going to be some security presence there. But it is solemn. There are moments where there's laughter. You know, you can if something funny happens, something legitimately funny happens, everybody sees it that way. There's laughter. But I mean, this is a serious thing that's going on. Possibly, you know, seems unlikely that former President Trump would actually be imprisoned, even if he was convicted in this. But the possibility of a former president and someone who is running for president as the presumptive nominee of a major party going to jail in the middle of that, that's serious business. And in fact, one of the prospective jurors even said that. He said, this isn't a show. It's serious. The guy's life is on the line and country's on the line, things like that. So it's treated that way, very much so.
Yeah. Jonathan Allen, thank you so much. We appreciate the intel from inside the room, and we're so happy to have you here. Thank you so much.
So good to see you in person.
I know, you too. Well, meanwhile, as Trump is in the courtroom, his political opponent, President Biden, is on the campaign trail this week in Pennsylvania. Mr. Biden is in the middle of a three-day swing through this important battleground state. He'll head to Pittsburgh later today to meet with steelworkers. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now from Scranton with more. Mike, good morning. So, special place to President Biden. This is where he grew up. Walk us through the day yesterday as he sort of counter programs what we were discussing here with John, former President Trump's courtroom drama.
Yeah, Savannah, great to be with you this morning. And it is quite the split screen, isn't it? No visit for Joe Biden to his hometown of Scranton would be complete if he didn't stop at 2446 North Washington Avenue. That was the home he grew up in for the first 10 years of his life. He spent more than an hour and a half there, mostly behind closed doors. He also stopped by a carpenters union hall where he met with some of the organizers who are running the ground game for his campaign here. He talked to them about how important the work they were doing at a time when so many people are getting their information from non-traditional sources like TikTok. But the heart of his visit here to Scranton yesterday was what was the most significant effort to date for the president to draw a clear policy contrast with Donald Trump on a key issue in this election, of course, the economy. Take a listen to part of the president's message yesterday.
Folks, trickle-down economics failed the middle class. It failed America. And the truth is, Donald Trump embodies that failure. He wants to double down on trickle-down. Folks, he's coming for your money, your health care, and your Social Security. And we're not going to let it happen. Can't let it happen.
Now, this was a substantive speech, but it was also an unusually personal speech for President Biden in the way he went after Donald Trump, unusually so. He mentioned his name 23 times, far more than we usually hear from this president. He even jabbed at his financial woes, joking that if the stock price for his company went even lower, Trump would benefit more from his tax plan, Biden's, than from his own.
Let's talk about what we are seeing in polling right now. I mean, this particular state, important swing state, of course, played a big role in President Biden winning in 2020. Recent polls, though, show Biden trailing in several swing states, including in Pennsylvania. What does he need to do to win the state again this year?
Well, it starts, Savannah, with showing up. The president and the vice president have already campaigned in Pennsylvania 8 times. We're in just the 4th month of the year. We can expect to see him come back an awful lot. This is an unusual multi-day swing through one state as we're seeing the president make these 3 stops this week. But it's also important, and the president talked about this as well yesterday, the infrastructure his campaign has put on the ground here. They already have 14 campaign offices open across the state. Donald Trump has 0 campaign offices in the state. His campaign also has $85.5 million in the bank that they can spend on the air and on the ground as well. That's a significant advantage over what Donald Trump has. So he has the campaign apparatus behind him. He also has a team of surrogates behind him. The governor here, Josh Shapiro, very popular, introduced the president yesterday. And so those are all the elements of success here for a state that, yes, when we called this state in 2020, that was what put Biden over the top, 270 electoral votes. They need to win here again.
The president heading to Pittsburgh this afternoon, right? What can we expect to hear from him there? What's the rest of his schedule like?
Yeah, this is another personally significant place for Joe Biden. It was where he held his first and his last rally of the 2020 campaign. It's always been kind of a political home base for him. And today he's going to be talking, it's an official event, we should note, and he's going to call for tripling the tariffs on imported steel and aluminum from China. China is a big political issue in this campaign. He's going to be doing this at a significant place at the Steelworkers Union Hall. Biden, of course, considers himself the most pro-labor president. This has been a top labor priority to crack down on the import of Chinese steel. He's also going to be calling to work with Mexico to make sure that they're not bringing in Chinese steel through the back door. So another significant economic focused event for the president in Pennsylvania today, Savannah.
All right, Mike Memoli, thank you so much. Well, the Middle East is holding its collective breath as it waits for Israel's response to that weekend drone and missile attack by Iran. Iran carried out the attack in retaliation for an Israeli strike on its consulate in Syria earlier this month that killed 2 top military commanders. Israel's war cabinet is meeting again today to discuss a response, while the United States and others are trying to talk Israel out of escalating the situation. That includes the United Kingdom, whose foreign secretary had this to say on a visit to Jerusalem today.
It's clear the Israelis are making a decision to act. We hope they do so in a way that does as little to escalate this as possible, and in a way that, as I said yesterday, is smart as well as tough. But the real need is to refocus back on Hamas, back on the hostages, back on getting the aid in, back on getting a pause in the conflict in Gaza.
NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Beirut, Lebanon. Matt, good morning. So as we just heard, Britain's foreign secretary said it's clear the Israelis are making a decision to act. Does that mean Israel is definitely going to hit back at Iran? What could the options look like here for retaliation?
Well, your guess is as good as mine. It does sound as though we're going to hear in sort of military speak a kinetic response of some kind. And it looks as though we don't really know, and I'm not entirely sure that the Israelis have come to a decision either, but there are several options on the table. What we're seeing right now internationally is a diplomatic effort. The Israelis have asked some 30 different countries to impose harsher sanctions on Iran. And, you know, one of the things that we've seen when Iran did attack was that there were several Arab states who participated in helping Israel to shoot down some of those projectiles, either with intelligence or with, again, actual military help in the case of Jordan. And one of the things we do know about the history of Israeli behavior when it comes to these sorts of conflicts is that Israel does tend to choose the path of peace more often when they feel as though they're supported by their allies. So that's one of the reasons why we're starting to see such a diplomatic push and a lot of condemnation. A lot of these people, a lot of these allies, including Britain, who we just heard from, it's, you know, they want to show their support for the Israelis while at the same time discouraging the Israelis from taking some sort of dramatic military action that really could escalate the situation beyond what it already is escalated as, you know, bringing this into a region-wide war that would involve not just Israel and Iran or the Gaza Strip, but also Iranian proxies throughout the region, like Hezbollah here in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, Iran-backed groups in Iraq and Syria, and, of course, Hamas, which is already very much involved in the conflict.
And, Matt, one other factor here, the fact that the Biden administration yesterday announced further sanctions on Iran. Tell us who and what those are targeting, but also could that impact Israel's response at all?
It could very much impact Israel's response. As I just said, you know, Israel tends to sort of choose the path of peace when they feel that they're supported. And so this effort to try to clamp sanctions on the Iranians is kind of as much directed at Israel as it is at Iran, trying to reassure the Israelis that the West has their support, again, at the same time discouraging them from taking lethal action in retribution against those Iranian attacks over the weekend. Now, what these sanctions are supposed to be doing, according to Janet Yellen, the Treasury Secretary, and Joseph Borrell of the European Union, it looks as though they're going to be going against Iran's missile program, against its use of the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is one of the groups that props up a lot of these proxies throughout the region that I just mentioned. These are targeted sanctions, but we have to remember here, Iran, until 2022, when Russia invaded Ukraine, was the most sanctioned country in the entire world for decades. That hasn't stopped them, and it might not now.
Matt, all this plays out, of course, as the war in Gaza on the ground continues to rage on. We do have some new figures from Gaza's health ministry showing that more than 33,000 people have been killed. Our crews inside Gaza captured the aftermath of an Israeli strike yesterday on a refugee camp in central Gaza and also a home in Rafah. Tell us about this. We're playing some of that video now, but tell us what happened.
Yeah, that was a chaotic scene. About more than a dozen people were killed. More than 24 people were injured in that strike on that Al-Maghazi refugee camp in central Gaza. You know, this is a strike that is not all that unusual to what we've been seeing by the Israelis for the past 6 months. The real fear now is that the Israelis are going to continue their attack on Rafah. That is the southernmost city in the Gaza Strip. It sits right along the border with Egypt's Sinai Peninsula, and so far it is host to about 1.5 million Palestinians. Almost all of them have been displaced once, twice, 3 times from elsewhere in the Gaza Strip. The Israelis told them to go there, and that is an impending attack by the Israelis on Rafah that a lot of aid agencies and advocacy groups are warning could lead to a humanitarian disaster.
All right, Matt Bradley, as always, thank you for your reporting. Well, those tensions in the Middle East are creating issues here at home, specifically on college campuses. One major university is sparking outrage after canceling their valedictorian's graduation speech because of her online activity over the war. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has more.
Controversy on campus after USC canceled the valedictorian's commencement speech citing safety concerns. Asna Tabassum was chosen by the USC provost to be this year's valedictorian, selected from nearly 100 qualifying students who applied. But at least 2 pro-Israel and Jewish groups complained to USC about the choice, pointing to Tabassum's social media activity, specifically a link to a free Palestine slideshow on her Instagram, which calls for the complete abolishment of the state of Israel.
The university has to make the decision about whether this valedictorian and her propagation of anti-Semitic vitriol online is worthy of being the representative of the class of 2024.
Tabassum said she is shocked and profoundly disappointed that the university is succumbing to a campaign of hate meant to silence my voice.
Unfortunately, it is clear if you're a Muslim student today, you don't expect the university, your administration, to stand by you.
The university's provost says the issue here is how best to maintain campus security and safety, period, and that the decision has nothing to do with freedom of speech. USC's commencement typically draws 65,000 people. University leadership has not shared details about potential threats.
It kind of makes a lot of people uncomfortable, the fact that they're like putting it under safety concerns, but aren't willing to then elaborate on any of those safety concerns.
The commencement controversy at USC, just the latest example of heightened tensions related to violence overseas spilling over on college campuses. Liz Kreutz, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Let's come back here at home. The impeachment trial for Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is set to kick off on Capitol Hill today. After months of delays, House Republicans delivered the 2 articles of impeachment against Mayorkas to the Senate with a dramatic walk through the Capitol you can see here yesterday. They accuse Mayorkas of, quote, willfully and systematically refusing to enforce immigration laws at the southern border. But just as House Speaker Mike Johnson signed off on those impeachment articles, he is facing a new threat to his job as a second Republican has now joined the effort to remove him from power. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin is here with more on all this. Julie, good morning. So we've got a lot to talk about. Let's start on this impeachment trial of Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas. With that trial set to begin this afternoon, what should we expect, especially keeping in mind that this is taking place in a Senate controlled by Democrats? How will this play out?
Yes, Savannah, good morning. And that is such an important point because Democrats control the Senate, which means they uniquely control this process. That's not stopping hardline Republicans in the Senate, particularly from pushing for a full trial. They held a press conference yesterday, a group of them refusing to compromise with Democrats or agree to any rules to move this process along. They want a full trial. They're demanding it. The problem is Democrats have made it very clear, led by Leader Schumer, that they're not going to get it. So what's going to happen today is, of course, the trial is going to begin as soon as senators are back on Capitol Hill later today. Democrats are more than likely just going to dismiss these articles altogether, but you can expect to see some conservatives trying to muck up the process on the Senate floor. For example, Senator Mike Lee, a Republican from Utah, said yesterday that if he does not get a full trial for Mayorkas, which again we don't expect, he's going to drag out every single process on the Senate floor, even recessing or adjourning, those typical things that happen by unanimous consent of all 100 senators. So it's going to be dramatic, but more than likely, Democrats are just going to dismiss this.
Julie, also tell us the latest in the effort, as I mentioned a moment ago, to oust Mike Johnson from his speakership. I understand it's gaining a little steam.
Yeah, exactly. This has been brewing for the last several weeks. Marjorie Taylor Greene, before the 2-week Easter recess in the House, introduced a motion to vacate, essentially kick Speaker Johnson out of the job. I know this sounds familiar because this is pretty much what happened to ousted Speaker Kevin McCarthy in the fall. That happened after both men put the government funding bills on the floor. Well, now Marjorie Taylor Greene has a buddy. She has that second vote in order to move this process along. Of course, she's going to need all Democrats to agree to it, too. A lot of them already speaking out in defense of Johnson. Moderate Republicans in leadership yesterday, sending statements, posting on X in defense and support of Johnson. Here's what Johnson had to say yesterday, though. Watch this.
I am not resigning, and it is, in my view, an absurd notion that someone would bring a vacate motion when we are simply here trying to do our jobs. It is not helpful to the cause. It is not helpful to the country. It does not help the House Republicans advance our agenda, which is in the best interest of the American people here.
So the second Republican, Thomas Massie, actually joined in because Johnson unveiled plans to move foreign aid on the House floor. Remember, they had that $95 billion stalled Senate package. They passed that in February. The House has not taken it up for foreign aid to Ukraine, to Israel, to the Indo-Pacific, because many Republicans in the House don't want to see aid to Ukraine move, especially without border security, elements of which would never pass in the Democratic-controlled Senate, like H.R. 2. Johnson is poised to move forward with the separate 4 foreign aid bills, then presumably wanting to package it in the Senate. But so far, conservatives giving him a very hard time.
Never a dull day on Capitol Hill, or therefore for you. Julie Sirkin, thank you very much. The former United States Democratic Senator and Florida Governor Bob Graham has died at the age of 87. He was a moderate and spent nearly 4 decades representing Florida, becoming one of the state's most popular politicians. He was an early critic of the Iraq War and served as chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee in a critical period following the 9/11 terrorist attacks. His daughter said in a statement he devoted his life to the betterment of the world around him. Let's now get you over to weather. We are tracking the latest on some back-to-back storm systems moving across the country as some spots in the Midwest are cleaning up from tornado damage this morning. And we say goodbye to that beautiful weather. We had a couple days up here. Hey, Angie, good morning.
We sure did, Savannah. Good morning to you. We've already had, from the same storm system that we've been watching over the past couple of days, 23 reports of tornadoes. Now we're going to continue to see the potential for severe weather with that same system. But we've got another one behind it that's going to dive through parts of the plains and leave us with another round of some severe weather. So let's get you the lay of the land. Here's that first system through today and tonight. The 2 areas that we're going to watch, parts of the Great Lakes extending into the Ohio Valley and then across the Northeast. The Northeast is where we'll see just kind of rain, that pesky weather that unfortunately will come in the afternoon hours and leave us with the potential for some wet roads on that commute, likely slowing us down. But we've also got those strong storms that are possible across portions of the Great Lakes, specifically places like Detroit, Columbus, Fort Wayne, out to Pittsburgh. You have the best chance to see some of that, but we've got a little area right around Missouri and Kansas, with Kansas City in the bullseye of that has, again, that good chance to see some stronger storms. The impacts are going to remain the same. We've got the hail, the wind gusts, and a couple of tornadoes possible. As we look ahead to tomorrow, notice that system, that secondary system, will start to work into parts of the plains. We've got the shower and thunderstorms possible from Texas to the Midwest, and you guessed it, once again, severe weather will be possible for 14 million people. Those wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, that 1-inch hail is possible, and a couple of tornadoes can't be ruled out, so we'll keep a close eye on that. If you're in St. Louis, Evansville, Poplar Bluff, Dallas, those are the spots with the best chance of that. Meanwhile, temperatures, Savannah said, it's been nice across the East Coast, and we've got those temperatures feeling like summer for a lot of folks today. 87 degrees in Oklahoma City. Little Rock heads to the mid-80s. Atlanta into the low 80s. So running way warm, typical kind of summer-like temperatures in places like Raleigh with a high of 88 degrees tomorrow. Upper 70s Washington, D.C. But roller coaster ride, here we come, because temperatures go from the 80s in places like Raleigh on Friday to the 60s by Sunday. We are back to more typical temperatures in Washington, D.C. by Friday, Saturday, and even cooler than that on Sunday.
And I just can't get it right. The last few days I was so hot in what I came to work in, and then this morning I was like, oh great, I'm chilly.
Did you bring your umbrella
in the
though?
dark? No, of course not.
I failed you.
Need a morning text, Angie.
Okay, I'll get on that.
Okay, thank you very much. Add me to your list, I'm sure. Thank you so much. There's much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, flight risk. A Boeing engineer turned whistleblower taking his claims about the 787 Dreamliner jet to Capitol Hill. What to expect ahead of today's testimony. But up first, after the break, Olympic dreams. American weightlifter Hampton Morris getting ready to represent Team USA. He joins us to talk about his preparations for Paris with the opening ceremony now just 100 days away. We can't wait to talk with him. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, welcome back. Let's get you some international headlines. We're going to start with record-breaking rainfall in Dubai. Megan Fitzgerald joins us with that and more. Hey, Megan, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. That's right. We start in the Middle East, where torrential rain battered parts of the Middle East, causing massive flooding. The United Arab Emirates says in the last 24 hours, they witnessed the largest rainfall in 75 years, killing at least one person, triggering massive flooding from streets to the tarmac in Dubai's international airport, causing flights to be delayed and forcing schools to close. Now, the airport is advising people not to come unless it's absolutely necessary. In neighboring Oman, at least 18 people have died because of severe weather. Saudi Arabia and Qatar were also hit by storms. And in the UK, Prime Minister Rishi Sunak plans to ban anyone 15 and under from ever buying cigarettes. It's a proposed bill that's progressing. Parliament passed its very first vote on Tuesday. The bill would be one of the world's strictest anti-smoking laws. Sunak's goal is to take on what he calls the single biggest entirely preventable cause of ill health and death. And guys, good news for Shakira fans. The Colombian superstar just released dates for her 2024 World Tour. You got 14 chances to see her live. The tour kicks off in early November in Palm Desert, California, before heading to Phoenix, Los Angeles, San Antonio, Dallas, Miami, pretty much all the major big cities in the U.S. and Canada. The tour ends in Detroit in mid-December. And guys, this is the first time she's been on tour since 2018. And she says she's been taking notes from Beyonce's Renaissance tour. So, you know, I'd say pretty high bar there.
Yeah, no kidding, I bet. But she could meet it. It's Shakira. It's awesome. All right,
Yeah,
Megan, thank you so much. Well, speaking of international news, here's something we can all certainly get excited about. The countdown to the Paris Olympics is in full swing. We are now just 100 days away from the opening ceremony. In just a few short months, thousands of athletes will head to the City of Light to make their mark at the Summer Games. And this morning, we're getting to know one of the athletes who will be representing Team USA, American weightlifter Hampton Morris. He joins us now here in studio. Hampton, good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
This is so exciting. I mean, for us mere mortals who are not able to lift what you can lift and will never be Olympic athletes, it's very cool to have you here with us, just so you know, we're geeking out. Okay, so I'm going to read some stats here, and then you're going to help me understand all of them. You became the first American man to break a senior weightlifting record since 1969, 55 years. First, just tell me about that moment.
It was just amazing. So my dad, who's my coach, he told me that if we knew for sure going into my session that I'd officially made the Paris team, then we'd just have fun and just swing for something big. And I've done more than that in training, so I knew that it was completely a possibility. I knew that I was completely capable of it. It was just a matter of doing it in the moment. It was just amazing to be able to have that opportunity.
Oh, absolutely. I love that. Like, if we know it, we're just going to do something fun. We're just going to enjoy it. And then I understand that you breaking the world record, the specific record was the clean and jerk in the 135 pounds weight class by lifting 388 pounds. So just first of all, to make sure that I understand, that means that you're lifting way more than double your body weight, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And explain a clean and jerk.
So the clean and jerk is 2 movements done together. The clean is a ground to shoulder movement, and then the jerk is a shoulder to overhead movement.
This is it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so above your head there was 388 pounds.
Yes.
Do you remember that moment? Like what you were thinking, what you were feeling when you stepped up to that bar and were about to do it?
Yeah, so when I was getting the chalk on my hands we use it to grip the bar better. So when I was chalking up, I was looking out in the crowd, and I could hear the entire, this was in Thailand, the entire Thai cheering section was cheering USA, USA, and it was like a third of the stands. And the Thai cheering section is just amazing. They're like coordinated with chants. They have all kinds of like decorations and outfits, and it's just a lot of fun.
Will you ever forget that moment, hearing the USA, USA right before?
Definitely not.
How cool to have them cheering for you. That's very neat. I understand you also broke the American records in the snatch and for total weight lifted between the snatch and clean and jerk. Did you expect to break all these records?
The only one that I wasn't completely sure about was the world record. Well, I knew that all of them were a possibility. But the only one that I was, the main one I was worried about was the world record. It's obviously the biggest one.
Right. It's so exciting.
Yes,
you mentioned your dad being your coach.
Yes,
What's
ma'am.
that been like through all this?
It's been amazing. I love that I get to share something so important with him. It's been about 8 years of competitions. I'm I'm just so proud that we can do this together.
Is it emotional for you seeing any of these videos or reliving any of these moments?
It just gets me pumped up. It's so exciting.
And also another thing that's really cool, the last men's weightlifting medal for Team USA came in the 1984 LA Games. Does that pump you up thinking that you could be the next one?
It absolutely does.
What are you doing to get ready for Paris?
So this Olympic quad has had a lot of really fast turnarounds between competitions, just with the way that qualification has been set up. But now I have about 4 months before the Paris Games, so I'll just be hitting training really hard, just in preparation for that. Really glad that I have this much time to prepare.
Absolutely. Hampton Morris, thank you so much. Congratulations and good luck. We'll be rooting for you. We so appreciate you coming by. It's so cool to talk to somebody heading to represent Team USA. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll be checking in. Coming up, unfit to fly, a Boeing whistleblower set to face lawmakers over his claims that the popular Dreamliner jet could be unsafe. What we know about his testimony set for today on Capitol Hill and how the company is responding. This is Morning News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We report live from Tel Aviv. From Juarez, Mexico, top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back with an alarming new report that's shedding light on the rise of anti-Semitism in the U.S. According to the Anti-Defamation League's annual audit, the number of anti-Semitic incidents has gone up by 140% since 2022. The nearly 9,000 incidents reported in 2023 include harassment, vandalism, assault, as well as bomb threats. We're going to dig into this now. Here on set with us is Anti-Defamation League CEO and National Director Jonathan Greenblatt. Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us on set and shedding light on this important report. So really some startling numbers here. Tell us what we are seeing in this dramatic spike in numbers. How much of a surprise, or maybe not a surprise, it was to you? What did you make of this?
Well, I don't know that it's a surprise, but it's still just staggering. So the ADL has been tracking anti-Semitic incidents for 45 years. We get reports from law enforcement, we get reports from victims, and we investigate and verify everything that we publish. And we've watched these numbers after being low for decades. Starting in 2016, they began to tick up and then really surge. And last year was the highest year that we've ever seen. Now, what's important to note, though, it's the fourth time in the past 5 years that we've broken a record.
Wow.
And yet, whereas 22 was the highest before, 23, with 8,873 acts of hate, that is 140% greater than the prior year. That is literally almost 900% greater than a decade ago. So something is definitely happening.
Obviously, we know at the end of last year, towards the end of last year, beginning of October, was when the Israel-Hamas war began.
Yeah.
How much of a spike do you think is related to that? Did you see anything? Can you tell definitively from October to December? And then what do you think that sets us up for as we are still watching that unravel this year?
It's really quite nerve-wracking. So again, while these hostages are still being held in Gaza, while civilians are still being killed on both sides, starting on October the 7th, we saw 5,200 and change incidents between October the 7th and the end of the year. That alone, Savannah, would be more than any single year we've ever tracked. So again, I would just point out, you could have frustration about what's happening in the Middle East, but to hold American Jews collectively responsible for policies you don't like of the Israeli government, that's as wrong as, say, holding, Asian Americans responsible for what Beijing did on COVID-19, or holding any other minority responsible for what happens around the world.
As we've watched what's unfolded in the Middle East between Israel and Hamas, how do you think American Jewish people feel about expressing their concerns over anti-Semitism? Has it made it
It's a good question.
easier, or has it made it scarier?
I think it's made it scarier. I think, I spent the day at Harvard Law School on Thursday, and these are the best of the best. And to hear their stories, feeling abandoned by their former friends, feeling alienated from much of the mainstream in the school, and really feeling alone, because whereas again, they used to be part of that school in every single way, and they still are certainly enrolled students there, but they have continually been isolated and marginalized by the sort of pro-Hamas crowd at the school and the administration. They don't feel supported. So it'll be interesting, because today, as you likely know, Columbia President Shafiq is testifying before Congress. There's been a lot of issues on these college campuses. We've seen a massive spike in anti-Semitic, anti-Zionist incidents on colleges and universities. That's why ADL released a report card just last week assessing these schools. It'll be interesting to see what happens today on Capitol Hill.
How is the Anti-Defamation League addressing what they're seeing? What can be done?
Well, look, I think at ADL, we think, you got to do all you can to fight hate. Number one, we need our leaders to lead. Elected officials, public personalities, call out hate when it happens, unequivocally, and call it out to whom it happens. So if anti-Semitism happens, call that out, period. Number two, we're pushing a new campaign we call 50 States Against Hate. President Biden launched a national strategy to fight anti-Semitism last year. We want governors now to do the same. And then finally, back to campuses. We really think it's important that the campuses simply enforce their own policies. Like, again, frustration about what's happening in Gaza isn't an excuse to spit on Jewish students, isn't an excuse to vandalize the Hillel, isn't an excuse to harangue and intimidate your classmates. And when that happens, college presidents should, apply the rules and enforce consequences on people who violate them.
Jonathan Greenblatt, thank you very much for coming by to tell us more about this report. We really appreciate your time. Important stuff. Good to see you. Later this morning, a Boeing engineer turned whistleblower will testify before Congress about what he's calling flaws with the plane maker's 787 Dreamliner jet. For its part, Boeing says these latest claims have no merit. In an NBC News exclusive, that whistleblower spoke to our senior correspondent, Tom Costello, about his concerns.
Boeing's 787 Dreamliner has been flying since 2011, made of a lightweight composite material and stronger than a typical aluminum fuselage. But a current Boeing quality engineer has told the FAA he believes the plane has a potentially fatal flaw.
I think it's as serious as I have ever seen in my lifetime.
15-year Boeing veteran Sam Salapour will tell Congress Wednesday that the gaps between big pieces of the fuselage are too big. And even though they're fastened together, the stress could create fatigue failure in the fuselage after thousands of flights.
What would happen if you had a fatigue failure in a 787 at altitude?
The plane will fall apart at the joints where we're talking about. Once you fall apart, you're going to descend all the way to the ground.
You think the plane could literally break apart in air?
Absolutely.
But Boeing tells NBC News we are fully confident in the 787 Dreamliner because of the comprehensive work done to ensure the quality and long-term safety of the aircraft. These claims about the structural integrity of the 787 are inaccurate. These issues do not present any safety concerns. In 2020, Boeing worked with the FAA to tighten paper-thin gaps, pausing plane deliveries for 2 years, stress testing the plane to 165,000 takeoffs and landings, more than 3 times a typical 787's lifespan, and inspecting 689 planes already in service. Boeing says it found 0 evidence of fatigue.
Even if these cracks would form, which there's no evidence of, the airplane is so resistant and so structurally robust, according to Boeing, that they're not going to break apart.
Salahpour was moved from the 787 project in 2022, he claims, in retaliation for raising these concerns internally. Boeing insists retaliation is strictly prohibited. Salahpour admits he does not have access to all of Boeing's test data. Still, with 1,100 planes in service, he'll tell Congress the 787 should not be flying. Should Boeing ground the 787 right now to check the gap sizes?
I would say they need to.
The entire fleet worldwide?
The entire fleet worldwide, as far as I'm concerned right now, needs an attention.
On Monday, Boeing gave reporters a detailed briefing on its extensive stress tests, its reputation on the line after 2 fatal MAX 8 crashes overseas, and the MAX 9 door plug blowout in January, the subject of Wednesday's congressional hearing. Salapour's attorney says she's heard from more than half a dozen other potential whistleblowers with similar concerns. Have any of those whistleblowers agreed to come forward yet?
Not yet. I think some of them will come forward, but frankly, they're terrified.
I'm at peace with myself because this is going to save a lot of people's life.
That's what's at stake.
That's what's at stake.
Our thanks to Tom Costello for that important report. Coming up, matters of the heart, the new link between breast cancer survivors' everyday diet and heart disease. The doctor is in for your weekly checkup. That is next on Morning News Now. We are back now with our weekly medical checkup. This week, we'll be diving deeper into the story we've been covering on reports of fake Botox and the adverse reaction it's causing for some that have been treated with it, plus the benefits of a healthy diet and why researchers say it may lower the risk of heart disease, specifically for breast cancer survivors. So we've got NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal here with the very latest. Doctor, always great to have you with us. Good morning. Let's start on this Botox story we've been covering. So explain this to us. Federal officials, the backstory here is on Tuesday, they warned warned that fake Botox is to blame in several states for reports of these bad reactions. How does something like this happen? How does it end up in patients? I mean, if you're going to, is this happening in legitimate, dermatology offices or med spas? Like, how is this getting into a patient?
All excellent questions, and we'll answer all of those, Savannah. So to start, I think a lot of people don't know this, and the way Botox works is it's a toxin, it's a neurotoxin, and essentially it prevents your muscles in your face and your forehead from contracting, and that can actually get rid of fine lines and wrinkles, which is why a lot of people get it done. But Savannah, to answer your question, a lot of these reports, I think we're at 19 women in 9 different states now.
Wow.
These were all done in unlicensed facilities, and a lot of people are getting into the Botox game because for some people it can be lucrative. They can make a lot of money doing that, and what happens is you can get a lot of bad actors. You can get people who aren't really licensed who are performing this. And you can see here, 19 reports from women in 9 states. They're having problems with vision, breathing, and swallowing because, again, Botox does act on muscles, and you worry that it's getting into muscles it shouldn't be getting into.
Wow, right.
And injected in non-medical settings from unlicensed people. And so, Savannah, there is something you can do about it, fortunately. So the doctor's orders here, if you are going to get Botox, it's absolutely okay to do so. Just make sure that you're checking that the person is licensed. If they're not providing you with a license or you can't find it and, you're not using an FDA-approved product, don't get the jab, especially now when we're seeing reports of these concerning symptoms, because Botox, again, does paralyze muscles. You want to make sure it's not paralyzing muscles that it shouldn't be.
Yeah, because that's kind of twofold, right? It's like, is the product good and legitimate? And also, does the person who's putting it in your face know where to put it in your face?
Exactly, yeah.
Right?
And you don't want to end up with a bad Botox job either. So just make sure the person is licensed.
Yeah, absolutely. Good advice there. Okay, let's now shift to that one about diet here and this link with heart disease and also breast cancer survivors. I mean, I think it's probably no surprise to hear a healthy diet is helpful in avoiding heart disease. But what is this link?
So, Savannah, just some background here. For breast cancer survivors, the biggest non-sort of cancer cause of death for them is heart disease. And they're actually at a greater risk of heart disease than the rest of the population. It's kind of a double whammy because, a lot of the treatments we use for breast cancer, whether it's some of the drugs we use, immunotherapy, or whether it's radiation, they can actually affect the heart. And so, a lot of people think that if you survive cancer, you're good. But the reality is there's a lot of long-term effects people deal with. And so what these researchers wanted to do is they studied what's called a DASH diet, basically a diet we usually use for high blood pressure, things that are rich in fruits and veggies, whole grains. And they wanted to see, does that affect survivorship? And I have some numbers here. 47% reduced risk of heart failure, 20% reduced risk of cardiac arrest and arrhythmias. So doctor's orders here, Savannah, stick to whole foods and vegetables as much as you can, and you want to stay away from high salt and high processed foods. And if you are somebody who has survived, make sure you mention that to your doctor because there are special tests you may need to get down the line.
All right, Dr. Akshay Saya, always great to have you with us. Thank you so much. Good ones today.
Anytime.
Let's turn to some financial headlines now. We're going to start with the latest plans from United Airlines. And we've got CNBC's Bertha Coombs joining us with that and other news. Bertha, who we haven't seen in a minute. Good morning, Bertha. Great to have you with us.
Good morning. Buenos dias, Savannah. Let's start with United Airlines. The airliner plans to lease nearly 36 planes from Airbus in the next few years as it deals with a shortfall in deliveries from Boeing. United's profit took a hit in the first quarter from that 3-week grounding of the Boeing 737 MAX 9, the model involved in the door plug blowout on Alaska Airlines. United had been counting on a steady stream of new planes from Boeing, but now with fewer available, it's actually finding itself overstaffed and plans to pause hiring of new pilots and is actually encouraging its current pilots to take unpaid leave. Meantime, the Biden administration is teaming up with states to protect airline customers. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg announcing a partnership to fast-track investigations into complaints against airlines and ticket agents. States will now be able to examine and refer complaints to the federal government. Complaints rose sharply last year, even though the number of canceled flights actually hit a 10-year low. And Crocs and Pringles are combining fashion and flavor. The brands are teaming up to offer a variety of shoes in a limited edition drop, including boots, clogs, classic slides, and charms. With the purchase of the Pringles and Crocs Classic Crush, buyers will also be eligible to get Croctail Party, a can with a new Pringles flavor, watermelon chili lime. The new items are available now while supplies last. This doesn't seem like the best story to have after you had a doctor talking about not eating processed foods.
That's very true. Also, if I saw someone coming down the street with Pringles strapped to their ankles, I would just about lose it. This is so bizarre. Oh, Bertha Coombs, always fun. Thank you for bringing us a good one. See you in a bit. And coming up, a story that is good for the soul. When we return, we'll introduce you to a shoe cobbler turned TikTok star who's winning over hearts with his family business. Don't step away. This is Morning News Now.
Strangers right now who are united by this moment. What does it make you feel inside to see this?
It's like happy, like my heart beating is fast.
I am so happy you guys got to experience this.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Finally, this hour, we want to introduce you to the unlikely TikTok star with a job that is good for the soul. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has his story.
What we do is we take a heel popper and we pop that off.
For anyone looking for a nice new soul, there may be no finer option than America's cobbler, Jim McFarland.
How would you describe your job to someone who doesn't know what a cobbler is?
A shoe cobbler is someone that takes your shoes and recrafts them back to the original factory condition.
The family business built on buffing, stitching, and gluing beloved footwear goes back to 1900.
We're in our 124th year.
But Jim initially resisted the craft.
I didn't want to be in this business. I saw how hard my dad worked.
Still, he found himself back in the shop when his father got sick. Now his videos are captivating people around the world. His social media secret weapon? His daughter, Tori.
Our first video that we posted got over 2 million views over the course of a week, but I think we were like, that was just like a stroke of luck.
Millions and millions of views on future posts proved it wasn't. Now he's making people smile.
Ooh, she's so pretty.
And some.
A lot of people will send us letters.
Are making him cry, like this father, who recently lost his 16-year-old son.
He passed away 4 weeks ago, and they wear the same size boot. You take every ounce of love you have inside, and you put them into those boots, and you hope when he puts those on, it gives him some kind of Band-Aid on his heart.
He's touching souls for sure. The ones on our feet and those in our hearts. Sam Brock, NBC News, Lakeland, Florida.
Wow, who knew a story like that could bring tears to your eyes? Well, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Thanks for hanging with us. Don't go anywhere. The news continues right now. Good morning. morning. Thanks for joining us this Wednesday. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe's off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, Middle East on edge as Israel decides what its next move will be. Iran's president delivered a stark warning, saying the tiniest invasion would be met with a massive response. The new action being taken by the U.S. and the fight over the war in Gaza that's now playing out online. Also this morning, the first 7 jurors have been seated in the historic criminal trial of Donald Trump. Among them, a teacher, a lawyer, and a nurse. We're taking you inside the selection process in the heated moment that the judge scolded the former president for. Also, she may be one of the biggest names in basketball, but this morning, the gap between Caitlin Clark's WNBA salary and her male counterparts is sparking outrage. We're digging into the pay disparity and why Clark's star power could mean a bigger payday for the whole league. And it looks like a scene from Jumanji, an elephant on the loose strolling through the streets of Montana. How Viola was able to escape and how circus staff finally brought her back home. I am quite excited to learn the details on that one. Thanks again for joining us this morning. We're going to get started this hour in the Middle East, which is bracing for Israel's response to those missile attacks carried out by Iran over the weekend. They were in retaliation to an Israeli strike on Iran's consulate in Syria earlier this month, which killed senior Iranian commanders. The U.S. is announcing new sanctions on Iran while urging Israel to show restraint in response. The tensions come as dozens of Palestinians were killed in the latest round of Israeli strikes on Gaza. NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has more from Tel Aviv.
Israel is still calibrating its expected response to Iran's failed attack this weekend. And Iran is now saying it will not hesitate to strike back.
Iran's president this morning couldn't have been more clear with a message to Israel: don't attack. Speaking at an army parade, he said that even the tiniest invasion by Israel would bring a massive and harsh response. We visited an Israeli military base where weapons used against Israel since October 7th are collected and analyzed. The Hamas weapons are deadly, but mostly small. Grenades and rockets with ranges of 50 miles or less. What Iran launched was in a different league.
This is the tail end of one of the ballistic missiles that Iran fired at Israel over the weekend, where the engine was. It broke off when this missile was intercepted. And it's only when you're standing right up next to these do you understand how big they are. That's where the warhead was. It also broke off, carrying 800 pounds of explosives. Had these gotten through, it would have been catastrophic.
Gazans are now living in a constant catastrophe. Our crew filmed the casualties from an Israeli airstrike on a market in central Gaza. Medical officials say at least 12 people were killed, with many injured. Israel accuses the militants of hiding among civilians. The war here is polarizing, triggering protests and hatred on both sides, in part because of false information, often deliberately planted. This morning, we visited Sayabra, a private Tel Aviv-based company that tracks disinformation. The company is releasing its findings this morning on Iran's weekend attack. Its results show that 26% of the social media accounts discussing the attack were fake, created to sway opinion.
The red is the fake, the green is the real.
They pushed 3 main narratives: sowing panic, that World War III is imminent, that Israel is a terrorist state, and that Iran is a powerful nation.
It is disturbing to think how polluted our social media feeds always are, and that it gets much worse during a time of crisis. And generally what happens here is a precursor for what happens in other countries, including the United States, looking ahead to the U.S. presidential elections. Also today, Washington is preparing new sanctions against Iran.
All right, Richard, thank you so much. We're now joined by former NBC News correspondent and Tel Aviv bureau chief Martin Fletcher. Martin, as always, thank you for joining us. So do you believe that an Israeli retaliation against Iran is a foregone conclusion right now, especially when you add in what Richard just mentioned there at the end, U.S., European sanctions? Could that impact or dissuade Israel from attacking Iran?
So, Manu, I don't think that the sanctions threats by Europe and the United States will impact Israel's final decision, because we're hearing from all sources, political and military, that Israel has decided to to retaliate in some way. Now, the difference is retaliation the same as attacking? It's not clear that Israel will actually attack Iran directly, but they may retaliate in different ways. They may launch a cyber war against Iran. They may attack Iranian proxies in the region, especially we're hearing Hezbollah in South Lebanon. So there are different ways that Israel can respond without an attack on Iran, because the great fear from everybody, of course, is that this will be it could become easily a wider war. But the sanctions that you mentioned will be critical. They will be very important. They will hurt Iran. But I don't think, from what we're hearing from the government here, that there'll be enough to stop an Israeli response of some kind.
So Iran says it will retaliate again if and when Israel responds. You very smartly point out it doesn't not necessarily mean that we know yet if that Israel response is going to look like an attack. However, what could possible tit-for-tat attacks, or going back and forth here with retaliation, what would that mean for the region?
Oh, it would be terrible, Savannah. If Israel does launch an attack on the territory of Iran, and again, it's an if. If they do that, then and another if Iran follows through on their threat of what they call a massive attack on Israel afterwards, well, of course, this is going to increase the likelihood of the war spreading. America is already committed to helping defend Israel. At the same time as America said they will definitely not help any kind of Israeli attack on Iran. So it's clear that the tensions are boiling. But one of the interesting points, Savannah, is that the only thing probably that Iran and Israel actually agree on is that they don't want a wider war. And yet everything they're doing suggests they're sliding in that direction. So this is a very, very sensitive period in the Middle East, obviously in terms of Iran and Israel, but also the wider question. There are also another issue is that those Arab states that helped Israel defend itself against the Iranian attack are now also being threatened verbally by Iran. So this can easily spread to a terrible conflagration in the area. And the hope, of course, is that it won't. And that will depend on what Israel's response will be.
Martin Fletcher, as always, we so appreciate your expertise here and your nuance. Thank you for joining us. Well, jury selection will resume tomorrow in the hush money trial of former President Trump right here in New York. The first 7 jurors have been seated and sworn in after a slow start to the process earlier this week. The former president is accused of falsifying business records related to alleged hush money payments made to adult film star Stormy Daniels. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the latest developments.
Hey there, what started as a painfully slow process turned into a far more revealing look at the lives of the people brought into court, their digital footprints laid bare for everyone. A remarkable moment as several people were forced to explain things they said about the former president years ago online, now directly to his face.
7 people now officially sworn in as jurors to hear the people of the state of New York versus Donald J. Trump. A cross-section of Manhattan residents openly revealing their views of the likely GOP nominee as Mr. Trump sat in court listening to lawyers spar over who could be fair and impartial.
Everything is screwed up in New York, and the whole world is watching.
Roughly 24 prospective jurors eventually whittled down to the foreman, a 28-year-old in sales, originally from Ireland. 2 attorneys, an oncology nurse, an IT consultant, a teacher, and a software engineer. Those jurors getting only a short preview of the charges Mr. Trump has pled not guilty to for falsifying business records in an effort prosecutors say to bury evidence of a payout to an adult film actress on the eve of the 2016 election, something Mr. Trump has repeatedly denied. The final panel of 12 jurors and 6 alternates will stay anonymous, but some prospective jurors were confronted Tuesday with old social media posts uncovered by the defense team. One man who wrote, quote, "lock him up" on Facebook, removed by the judge for cause. Others expressing support for the former president. The often tedious nature of the jury selection process turning into almost an impromptu focus group. One woman saying he stirs the pot. One man revealing he was a big fan of The Apprentice in middle school. A former corrections officer saying he kind of enjoys the way Mr. Trump walks into a room. One of the excused jurors finding the process surreal.
You get the sense that it's like, oh, this is just another guy
And also, he sees me talking about him, which is bizarre.
But day 2 of trial was also marked by a flash of anger from the judge. Appearing disturbed by something inaudible, Mr. Trump apparently muttered as a juror was questioned about Facebook posts, scolding the former president, "I will not have any jurors intimidated in this courtroom."
Jury selection will continue Thursday morning. Back to you.
All right, Laura, thank you so much. Well, now let's head to Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are getting ready to look over a plan from House Speaker Mike Johnson that would provide funding for Ukraine and Israel. This comes as 2 of Johnson's fellow Republicans are supporting an effort to oust him. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with the latest. Ryan, good morning, Ryan. I don't think I've seen you since just your family's star-turning moment during eclipse coverage, which was just too adorable. Viewers, if you didn't see it, look it up online. It's too cute. So sorry to talk about something a little less fun, but what should we know about the bills that are being brought to the floor regarding aid to Ukraine and Israel?
Yeah, I'd much rather be dancing at the eclipse with my family, but the day job requires us to talk about it. You know, the first thing, Savannah, that we should know about these bills is that we don't know what they look like yet. The Speaker has yet to unveil his plan to bring 4 separate bills to the floor that would provide funding for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, and also some other national security priorities. But this comes with a lot of risk for Speaker Johnson, because that group of hard-right Republicans have been very insistent that if he brings Ukraine aid to the floor in any form or fashion, he will of the House. So he's got to decide whether or not he wants to take that risk, if he believes that funding for Ukraine is so necessary that he's willing to sacrifice his job. We're not exactly sure what direction he plans to go in. He's been huddling with Republicans across the spectrum to trying to get an idea of what they would find palatable. But right now, we're just waiting to see what the Speaker will do.
As we've mentioned, Ryan, there's this now growing momentum among some House Republicans to remove Speaker Johnson from his leadership role, originally sort of led by Marjorie Taylor Greene, and now we are seeing at least some more support there. Tell us about this and where things stand on that front.
Yeah, yesterday we saw Tom Massey, who's a congressman from Kentucky, come out and say that he would join Marjorie Taylor Greene's effort to topple Mike Johnson from his speaker's post. And that's significant because it would only take a handful of Republicans if all Democrats voted to remove Johnson as well from his speakership. So that really puts his job in danger. But we do, though, starting to see play out here, though, are some Democratic voices that are saying if Speaker Johnson has the courage to put Ukraine aid on the floor in a way that they find palatable, that they would be there for him and would either vote to table a resolution to vacate the chair, or would outright vote to keep him in office, which would keep those Republican threats at bay. The issue, though, for Johnson is that would mean Democrats saved his speakership, and it would be just add to this list of ways that Democrats have helped him govern as the leader of the Speaker, as Speaker of the House. You know, in a far bygone days of Congress, bipartisanship would be seen as a good thing by the voters. That's not so much the way the political climate works right now. So this is a very difficult position that Speaker Johnson finds himself in. He could save his speakership, but it might mean that Democrats are there to rescue him.
Absolutely. Brian, very quickly before I let you go, I do have to ask about the articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. What's expected to happen next in the Senate?
So the Senate will swear in all the senators as jurors this afternoon. Then we're going to find out how long this will last. Republicans believe a full trial is necessary. Democrats want to move quickly to either table or dismiss the motions. We'll see the Republicans at least attempt to try and find a way to extend this process as long as possible. But the Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has said that he does not think that this is necessary, and they're going to try and end this as quickly as possible. Savannah.
All right, Ryan Nobles, thank you so much. Well, former Florida Senator and Governor Bob Graham passed away, according to a statement from his family. They called him a visionary leader and dedicated public servant, as well as a loving husband, father, and grandfather. Graham was a three-term Democratic senator from Florida who gained prominence for speaking out against the Iraq War. He also made a name for himself for his workday appearances, where he would spend a day doing hundreds of jobs alongside the people he represented. He was 87 years old. Well, let's turn now to the severe weather sweeping across several states this morning. Many Americans in the Midwest are bracing for another round of extreme storms. It comes as the region recovers from a night of hail, damaging winds, and destructive tornadoes. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from New London, Iowa, with the latest. Hey, Shaq, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. And as the sun starts to rise, the scenes like the one behind me become more and more clear. You see this building here, it's almost indistinguishable. You see, it's essentially a pile of rubble, and it's the result of just one of the nearly 24 tornadoes to sweep across the region as millions of people across the country are facing a new threat.
Overnight, alarms sounding as a dangerous tornado outbreak swept through the plains and Midwest.
Not looking good.
Reports of more than 20 tornadoes.
It's coming our way.
Tearing roofs off buildings, snapping trees, and leaving homes in tatters.
That's a big old tornado.
Funnel clouds spotted from Kansas and Nebraska.
Look at that funnel right up there.
To Illinois and Missouri, where authorities say a tornado in Smithville injured 2 people when it toppled their camper. Tornadoes across the region turning buildings into rubble, with wind gusts in some areas reaching up to 70 miles an hour.
The roof just got picked up and it flipped over on itself.
In Iowa, a tornado took the roof off this church.
I don't know if we'll end up fixing the building or if it'll be a total loss.
And in the Quad Cities, even forecasters at the National Weather Service forced to hunker down, posting on social media, during the tornado warning, we took cover in our storm shelter at the office. A Sioux County sheriff posting this picture of this mangled playset as a deputy sheriff caught dramatic lightning strikes on his cruiser's dash cam video. The severe weather also impacting air travel across the Midwest, with over 600 flights delayed out of Chicago's Midway Airport alone. All part of a severe weather system now moving east, with more rain, hail, and tornadoes possible.
We got one that does. And this morning, we know that the National Weather Service is deploying storm damage survey teams to scenes like the one behind me. And look, the threat is not just tornadoes. We know that yesterday there were thousands of Iowans who were without power. It's the impact of the wind and rain and a threat that is now moving east. Savannah?
All right, Jack Brewster, thank you so much. Well, now let's check in with meteorologist Angie Lastman. She's here with the latest on the storm's track. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. We've got not one, but 2 storm systems that we're going to watch. This first one is the same one that caused all the damage that you saw Shaq just talking about, but we've got a secondary threat that we're going to watch for tomorrow when it comes to severe storms, thanks to that next system. The first system, though, is going to work through parts of the Great Lakes, eventually bringing some rain out towards the northeast here as we get through the day today. But if you're looking for where we'll see those greatest chance for some stronger storms later today, places like Detroit, Fort Wayne, Columbus to Pittsburgh, as well as folks across parts of Missouri and Kansas, specifically Kansas City, right in the bullseye of seeing those same impacts, the hail, the winds, and even a couple of tornadoes. There's the secondary cold front that's going to work its way to the east, again firing up some thunderstorms. We'll see that from places like Texas all the way up into the Midwest, Evansville, St. Louis, Poplar Bluff, and Dallas. Those are the spots with the best chance of seeing some of that active weather here tomorrow. But again, look how expansive it is. It does include 14 million people as we get through the day tomorrow. Looking ahead to your weekend, it looks like Friday we'll see some of those strong storms still in the picture across parts of the east. We've got the record highs for the south and plenty of sunshine across much of the western, really half of the country. We'll see some mild conditions into the 50s and 60s across parts of the plains. As we look ahead to Saturday, the flood risk, though, will take shape across parts of the south. Places like Texas stretching into Louisiana. We'll see some heavy rain there. Nice conditions for the East Coast, a little sunshine and mild conditions there for your Saturday plans. And out west, of course, sunny conditions for folks there. We know how much you love that. April Delight, that's for Savannah. She loves when I say things like that. So that's what we're looking at when we look ahead to Sunday for much of the West. But the stormy conditions stick with us across parts of the Southeast, and a little bit of a reality check, Savannah, across the Great Lakes and parts of the Northeast, where we'll have a nice cool breeze, a little sunshine, maybe a couple of clouds overhead, but some chillier conditions than what we've so easily gotten used to over the past couple of days here in New York City and across other parts of the Northeast.
Absolutely. I do love April Delight. Thank you for that.
I'll think of a
Angie.
new one for you tomorrow.
Please. I love it. Thanks. See you in a bit. All right, we've got a lot more to get to this morning, including the return of the cicadas. The creepy crawly bugs are back for a double dose this year. Oh boy, listen to that. We'll be previewing the so-called Cicada-geddon. Oh, that's lovely. Just ahead. First, though, our exclusive interview with a Boeing engineer turned whistleblower before he heads to Capitol Hill. Why he claims assembly flaws make the 787 Dreamliner unsafe. That's next.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Today, Congress will hear allegations from a whistleblower that one of Boeing's most widely flown planes has a serious flaw, which could have devastating consequences. He spoke exclusively with NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello. Tom joins us now with more from Reagan National Airport. Tom, what an interview. Tell us more about what this whistleblower said. He's a current Boeing engineer.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. He went to the FAA, raised these concerns. The FAA is now investigating. Today, he is going to Congress to raise these concerns. He's talking about the 787 Dreamliner. This is a plane that has flown hundreds of millions of passengers safely already, but he says it has a very serious flaw that needs to be addressed. If it's not addressed, he claims it could be catastrophic. Boeing says, however, that is completely inaccurate. His allegations are false. It's one of Boeing's best-selling aircraft, transporting 875 million passengers on 1,100 planes worldwide over the past 12 and a half years. But today, a Boeing whistleblower will tell Congress he's concerned that the 787 Dreamliner may have a dangerous flaw.
Right now, to me, I see we have real problem in our hand.
15-year Boeing engineer Sam Salapour says the gaps between the big pieces of the fuselage are too big. And even though the fuselage pieces are fastened together, the stress could lead to fatigue failure and disaster after thousands of flights.
When the plane can break apart in altitude and drop to the ground, I think that's a safety issue.
You really think that's what's at stake here?
That's exactly what's at stake here. Fatigue failure has no mercy on anybody.
But Boeing is pushing back hard, telling NBC News, we are fully confident in the 787 Dreamliner because of the comprehensive work done to ensure the quality and long-term safety of the aircraft. These claims about the structural integrity of the 787 are inaccurate. Since 2020, Boeing has been under FAA supervision as it tightens paper-thin gaps between the fuselage components, stress testing the plane through 165,000 takeoffs and landings, more than 3 times a typical 787's lifespan. Of the 1,100 planes in service, 689 have already gone through various inspections. So far, 0 evidence of fatigue.
This whistleblower's concerns, while I'm sure are very sincere, I don't think matches what Boeing is saying is happening out in the fleet.
Salapour admits he doesn't have full access to all of Boeing's data since he moved off the 787 project in 2022. He claims in retaliation for raising concerns internally. Boeing says it does not tolerate retaliation. Would you put your family on a 787 right now?
I would not.
Boeing will be in a Senate committee's crosshairs today after 2 fatal MAX 8 crashes overseas, the MAX 9 door plug blowout, and admitted quality control lapses at Boeing.
If we have another crash, I am not sure if Boeing can survive that or not. And that's what I'm trying to prevent.
Yeah, Salapour tells me he's coming forward now because he tried for 3 years to bring this issue up internally within Boeing, but he was not getting a satisfactory response, he says, from Boeing. Boeing, for its part, says it is absolutely convinced and committed to the 787, convinced it is safe after robust testing. Savannah?
Tom, it's also interesting to hear you say that he said I wasn't really getting anything for them, because right now at the same time, Boeing is encouraging employees to speak up if they see anything, right?
100% right. This is called the Boeing Speak Up program. It's literally see something, say something. Boeing has really come forward with this program in a robust way after all of these issues we've been reporting on for months, the quality control breakdowns at Boeing. And Boeing says since they've really been pushing this see something, say something verdict or edict, I should say, within Boeing, that employee feedback and tips have increased 500%. So Boeing insists this is working. Employees are speaking up.
All right, Tom Costello, important interview. Thank you so much. Well, time now for international headlines. We're going to start with a show of solidarity from Mexico over a police raid on the Mexican embassy in Ecuador. Megan Fitzgerald joins us now with that and more. Hey, Megan.
Savannah, good morning. That's right. In a move that's aimed at standing in solidarity with Mexico, Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro, closed down his embassy and consulate in Ecuador. Maduro is supporting Mexico in its protest over a raid by Ecuadorian authorities on the Mexican embassy in Quito. Now, Ecuador's president said he ordered the raid to arrest Mexico's former vice president, who's a convicted criminal and fugitive. But there's international condemnation because diplomatic grounds are considered foreign soil. And in Indonesia, at least 800 people had to evacuate their homes after a volcano erupted multiple times. Lava has been seen spewing out. Big ash clouds have launched into the sky. Officials on the ground say these eruptions were triggered by recent earthquakes. And despite serving in South Korea's mandatory military service, K-pop superstar Suga now has one of the highest grossing concerts film in 2024. Last year, he got in one last solo concert, which was just released in theaters around the world for a few days. And of course, fans went crazy. Savannah, there is one more year left of this mandatory military service, and I'm quite sure fans are counting down the days.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much. Well, it is one of the not so pleasant sounds of summer, and this year large parts of the U.S. are set to hear even more noise from cicadas. That is because of a rare double emergence. We're going to learn what that means in a moment, but it is the first in more than 200 years, and it is already starting with the first bugs making their presence heard. NBC's Maggie Vespa is handling this particularly gross, in my opinion, assignment. She joins us from Chicago with the latest. Hey, Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, that's my opinion, too. It's shocking that no one fought me for this assignment here at NBC. So nevertheless, here I am. They are calling this Cicada-geddon. They are calling it the cicada apocalypse, with cicada heads, a.k.a. superfans, spotting the first of basically smaller versions of these bugs already on trees and leaves in a couple of states. And that is just the beginning. We are talking about trillions of cicadas crawling out of the ground across the Midwest and South, marking anything bigger than we've seen or heard, frankly, in centuries. This morning, the cicadas are coming.
There will be a record amount of bugs bursting from the ground in the next few months.
And Americans are bracing.
They're these massive, loud bugs that fly everywhere.
For a double dose of creepy, crawly impact.
If I see one, I'm not going outside.
It's all thanks to a once-in-a-lifetime double emergence with two cicada broods, one that's lived underground for 13 years, the other for 17, crawling out of the soil across the Midwest and South, overlapping in multiple states, including Illinois and Iowa. Some of the first spotted this week in the Carolinas. How many cicadas are we talking?
Somewhere in the hundreds of billions to trillions.
Trillions plural.
Trillions plural, yes.
The last double emergence, 1803, when Thomas Jefferson was president. Anticipation sparking nicknames like Cicada-geddon, with cicada heads launching cicada tracking apps. And in Chicago, painting giant plaster versions for a citywide cicada parade.
Why do you want to add more?
Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? So this moment is magical.
Some even sharing old viral videos.
Have you ever wanted to eat tempura-battered cicadas?
Of recipes for the uber cicada curious. At Chicago's Field Museum, visitors are buzzing. Do you think that looks cool or is that gross?
It looks like both.
It looks both? Scientists excited to educate people about these winged plant-eating insects with that sound synonymous with the start of summer.
Millions of them is kind of like a really big, loud chainsaw.
What is billions or trillions going to sound like?
Many chainsaws going at the same time. This is the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, the coolest thing ever. I guess it depends on your take, according to people that we talk to. So I do want to point out, and we were just asked by the control room, this is not anatomically correct, guys. This is a slightly larger version of a cicada. So they're smaller than this, but this is what they look like. Scientists do want us to stress they're completely harmless to humans, and they're mostly good for plants. The only time they can be a problem is if they completely cover, like a really young, small plant that you have, and then you might want to brush it off and cover the plant if you can. Also take heart in knowing they die off after about a month. So this double emergence will be relatively short-lived. It's temporary, but it will be epic. Hence all the merch, Savannah, that we found online, and that includes like rock star style T-shirts.
No, why are you wearing that?
That my producer and I already have. Well, I mean, just why not?
Maggie, you might as well call yourself a cicada head. You're a cicada head, I think.
I know. We're there, whether we want to be or not.
You're at that level. Maggie, terrifying stuff. Thank you very much. All right, coming up, the great elephant escape, the story behind this circus-like scene that played out on the streets of Montana. Neighbors say they will never forget. Stay with us.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. So we all know about runaway cats or dogs, right? Well, what about something a lot bigger? Check out this video here of a full-sized elephant from a traveling circus seen roaming the streets of Butte, Montana before she was recaptured. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us with the details on the escape. Sam, what happened here?
Savannah, you see this video, you're like, no way. That's not possible. That is not an elephant in the middle of the road. No, yes, it is an elephant in the middle of the road. As far as what happened, there was a traveling circus going through Butte, Montana yesterday. Apparently, Viola, the elephant, managed to shake loose. Now, the circus is not confirming that. But from there, the rest of it, Savannah, was just mayhem in Montana.
Elephant.
There's a certain quality of disbelief that comes with seeing things that don't belong in everyday life.
Oh my God.
And for residents of Butte, Montana Tuesday, like Matea Smith, who was driving with her husband, an elephant strolling down the street definitely fit the bill.
He was like, oh my gosh, there's an elephant. And I kind of was joking with him and I thought I was in the parking lot. Then he was like, no, there's an elephant. So I looked up and I was like, oh, there is an elephant in the road.
The manager of the Civic Center, where the Jordan World Circus was staging, confirming to NBC affiliate KECI, the giant animal apparently got spooked by the sound of a truck backfiring during a bath and bolted.
So set the scene for me, right? You see the elephant coming down the street, and then how long after are her handlers also pursuing Viola?
I'd say 30 seconds behind her, but the problem is that an elephant's much faster than a human. So you see the elephant get into the road, and by the time she's over by the casino, her handlers are just running out as fast as they can.
Once Viola popped up on this gas station security camera,
my coworker here pointed
pointed out, there's an elephant. Started jumping up and down, pointing out the window.
And then trotted right by the casino. All bets were off. Witnesses say the whole circus-like scene lasted around 20 minutes before the powerful pachyderm was safely recaptured. Jordan World Circus did not respond to NBC News' request for comment, but their website showed a scheduled stop in Butte the same day as Viola's escape. Now it's a tall tale for a town of 35,000, accustomed to seeing plenty of animals.
Typically, you see moose and coyotes, lots of bear.
But nothing quite like this.
I will never forget this. It's not every day you get to see an elephant just wander through your hometown.
No, it is not. Now, Savannah, the chase ended up outside of someone's apartment complex, according to the local sheriff's office. They said that the circus was able to contain Viola without law enforcement having to get involved. And you know there's that expression that an elephant never forgets. In this case, it's a town that will never forget its elephant. Savannah, back to you.
Yeah, I love it, Sam. Your all bets were off. Got a cackle out of me. Thank you very much for that. All right, we're just 100 days away from the first Summer Olympic Games in France in a century. Soon, athletes from all over the world will gather in the capital for the world's most famous competition. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from Paris with more on how the City of Lights is preparing. Keir, good morning.
Bonjour, Savannah. It will be summer when the summer comes, I promise you. But look at this spectacular view and imagine it. The opening ceremony on the Seine, 10,500 athletes on 160 boats, more than 300,000 people lining the banks of the river for one of the biggest events Paris has ever hosted. This morning, the Olympic flame en route from Greece to Paris. Just 100 days from the City of Lights' first Olympics in 100 years. And now a first glimpse of the stunning venues built at some of the city's most famous sites. Oh my goodness. It's incredible. Under the Eiffel Tower, NBC News shown around the beach volleyball. This is exciting. I mean, to actually see it like this, you get really a feeling for how it's going to be.
Yeah, indeed. It is really exciting. You can almost feel the atmosphere of the 13,000 people.
The centerpiece set to be the River Seine, hosting the opening ceremony. This week, President Macron saying for the first time that France has backup locations planned if security threats arise. Now, many Olympic locations visible from a riverboat or bateau mouche. My guide, Paris podcaster Oliver G.
This is where it's all going to happen. This is the Pont Alexandre III, a really famous bridge, and on both sides we're going to be having Olympic events.
That side and this side?
Both.
Wow. In total, there are 24 venues scattered in and around Paris. In the Place de la Concorde, skateboarding, and for the first time, breakdancing. At Les Invalides, archery. In the Grand Palais, taekwondo and fencing. While just 9 miles outside Paris, the spectacular Château de Versailles, home of Louis XIV, who had a passion for horses, will stage the Olympic equestrian events.
There will be a beautiful perspective on the Grand Canal and with a backdrop with the Château de Versailles.
Up to 40,000 spectators will watch competing riders encircle the magnificent golden fountains. Then a different kind of gold. At a French jewellery house, the Paris 2024 medals, set with tiny fragments of the Eiffel Tower and encased in bespoke Louis Vuitton trunks. Heightened security means every apartment overlooking events will be searched. Your Parisian apartment. Boston native Susan Godden shows us around her magnificent Paris home. Look at this. Yes. She has volunteered to greet athletes when the games begin.
It's such a beautiful city, and I want everyone that comes here to have a wonderful experience and walk away, fall in love with it like I have.
Back in Paris live at Savannah, and the French are set to unveil their outfits for the opening ceremony later today. Tuxedos, I'm told. Très chic. Savannah?
Yeah, there we go. And Keir, we saw you jumping in yesterday. Brave of you. Very cool to see. Thank you so much. All right, coming up, Caitlin Clark fever has swept the nation, but for a woman who made history on the court and is breaking jersey sales records off of it, her WNBA paycheck has many up in arms. We're going to dig into that controversy coming up next.
comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border?
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The hype over Caitlin Clark in the WNBA is just getting started. Just 1 hour after she was selected as the #1 pick in the draft, Clark's Indiana Fever jersey sold out in nearly every size. Fanatics CEO Michael Rubin said Clark's jersey sold more on draft night than any other athlete in any sport, male or female, in the company's history. But that was quickly overshadowed, I'm sure you saw this all over social media yesterday, by the reveal of Clark's rookie salary contract. Clark will make just over $76,000 in her first year with the league. As her salary is now sparking an intense debate as the gender pay gap in sports, because that is just a teeny tiny fraction of any of her NBA counterparts. WNBA expert Christina Williams joins us for more on this. Christina, good morning.
Good morning.
The second you walked in here, I was peppering you with questions because it's really hard to wrap your mind around, and you helped me understand some of it. So first, just explain the pay structure for the WNBA, because I think what a lot of people might not recognize is it's not like, oh my gosh, the Fever is underpaying her. They should have paid her more. Would another team have given her a better That's not what's going on here. There are certain caps set in place based on how this was bargained for all the players. So explain that to us.
Yeah, so in 2020, there was a groundbreaking collective bargaining agreement that the players and the league agreed to. And so the salary cap is collectively bargained within that. So every team in the WNBA, they have a hard salary cap with little to no wiggle room. And so as a rookie, she's going to make about $76,000, and that number goes up in her fourth year with a player option. But the difference in revenue sharing between the NBA and the WNBA is based off the lengths of the league. In the NBA, there's 82 games. In the WNBA, there's now 40 games, and it could go up to 44 based off the current CBA. And then also the revenue sharing splits is different between both leagues as well.
Explain that, the revenue sharing split.
Yes, so in the NBA, players can get 50% of the revenue shares, and that's guaranteed money in the NBA. The WNBA, that's not the same. The players can make up to 50% of incremental revenue, and the league describes that as once the league makes a certain amount of profit in a year, then that money trickles down to its players, and they can split it 50-50. But that hasn't happened yet, and so the players are advocating to renegotiate that compensation agreement, and this November they have the option to opt out of the current CBA and renegotiate its terms.
Walk us through some of the comparisons that were really just blowing people's mind online yesterday when you kind of put her, I don't know if apples to apples is the right way to put it when we talk, for example, right here about this comparison, but, just like 2 first-round draft picks. Tell us about these.
Yeah, so I think that in a unique situation for Caitlin Clark is she's a part of a group of college athletes who is really benefiting from the NIL era.
Oh, yeah.
She is making upwards of $3 million, according to multiple reports. And so the $76,000 will be in addition to what she's already making in endorsements and sponsorship money. And yeah, it is a shocking number when you look at the NBA rookies and what they make, but it's 2 different collective bargaining agreements, and the players will have an option to opt out this year.
So I guess for people who are like, this can't be, no amount of our social media outrage or shock can change this, right? I mean, this is this collective bargaining agreement. There's nothing, it's not, even if the Fever wanted to give her millions of dollars, they can't.
They can't, because this is what the players agreed to in 2020. But again, the players, there was a new documentary that came out called Shattered Glass with the WNBPA and its players, and they talked about what is coming up in November, that collective bargaining agreement option to opt out. But then next year, the new broadcast media rights deal will also play a major part in players getting more money in the next collective bargaining agreement. So there's a lot of moving parts. The WNBA is also expanding next year, having 13 teams with Golden State Warriors buying into the WNBA. So there's a lot of great things to look forward to. But at the moment,
We're out of time, but I do just want to ask, is Caitlin Clark's specific, extremely high star power, I mean, what we mentioned about her jersey selling out, could that help the entire league? I mean, could this focus on women's sports that she, honestly, in a lot of ways, single-handedly is doing a lot for, make this better for all players?
Yeah, when we talk about equity, it starts with putting these players like Caitlin Clark in the spotlight to drive more sports coverage, but also to increase the valuation when we talk about negotiating that new media rights deal next year as well.
So much to watch for. We'll keep talking to you about it. Christina Williams, thank you so much. Great to have you here. Well, let's get you to some financial headlines. U.S. lawmakers are scrutinizing a newly proposed sports streaming joint venture. Bertha Coombs back with us this hour. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, that's right. Lawmakers are raising concerns about that new sports streaming venture planned by Disney, Fox, and Warner Brothers Discovery. Congressman Jerry Nadler and Joaquin Castro sent a letter to the CEOs of the companies questioning how the offering will affect competition and viewer choices. They're concerned that it's going to result in higher prices and unfair licensing terms for sports leagues and video distributors. The sports venture is already facing an antitrust battle filed by Fubo TV. Amazon Music, meantime, is joining Spotify in rolling out a generative AI playlist feature because everything has to be generative AI. Amazon's tool is called Maestro. It's only available to a small number of users right now. It's designed to use natural language prompts to create any type of playlist, including sounds, activities, emotions, they say, and even emojis. I don't know how you tell a sound thing to do an emoji, but whatever. Since it's still in beta testing, Amazon says Maestro may not get everything right immediately, and it has put safeguards in place to prohibit offensive language and inappropriate prompts. Meantime, Sesame Street may be forced to turn the lights out. Writers employed by the show's producer, Sesame Workshop, have voted to authorize a strike. Their current contract expires on Friday. The 36 writers have been in talks since February and could start picketing next week. New episodes of Sesame Street air on Max, but the show's fate for next year and beyond is uncertain. I guess they might have to do a segment on, collective bargaining, talk about the NBA.
We got a lot of collective
WNBA
bargaining conversation this morning. Right? It's so true. It's certainly of interest. Bertha Coombs, thank you so much. Well, this morning, Time is out with its list of the 100 most influential people. So who made the cut? We're going to sit down with Time's deputy editor up next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back and happy Wednesday, especially for fans of the Addams Family's favorite daughter. The hit Netflix show Wednesday is getting a fun addition to its cast. Variety reports that actor Steve Buscemi is joining star Jenna Ortega for the upcoming second season of the spin-off series. You might know him from numerous Adam Sandler movies or even an episode of The Sopranos. So far, no word on Buscemi's role in the show, but I think it's safe to say fans of the supernatural mystery are dying. To see their new adventures at Nevermore Academy. All right, here's a question for you. Are you the youngest sibling, the middle child, maybe the oldest? Well, how your birth order can shape who you are is the subject of a recent New York Times article, and also some social media posts that are lighting up with some strong feelings about what it has to say about eldest daughters, of which I am one. Here's Today co-host Hoda Kotb.
Birth order is something that has been discussed and dissected for decades.
Alfred Adler developed birth order theory.
But thanks to what some say are spot-on takes on eldest daughters on social media, firstborn girls are having a moment.
If you know an oldest daughter or an oldest sibling, give them a hug and say thank you.
A New York Times article entitled "Why Your Big Sister Resents You" has eldest sisters and their loved ones buzzing, citing viral content like this post on X asking, "Are you happy or are you the oldest sibling and also a girl?" The comment section becoming something of a support group.
Eldest daughter syndrome is not an official mental health diagnosis. It's a term coined to describe the unique pressures and responsibilities placed onto the oldest daughter in the family. In short,
this TikTok video from Katie Morton, a licensed marriage and family therapist and youngest sibling, has been viewed more than 6.5 million times.
1, you have an intense feeling of responsibility. 2, you are an overachiever, type A, and very driven.
The topic has been discussed at length on podcasts.
We're definitely what I call like bonus parents.
Family therapist Sarah Stanizai has had an overwhelming response to a support group she created for fellow oldest daughters.
When you're in a room of people who absolutely understand it, even though they might have their own sort of nuances to it, hearing each other's stories and also being heard, what that's really telling you is you're not abnormal.
Middle children are often described as having big personalities. The youngest, outgoing and social. Though research on birth order personality traits is mixed. Experts say it may not matter.
If it matters to you, then it matters.
Our thanks to Hoda for that story. Such an interesting one. I think we have a picture of my sister and I, because again, I am the eldest. This is my, oh, there's my dad too. He watches every morning, so he'll see this. That's my younger sister, Riley, who I most certainly do not resent, but I do understand the conversation around feeling like sometimes you're the glue of the family. We'll see if they agree with that. Anyway, finally this hour, Time just released their list of the 100 most influential people this year. And as you're about to see, there are some big names on the list. Kelly Conniff is Time's deputy editor. She's back with us to go over this list. Kelly, always great to have you in studio. Thanks for coming.
Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. So first, let's just start with who's on the list. I know it's not a ranking, right?
Exactly,
It's like 100 influential people,
right.
But you do have 4 covers in particular. But tell us about who's on this list.
Sure. So, this is our annual list of the people who we think have really shaped the last year. This year, we have a number of great people on the list. I think one of the standouts, of course, is Yulia Navalnaya, who is the widow of Alexei Navalny, the anti-Putin dissident who died in a Russian prison camp earlier this year. She gave us her first interview since his death. He just died a few months ago. She's really stepping into a role as kind of a leader of the movement that he started. She was often in the background. She was always there, but she was never really front and center, and she's really taken on that mantle. It's kind of an incredible thing to really think about doing just a few months after your spouse dying. And we went to Lithuania to talk with her. That's where the movement is kind of located. And we spent a lot of time with her, and she really gave us a lot, which was wonderful. We also have Dua Lipa, who has not listened to a Dua Lipa song in the last few months. She's everywhere. She, of course, has a new album coming out in just a few weeks.
So exciting.
We talked to her as well about growing up in Kosovo. She had a lot to say about that, about her new music, how she's trying to change her sound. We also have, of course, Patrick Mahomes, our reigning Super Bowl champ. This is his 3rd time on the list. He's only 28 years old, which is really incredible to think about. Makes you think about your life choices, right?
Oh gosh, I hate when you realize that.
I know. Dua Lipa is 28 too, so it's really just kind of crazy to think.
What have I done in my life?
Yeah, but he seemed. We sat down with him in Dallas. He's He's a really thoughtful, nice, humble guy. You know, we went to him and said, look, you're hitting numbers that people haven't hit until much later in their career. And he said, look, I'm just focusing on like my life, my family, doing what I can moving forward. And then our fourth cover, of course, is Taraji P. Henson, who is an icon and a legend. We've had her on the list before. And with her, we're recognizing a type of influence of someone who's been there. She's been doing the work. She's been incredible for years. But this is really with her role in The Color Purple last year, her speaking up about pay inequity, specifically with Black women in Hollywood. It's her moment. And we wanted to really put her on the cover, put what she's saying front and center.
We only have about a minute, but one of my favorite things about this particular list is that you have other very famous people typically writing about these people, giving them this honor, like Maren Morris for Jack Antonoff, for example, which is so cool to get to hear a little bit from somebody else who's super famous and not about themselves, right? Talking about somebody else. What's that process like?
Absolutely. So we spend a lot of time on this part of the list. We do a lot of brainstorming. We do a lot of gut checks. We're always kind of throwing back and forth names. You know, this happens in different ways. Sometimes it's people who you can tell are really friends. We have a Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants reunion, Blake Lively and America Ferrara. We have a Skins reunion, Daniel Kaluuya on Dev Patel. You can tell there's real warmth in these. It's really nice. Sometimes you have people who clearly admire someone and are inspired. Tarana Burke, founder of the Me Too movement, on E. Jean Carroll, a really poignant piece. We also have Ryan Reynolds on Michael J. Fox, another moment where you can tell he really admires someone. Sometimes you have people who are colleagues, people who want to work together. We have Joe Biden on UAW President Sean Fain. So there's really a lot of variety, but we're looking for something that will pop. We're looking for something that will be meaningful.
And what a feat to book, both the winners and the people who are writing.
Absolutely.
It's amazing.
Project.
Kelly Conniff, thank you so much. We love when you come by. We appreciate you being here. And that 2024 Time 100 list available now. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, disorder in the court, a tense exchange between a New York judge and Donald Trump in the former president's criminal hush money trial.
The judge should not be there. The judge is highly conflicted. He should not be there.
What led up to the drama as 7 jurors are now seated for the trial. And from the courtroom to the campaign trail, how President Biden is working to win over voters in battleground Pennsylvania. And it's not if, but when the world bracing for Israel's planned retaliation following Iran's aerial assault over the weekend. We'll bring you the latest as fears of a wider war grow. Plus the crisis in the Middle East causing controversy here at home. Why the valedictorian of a major university says she's being silenced over her stance on the war. Plus, federal officials sounding the alarm over a counterfeit Botox that's caused several hospitalizations. What doctors want to make sure you know. And the Paris Olympics now just 100 days away, with some of the world's best athletes going for gold. We'll sit down with weightlifter Hampton Morris about what it's like to represent Team USA. Some 100 days out, so exciting. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for joining us this Wednesday. Joe is off this morning, so you're stuck with me. We're going to get started this morning right here in New York, where the first 7 jurors have now been selected in former President Trump's hush money trial. Those jurors will return to court next week. Court is not in session on Wednesday, so jury selection will continue on Thursday. The judge presiding over the case warned the former president not to intimidate potential jurors after lawyers pored over old social media posts from those potential jurors. Trump is accused of falsifying business records to cover up alleged hush money payments made to Stormy Daniels during the 2016 election. He's pleaded not guilty to the charges. After court ended yesterday, Trump visited a Manhattan bodega and talked about the case.
If you look and you take a look around, a good strong look, every legal scholar, every legal pundit said there should be no trial. This is not, there was nothing done wrong. This is all politics. This is coming out of the White House. And, you know, it makes me campaign locally, and that's okay.
NBC News senior national political reporter Jonathan Allen has been down at the courthouse, but now he joins us in studio, and we're all so thrilled to have you here at 30 Rock with us, Jonathan. Good morning.
What did you do to Joe?
It's just me. I heard you were coming to town, and I said, get out of here. Good morning. Thank you very much for being here. We really are happy to have you with us on set. So tell us, it was a pretty eventful day. I understand there was even at one point it seemed the former president said something sort of in the direction or directed at a potential juror. Walk us through what happened yesterday.
Yeah, by far the most dramatic moment as the one that you were just talking about. But if you sort of zoom back, what we got yesterday was the selection of 7 jurors. Overall, there will be 12 jurors, and Judge Marchand says perhaps as many as 6 alternatives. So they're still trying to go through the what they call the voir dire process, the jury selection process, where the attorneys get to ask prospective jurors questions and determine whether or not they want to ask the judge to strike those jurors or use what are called peremptory challenges to get rid of the ones who they think might not be able to be fair. And in terms of that moment, super dramatic. A woman had been brought back in to be questioned about some social media posts, and according to the judge, we could not see this on the video feed from the closed circuit inside, but according to the judge, while the woman was on the stand or being interviewed, Donald Trump made a gesture and muttered toward her, and the judge came back and said he would not tolerate anything that smacked of intimidation. He seemed pretty agitated about it.
Our Von Hilliard interviewed a potential juror outside of the courthouse after they were dismissed. Let's listen to some of that, and we'll talk on the other side.
It was a really fascinating contrast between feeling that gravity of not only is someone's fate kind of in our hands here, but the fate of parts of our country's legal system going forward is kind of in our hands because this is unprecedented.
So, of course, it is a tall task, and I think as you start to find out if you're, I mean, I just was in jury duty in probably the same room like 2 weeks ago, and so I'm just imagining, you know, mine was very uneventful. We didn't even get to the point of being discussed in a case whatsoever. All of a sudden, you recognize what you're actually there for. It is this big moment. What do we know about the 7 jurors who so far have kind of passed that threshold, and what do we think about the timeline on this process, since we did end up getting 7 just in the one day?
So you were on assignment
exactly.
At the New York courthouse. So what we know about these 7 jurors, we don't know a ton about them. Obviously, they are people who have gotten through the process so far, which means they answered Judge Marchand's questions, you know, in a way that was acceptable to both lawyers, answered the lawyers' questions well. But what we know is we've got a couple of lawyers on this jury. People obviously familiar with the law. We've got a software engineer. The foreperson is 28 years old, originally from Ireland. There's a teacher who was, you know, who had said some relatively positive things about President Trump, about sort of liking the way that he handled himself at times. So it's a little bit of a mix so far. And, you know, in terms of the timing, it's not exactly clear, but if they got through 7 today, you'd have to expect it's going to take at least a couple more days to fill out the rest of the jury.
Absolutely. Okay, we just want to hear about your experience now. I mean, you mentioned that closed circuit TV. So explain to viewers, you are actually down at the courthouse. You're in sort of an overflow room. What is it like? What are you seeing? What's even just the process of getting in there like when we have a former president and Secret Service on site?
So you have to sort of take it from the perspective of the courtroom itself, where Donald Trump is actually pretty small. And there, you know, might be 100 or so, room for about 100 or so people in there. And as a result of that, they got to put the potential jurors in there, and they have some media in there, but then they have an overflow room, which is another courtroom, which is very similar, almost a replica of the one that Trump is in. And so there's a lot of media in there, about 100 or so each day. And you basically have to go through a metal detector to come in. Then you have a second round of screening that's a little bit more intense, go through your bags and stuff like that. And then in that overflow room, you're watching a closed circuit. So at times, particularly when there are jurors going in, they'll black it out. You can hear it, but you can't see it because the judge is going to such great lengths to try to protect the identities of these jurors because of the high-profile nature of this case and the concern that there could be some people who might try to intimidate them.
Given like the consequential nature of this, you know, we keep talking about the first time that this is a criminal trial of a former president. What is the vibe like there? Does it feel like that as you're kind of in the room, as you're walking through the halls?
It's solemn. It's really solemn. And there's a huge police presence. I mean, it's a courthouse, so there's always going to be some security presence there. But it is solemn. There are moments where there's laughter. You know, you can if something funny happens, something legitimately funny happens, everybody sees it that way. There's laughter. But I mean, this is a serious thing that's going on. Possibly, you know, seems unlikely that former President Trump would actually be imprisoned, even if he was convicted in this. But the possibility of a former president and someone who is running for president as the presumptive nominee of a major party going to jail in the middle of that, that's serious business. And in fact, one of the prospective jurors even said that. He said, this isn't a show. It's serious. The guy's life is on the line and country's on the line, things like that. So it's treated that way, very much so.
Yeah. Jonathan Allen, thank you so much. We appreciate the intel from inside the room, and we're so happy to have you here. Thank you so much.
So good to see you in person.
I know, you too. Well, meanwhile, as Trump is in the courtroom, his political opponent, President Biden, is on the campaign trail this week in Pennsylvania. Mr. Biden is in the middle of a three-day swing through this important battleground state. He'll head to Pittsburgh later today to meet with steelworkers. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now from Scranton with more. Mike, good morning. So, special place to President Biden. This is where he grew up. Walk us through the day yesterday as he sort of counter-programs what we were discussing here with John, former President Trump's courtroom drama.
Yeah, Savannah, great to be with you this morning. And it is quite the split screen, isn't it? No visit for Joe Biden to his hometown of Scranton would be complete if he didn't stop at 2446 North Washington Avenue. That was the home he grew up in for the first 10 years of his life. He spent more than an hour and a half there, mostly behind closed doors. He also stopped by a carpenters union hall where he met with some of the organizers who are running the ground game for his campaign here. He talked to them about how important the work they were doing at a time when so many people are getting their information from non-traditional sources like TikTok. But the heart of his visit here to Scranton yesterday was what was the most significant effort to date for the president to draw a clear policy contrast with Donald Trump on a key issue in this election, of course, the economy. Take a listen to part of the president's message yesterday.
Folks, trickle-down economics failed the middle class. It failed America. And the truth is, Donald Trump embodies that failure. He wants to double down on trickle-down. Folks, he's coming for your money, your health care, and your Social Security. And we're not going to let it happen. Can't let it happen.
Now, this was a substantive speech, but it was also an unusually personal speech for President Biden in the way he went after Donald Trump, unusually so. He mentioned his name 23 times, far more than we usually hear from this president. He even jabbed at his financial woes, joking that if the stock price for his company went even lower, Trump would benefit more from his tax plan, Biden's, than from his own.
Let's talk about what we are seeing in polling right now. I mean, this particular state, important swing state, of course, played a big role in President Biden winning in 2020. Recent polls, though, show Biden trailing in several swing states, including in Pennsylvania. What does he need to do to win the state again this year?
Well, it starts, Savannah, with showing up. The president and the vice president have already campaigned in Pennsylvania 8 times. We're in just the 4th month of the year. We can expect to see him come back an awful lot. This is an unusual multi-day swing through one state as we're seeing the president make these 3 stops this week. But it's also important, and the president talked about this as well yesterday, the infrastructure his campaign has put on the ground here. They already have 14 campaign offices open across the state. Donald Trump has 0 campaign offices in the state. His campaign also has $85.5 million in the bank that they can spend on the air and on the ground as well. That's a significant advantage over what Donald Trump has. So he has the campaign apparatus behind him. He also has a team of surrogates behind him. The governor here, Josh Shapiro, very popular, introduced the president yesterday. And so those are all the elements of success here for a state that, yes, when we called this state in 2020, that was what put Biden over the top, 270 electoral votes. They need to win here again.
The president heading to Pittsburgh this afternoon, right? What can we expect to hear from him there? What's the rest of his schedule like?
Yeah, this is another personally significant place for Joe Biden. It was where he held his first and his last rally of the 2020 campaign. It's always been kind of a political home base for him. And today he's going to be talking, it's an official event, we should note, and he's going to call for tripling the tariffs on imported steel and aluminum from China. China is a big political issue in this campaign. He's going to be doing this at a significant place at the Steelworkers Union Hall. Biden, of course, considers himself the most pro-labor president. This has been a top labor priority to crack down on the import of Chinese steel. He's also going to be calling to work with Mexico to make sure that they're not bringing in Chinese steel through the back door. So another significant economic focused event for the president in Pennsylvania today, Savannah.
All right, Mike Memoli, thank you so much. Well, the Middle East is holding its collective breath as it waits for Israel's response to that weekend drone and missile attack by Iran. Iran carried out the attack in retaliation for an Israeli strike on its consulate in Syria earlier this month that killed 2 top military commanders. Israel's war cabinet is meeting again today to discuss a response, while the United States and others are trying to talk Israel out of escalating the situation. That includes the United Kingdom, whose foreign secretary had this to say on a visit to Jerusalem today.
It's clear the Israelis are making a decision to act. We hope they do so in a way that does as little to escalate this as possible, and in a way that, as I said yesterday, is smart as well as tough. But the real need is to refocus back on Hamas, back on the hostages, back on getting the aid in, back on getting a pause in the conflict in Gaza.
NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Beirut, Lebanon. Matt, good morning. So as we just heard, Britain's foreign secretary said it's clear the Israelis are making a decision to act. Does that mean Israel is definitely going to hit back at Iran? What could the options look like here for retaliation?
Well, your guess is as good as mine. It does sound as though we're going to hear in sort of military speak a kinetic response of some kind. And it looks as though we don't really know, and I'm not entirely sure that the Israelis have come to a decision either, but there are several options on the table. What we're seeing right now internationally is a diplomatic effort. The Israelis have asked some 30 different countries to impose harsher sanctions on Iran. And, you know, one of the things that we've seen when Iran did attack was that there were several Arab states who participated in helping Israel to shoot down some of those projectiles, either with intelligence or with, again, actual military help in the case of Jordan. And one of the things we do know about the history of Israeli behavior when it comes to these sorts of conflicts is that Israel does tend to choose the path of peace more often when they feel as though they're supported by their allies. So that's one of the reasons why we're starting to see such a diplomatic push and a lot of condemnation. A lot of these people, a lot of these allies, including Britain, who we just heard from, it's, you know, they want to show their support for the Israelis while at the same time discouraging the Israelis from taking some sort of dramatic military action that really could escalate the situation beyond what it already is escalated as, you know, bringing this into a region-wide war that would involve not just Israel and Iran or the Gaza Strip, but also Iranian proxies throughout the region, like Hezbollah here in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, Iran-backed groups in Iraq and Syria, and, of course, Hamas, which is already very much involved in the conflict.
And, Matt, one other factor here, the fact that the Biden administration yesterday announced further sanctions on Iran. Tell us who and what those are targeting, but also could that impact Israel's response at all?
It could very much impact Israel's response. As I just said, you know, Israel tends to sort of choose the path of peace when they feel that they're supported. And so this effort to try to clamp sanctions on the Iranians is kind of as much directed at Israel as it is at Iran, trying to reassure the Israelis that the West has their support, again, at the same time discouraging them from taking lethal action in retribution against those Iranian attacks over the weekend. Now, what these sanctions are supposed to be doing, according to Janet Yellen, the Treasury Secretary, and Joseph Borrell of the European Union, it looks as though they're going to be going against Iran's missile program, against its use of the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is one of the groups that props up a lot of these proxies throughout the region that I just mentioned. These are targeted sanctions, but we have to remember here, Iran, until 2022, when Russia invaded Ukraine, was the most sanctioned country in the entire world for decades. That hasn't stopped them, and it might not now.
Matt, all this plays out, of course, as the war in Gaza on the ground continues to rage on. We do have some new figures from Gaza's health ministry showing that more than 33,000 people have been killed. Our crews inside Gaza captured the aftermath of an Israeli strike yesterday on a refugee camp in central Gaza and also a home in Rafah. Tell us about this. We're playing some of that video now, but tell us what happened.
Yeah, that was a chaotic scene. About more than a dozen people were killed. More than 24 people were injured in that strike on that Al-Maghazi refugee camp in central Gaza. You know, this is a strike that is not all that unusual to what we've been seeing by the Israelis for the past 6 months. The real fear now is that the Israelis are going to continue their attack on Rafah. That is the southernmost city in the Gaza Strip. It sits right along the border with Egypt's Sinai Peninsula, and so far it is host to about 1.5 million Palestinians. Almost all of them have been displaced once, twice, 3 times from elsewhere in the Gaza Strip. The Israelis told them to go there, and that is an impending attack by the Israelis on Rafah that a lot of aid agencies and advocacy groups are warning could lead to a humanitarian disaster.
All right, Matt Bradley, as always, thank you for your reporting. Well, those tensions in the Middle East are creating issues here at home, specifically on college campuses. One major university is sparking outrage after canceling their valedictorian's graduation speech because of her online activity over the war. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has more.
Controversy on campus after USC canceled the valedictorian's commencement speech citing safety concerns. Asna Tabassum was chosen by the USC provost to be this year's valedictorian, selected from nearly 100 qualifying students who applied. But at least 2 pro-Israel and Jewish groups complained to USC about the choice, pointing to Tabassum's social media activity, specifically a link to a free Palestine slideshow on her Instagram, which calls for the complete abolishment of the State of Israel.
The university has to make the decision about whether this valedictorian and her propagation of anti-Semitic vitriol online is worthy of being the representative of the class of 2024.
Tabassum said she is shocked and profoundly disappointed that the university is succumbing to a campaign of hate meant to silence my voice.
Unfortunately, it is clear if you're a Muslim student today, you don't expect the university, your administration, to stand by you.
The university's provost says the issue here is how best to maintain campus security and safety, period, and that the decision has nothing to do with freedom of speech. USC's commencement typically draws 65,000 people. University leadership has not shared details about potential threats.
It kind of makes a lot of people uncomfortable, the fact that they're putting it under safety concerns, but aren't willing to then elaborate on any of those safety concerns.
The commencement controversy at USC, just the latest example of heightened tensions related to violence overseas spilling over on college campuses. Liz Kreutz, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Let's come back here at home. The impeachment trial for Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is set to kick off on Capitol Hill today. After months of delays, House Republicans delivered the 2 articles of impeachment against Mayorkas to the Senate with a dramatic walk through the Capitol you can see here yesterday. They accuse Mayorkas of, quote, willfully and systematically refusing to enforce immigration laws at the southern border. But just as House Speaker Mike Johnson signed off on those impeachment articles, he is facing a new threat to his job as a second Republican has now joined the effort to remove him from power. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin is here with more on all this. Julie, good morning. So we've got a lot to talk about. Let's start on this impeachment trial of Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas. With that trial set to begin this afternoon, what should we expect, especially keeping in mind that this is taking place in a Senate controlled by Democrats? How will this play out?
Yeah, Savannah, good morning. And that is such an important point because Democrats control the Senate, which means they uniquely control this process. That's not stopping hardline Republicans in the Senate, particularly from pushing for a full trial. They held a press conference yesterday, a group of them refusing to compromise with Democrats or agree to any rules to move this process along. They want a full trial. They're demanding it. The problem is Democrats have made it very clear, led by Leader Schumer, that they're not going to get it. So what's going to happen today is, of course, the trial is going to begin as soon as senators are back on Capitol Hill later today. Democrats are more than likely just going to dismiss these articles altogether, but you can expect to see some conservatives trying to muck up the process on the Senate floor. For example, Senator Mike Lee, a Republican from Utah, said yesterday that if he does not get a full trial for Mayorkas, which again we don't expect, he's going to drag out every single process on the Senate floor, even recessing or adjourning, those typical things that happen by unanimous consent of all 100 senators. So it's going to be dramatic, but more than likely, Democrats are just going to dismiss this.
Julie, also tell us the latest in the effort, as I mentioned a moment ago, to oust Mike Johnson from his speakership. I understand it's gaining a little steam.
Yeah, exactly. This has been brewing for the last several weeks. Marjorie Taylor Greene, before the 2-week Easter recess in the House, introduced a motion to vacate, essentially kick Speaker Johnson out of the job. I know this sounds familiar because this is pretty much what happened to ousted Speaker Kevin McCarthy in the fall. That happened after both men put the government funding bills on the floor. Well, now Marjorie Taylor Greene has a buddy. She has that second vote in order to move this process along. Of course, she's going to need all Democrats to agree to it, too. A lot of them already speaking out in defense of Johnson. Moderate Republicans in leadership yesterday, sending statements, posting on X in defense and support of Johnson. Here's what Johnson had to say yesterday, though. Watch this.
I am not resigning, and it is, in my view, an absurd notion that someone would bring a vacate motion when we are simply here trying to do our jobs. It is not helpful to the cause. It is not helpful to the country. It does not help the House Republicans advance our agenda, which is in the best interest of the American people here.
So the second Republican, Thomas Massie, actually joined in because Johnson unveiled plans to move foreign aid on the House floor. Remember, they had that $95 billion stalled Senate package. They passed that in February. The House has not taken it up for foreign aid to Ukraine, to Israel, to the Indo-Pacific, because many Republicans in the House don't want to see aid to Ukraine move, especially without border security, elements of which would never pass in the Democratic-controlled Senate, like H.R. 2. Johnson is poised to move forward with the separate 4 foreign aid bills, then presumably wanting to package it in the Senate. But so far, conservatives giving him a very hard time.
Never a dull day on Capitol Hill, or therefore for you. Julie Sirkin, thank you very much. Well, former United States Democratic Senator and Florida Governor Bob Graham has died at the age of 87. He was a moderate and spent nearly 4 decades representing Florida, becoming one of the state's most popular politicians. He was an early critic of the Iraq War and served as chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee in a critical period following the 9/11 terrorist attacks. His daughter said in a statement he devoted his life to the betterment of the world around him. Let's now get you over to weather. We are tracking the latest on some back-to-back storm systems moving across the country as some spots in the Midwest are cleaning up from tornado damage this morning. And we say goodbye to that beautiful weather. We had a couple days up here. Hey, Angie, good morning.
We sure did, Savannah. Good morning to you. We've already had, from this same storm system that we've been watching over the past couple of days, 23 reports of tornadoes. Now we're going to continue to see the potential for severe weather with that same system. But we've got another one behind it that's going to dive through parts of the plains and leave us with another round of some severe weather. So let's get you the lay of the land. Here's that first system through today and tonight. The 2 areas that we're going to watch, parts of the Great Lakes extending into the Ohio Valley and then across the Northeast. The Northeast is where we'll see just kind of rain, that pesky weather that unfortunately will come in the afternoon hours and leave us with the potential for some wet roads on that commute, likely slowing us down. But we've also got those strong storms that are possible across portions of the Great Lakes, specifically places like Detroit, Columbus, Fort Wayne, out to Pittsburgh. You have the best chance to see some of that, but we've got a little area right around Missouri and Kansas, with Kansas City in the bullseye of that has, again, that good chance to see some stronger storms. The impacts are going to remain the same. We've got the hail, the wind gusts, and a couple of tornadoes possible. As we look ahead to tomorrow, notice that system, that secondary system, will start to work into parts of the plains. We've got the shower and thunderstorms possible from Texas to the Midwest. And you guessed it, once again, severe weather will be possible for 14 million people. Those wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, that 1-inch hail is possible, and a couple of tornadoes can't be ruled out. So we'll keep a close eye on that. If you're in St. Louis, Evansville, Poplar Bluff, Dallas, those are the spots with the best chance of that. Meanwhile, temperatures, Savannah said, it's been nice across the East Coast, and we've got those temperatures feeling like summer for a lot of folks today. 87 degrees in Oklahoma City. Little Rock heads to the mid-80s. Atlanta into the low 80s. So running way warm, typical kind of summer-like temperatures in places like Raleigh with a high of 88 degrees tomorrow. Upper 70s, Washington, D.C. But roller coaster ride, here we come, because temperatures go from the 80s in places like Raleigh on Friday to the 60s by Sunday. We are back to more typical temperatures in Washington, D.C. by Friday, Saturday, and even cooler than that on Sunday.
And I just can't get it right. The last few days I was so hot in what I came to work in, and then this morning I was like, oh great, I'm chilly.
Did you bring your umbrella
in the
though?
dark? No, of course not.
I failed you.
The morning text, Angie.
Okay, I'll get on that.
Okay, thank you very much. Add me to your list, I'm sure. Thank you so much. There's much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, flight risk. A Boeing engineer turned whistleblower, taking his claims about the 787 Dreamliner jet to Capitol Hill. What to expect ahead of today's testimony. But up first, after the break, Olympic dreams. American weightlifter Hampton Morris getting ready to represent Team USA. He joins us to talk about his preparations for Paris, with the opening ceremony not just 100 days away. We can't wait to talk with him. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head? That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. Let's get you some international headlines. We're going to start with record-breaking rainfall in Dubai. Megan Fitzgerald joins us with that and more. Hey, Megan, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. That's right. We start in the Middle East, where torrential rain battered parts of the Middle East, causing massive flooding. The United Arab Emirates says in the last 24 hours, they witnessed the largest rainfall in 75 years, killing at least one person, triggering massive flooding from streets to the tarmac in Dubai's international airport, causing flights to be delayed and forcing schools to close. Now, the airport is advising people not to come unless it's absolutely necessary. In neighboring Oman, at least 18 people have died because of severe weather. Saudi Arabia and Qatar were also hit by storms. And in the UK, Prime Minister Rishi Sunak plans to ban anyone 15 and under from ever buying cigarettes. It's a proposed bill that's progressing. Parliament passed its very first vote on Tuesday. The bill would be one of the world's strictest anti-smoking laws. Sunak's goal is to take on what he calls the single biggest entirely preventable cause of ill health and death. And guys, good news for Shakira fans. The Colombian superstar just released dates for her 2024 World Tour. You got 14 chances to see her live. The tour kicks off in early November in Palm Desert, California, before heading to Phoenix, Los Angeles, San Antonio, Dallas, Miami, pretty much all the major big cities in the U.S. and Canada. The tour ends in Detroit in mid-December. And guys, this is the first time she's been on tour since 2018. And she says she's been taking notes from Beyonce's Renaissance tour. So, you know, I'd say pretty high bar there.
Yeah, no kidding, I bet. But she could meet it. It's Shakira. It's awesome. All right,
Yeah,
Megan, thank you so much. Well, speaking of international news, here's something we can all certainly get excited about. The countdown to the Paris Olympics is in full swing. We are now just 100 days away from the opening ceremony. In just a few short months, thousands of athletes will head to the City of Light to make their mark at the Summer Games. And this morning, we're getting to know one of the athletes who will be representing Team USA, American weightlifter Hampton Morris. He joins us now here in studio. Hampton, good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
This is so exciting. I mean, for us mere mortals who are not able to lift what you can lift and will never be Olympic athletes, it's very cool to have you here with us, just so you know, we're geeking out. Okay, so I'm going to read some stats here, and then you're going to help me understand all of them. You became the first American man to break a senior weightlifting record since 1969, 55 years. First, just tell me about that moment.
It was just amazing. So my dad, who's my coach, he told me that if we knew for sure going into my session that I'd officially made the Paris team, then we'd just have fun and just swing for something big. And I've done more than that in training, so I knew that it was completely a possibility. I knew that I was completely capable of it. It was just a matter of doing it in the moment. It was just amazing to be able to have that opportunity.
Oh, absolutely. I love that. Like, if we know it, we're just going to do something fun. We're just going to enjoy it. And then I understand that you breaking the world record, the specific record was the clean and jerk in the 135 pounds weight class by lifting 388 pounds. So just first of all, to make sure that I understand, that means that you're lifting way more than double your body weight, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And explain a clean and jerk.
So the clean and jerk is two movements done together. The clean is a ground to shoulder movement, and then the jerk is a shoulder to overhead movement.
This is it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so above your head there was 388 pounds.
Yes.
Do you remember that moment? Like what you were thinking, what you were feeling when you stepped up to that bar and were about to do it?
Yeah, so when I was getting the chalk on my hands to, we use it to grip the bar better. So when I was chalking up, I was looking out in the crowd, and I could hear the entire, this was in Thailand, the entire Thai cheering section was cheering USA, USA, and it was like a third of the stands. And the Thai cheering section is just amazing. They're like coordinated with chants. They have all kinds of like decorations and outfits, and it's just a lot of fun.
Will you ever forget that moment, hearing the USA, USA right before?
Definitely not.
How cool to have them cheering for you. That's very neat. I understand you also broke the American records in the snatch and for total weight lifted between the snatch and clean and jerk. Did you expect to break all these records?
The only one that I wasn't completely sure about was the world record. Well, I knew that all of them were a possibility. But the only one that I was, the main one I was worried about was the world record. It's obviously the biggest one.
Right. It's so exciting.
Yes,
you mentioned your dad being your coach.
Yes,
What's
ma'am.
that been like through all this?
It's been amazing. I love that I get to share something so important with him. It's been about 8 years of competitions. I'm just so proud that we can do this together.
Is it emotional for you seeing any of these videos or reliving any of these moments?
It just gets me pumped up. It's so exciting.
And also another thing that's really cool, the last men's weightlifting medal for Team USA came in the 1984 LA Games. Does that pump you up thinking that you could be the next one?
It absolutely does.
What are you doing to get ready for Paris?
So this Olympic quad has had a lot of really fast turnarounds between competitions, just with the way that qualification has been set up. But now I have about 4 months before the Paris Games, so I'll just be hitting training really hard, just in preparation for that. Really glad that I have this much time to prepare.
Absolutely. Hampton Morris, thank you so much. Congratulations and good luck. We'll be rooting for you. We so appreciate you coming by. It's so cool to talk to somebody heading to represent Team USA. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll be checking in. Coming up, unfit to fly, a Boeing whistleblower set to face lawmakers over his claims that the popular Dreamliner jet could be unsafe. What we know about his testimony set for today on Capitol Hill and how the company is responding. This is Morning News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just made too.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We are back with an alarming new report that's shedding light on the rise of anti-Semitism in the U.S. According to the Anti-Defamation League's annual audit, the number of anti-Semitic incidents has gone up by 140% since 2022. The nearly 9,000 incidents reported in 2023 include harassment, vandalism, assault, as well as bomb threats. We're going to dig into this now. Here on set with us is Anti-Defamation League CEO and National Director Jonathan Greenblatt. Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us on set and shedding light on this important report. So really some startling numbers here. Tell us what we are seeing in this dramatic spike in numbers. How much of a surprise, or maybe not a surprise, it was to you? What did you make of this?
Well, I don't know that it's a surprise, but it's still just staggering. So the ADL has been tracking anti-Semitic incidents for 45 years. We get reports from law enforcement, we get reports from victims, and we investigate and verify everything that we publish. And we've watched these numbers after being low for decades. Starting in 2016, they began to tick up and then really surge. And last year was the highest year that we've ever seen. Now, what's important to note, though, it's the 4th time in the past 5 years that we've broken a record.
Wow.
And yet, whereas 22 was the highest before, 23, with 8,873 acts of hate, that is 140% greater than the prior year. That is literally almost 900% greater than a decade ago. So something is definitely happening.
Obviously, we know at the end of last year, towards the end of last year, beginning of October, was when the Israel-Hamas war began.
Yeah.
How much of a spike do you think is related to that? Did you see anything? Can you tell definitively from October to December? And then what do you think that sets us up for as we are still watching that unravel this year?
It's really quite nerve-wracking. So again, while these hostages are still being held in Gaza, while civilians are still being killed on both sides, starting on October the 7th, we saw 5,200 and change incidents between October the 7th and the end of the year. That alone, Savannah, would be more than any single year we've ever tracked. So again, I would just point out, you could have frustration about what's happening in the Middle East, but to hold American Jews collectively responsible for policies you don't like of the Israeli government, that's as wrong as, say, holding, Asian Americans responsible for what Beijing did on COVID-19, or holding any other minority responsible for what happens around the world.
As we've watched what's unfolded in the Middle East between Israel and Hamas, how do you think American Jewish people feel about expressing their concerns over anti-Semitism? Has it made it
It's a good question.
easier, or has it made it scarier?
I think it's made it scarier. I think, I spent the day at Harvard Law School on Thursday, and these are the best of the best. And to hear their stories, feeling abandoned by their former friends, feeling alienated from much of the mainstream in the school, and really feeling alone, because whereas again, they used to be part of that school in every single way, and they still are certainly enrolled students there, but they have continually been isolated and marginalized by the sort of pro-Hamas crowd at the school and the administration. They don't feel supported. So it'll be interesting, because today, as you likely know, Columbia President Shafiq is testifying before Congress. There's been a lot of issues on these college campuses. We've seen a massive spike in anti-Semitic, anti-Zionist incidents on colleges and universities. That's why ADL released a report card just last week assessing these schools. It'll be interesting to see what happens today on Capitol Hill.
How is the Anti-Defamation League addressing what they're seeing? What can be done?
Well, look, I think at ADL, we think, you got to do all you can to fight hate. Number one, we need our leaders to lead. Elected officials, public personalities, call out hate when it happens, unequivocally, and call it out to whom it happens. So if anti-Semitism happens, call that out, period. Number two, we're pushing a new campaign we call 50 States Against Hate. President Biden launched a national strategy to fight anti-Semitism last year. We want governors now to do the same. And then finally, back to campuses. We really think it's important that the campuses simply enforce their own policies. Like, again, frustration about what's happening in Gaza isn't an excuse to spit on Jewish students, isn't an excuse to vandalize the Hillel, isn't an excuse to harangue and intimidate your classmates. And when that happens, college presidents should, apply the rules and enforce consequences on people who violate them.
Jonathan Greenblatt, thank you very much for coming by to tell us more about this report. We really appreciate your time. Important stuff. Good to see you. Later this morning, a Boeing engineer turned whistleblower will testify before Congress about what he's calling flaws with the plane maker's 787 Dreamliner jet. For its part, Boeing says these latest claims have no merit. In an NBC News exclusive, that whistleblower spoke to our senior correspondent, Tom Costello, about his concerns.
Boeing's 787 Dreamliner has been flying since 2011, made of a lightweight composite material and stronger than a typical aluminum fuselage. But a current Boeing quality engineer has told the FAA he believes the plane has a potentially fatal flaw.
I think it's as serious as I have ever seen in my lifetime.
15-year Boeing veteran Sam Salapour will tell Congress Wednesday that the gaps between big pieces of the fuselage are too big. And even though they're fastened together, the stress could create fatigue failure in the fuselage after thousands of flights.
What would happen if you had a fatigue failure in a 787 at altitude?
The plane will fall apart at the joints where we're talking about. Once you fall apart, you're going to descend all the way to the ground.
You think the plane could literally break apart in air?
Absolutely.
But Boeing tells NBC News we are fully confident in the 787 Dreamliner because of the comprehensive work done to ensure the quality and long-term safety of the aircraft. These claims about the structural integrity of the 787 are inaccurate. These issues do not present any safety concerns. In 2020, Boeing worked with the FAA to tighten paper-thin gaps, pausing plane deliveries for 2 years, stress testing the plane to 165,000 takeoffs and landings, more than 3 times a typical 787's lifespan, and inspecting 689 planes already in service. Boeing says it found 0 evidence of fatigue.
Even if these cracks would form, which there's no evidence of, the airplane is so resistant and so structurally robust, according to Boeing, that they're not going to break apart.
Salapur was moved from the 787 project in 2022, he claims, in retaliation for raising these concerns internally. Boeing insists retaliation is strictly prohibited. Salapur admits he does not have access to all of Boeing's test data. Still, with 1,100 planes in service, he'll tell Congress the 787 should not be flying.
Should Boeing ground the 787 right now to check the gap sizes?
I would say they need to.
The entire fleet worldwide?
The entire fleet worldwide, as far as I'm concerned right now, needs an attention.
On Monday, Boeing gave reporters a detailed briefing on its extensive stress tests, its reputation on the line after 2 fatal MAX 8 crashes overseas, and the MAX 9 door plug blowout in January, the subject of Wednesday's congressional hearing. Salapur's attorney says she's heard from more than half a dozen other potential whistleblowers with similar concerns.
Have any of those whistleblowers agreed to come forward yet?
Not yet. I think some of them will come forward, but frankly, they're terrified.
I'm at peace with myself because this is going to save a lot of people's life.
That's what's at stake.
That's what's at stake.
Our thanks to Tom Costello for that important report. Coming up, matters of the heart, the new link between breast cancer survivors' everyday diet and heart disease. The doctor is in for your weekly checkup. That is next on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border?
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy. 2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today?
Closer to the Gaza border.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with our weekly medical checkup. This week, we'll be diving deeper into the story we've been covering on reports of fake Botox and the adverse reaction it's causing for some that have been treated with it, plus the benefits of a healthy diet and why researchers say it may lower the risk of heart disease, specifically for breast cancer survivors. So we've got NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal here with the very latest. Doctor, always great to have you with us. Good morning. Let's start on this Botox story we've been covering. So explain this to us. Federal officials, the backstory here is on Tuesday, they warned that fake Botox is to blame in several states for reports of these bad reactions. How does something like this happen? How does it end up in patients? I mean, if you're going to, is this happening in legitimate, dermatology offices or med spas? Like, how is this getting into a patient?
All excellent questions, and we'll answer all of those, Savannah. So to start, I think a lot of people don't know this, and the way Botox works is it's a toxin, it's a neurotoxin, and essentially it prevents your muscles in your face and your forehead from contracting, and that can actually get rid of fine lines and wrinkles, which is why a lot of people get it done. But Savannah, to answer your question, a lot of these reports, I think we're at 19 women in 9 different states now.
Wow.
These were all done in unlicensed facilities, and a lot of people are getting into the Botox game because for some people it can be lucrative. They can make a lot of money doing that, and what happens is you can get a lot of bad actors. You can get people who aren't really licensed who are performing this. And you can see here, 19 reports from women in 9 states. They're having problems with vision, breathing, and swallowing because, again, Botox does act on muscles, and you worry that it's getting into muscles it shouldn't be getting into.
Wow, right.
And injected in non-medical settings from unlicensed people. And so, Savannah, there is something you can do about it, fortunately. So the doctor's orders here, if you are going to get Botox, it's absolutely okay to do so. Just make sure that you're checking that the person is licensed. If they're not providing you with a license or you can't find it and you're not using an FDA-approved product, don't get the jab, especially now when we're seeing reports of these concerning symptoms, because Botox, again, does paralyze muscles. You want to make sure it's not paralyzing muscles that it shouldn't be.
Yeah, because that's kind of twofold, right? It's like, is the product good and legitimate? And also, does the person who's putting it in your face know where to put it in your face?
Exactly, yeah.
Right?
And you don't want to end up with a bad Botox job either. So just make sure the person is licensed.
Yeah, absolutely. Good advice there. Okay, let's now shift to that one about diet here and this link with heart disease and also breast cancer survivors. I mean, I think it's probably no surprise to hear a healthy diet is helpful in avoiding heart disease. But what is this link?
So, Savannah, just some background here. For breast cancer survivors, the biggest non-sort of cancer cause of death for them is heart disease. And they're actually at a greater risk of heart disease than the rest of the population. It's kind of a double whammy because, a lot of the treatments we use for breast cancer, whether it's some of the drugs we use, immunotherapy, or whether it's radiation, they can actually affect the heart. And so, a lot of people think that if you survive cancer, you're good. But the reality is there's a lot of long-term effects people deal with. And so what these researchers wanted to do is they studied what's called a DASH diet, basically a diet we usually use for high blood pressure, things that are rich in fruits and veggies, whole grains. And they wanted to see, does that affect survivorship? And I have some numbers here. 47% reduced risk of heart failure, 20% reduced risk of cardiac arrest and arrhythmias. So doctor's orders here, Savannah, stick to whole foods and vegetables as much as you can, and you want to stay away from high salt and high processed foods. And if you are somebody who has survived, make sure you mention that to your doctor because there are special tests you may need to get down the line.
All right, Dr. Akshay Syal, always great to have you with us. Thank you so much. Good ones today.
Anytime.
Let's turn to some financial headlines now. We're going to start with the latest plans from United Airlines. And we've got CNBC's Bertha Coombs joining us with that and other news. Bertha, who we haven't seen in a minute. Good morning, Bertha. Great to have you with us.
Good morning. Buenos dias, Savannah. Let's start with United Airlines. The airliner plans to lease nearly 36 planes from Airbus in the next few years as it deals with a shortfall in deliveries from Boeing. United's profit took a hit in the first quarter from that 3-week grounding of the Boeing 737 MAX 9, the model involved in the door plug blowout on Alaska Airlines. United had been counting on a steady stream of new planes from Boeing, but now with fewer available, it's actually finding itself overstaffed and plans to pause hiring of new pilots and is actually encouraging its current pilots to take unpaid leave. Meantime, the Biden administration is teaming up with states to protect airline customers. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg announcing a partnership to fast-track investigations into complaints against airlines and ticket agents. States will now be able to examine and refer complaints to the federal government. Complaints rose sharply last year, even though the number of canceled flights actually hit a 10-year low. And Crocs and Pringles are combining fashion and flavor. The brands are teaming up to offer a variety of shoes in a limited edition drop, including boots, clogs, classic slides, and charms. With the purchase of the Pringles and Crocs Classic Crush, buyers will also be eligible to get Croctail Party, a can with a new Pringles flavor, watermelon chili lime. The new items are available now while supplies last. This doesn't seem like the best story to have after you had a doctor talking about not eating processed foods.
That's very true. Also, if I saw someone coming down the street with Pringles strapped to their ankles, I would just about lose it. This is so bizarre. Oh, Bertha Coombs, always fun. Thank you for bringing us a good one. See you in a bit. And coming up, a story that is good for the soul. When we return, we'll introduce you to a shoe cobbler turned TikTok star who's winning over hearts with his family business. Don't step away. This is Morning News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today?
Closer to the Gaza border.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today?
Closer to the Gaza border.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Finally, this hour, we want to introduce you to the unlikely TikTok star with a job that is good for the soul. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has his story.
What we do is we take a heel popper and we pop that off.
For anyone looking for a nice new soul, there may be no finer option than America's cobbler, Jim McFarland.
How would you describe your job to someone who doesn't know what a cobbler is?
A shoe cobbler is someone that takes your shoes and recrafts them back to the original factory condition.
The family business built on buffing, stitching, and gluing beloved footwear goes back to 1900.
We're in our 124th year.
But Jim initially resisted the craft.
I didn't want to be in this business. I saw how hard my dad worked.
Still, he found himself back in the shop when his father got sick. Now his videos are captivating people around the world. His social media secret weapon? His daughter, Tori.
Our first video that we posted got over 2 million views over the course of a week, but I think we were like, that was just like a stroke of luck.
Millions and millions of views on future posts proved it wasn't. Now he's making people smile.
Ooh, she's so pretty.
And some.
A lot of people will send us
letters.
Are making him cry, like this father, who recently lost his 16-year-old son.
He passed away 4 weeks ago, and they wear the same size boot. You take every ounce of love you have inside, and you put them into those boots, and you hope when he puts those on, it gives him some kind of Band-Aid on his heart.
He's touching souls for sure. The ones on our feet and those in our hearts. Sam Brock, NBC News, Lakeland, Florida.
Wow, who knew a story like that could bring tears to your eyes? Well, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Thanks for hanging with us. Don't go anywhere. The news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Wednesday. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe's off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, Middle East on edge as Israel decides what its next move will be. Iran's president delivered a stark warning, saying the tiniest invasion would be met with a massive response. The new action being taken by the U.S. and the fight over the war in Gaza that's now playing out online. Also this morning, the first 7 jurors have been seated in the historic criminal trial of Donald Trump. Among them, a teacher, a lawyer, and a nurse. We're taking you inside the selection process in the heated moment that the judge scolded the former president for. Also, she may be one of the biggest names in basketball, but this morning, the gap between Caitlin Clark's WNBA salary and her male counterparts is sparking outrage. We're digging into the pay disparity and why Clark's star power could mean a bigger payday for the whole league. And it looks like a scene from Jumanji, an elephant on the loose strolling through the streets of Montana. How Viola was able to escape and how circus staff finally brought her back home. I am quite excited to learn the details on that one. Thanks again for joining us this morning. We're going to get started this hour in the Middle East, which is bracing for Israel's response to those missile attacks carried out by Iran over the weekend. They were in retaliation to an Israeli strike on Iran's consulate in Syria earlier this month, which killed senior Iranian commanders. The U.S. is announcing new sanctions on Iran while urging Israel to show restraint in response. The tensions come as dozens of Palestinians were killed in the latest round of Israeli strikes on Gaza. NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has more from Tel Aviv.
Israel is still calibrating its expected response to Iran's failed attack this weekend. And Iran is now saying it will not hesitate to strike back.
Iran's president this morning couldn't have been more clear with a message to Israel: don't attack. Speaking at an army parade, he said that even the tiniest invasion by Israel would bring a massive and harsh response. We visited an Israeli military base where weapons used against Israel since October 7th are collected and analyzed. The Hamas weapons are deadly, but mostly small. Grenades and rockets with ranges of 50 miles or less. What Iran launched was in a different league.
This is the tail end of one of the ballistic missiles that Iran fired at Israel over the weekend, where the engine was. It broke off when this missile was intercepted. And it's only when you're standing right up next to these do you understand how big they are. That's where the warhead was. It also broke off, carrying 800 pounds of explosives. Had these gotten through, it would have been catastrophic.
Gazans are now living in a constant catastrophe. Our crew filmed the casualties from an Israeli airstrike on a market in central Gaza. Medical officials say at least 12 people were killed, with many injured. Israel accuses the militants of hiding among civilians. The war here is polarizing, triggering protests and hatred on both sides, in part because of false information, often deliberately planted. This morning, we visited Sayabra, a private Tel Aviv-based company that tracks disinformation. The company is releasing its findings this morning on Iran's weekend attack. Its results show that 26% of the social media accounts discussing the attack were fake, created to sway opinion.
The red is the fake, the green is the real.
They pushed 3 main narratives: sowing panic, that World War III is imminent, that Israel is a terrorist state, and that Iran is a powerful nation.
It is disturbing to think how polluted our social media feeds always are, and that it gets much worse during a time of crisis. And generally, what happens here is a precursor for what happens in other countries, including the United States, looking ahead to the U.S. presidential elections. Also today, Washington is preparing new sanctions against Iran.
All right, Richard, thank you so much. We're now joined by former NBC News correspondent and Tel Aviv bureau chief Martin Fletcher. Martin, as always, thank you for joining us. So do you believe that an Israeli retaliation against Iran is a foregone conclusion right now, especially when you add in what Richard just mentioned there at the end, U.S., European sanctions? Could that impact or dissuade Israel from attacking Iran?
Savannah, I don't think that the sanctions threats by Europe and the United States will impact Israel's final decision, because we're hearing from all sources, political and military, that Israel has decided to retaliate in some way. Now, the difference is retaliation the same as attacking? It's not clear that Israel will actually attack Iran directly, but they may retaliate in different ways. They may launch a cyber war against Iran. They may attack Iranian proxies in the region, especially we're hearing Hezbollah in South Lebanon. So there are different ways that Israel can respond without an attack on Iran, because the great fear from everybody, of course, is that this will be it could become easily a wider war. But the sanctions that you mentioned will be critical. They will be very important. They will hurt Iran. But I don't think, from what we're hearing from the government here, that there'll be enough to stop an Israeli response of some kind.
So Iran says it will retaliate again if and when Israel responds. You very smartly point out it doesn't not necessarily mean that we know yet if that Israel response is going to look like an attack. However, what could possible tit-for-tat attacks, or going back and forth here with retaliation, what would that mean for the region?
Oh, it would be terrible, Savannah. If Israel does launch an attack on the territory of Iran, and again, it's an if they do that, then and another if Iran follows through on their threat of what they call a massive attack on Israel afterwards, well, of course, this is going to increase the likelihood of the war spreading. America is already committed to helping defend Israel. At the same time as America said they will definitely not help any kind of Israeli attack on Iran. So it's clear that the tensions are boiling. But one of the interesting points, Savannah, is that the only thing probably that Iran and Israel actually agree on is that they don't want a wider war. And yet everything they're doing suggests they're sliding in that direction. So this is a very, very sensitive period in the Middle East, obviously in terms of Iran and Israel, but also the wider question. There are also another issue is that those Arab states that helped Israel defend itself against the Iranian attack are now also being threatened verbally by Iran. So this can easily spread to a terrible conflagration in the area. And the hope, of course, is that it won't. And that will depend on what Israel's response will be.
Martin Fletcher, as always, we so appreciate your expertise here and your nuance. Thank you for joining us. Well, jury selection will resume tomorrow in the hush money trial of former President Trump right here in New York. The first 7 jurors have been seated and sworn in after a slow start to the process earlier this week. The former president is accused of falsifying business records related to alleged hush money payments made to adult film star Stormy Daniels. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the latest developments.
Hey there, what started as a painfully slow process turned into a far more revealing look at the lives of the people brought into court, their digital footprints laid bare for everyone. A remarkable moment as several people were forced to explain things they said about the former president years ago online, now directly to his face.
7 people now officially sworn in as jurors to hear the people of the state of New York versus Donald J. Trump. A cross-section of Manhattan residents openly revealing their views of the likely GOP nominee as Mr. Trump sat in court listening to lawyers spar over who could be fair and impartial.
Everything is screwed up in New York, and the whole world is watching.
Roughly 24 prospective jurors eventually whittled down to the foreman, a 28-year-old in sales, originally from Ireland, 2 attorneys, an oncology nurse, an IT consultant, a teacher, and a software engineer. those jurors getting only a short preview of the charges Mr. Trump has pled not guilty to for falsifying business records in an effort, prosecutors say, to bury evidence of a payout to an adult film actress on the eve of the 2016 election, something Mr. Trump has repeatedly denied. The final panel of 12 jurors and 6 alternates will stay anonymous, but some prospective jurors were confronted Tuesday with old social media posts uncovered by the defense team. One man who wrote, quote, "lock him up" on Facebook, removed by the judge for cause. Others expressing support for the former president. The often tedious nature of the jury selection process turning into almost an impromptu focus group. One woman saying he stirs the pot. One man revealing he was a big fan of The Apprentice in middle school. A former corrections officer saying he kind of enjoys the way Mr. Trump walks into a room. One of the excused jurors finding the process surreal.
You get the sense that it's like, oh, this is just another guy. And also he sees me talking about him, which is bizarre.
But day 2 of trial was also marked by a flash of anger from the judge. Appearing disturbed by something inaudible, Mr. Trump apparently muttered as a juror was questioned about Facebook posts, scolding the former president, "I will not have any jurors intimidated in this courtroom."
Jury selection will continue Thursday morning. Back to you.
All right, Laura, thank you so much. Well, now let's head to Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are getting ready to look over a plan from House Speaker Mike Johnson that would provide funding for Ukraine and Israel. This comes as 2 of Johnson's fellow Republicans are supporting an effort to oust him. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with the latest. Ryan, good morning. Ryan, I don't think I've seen you since just your family's star-turning moment during eclipse coverage, which was just too adorable. Viewers, if you didn't see it, look it up online. It's too cute. So sorry to talk about something a little less fun, but what should we know about the bills that are being brought to the floor regarding aid to Ukraine and Israel?
Yeah, I'd much rather be dancing at the eclipse with my family, but the day job requires us to talk about it. You know, the first thing, Savannah, that we should know about these bills is that we don't know what they look like yet. The Speaker has yet to unveil his plan to bring 4 separate bills to the floor that would provide funding for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, and also some other national security priorities. But this comes with a lot of risk for Speaker Johnson, because that group of hard-right Republicans have been very insistent that if he brings Ukraine aid to the floor in any form or fashion, he will face a motion to vacate, which could remove him as Speaker of the House. So he's got to decide whether or not he wants to take that risk, if he believes that funding for Ukraine is so necessary that he's willing to sacrifice his job. We're not exactly sure what direction he plans to go in. He's been huddling with Republicans across the spectrum to trying to get an idea of what they would find palatable. But right now, we're just waiting to see what the Speaker will do.
As we've mentioned, Ryan, there's this now growing momentum among some House Republicans to remove Speaker Johnson from his leadership role, originally sort of led by Marjorie Taylor Greene, and now we are seeing at least some more support there. Tell us about this and where things stand on that front.
Yeah, yesterday we saw Tom Massey, who's a congressman from Kentucky, come out and say that he would join Marjorie Taylor Greene's effort to topple Mike Johnson from his speaker's post. And that's significant because it would only take a handful of Republicans if all Democrats voted to remove Johnson as well from his speakership. So that really puts his job in danger. But we do, though, starting to see play out here, though, are some Democratic voices that are saying if Speaker Johnson has the courage to put Ukraine aid on the floor in a way that they find palatable, that they would be there for him and would either vote to table a resolution to vacate the chair, or would outright vote to keep him in office, which would keep those Republican threats at bay. The issue, though, for Johnson is that would mean Democrats saved his speakership, and it would be just add to this list of ways that Democrats have helped him govern as the leader of the Speaker, as Speaker of the House. You know, in a far bygone days of Congress, bipartisanship would be seen as a good thing by the voters. That's not so much the way the political climate works right now. So this is a very difficult position that Speaker Johnson finds himself in. He could save his speakership, but it might mean that Democrats are there to rescue him.
Absolutely. Ryan, very quickly before I let you go, I do have to ask about the articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. What's expected to happen next in the Senate?
So the Senate will swear in all the senators as jurors this afternoon. Then we're going to find out how long this will last. Republicans believe a full trial is necessary. Democrats want to move quickly to either table or dismiss the motions. We'll see the Republicans at least attempt to try and find a way to extend this process as long as possible. But the Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has said that he does not think that this is necessary, and they're going to try and end this as quickly as possible. Savannah.
All right, Ryan Nobles, thank you so much. Well, former Florida Senator and Governor Bob Graham passed away, according to a statement from his family. They called him a visionary leader and dedicated public servant, as well as a loving husband, father, and grandfather. Graham was a three-term Democratic senator from Florida who gained prominence for speaking out against the Iraq War. He also made a name for himself for his workday appearances, where he would spend a day doing hundreds of jobs alongside the people he represented. He was 87 years old. Well, let's turn now to the severe weather sweeping across several states this morning. Many Americans in the Midwest are bracing for another round of extreme storms. It comes as the region recovers from a night of hail, damaging winds, and destructive tornadoes. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from New London, Iowa, with the latest. Hey, Shaq, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. And as the sun starts to rise, the scenes like the one behind me become more and more clear. You see this building here, it's almost indistinguishable. You see, it's essentially a pile of rubble, and it's the result of just one of the nearly 24 tornadoes to sweep across the region as millions of people across the country are facing a new threat.
Overnight, alarms sounding as a dangerous tornado outbreak swept through the plains and Midwest.
Not looking good.
Reports of more than 20 tornadoes.
It's coming our way.
Tearing roofs off buildings, snapping trees, and leaving homes in tatters.
That's a big old tornado.
Funnel clouds spotted from Kansas and Nebraska.
Look at that funnel right up there.
To Illinois and Missouri, where authorities say a tornado in Smithville injured 2 people when it toppled their camper. Tornadoes across the region turning buildings into rubble, with wind gusts in some areas reaching up to 70 miles an hour.
The roof just got picked up and it flipped over on itself.
In Iowa, a tornado took the roof off this church.
I don't know if we'll end up fixing the building or if it'll be a total loss.
And in the Quad Cities, even forecasters at the National Weather Service forced to hunker down, posting on social media, during the tornado warning, we took cover in our storm shelter at the office. A Sioux County sheriff posting this picture of this mangled playset as a deputy sheriff caught dramatic lightning strikes on his cruiser's dashcam video. The severe weather also impacting air travel across the Midwest, with over 600 flights delayed out of Chicago's Midway Airport alone. All part of a severe weather system now moving east, with more rain, hail, and tornadoes possible.
We got one that's done.
And this morning, we know that the National Weather Service is deploying storm-damaged survey teams to scenes like the one behind me. And look, the threat is not just tornadoes. We know that yesterday there were thousands of Iowans who were without power. It's the impact of the wind and rain and a threat that is now moving east. Savannah?
All right, Shaq Brewster, thank you so much. Well, now let's check in with meteorologist Angie Lassman. She's here with the latest on the storm's track. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. We've got not one, but 2 storm systems that we're going to watch. This first one is the same one that caused all the damage that you saw Shaq just talking about, but we've got a secondary threat that we're going to watch for tomorrow when it comes to severe storms, thanks to that next system. The first system, though, is going to work through parts of the Great Lakes, eventually bringing some rain out towards the northeast here as we get through the day today. But if you're looking for where we'll see those greatest chance for some stronger storms later today, places like Detroit, Fort Wayne, Columbus to Pittsburgh, as well as folks across parts of Missouri and Kansas, specifically Kansas City, right in the bullseye of seeing those same impacts, the hail, the winds, and even a couple of tornadoes. There's the secondary cold front that's going to work its way to the east, again firing up some thunderstorms. We'll see that from places like Texas all the way up into the Midwest, Evansville, St. Louis, Poplar Bluff, and Dallas. Those are the spots with the best chance of seeing some of that active weather here tomorrow. But again, look how expansive it is. It does include 14 million people as we get through the day tomorrow. Looking ahead to your weekend, it looks like Friday we'll see some of those strong storms still in the picture across parts of the east. We've got the record highs for the south and plenty of sunshine across much of the western, really half of the country. We'll see some mild conditions into the 50s and 60s across parts of the plains. As we look ahead to Saturday, the flood risk, though, will take shape across parts of the south. Places like Texas stretching into Louisiana. We'll see some heavy heavy rain there. Nice conditions for the East Coast, a little sunshine and mild conditions there for your Saturday plans. And out west, of course, sunny conditions for folks there. We know how much you love that. April Delight, that's for Savannah. She loves when I say things like that. So that's what we're looking at when we look ahead to Sunday for much of the West. But the stormy conditions stick with us across parts of the Southeast, and a little bit of a reality check, Savannah, across the Great Lakes and parts of the Northeast, where we'll have a nice cool breeze, a little sunshine, maybe a couple of clouds overhead, but some chillier conditions than what we've so easily gotten used to over the past couple of days here in New York City and across other parts of the Northeast.
Absolutely. I do love April Delight. Thank you for that.
I'll think of a
Angie.
new one for you tomorrow.
Please. I love it. Thanks. See you in a bit. All right, we've got a lot more to get to this morning, including the return of the cicadas. The creepy crawly bugs are back for a double dose this year. Oh boy, listen to that. We'll be previewing the so-called Cicada-geddon. Oh, that's lovely. Just ahead. First, though, our exclusive interview with a Boeing engineer turned whistleblower before he heads to Capitol Hill. Why he claims assembly flaws make the 787 Dreamliner unsafe. That's next.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are in a sea of strangers right now who are united by this moment. What does it make you feel inside to see this?
It's like happy, like my heart beating is fast.
I am so happy you guys got to experience this.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore
every weeknight. It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Today, Congress will hear allegations from a whistleblower that one of Boeing's most widely flown planes has a serious flaw, which could have devastating consequences. He spoke exclusively with NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello. Tom joins us now with more from Reagan National Airport. Tom, what an interview. Tell us more about what this whistleblower said. He's a current Boeing engineer.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. He went to the FAA, raised these concerns. The FAA is now investigating. Today, he is going to Congress to raise these concerns. He's talking about the 787 Dreamliner. This is a plane that has flown hundreds of millions of passengers safely already, but he says it has a very serious flaw that needs to be addressed. If it's not addressed, he claims it could be catastrophic. Boeing says, however, that is completely inaccurate. His allegations are false. It's one of Boeing's best-selling aircraft, transporting 875 million passengers on 1,100 planes worldwide over the past 12.5 years. But today, a Boeing whistleblower will tell Congress he's concerned that the 787 Dreamliner may have a dangerous flaw.
Right now, to me, I see we have real problem in our hand.
15-year Boeing engineer Sam Salapour says the gaps between the big pieces of the fuselage are too big. And even though the fuselage pieces are fastened together, the stress could lead to fatigue failure and disaster after thousands of flights.
When the plane can break apart in altitude and drop to the ground, I think that's a safety issue.
You really think that's what's at stake here?
That's exactly what's at stake here. Fatigue failure has no mercy on anybody.
But Boeing is pushing back hard, telling NBC News, we are fully confident in the 787 Dreamliner because of the comprehensive work done to ensure the quality and long-term safety of the aircraft. These claims about the structural integrity of the 787 are inaccurate. Since 2020, Boeing has been under FAA supervision as it tightens paper-thin gaps between the fuselage components, stress testing the plane through 165,000 takeoffs and landings, more than 3 times a typical 787's lifespan. Of the 1,100 planes in service, 689 have already gone through various inspections. So far, 0 evidence of fatigue.
This whistleblower's concerns, while I'm sure are very sincere, I don't think matches what Boeing is saying is happening out in the fleet.
Salapour admits he doesn't have full access to all of Boeing's data since he moved off the 787 project in 2022. He claims in retaliation for raising concerns internally. Boeing says it does not tolerate retaliation. Would you put your family on a 787 right now?
I would not.
Boeing will be in a Senate committee's crosshairs today after 2 fatal MAX 8 crashes overseas, the MAX 9 door plug blowout, and admitted quality control lapses at Boeing.
If we have another crash, I am not sure if Boeing can survive that or not. And that's what I'm trying to prevent.
Yeah, Salapour tells me he's coming forward now because he tried for 3 years to bring this issue up internally within Boeing, but he was not getting a satisfactory response, he says, from Boeing. Boeing, for its part, says it is absolutely convinced and committed to the 787, convinced it is safe after robust testing. Savannah?
Tom, it's also interesting to hear you say that he said I wasn't really getting anything for them, because right now at the same time, Boeing is encouraging employees to speak up if they see anything, right?
100% right. This is called the Boeing Speak Up program. It's literally see something, say something. Boeing has really come forward with this program in a robust way after all of these issues we've been reporting on for months, the quality control breakdowns at Boeing. And Boeing says since they've really been pushing this see something, say something verdict or edict, I should say, within Boeing, that employee feedback and tips have increased 500%. So Boeing insists this is working. Employees are speaking up.
All right, Tom Costello, important interview. Thank you so much. Well, time now for international headlines. We're going to start with a show of solidarity from Mexico over a police raid on the Mexican embassy in Ecuador. Megan Fitzgerald joins us now with that and more. Hey, Megan.
Savannah, good morning. That's right. In a move that's aimed at standing in solidarity with Mexico, Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro, closed down his embassy and consulate in Ecuador. Maduro is supporting Mexico in its protest over a raid by Ecuadorian authorities on the Mexican embassy in Quito. Now, Ecuador's president said he ordered the raid to arrest Mexico's former vice president, who's a convicted criminal and fugitive, but there's international condemnation because diplomatic grounds are considered foreign soil. And in Indonesia, at least 800 people had to evacuate their homes after a volcano erupted multiple times. Lava has been seen spewing out. Big ash clouds have launched into the sky. Officials on the ground say these eruptions were triggered by recent earthquakes. And despite serving in South Korea's mandatory military service, K-pop superstar Suga now has one of the highest grossing concerts film in 2024. Last year, he got in one last solo concert, which was just released in theaters around the world for a few days. And of course, fans went crazy. Savannah, there is one more year left of this mandatory military service, and I'm quite sure fans are counting down the days.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much. Well, it is one of the not so pleasant sounds of summer, and this year large parts of the U.S. are set to hear even more noise from cicadas. That is because of a rare double emergence. We're going to learn what that means in a moment, but it is the first in more than 200 years, and it is already starting with the first bugs making their presence heard. NBC's Maggie Vespa is handling this particularly gross, in my opinion, assignment. She joins us from Chicago with the latest. Hey, Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, that's my opinion, too. It's shocking that no one fought me for this assignment here at NBC. So nevertheless, here I am. They are calling this cicada-geddon. They are calling it the cicada apocalypse, with cicada heads, a.k.a. superfans, spotting the first of basically smaller versions of these bugs already on trees and leaves in a couple of states. And that is just the beginning. We are talking about trillions of cicadas crawling out of the ground across the Midwest and South, marking anything bigger than we've seen or heard, frankly, in centuries. This morning, the cicadas are coming.
There will be a record amount of bugs bursting from the ground in the next few months.
And Americans are bracing.
They're these massive, loud bugs that fly everywhere.
For a double dose of creepy, crawly impact.
If I see one, I'm not going outside.
It's all thanks to a once-in-a-lifetime double emergence with two cicada broods, one that's lived underground for 13 years, the other for 17, crawling out of the soil across the Midwest and South, overlapping in multiple states, including Illinois and Iowa. Some of the first spotted this week in the Carolinas. How many cicadas are we talking?
Somewhere in the hundreds of billions to trillions.
Trillions plural.
Trillions plural, yes.
The last double emergence, 1803, when Thomas Jefferson was president. Anticipation sparking nicknames like Cicada-geddon, with cicada heads launching cicada tracking apps. And in Chicago, painting giant plaster versions for a citywide cicada parade. Why do you want to add more?
Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? So this moment is magical.
Some even sharing old viral videos.
Have you ever wanted to eat tempura battered cicadas?
Of recipes for the uber cicada curious. At Chicago's Field Museum, visitors are buzzing. Do you think that looks cool or is that gross?
It looks like both.
It looks both? Scientists excited to educate people about these winged plant-eating insects with that sound synonymous with the start of summer.
Millions of them is kind of like a really big, loud chainsaw.
What is billions or trillions going to sound like?
Many chainsaws going at the same time. This is the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, the coolest thing ever. I guess it depends on your take, according to people that we talk to. So I do want to point out, and we were just asked by the control room, this is not anatomically correct, guys. This is a slightly larger version of a cicada. So they're smaller than this, but this is what they look like. Scientists do want us to stress they're completely harmless to humans, and they're mostly good for plants. The only time they can be a problem is if they completely cover, like a really young, small plant that you have, and then you might want to brush it off and cover the plant if you can. Also take heart in knowing they die off after about a month. So this double emergence will be relatively short-lived. It's temporary, but it will be epic. Hence all the merch, Savannah, that we found online, and that includes like rock star style T-shirts.
No, why are you wearing that?
My producer and I already have. Well, I mean, just why not?
Maggie, you might as well call yourself a cicada head. You're a cicada head, I think.
I know. We're there, whether we want to be or not.
You're at that level. Maggie, terrifying stuff. Thank you very much. All right, coming up, the great elephant escape, the story behind this circus-like scene that played out on the streets of Montana. Neighbors say they will never forget. Stay with us.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours until the Iowa caucuses. By the banner delivered.
All right, it just did too.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are in a sea of strangers right now who are united by this moment. What does it make you feel inside to see this?
It's like happy, like my heart beating is fast.
I am so happy you guys got to experience this.
Welcome back. So we all know about runaway cats or dogs, right? Well, what about something a lot bigger? Check out this video here of a full-sized elephant from a traveling circus seen roaming the streets of Butte, Montana before she was recaptured. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us with the details on the escape. Sam, what happened here?
Savannah, you see this video, you're like, no way. That's not possible. That is not an elephant in the middle of the road. No, yes, it is an elephant in the middle of the road. As far as what happened, there was a traveling circus going through Butte, Montana yesterday. Apparently, Viola, the elephant, managed to shake loose. Now, the circus is not confirming that. But from there, the rest of it, Savannah, was just mayhem in Montana.
Elephant.
There's a certain quality of disbelief that comes with seeing things that don't belong in everyday life.
Oh my God.
And for residents of Butte, Montana Tuesday, like Matea Smith, who was driving with her husband, an elephant strolling down the street definitely fit the bill.
He was like, oh my gosh, there's an elephant. And I kind of was joking with him and I thought I was in the parking lot. Then he was like, no, there's an elephant. So I looked up and I was like, oh, there is an elephant in the road.
The manager of the Civic Center, where the Jordan World Circus was staging, confirming to NBC affiliate KECI, the giant animal apparently got spooked by the sound of a truck backfiring during a bath and bolted.
So set the scene for me, right? You see the elephant coming down the street, and then how long after are her handlers also pursuing Viola?
I'd say 30 seconds behind her, but the problem is that an elephant's much faster than a human. So you see the elephant get into the road, and by the time she's over by the casino, her handlers are just running out as fast as they can.
Once Viola popped up on this gas station security camera,
my coworker here pointed out, there's an elephant. Started jumping up and down, pointing out the window.
And then trotted right by the casino. All bets were off. Witnesses say the whole circus-like scene lasted around 20 minutes before the powerful pachyderm was safely recaptured. Jordan World Circus did not respond to NBC News' request for comment, but their website showed a scheduled stop in Butte the same day as Viola's escape. Now it's a tall tale for a town of 35,000, accustomed to seeing plenty of animals.
Typically, you see moose and coyotes, lots of bear.
But nothing quite like this.
I will never forget this. It's not every day you get to see an elephant just wander through your hometown.
No, it is not. Now, Savannah, the chase ended up outside of someone's apartment complex, according to the local sheriff's office. They said that the circus was able to contain Viola without law enforcement having to get involved. And you know there's that expression that an elephant never forgets. In this case, it's a town that will never forget its elephants. Savannah, back to you.
Yeah, I love it, Sam. Your all bets were off. Got a cackle out of me. Thank you very much for that. All right, we're just 100 days away from the first Summer Olympic Games in France in a century. Soon, athletes from all over the world will gather in the capital for the world's most famous competition. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from Paris with more on how the City of Lights is preparing. Keir, good morning.
Bonjour, Savannah. It will be summer when the summer comes, I promise you, but look at this spectacular view and imagine it. The opening ceremony on the Seine, 10,500 athletes on 160 boats, more than 300,000 people lining the banks of the river for one of the biggest events Paris has ever hosted. This morning, the Olympic flame en route from Greece to Paris. Just 100 days from the City of Lights' first Olympics in 100 years. And now a first glimpse of the stunning venues built at some of the city's most famous sites. Oh my goodness. It's incredible. Under the Eiffel Tower, NBC News showed around the beach volleyball. This is exciting. I mean, to actually see it like this, you get a really a feeling for how it's going to be.
Yeah, indeed. It is really exciting. You can almost feel the atmosphere of the 13,000 people.
The centerpiece set to be the River Seine, hosting the opening ceremony. This week, President Macron saying for the first time that France has backup locations planned if security threats arise. Now, many Olympic locations visible from a riverboat or bateau mouche. My guide, Paris podcaster Oliver G.
This is where it's all going to happen. This is the Pont Alexandre III, a really famous bridge, and on both sides we're going to be having Olympic events.
That side and this side?
Both.
Wow. In total, there are 24 venues scattered in and around Paris. In the Place de la Concorde, skateboarding, and for the first time, breakdancing. At Les Invalides, archery. In the Grand Palais, taekwondo and fencing. While just 9 miles outside Paris, the spectacular Château de Versailles, home of Louis XIV, who had a passion for horses, will stage the Olympic equestrian events.
There will be a beautiful perspective on the Grand Canal and with a backdrop with the Château de Versailles.
Up to 40,000 spectators will watch competing riders encircle the magnificent golden fountains. Then a different kind of gold. At a French jewellery house, the Paris 2024 medals, set with tiny fragments of the Eiffel Tower and encased in bespoke Louis Vuitton trunks. Heightened security means every apartment overlooking events will be searched. Your Parisian apartment. Boston native Susan Godden shows us around her magnificent Paris home. Look at this. Yes. She has volunteered to greet athletes when the games begin.
It's such a beautiful city, and I want everyone that comes here to have a wonderful experience and walk away, fall in love with it like I have.
Back in Paris live at Savannah, and the French are set to unveil their outfits for the opening ceremony later today. Tuxedos, I'm told. Très chic. Savannah?
Yeah, there we go. And Keir, we saw you jumping in yesterday. Brave of you. Very cool to see. Thank you so much. All right, coming up, Caitlin Clark fever has swept the nation, but for a woman who made history on the court and is breaking jersey sales records off of it, her WNBA paycheck has many up in arms. We're going to dig into that controversy coming up next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand. And officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. The hype over Caitlin Clark in the WNBA is just getting started. Just 1 hour after she was selected as the #1 pick in the draft, Clark's Indiana Fever jersey sold out in nearly every size. Fanatics CEO Michael Rubin said Clark's jersey sold more on draft night than any other athlete in any sport, male or female, in the company's history. But that was quickly overshadowed, I'm sure you saw this all over social media yesterday, by the reveal of Clark's rookie salary contract. Clark will make just over $76,000 in her first year with the league. As her salary is now sparking an intense debate as the gender pay gap in sports, because that is just a teeny tiny fraction of any of her NBA counterparts. WNBA expert Christina Williams joins us for more on this. Christina, good morning.
Good morning.
The second you walked in here, I was peppering you with questions because it's really hard to wrap your mind around, and you helped me understand some of it. So first, just explain the pay structure for the WNBA, because I think what a lot of people might not recognize is it's not like, oh my gosh, the Fever is underpaying her. They should have paid her more. Would another team have given her a better that's not what's going on here. There are certain caps set in place based on how this was bargained for all the players. So explain that to us.
Yeah, so in 2020, there was a groundbreaking collective bargaining agreement that the players and the league agreed to. And so the salary cap is collectively bargained within that. So every team in the WNBA, they have a hard salary cap with little to no wiggle room. And so as a rookie, she's going to make about $76,000, and that number goes up in her 4th year with a player option. But the difference in revenue sharing between the NBA and the WNBA is based off the lengths of the league. In the NBA, there's 82 games. In the WNBA, there's now 40 games, and it could go up to 44 based off the current CBA. And then also the revenue sharing splits is different between both leagues as well.
Explain that, the revenue sharing split.
Yes, so in the NBA, players can get 50% of the revenue shares, and that's guaranteed money in the NBA. The WNBA, that's not the same. The players can make up to 50% of incremental revenue, and the league describes that as once the league makes a certain amount of profit in a year, then that money trickles down to its players, and they can split it 50-50. But that hasn't happened yet, and so the players are advocating to renegotiate that compensation agreement, and this November they have the option to opt out of the current CBA and renegotiate its terms.
Walk us through some of the comparisons that were really just blowing people's mind online yesterday when you kind of put her, I don't know if apples to apples is the right way to put it when we talk, for example, right here about this comparison, but, just like 2 first-round draft picks. Tell us about these.
Yeah, so I think that in a unique situation for Caitlin Clark is she's a part of a group of college athletes who is really benefiting from the NIL era.
Oh, yeah.
She is making upwards of $3 million according to multiple reports, and so the $76,000 will be in addition to what she's already making in endorsements and sponsorship money. And yeah, it is a shocking number when you look at the NBA rookies and what they make, but it's 2 different collective bargaining agreements, and the players will have an option to opt out this year.
So I guess for people who are like, this can't be, no amount of our social media outrage or shock can change this, right? I mean, this is this collective bargaining agreement. There's nothing, it's not, even if the fever wanted to give her millions of dollars, they can't.
They can't, because this is what the players agreed to in 2020. But again, the players, there was a new documentary that came out called Shattered Glass with the WNBPA and its players, and they talked about what is coming up in November, that collective bargaining agreement option to opt out. But then next year, the new broadcast media rights deal will also play a major part in players getting more money in the next collective bargaining agreement. So there's a lot of moving parts. The WNBA is also expanding next year, having 13 teams with Golden State Warriors buying into the WNBA. So there's a lot of great things to look forward to. But at the moment,
we're out of time, but I do just want to ask, is Caitlin Clark's specific, extremely high star power, I mean, what we mentioned about her jersey selling out, could that help the entire league? I mean, could this focus on women's sports that she, honestly, in a lot of ways, single-handedly is doing a lot for, make this better for all players? Yeah, when we talk about equity, it starts with putting these players like Caitlin Clark in the spotlight to drive more sports coverage, but also to increase the valuation when we talk about negotiating that new media rights deal next year as well. So much to watch for. We'll keep talking to you about it. Christina Williams, thank you so much. Great to have you here. Well, let's get you to some financial headlines. U.S. lawmakers are scrutinizing a newly proposed sports streaming joint venture. Bertha Coombs back with us this hour. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, that's right. Lawmakers are raising concerns about that new sports streaming venture planned by Disney, Fox, and Warner Brothers Discovery. Congressman Jerry Nadler and Joaquin Castro sent a letter to the CEOs of the companies questioning how the offering will affect competition and viewer choices. They're concerned that it's going to result in higher prices and unfair licensing terms for sports leagues and video distributors. The sports venture is already facing an antitrust battle filed by Fubo TV. Amazon Music, meantime, is joining Spotify in rolling out a generative AI playlist feature because everything has to be generative AI. Amazon's tool is called Maestro. It's only available to a small number of users right now. It's designed to use natural language prompts to create any type of playlist, including sounds, activities, emotions, they say, and even emojis. I don't know how you tell a sound thing to do an emoji, but whatever. Since it's still in beta testing, Amazon says Maestro may not get everything right immediately, and it has put safeguards in place to prohibit offensive language and inappropriate prompts. Meantime, Sesame Street may be forced to turn the lights out. Writers employed by the show's producer, Sesame Workshop, have voted to authorize a strike. Their current contract expires on Friday. The 36 writers have been in talks since February and could start picketing next week. New episodes of Sesame Street air on Max, but the show's fate for next year and beyond is uncertain. I guess they might have to do a segment on, collective bargaining, talk about the NBA.
We got a lot of collective
WNBA
bargaining conversation this morning. Right? It's so true. It's certainly of interest. Bertha Coombs, thank you so much. Well, this morning, Time is out with its list of the 100 most influential people. So who made the cut? We're going to sit down with Time's deputy editor up next.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned. We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back and happy Wednesday, especially for fans of the Addams family's favorite daughter. The hit Netflix show Wednesday is getting a fun addition to its cast. Variety reports that actor Steve Buscemi is joining star Jenna Ortega for the upcoming second season of the spin-off series. You might know him from numerous Adam Sandler movies or even an episode of The Sopranos. So far, no word on Buscemi's role in the show, but I think it's safe to say fans of the supernatural mystery are dying. To see their new adventures at Nevermore Academy. All right, here's a question for you. Are you the youngest sibling, the middle child, maybe the oldest? Well, how your birth order can shape who you are is the subject of a recent New York Times article, and also some social media posts that are lighting up with some strong feelings about what it has to say about eldest daughters, of which I am one. Here's Today co-host Hoda Kotb.
Birth order is something that has been discussed and dissected for decades.
Alfred Adler developed a birth order theory.
But thanks to what some say are spot-on takes on eldest daughters on social media, firstborn girls are having a moment.
If you know an oldest daughter or an oldest sibling, give them a hug and say thank you.
A New York Times article entitled "Why Your Big Sister Resents You" has eldest sisters and their loved ones buzzing, citing viral content like this post on X asking, "Are you happy or are you the oldest sibling and also a girl?" The comment section becoming something of a support group.
Eldest daughter syndrome is not an official mental health diagnosis. It's a term coined to describe the unique pressures and responsibilities placed onto the oldest daughter in the family. In short,
this TikTok video from Katie Morton, a licensed marriage and family therapist and youngest sibling, has been viewed more than 6.5 million times.
1, you have an intense feeling of responsibility. 2, you are an overachiever, type A, and very driven.
The topic has been discussed at length on podcasts.
We're definitely what I call like bonus parents.
Family therapist Sarah Stanizai has had an overwhelming response to a support group she created for fellow oldest daughters.
When you're in a room of people who absolutely understand it, even though they might have their own sort of nuances to it, hearing each other's stories and also being heard, what that's really telling you is you're not abnormal.
Middle children are often described as having big personalities. The youngest, outgoing and social. Though research on birth order personality traits is mixed. Experts say it may not matter.
If it matters to you, then it matters.
Our thanks to Hoda for that story. Such an interesting one. I think we have a picture of my sister and I, because again, I am the eldest. This is my, oh, there's my dad too. He watches every morning, so he'll see this. That's my younger sister, Riley, who I most certainly do not resent, but I do understand the conversation around feeling like sometimes you're the glue of the family. We'll see if they agree with that. Anyway, finally this hour, Time just released their list of the 100 most influential people this year. And as you're about to see, there are some big names on the list. Kelly Conniff is Time's deputy editor. She's back with us to go over this list. Kelly, always great to have you in studio. Thanks for coming.
Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. So first, let's just start with who's on the list. I know it's not a ranking, right?
Exactly,
it's like 100 influential people, but you do have 4 covers in particular. But tell us about who's on this list.
Sure. So, you know, this is our annual list of the people who we think have really shaped the last year. This year, we have a number of great people on the list. I think one of the standouts, of course, is Yulia Navalnaya, who is the widow of Alexei Navalny, the anti-Putin dissident who died in a Russian prison camp earlier this year. She gave us her first interview since his death. He just died a few months ago. She's really stepping into a role role as kind of a leader of the movement that he started. She was often in the background. She was always there, but she was never really front and center, and she's really taken on that mantle. It's kind of an incredible thing to really think about doing just a few months after your spouse dying. And we went to Lithuania to talk with her. That's where the movement is kind of located. And we spent a lot of time with her, and she really gave us a lot, which was wonderful. We also have Dua Lipa, who has not listened to a Dua Lipa song in the last few months. She's everywhere. She, of course, has a new album coming out in just a few weeks.
So exciting.
We talked to her as well about growing up in Kosovo. She had a lot to say about that, about her new music, how she's trying to change her sound. We also have, of course, Patrick Mahomes, our reigning Super Bowl champ. This is his third time on the list. He's only 28 years old, which is really incredible to think about. Makes you think about your life choices, right?
Oh gosh, I hate when you realize that.
I know. Dua Lipa is 28 too, so it's really just kind of crazy to think.
What have I done in my life?
Yeah, but he seemed. We sat down with him in Dallas. He's a really thoughtful, nice, humble guy. We went to him and said, look, you're hitting numbers that people haven't hit until much later in their career. And he said, look, I'm just focusing on like my life, my family, doing what I can moving forward. And then our fourth cover, of course, is Taraji P. Henson, who is an icon and a legend. We've had her on the list before. And with her, we're recognizing a type of influence of someone who's been there. She's been doing the work. She's been incredible for years. But this is really with her role in The Color Purple last year, her speaking up about pay inequity, specifically with Black women in Hollywood. It's her moment. And we wanted to really put her on the cover, put what she's saying front and center.
We only have about a minute, but one of my favorite things about this particular list is that you have other very famous people typically writing about these people, giving them this honor, like Maren Morris for Jack Antonoff, for example, which is so cool to get to hear a little bit from somebody else who's super famous and not about themselves, right? Talking about somebody else. What's that process like?
Absolutely. So we spend a lot of time on this part of the list. We do a lot of brainstorming. We do a lot of gut checks. We're always kind of throwing back and forth names. This happens in different ways. Sometimes it's people who you can tell are really friends. We have a Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants reunion, Blake Lively and America Ferrara. We have a Skins reunion, Daniel Kaluuya on Dev Patel. You can tell there's real warmth in these. It's really nice. Sometimes you have people who clearly admire someone and are inspired. Tarana Burke, founder of the Me Too movement, on E. Jean Carroll, a really poignant piece. We also have Ryan Reynolds on Michael J. Fox, another moment where you can tell he really admires someone. Sometimes you have people who are colleagues, people who want to work together. We have Joe Biden on UAW President Sean Fain. So there's really a lot of variety, but we're looking for something that will pop. We're looking for something that will be meaningful.
And what a feat to book, both the winners and the people who are writing.
Absolutely,
it's
amazing.
Project. Kelly Conniff, thank you so much. We love when you come by. We appreciate you being here. And that 2024 Time 100 list available now. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Wednesday. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe's off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, Middle East on edge as Israel decides what its next move will be. Iran's president delivered a stark warning, saying the tiniest invasion would be met with a massive response. The new action being taken by the U.S. and the fight over the war in Gaza that's now playing out online. Also this morning, the first 7 jurors have been seated in the historic criminal trial of Donald Trump. Among them, a teacher, a lawyer, and a nurse. We're taking you inside the selection process and the heated moment that the judge scolded the former president for. Also, she may be one of the biggest names in basketball, but this morning, the gap between Caitlin Clark's WNBA salary and her male counterparts is sparking outrage. We're digging into the pay disparity and why Clark's star power could mean a bigger payday for the whole league. And it looks like a scene from Jumanji, an elephant on the loose strolling through the streets of Montana. How Viola was able to escape and how circus staff finally brought her back home. I am quite excited to learn the details on that one. Thanks again for joining us this morning. We're going to get started this hour in the Middle East, which is bracing for Israel's response to those missile attacks carried out by Iran over the weekend. They were in retaliation to an Israeli strike on Iran's consulate in Syria earlier this month, which killed senior Iranian commanders. The U.S. is announcing new sanctions on Iran while urging Israel to show restraint in response. The tensions come as dozens of Palestinians were killed in the latest round of Israeli strikes on Gaza. NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has more from Tel Aviv.
Israel is still calibrating its expected response to Iran's failed attack this weekend. And Iran is now saying it will not hesitate to strike back.
Iran's president this morning couldn't have been more clear with a message to Israel: don't attack. Speaking at an army parade, he said that even the tiniest invasion by Israel would bring a massive and harsh response. We visited an Israeli military base where weapons used against Israel since October 7th are collected and analyzed. The Hamas weapons are deadly, but mostly small. Grenades and rockets with ranges of 50 miles or less. What Iran launched was in a different league.
This is the tail end of one of the ballistic missiles that Iran fired at Israel over the weekend, where the engine was. It broke off when this missile was intercepted. And it's only when you're standing right up next to these do you understand how big they are. That's where the warhead was. It also broke off, carrying 800 pounds of explosives. Had these gotten through, it would have been catastrophic.
Gazans are now living in a constant catastrophe. Our crew filmed the casualties from an Israeli airstrike on a market in central Gaza. Medical officials say at least 12 people were killed, with many injured. Israel accuses the militants of hiding among civilians. The war here is polarizing, triggering protests and hatred on both sides, in part because of false information, often deliberately planted. This morning, we visited Sayabra, a private Tel Aviv-based company that tracks disinformation. The company is releasing its findings this morning on Iran's weekend attack. Its results show that 26% of the social media accounts discussing the attack were fake, created to sway opinion.
The red is the fake, the green is the real.
They pushed three main narratives: sowing panic, that World War III is imminent, that Israel is a terrorist state, and that Iran is a powerful nation.
It is disturbing to think how polluted our social media feeds always are, and that it gets much worse during a time of crisis. And generally what happens here is a precursor for what happens in other countries, including the United States, looking ahead to the U.S. presidential elections. Also today, Washington is preparing new sanctions against Iran.
All right, Richard, thank you so much. We're now joined by former NBC News correspondent and Tel Aviv bureau chief Martin Fletcher. Martin, as always, thank you for joining us. So do you believe that an Israeli retaliation against Iran is a foregone conclusion right now, especially when you add in what Richard just mentioned there at the end, U.S., European sanctions? Could that impact or dissuade Israel from attacking Iran?
Savannah, I don't think that the sanctions threats by Europe and the United States will impact Israel's final decision, because we're hearing from all sources, political and military, that Israel has decided to retaliate in some way. Now, the difference is retaliation the same as attacking? It's not clear that Israel will actually attack Iran directly, but they may retaliate in different ways. They may launch a cyber war against Iran. They may attack Iranian proxies in the region, especially we're hearing Hezbollah in South Lebanon. So there are different ways that Israel can respond without an attack on Iran, because the great fear from everybody, of course, is that this will be it could become easily a wider war. But the sanctions that you mentioned will be critical. They will be very important. They will hurt Iran. But I don't think, from what we're hearing from the government here, that there'll be enough to stop an Israeli response of some kind.
So Iran says it will retaliate again if and when Israel responds. You very smartly point out it doesn't not necessarily mean that we know yet if that Israel response is going to look like an attack. However, what could possible tit-for-tat attacks, or going back and forth here with retaliation, what would that mean for the region?
Oh, it would be terrible, Savannah. If Israel does launch an attack on the territory of Iran, and again, it's an if they do that, then and another if Iran follows through on their threat of what they call a massive attack on Israel afterwards, well, of course, this is going to increase the likelihood of the war spreading. America is already committed to helping defend Israel. At the same time, as America said, they will definitely not help any kind of Israeli attack on Iran. So it's clear that the tensions are boiling. But one of the interesting points, Savannah, is that the only thing probably that Iran and Israel actually agree on is that they don't want a wider war. And yet everything they're doing suggests they're sliding in that direction. So this is a very, very sensitive period in the Middle East, obviously in terms of Iran and Israel, but also the wider question. There are also another issue is that those Arab states that helped Israel defend itself against the Iranian attack are now also being threatened verbally by Iran. So this can easily spread to a terrible conflagration in the area. And the hope, of course, is that it won't. And that will depend on what Israel's response will be.
Martin Fletcher, as always, we so appreciate your expertise here and your nuance. Thank you for joining us. Well, jury selection will resume tomorrow in the hush money trial of former President Trump right here in New York. The first 7 jurors have been seated and sworn in after a slow start to the process earlier this week. The former president is accused of falsifying business records related to alleged hush money payments made to adult film star Stormy Daniels. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the latest developments.
Hey there, what started as a painfully slow process turned into a far more revealing look at the lives of the people brought into court, their digital footprints laid bare for everyone. A remarkable moment as several people were forced to explain things they said about the former president years ago online, now directly to his face.
7 people now officially sworn in as jurors to hear the people of the state of New York versus Donald J. Trump. A cross-section of Manhattan residents openly revealing their views of the likely GOP nominee as Mr. Trump sat in court listening to lawyers spar over who could be fair and impartial.
Everything is screwed up in New York, and the whole world is watching.
Roughly 24 prospective jurors eventually whittled down to the foreman, a 28-year-old in sales, originally from Ireland. 2 attorneys, an oncology nurse, an IT consultant, a teacher, and a software engineer. Those jurors getting only a short preview of the charges Mr. Trump has pled not guilty to for falsifying business records in an effort prosecutors say to bury evidence of a payout to an adult film actress on the eve of the 2016 election, something Mr. Trump has repeatedly denied. The final panel of 12 jurors and 6 alternates will stay anonymous, but some prospective jurors were confronted Tuesday with old social media posts uncovered by the defense team. One man who wrote, quote, "lock him up" on Facebook, removed by the judge for cause. Others expressing support for the former president. The often tedious nature of the jury selection process turning into almost an impromptu focus group. One woman saying he stirs the pot. One man revealing he was a big fan of The Apprentice in middle school. A former corrections officer saying he kind of enjoys the way Mr. Trump walks into a room. One of the excused jurors finding the process surreal.
You get the sense that it's like, oh, this is just another guy. And also he sees me talking about him, which is bizarre.
But day 2 of trial was also marked by a flash of anger from the judge. Appearing disturbed by something inaudible, Mr. Trump apparently muttered as a juror was questioned about Facebook posts, scolding the former president, "I will not have any jurors intimidated in this courtroom."
Jury selection will continue Thursday morning. Back to you.
All right, Laura, thank you so much. Well, now let's head to Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are getting ready to look over a plan from House Speaker Mike Johnson that would provide funding for Ukraine and Israel. This comes as 2 of Johnson's fellow Republicans are supporting an effort to oust him. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with the latest. Ryan, good morning, Ryan. I don't think I've seen you since just your family's star-turning moment during eclipse coverage, which was just too adorable. Viewers, if you didn't see it, look it up online. It's too cute. So sorry to talk about something a little less fun, but what should we know about the bills that are being brought to the floor regarding aid to Ukraine and Israel?
Yeah, I'd much rather be dancing at the eclipse with my family, but the day job requires us to talk about it. You know, the first thing, Savannah, that we should know about these bills is that we don't know what they look like yet. The Speaker has yet to unveil his plan to bring 4 separate bills to the floor that would provide funding for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, and also some other national security priorities. But this comes with a lot of risk for Speaker Johnson, because that group of hard-right Republicans have been very insistent that if he brings Ukraine aid to the floor in any
form or fashion, he will face a motion to vacate, which could remove him as Speaker of the House. So he's got to decide whether or not he wants to take that risk, if he believes that funding for Ukraine is so necessary that he's willing to sacrifice his job. We're not exactly sure what direction he plans to go in. He's been huddling with Republicans across the spectrum to trying to get an idea of what they would find palatable. But right now, we're just waiting to see what the Speaker will do.
As we've mentioned, Ryan, there's this now growing momentum among some House Republicans to remove Speaker Johnson from his leadership role, originally sort of led by Marjorie Taylor Greene, and now we are seeing at least some more support there. Tell us about this and where things stand on that front.
Yeah, yesterday we saw Tom Massey, who's a congressman from Kentucky, come out and say that he would join Marjorie Taylor Greene's effort to topple Mike Johnson from his speaker's post. And that's significant because it would only take a handful of Republicans if all Democrats voted to remove Johnson as well from his speakership. So that really puts his job in danger. But we do, though, starting to see play out here, though, are some Democratic voices that are saying if Speaker Johnson has the courage to put Ukraine aid on the floor in a way that they find palatable, that they would be there for him and would either vote to table a resolution to vacate the chair or would outright vote to keep him in office, which would keep those Republican threats at bay. The issue, though, for Johnson is that would mean Democrats saved his speakership, and it would be just add to this list of ways that Democrats have helped him govern as the leader of the Speaker, as Speaker of the House. You know, in a far bygone days of Congress, bipartisanship would be seen as a good thing by the voters. That's not so much the way the political climate works right now. So this is a very difficult position that Speaker Johnson finds himself in. He could save his speakership, but it might mean that Democrats are there to rescue him.
Absolutely. Brian, very quickly before I let you go, I do have to ask about the articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. What's expected to happen next in the Senate?
So the Senate will swear in all the senators as jurors this afternoon. Then we're going to find out how long this will last. Republicans believe a full trial is necessary. Democrats want to move quickly to either table or dismiss the motions. We'll see the Republicans at least attempt to try and find a way to extend this process as long as possible. But the Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has said that he does not think that this is necessary, and they're going to try and end this as quickly as possible. Savannah.
All right, Ryan Nobles, thank you so much. Well, former Florida Senator and Governor Bob Graham passed away, according to a statement from his family. They called him a visionary leader and dedicated public servant, as well as a loving husband, father, and grandfather. Graham was a three-term Democratic senator from Florida who gained prominence for speaking out against the Iraq War. He also made a name for himself for his workday appearances, where he would spend a day doing hundreds of jobs alongside the people he represented. He was 87 years old. Well, let's turn now to the severe weather sweeping across several states this morning. Many Americans in the Midwest are bracing for another round of extreme storms. It comes as the region recovers from a night of hail, damaging winds, and destructive tornadoes. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from New London, Iowa, with the latest. Hey, Shaq, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. And as the sun starts to rise, the scenes like the one behind me become more and more clear. You see this building here, it's almost indistinguishable. You see, it's essentially a pile of rubble, and it's the result of just one of the nearly 24 tornadoes to sweep across the region as millions of people across the country are facing a new threat.
Overnight, alarms sounding as a dangerous tornado outbreak swept through the plains and Midwest.
Not looking good.
Reports of more than 20 tornadoes.
It's coming our way.
Tearing roofs off buildings, snapping trees, and leaving homes in tatters.
That's a big old tornado.
Funnel clouds spotted from Kansas and Nebraska.
Look at that funnel right up there.
To Illinois and Missouri, where authorities say a tornado in Smithville injured 2 people when it toppled their camper. Tornadoes across the region turning buildings into rubble, with wind gusts in some areas reaching up to 70 miles an hour.
The roof just got picked up and it flipped over on itself.
In Iowa, a tornado took the roof off this church.
I don't know if we'll end up fixing the building or if it'll be a total loss.
And in the Quad Cities, even forecasters at the National Weather Service forced to hunker down, posting on social media, during the tornado warning, we took cover in our storm shelter at the office. A Sioux County sheriff posting this picture of this mangled playset as a deputy sheriff caught dramatic lightning strikes on his cruiser's dash cam video. The severe weather also impacting air travel across the Midwest, with over 600 flights delayed out of Chicago's Midway Airport alone. All part of a severe weather system now moving east, with more rain, hail, and tornadoes possible.
We got one that's done. And this morning, we know that the National Weather Service is deploying storm-damaged survey teams to scenes like the one behind me. And look, the threat is not just tornadoes. We know that yesterday there were thousands of Iowans who were without power. It's the impact of the wind and rain and a threat that is now moving east. Savannah?
All right, Jack Brewster, thank you so much. Well, now let's check in with meteorologist Angie Lassman. She's here with the latest on the storm's track. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. We've got not one, but two storm systems that we're going to watch. This first one is the same one that caused all the damage that you saw Shaq just talking about, but we've got a secondary threat that we're going to watch for tomorrow when it comes to severe storms, thanks to that next system. The first system, though, is going to work through parts of the Great Lakes, eventually bringing some rain out towards the northeast here as we get through the day today. But if you're looking for where we'll see those greatest chance for some stronger storms later today, places like Detroit, Fort Wayne, Columbus to Pittsburgh, as well as folks across parts of Missouri and Kansas, specifically Kansas City, right in the bullseye of seeing those same impacts, the hail, the winds, and even a couple of tornadoes. There's the secondary cold front that's going to work its way to the east, again firing up some thunderstorms. We'll see that from places like Texas all the way up into the Midwest, Evansville, St. Louis, Poplar Bluff, and Dallas. Those are the spots with the best chance of seeing some of that active weather here tomorrow. But again, look how expansive it is. It does include 14 million people as we get through the day tomorrow. Looking ahead to your weekend, it looks like Friday we'll see some of those strong storms still in the picture across parts of the east. We've got the record highs for the south and plenty of sunshine across much of the western, really half of the country. We'll see some mild conditions into the 50s and 60s across parts of the plains. As we look ahead to Saturday, the flood risk, though, will take shape across parts of the south. Places like Texas stretching into Louisiana. We'll see some heavy rain there. Nice conditions for the East Coast, a little sunshine and mild conditions there for your Saturday plans. And out west, of course, sunny conditions for folks there. We know how much you love that. April Delight, that's for Savannah. She loves when I say things like that. So that's what we're looking at when we look ahead to Sunday for much of the West. But the stormy conditions stick with us across parts of the Southeast, and a little bit of a reality check, Savannah, across the Great Lakes and parts of the Northeast, where we'll have a nice cool breeze, a little sunshine, maybe a couple of clouds overhead, but some chillier conditions than what we've so easily gotten used to over the past couple of days here in New York City and across other parts of the Northeast.
Absolutely. I do love April Delight. Thank you for that.
I'll think of a
Angie.
new one for you tomorrow.
Please. I love it. Thanks. See you in a bit. All right, we've got a lot more to get to this morning, including the return of the cicadas. The creepy, crawly bugs are back for a double dose this year. Oh boy, listen to that. We'll be previewing the so-called Cicada-geddon. Oh, that's lovely. Just ahead. First, though, our exclusive interview with a Boeing engineer turned whistleblower before he heads to Capitol Hill. Why he claims assembly flaws make the 787 Dreamliner unsafe. That's next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now. We're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand delivery.
All right, it just me too.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My commitment to
apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Welcome back. Today, Congress will hear allegations from a whistleblower that one of Boeing's most widely flown planes has a serious flaw, which could have devastating consequences. He spoke exclusively with NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello. Tom joins us now with more from Reagan National Airport. Tom, what an interview. Tell us more about what this whistleblower said. He's a current Boeing engineer.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. He went to the FAA, raised these concerns. The FAA is now investigating. Today, he is going to Congress to raise these concerns. He's talking about the 787 Dreamliner. This is a plane that has flown hundreds of millions of passengers safely already, but he says it has a very serious flaw that needs to be addressed. If it's not addressed, he claims it could be catastrophic. Boeing says, however, that is completely inaccurate. His allegations are false. It's one of Boeing's best-selling aircraft, transporting 875 million passengers on 1,100 planes worldwide over the past 12 and a half years. But today, a Boeing whistleblower will tell Congress he's concerned that the 787 Dreamliner may have a dangerous flaw.
Right now, to me, I see we have real problem in our hand.
15-year Boeing engineer Sam Salapour says the gaps between the big pieces of the fuselage are too big. And even though the fuselage pieces are fastened together, the stress could lead to fatigue failure and disaster after thousands of flights.
When the plane can break apart in altitude and drop to the ground, I think that's a safety issue.
You really think that's what's at stake here?
That's exactly what's at stake here. Fatigue failure has no mercy on anybody.
But Boeing is pushing back hard, telling NBC News, we are fully confident in the 787 Dreamliner because of the comprehensive work done to ensure the quality and long-term safety of the aircraft. These claims about the structural integrity of the 787 are inaccurate. Since 2020, Boeing has been under FAA supervision as it tightens paper-thin gaps between the fuselage components, stress testing the plane through 165,000 takeoffs and landings, more than 3 times a typical 787's lifespan. Of the 1,100 planes in service, 689 have already gone through various inspections. So far, 0 evidence of fatigue.
This whistleblower's concerns, while I'm sure are very sincere, I don't think matches what Boeing is saying is happening out in the fleet.
Salapour admits he doesn't have full access to all of Boeing's data since he moved off the 787 project in 2022. He claims in retaliation for raising concerns internally. Boeing says it does not tolerate retaliation. Would you put your family on a 787 right now?
I would not.
Boeing will be in a Senate committee's crosshairs today after 2 fatal MAX 8 crashes overseas, the MAX 9 door plug blowout, and admitted quality control lapses at Boeing.
If we have another crash, I am not sure if Boeing can survive that or not. And that's what I'm trying to prevent.
Yeah, Salapour tells me he's coming forward now because he tried for 3 years to bring this issue up internally within Boeing, but he was not getting a satisfactory response, he says, from Boeing. Boeing, for its part, says it is absolutely convinced and committed to the 787, convinced it is safe after robust
testing. Savannah?
Tom, it's also interesting to hear you say that he said I wasn't really getting anything from them, because right now at the same time, Boeing is encouraging employees to speak up if they see anything, right?
100% right. This is called the Boeing Speak Up program. It's literally see something, say something. Boeing has really come forward with this program in a robust way after all of these issues we've been reporting on for months, the quality control breakdowns at Boeing. And Boeing says since they've really been pushing this see something, say something verdict or edict, I should say, within Boeing, that employee feedback and tips have increased 500%. So Boeing insists this is working. Employees are speaking up.
All right, Tom Costello, important interview. Thank you so much. Well, time now for international headlines. We're going to start with a show of solidarity from Mexico over a police raid on the Mexican embassy in Ecuador. Megan Fitzgerald joins us now with that and more. Hey, Megan.
Savannah, good morning. That's right. In a move that's aimed at standing in solidarity with Mexico, Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro closed down his embassy and consulate in Ecuador. Maduro is supporting Mexico in its protest over a raid by Ecuadorian authorities on the Mexican embassy in Quito. Now, Ecuador's president said he ordered the raid to arrest Mexico's former vice president, who's a convicted criminal and fugitive. But there's international condemnation because diplomatic grounds are considered foreign soil. And in Indonesia, at least 800 people had to evacuate their homes after a volcano erupted multiple times. Lava has been seen spewing out. Big ash clouds have launched into the sky. Officials on the ground say these eruptions were triggered by recent earthquakes. And despite serving in South Korea's mandatory military service, K-pop superstar Suga now has one of the highest grossing concerts film in 2024. Last year, he got in one last solo concert, which was just released in theaters around the world for a few days. And of course, fans went crazy. Savannah, there is one more year left of this mandatory military service, and I'm quite sure fans are counting down the days.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much. Well, it is one of the not so pleasant sounds of summer, and this year large parts of the U.S. are set to hear even more noise from cicadas. That is because of a rare double emergence. We're going to learn what that means in a moment, but it is the first in more than 200 years, and it is already starting with the first bugs making their presence heard. NBC's Maggie Vespa is handling this particularly gross, in my opinion, assignment. She joins us from Chicago with the latest. Hey, Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, that's my opinion, too. It's shocking that no one fought me for this assignment here at NBC. So nevertheless, here I am. They are calling this Cicada-geddon. They are calling it the cicada apocalypse, with cicada heads, a.k.a. superfans, spotting the first of basically smaller versions of these bugs already on trees and leaves in a couple of states. And that is just the beginning. We are talking about trillions of cicadas crawling out of the ground across the Midwest and South, marking anything bigger than we've seen or heard, frankly, in centuries. This morning, the cicadas are coming.
There will be a record amount of bugs bursting from the ground in the next few months.
And Americans are bracing.
They're these massive, loud bugs that fly everywhere.
For a double dose of creepy, crawly impact.
If I see one, I'm not going outside.
It's all thanks to a once-in-a-lifetime double emergence with two cicada broods, one that's lived underground for 13 years, the other for 17, crawling out of the soil across the Midwest and South, overlapping in multiple states, including Illinois and Iowa. Some of the first spotted this week in the Carolinas. How many cicadas are we talking?
Somewhere in the hundreds of billions to trillions.
Trillions plural.
Trillions plural, yes.
The last double emergence, 1803, when Thomas Jefferson was president. Anticipation sparking nicknames like Cicada-geddon, with cicada heads launching cicada tracking apps. And in Chicago, painting giant plaster versions for a citywide cicada parade.
Why do you want to add more?
Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? So this moment is magical.
Some even sharing old viral videos.
Have you ever wanted to eat tempura battered cicadas?
Of recipes for the uber cicada curious. At Chicago's Field Museum, visitors are buzzing. Do you think that looks cool or is that gross?
It looks like both.
It looks both?
Scientists excited to educate people about these winged plant-eating insects with that sound synonymous with the start of summer.
Millions of them is kind of like a really big, loud chainsaw.
What is billions or trillions going to sound like?
Many chainsaws going at the same time. This is the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, the coolest thing ever. I guess it depends on your take, according to people that we talk to. So I do want to point out, and we were just asked by the control room, this is not anatomically correct, guys. This is a slightly larger version of a cicada. So they're smaller than this, but this is what they look like. Scientists do want us to stress they're completely harmless to humans, and they're mostly good for plants. The only time they can be a problem is if they completely cover, like a really young, small plant that you have, and then you might want to brush it off and cover the plant if you can. Also take heart in knowing they die off after about a month. So this double emergence will be relatively short-lived. It's temporary, but it will be epic. Hence all the merch, Savannah, that we found online, and that includes like rock star style T-shirts.
No, why are you wearing that?
That my producer and I already have. Well, I mean, just why not?
Maggie, you might as well call yourself a cicada head. You're a cicada head, I think.
I know. We're there, whether we want to be or not.
You're at that level. Maggie, terrifying stuff. Thank you very much. All right, coming up, the great elephant escape, the story behind this circus-like scene that played out on the streets of Montana. Neighbors say they will never forget. Stay with us.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are in a sea of strangers right now who are united by this moment. What does it make you feel inside to see this?
It's like happy, like my heart beating is fast.
I am so happy you guys got to experience this.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border?
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over?
If it's Sunday,
It's Meet the Press.
welcome back. So we all know about runaway cats or dogs, right? Well, what about something a lot bigger? Check out this video here of a full-sized elephant from a traveling circus seen roaming the streets of Butte, Montana before she was recaptured. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us with the details on the escape. Sam, what happened here?
Savannah, you see this video, you're like, no way. That's not possible. That is not an elephant in the middle of the road. No, yes, it is an elephant in the middle of the road. As far as what happened, there was a traveling circus going through Butte, Montana yesterday. Apparently, Viola, the elephant, managed to shake loose. Now, the circus is not confirming that. But from there, the rest of it, Savannah, was just mayhem in Montana.
Elephant.
There's a certain quality of disbelief that comes with seeing things that don't belong in everyday life.
Oh my God.
And for residents of Butte, Montana Tuesday, like Matea Smith, who was driving with her husband, an elephant strolling down the street definitely fit the bill.
He was like, oh my gosh, there's an elephant. And I kind of was joking with him and I thought I was in the parking lot. Then he was like, no, there's an elephant. So I looked up and I was like, oh, there is an elephant in the road.
The manager of the Civic Center, where the Jordan World Circus was staging, confirming to NBC affiliate KECI, the giant animal apparently got spooked by the sound of a truck backfiring during a bath and bolted.
So set the scene for me, right? You see the elephant coming down the street, and then how long after are her handlers also pursuing Viola?
I'd say 30 seconds behind her, but the problem is that an elephant's much faster than a human. So you see the elephant get into the road, and by the time she's over by the casino, her handlers are just running out as fast as they can.
Once Viola popped up on this gas station security camera,
my coworker here pointed out, there's an elephant. Started jumping up and down, pointing out the window.
And then trotted right by the casino. All bets were off. Witnesses say the whole circus-like scene lasted around 20 minutes before the powerful pachyderm was safely recaptured. Jordan World Circus did not respond to NBC News' request for comment, but their website showed a scheduled stop in Butte the same day as Viola's escape. Now it's a tall tale for a town of 35,000, accustomed to seeing plenty of animals.
Typically, you see moose and coyotes, lots of bear.
But nothing quite like this.
I will never forget this. It's not every day you get to see an elephant just wander through your hometown.
No, it is not. Now, Savannah, the chase ended up outside of someone's apartment complex, according to the local sheriff's office. They said that the circus was able to contain Viola without law enforcement having to get involved. And you know there's that expression that an elephant never forgets. In this case, it's a town that will never forget its elephant. Savannah, back to you.
Yeah, I love it, Sam. All bets were off. Got a cackle out of me. Thank you very much for that. All right, we're just 100 days away from the first Summer Olympic Games in France in a century. Soon, athletes from all over the world will gather in the capital for the world's most famous competition. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from Paris with more on how the City of Lights is preparing. Keir, good morning.
Bonjour, Savannah. It will be summer when the summer comes, I promise you. But look at this spectacular view and imagine it. The opening ceremony on the Seine, 10,500 athletes on 160 boats, more than 300,000 people lining the banks of the river for one of the biggest events Paris has ever hosted. This morning, the Olympic flame en route from Greece to Paris. Just 100 days from the City of Lights' first Olympics in 100 years. And now, a first glimpse of the stunning venues built at some of the city's most famous sites. Oh my goodness. It's incredible. Under the Eiffel Tower, NBC News shown around the beach volleyball. This is exciting. I mean, to actually see it like this, you get really a feeling for how it's going to be.
Yeah, indeed. It is really exciting. You can almost feel the atmosphere of the 13,000 people.
The centerpiece set to be the River Seine, hosting the opening ceremony. This week, President Macron saying for the first time that France has backup locations planned if security threats arise. Now, many Olympic locations visible from a riverboat or bateau mouche. My guide, Paris podcaster Oliver G.
This is where it's all going to happen. This is the Pont Alexandre III, a really famous bridge, and on both sides we're going to be having Olympic events.
That side and this side?
Both.
Wow. In total, there are 24 venues scattered in and around Paris. In the Place de la Concorde, skateboarding, and for the first time, breakdancing. At Les Invalides, archery. In the Grand Palais, taekwondo and fencing. While just 9 miles outside Paris, the spectacular Château de Versailles, home of Louis XIV, who had a passion for horses, will stage the Olympic equestrian events.
There will be a beautiful perspective on the Grand Canal and with a backdrop with the Château de Versailles.
Up to 40,000 spectators will watch competing riders encircle the magnificent golden fountains. Then a different kind of gold. At a French jewellery house, the Paris 2024 medals, set with tiny fragments of the Eiffel Tower and encased in bespoke Louis Vuitton trunks. Heightened security means every apartment overlooking events will be searched. Your Parisian apartment. Boston native Susan Godden shows us around her magnificent Paris home. Look at this.
Yes.
She has volunteered to greet athletes when the games begin.
It's such a beautiful city, and I want everyone that comes here to have a wonderful experience and walk away, fall in love with it like I have.
Back in Paris live at Savannah, and the French are set to unveil their outfits for the opening ceremony later today. Tuxedos, I'm told. Très chic. Savannah?
Yeah, there we go. And Keir, we saw you jumping in yesterday. Brave of you. Very cool to see. Thank you so much. All right, coming up, Caitlin Clark fever has swept the nation, but for a woman who made history on the court and is breaking jersey sales records off of it, her WNBA paycheck has many up in arms. We're going to dig into that controversy coming up next.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We are in a sea of strangers right now who are united by this moment. What does it make you feel inside to see this?
It's like happy, like my heart rating is fast.
I am so happy you guys got to experience this.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border?
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. The hype over Caitlin Clark in the WNBA is just getting started. Just 1 hour after she was selected as the #1 pick in the draft, Clark's Indiana Fever jersey sold out in nearly every size. Fanatics CEO Michael Rubin said Clark's jersey sold more on draft night than any other athlete in any sport, male or female, in the company's history. But that was quickly overshadowed, I'm sure you saw this all over social media yesterday, by the reveal of Clark's rookie salary contract. Clark will make just over $76,000 in her first year with the league. As her salary is now sparking an intense debate as the gender pay gap in sports, because that is just a teeny tiny fraction of any of her NBA counterparts. WNBA expert Christina Williams joins us for more on this. Christina, good morning.
Good morning.
The second you walked in here, I was peppering you with questions because it's really hard to wrap your mind around, and you helped me understand some of it. So first, just explain the pay structure for the WNBA, because I think what a lot of people might not recognize is it's not like, oh my gosh, the Fever is underpaying her. They should have paid her more. Would another team have given her a better That's not what's going on here. There are certain caps set in place based on how this was bargained for all the players. So explain that to us.
Yeah, so in 2020, there was a groundbreaking collective bargaining agreement that the players and the league agreed to. And so the salary cap is collectively bargained within that. So every team in the WNBA, they have a hard salary cap with little to no wiggle room. And so as a rookie, she's going to make about $76,000, and that number goes up in her fourth year with a player option. But the difference in revenue sharing between the NBA and the WNBA is based off the lengths of the league. In the NBA, there's 82 games. In the WNBA, there's now 40 games, and it could go up to 44 based off the current CBA. And then also the revenue sharing splits is different between both leagues as well.
Explain that, the revenue sharing splits.
Yes, so in the NBA, NBA, players can get 50% of the revenue shares, and that's guaranteed money in the NBA. The WNBA, that's not the same. The players can make up to 50% of incremental revenue, and the league describes that as once the league makes a certain amount of profit in a year, then that money trickles down to its players, and they can split it 50-50. But that hasn't happened yet, and so the players are advocating to renegotiate that compensation agreement, and this November they have the option to opt out of the current CBA and renegotiate its terms.
Walk us through some of the comparisons that were really just blowing people's mind online yesterday when you kind of put her, you know, I don't know if apples to apples is the right way to put it when we talk, for example, right here about this comparison, but, you know, just like 2 first-round draft picks. Tell us about these.
Yeah, so I think that in a unique situation for Caitlin Clark is she's a part of a group of college athletes who is really benefiting from the NIL era.
Oh, yeah.
She is making upwards of $3 million according to multiple reports, and so the $76,000 will be in addition to what she's already making in endorsements and sponsorship money. And yeah, it is a shocking number when you look at the NBA rookies and what they make, but it's 2 different collective bargaining agreements, and the players will have an option to opt out this year.
So I guess for people who are like, this can't be, no amount of our social media outrage or shock can change this, right? I mean, this is this collective bargaining agreement. There's nothing, it's not, even if the fever wanted to give her millions of dollars, they can't.
They can't, because this is what the players agreed to in 2020. But again, the players, there was a new documentary that came out called Shattered Glass with the WNBPA and its players, and they talked about what is coming up in November, that collective bargaining agreement option to opt out. But then next year, the new broadcast media rights deal will also play a major part in players getting more money in the next collective bargaining agreement. So there's a lot of moving parts. The WNBA is also expanding next year, having 13 teams with Golden State Warriors buying into the WNBA. So there's a lot of great things to look forward to. But at the moment,
we're out of time, but I do just want to ask, is Caitlin Clark's specific, extremely high star power, I mean, what we mentioned about her jersey selling out, could that help the entire league? I mean, could this focus on women's sports that she, honestly, in a lot of ways, single-handedly is doing a lot for, make this better for all players?
Yeah, when we talk about equity, it starts with putting these players like Caitlin Clark in the spotlight to drive more sports coverage, but also to increase the valuation when we talk about negotiating that new media rights deal next year as well.
So much to watch for. We'll keep talking to you about it. Christina Williams, thank you so much. Great to have you here. Well, let's get you to some financial headlines. U.S. lawmakers are scrutinizing a newly proposed sports streaming joint venture. Bertha Coombs back with us this hour. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, that's right. Lawmakers are raising concerns about that new sports streaming venture planned by Disney, Fox, and Warner Brothers Discovery. Congressman Jerry Nadler and Joaquin Castro sent a letter to the CEOs of the companies questioning how the offering will affect competition and viewer choices. They're concerned that it's going to result in higher prices and unfair licensing terms for sports leagues and video distributors. The sports venture is already facing an antitrust battle filed by Fubo TV. Amazon Music, meantime, is joining Spotify in rolling out a generative AI playlist feature because everything has to be generative AI. Amazon's tool is called Maestro. It's only available to a small number of users right now. It's designed to use natural language prompts to create any type of playlist, including sounds, activities, emotions, they say, and even emojis. I don't know how you tell a sound thing to do an emoji, but whatever. Since it's still in beta testing, Amazon says Maestro may not get everything right immediately, and it has put safeguards in place to prohibit offensive language and inappropriate prompts. Meantime, Sesame Street may be forced to turn the lights out. Writers employed by the show's producer, Sesame Workshop, have voted to authorize a strike. Their current contract expires on Friday. The 36 writers have been in talks since February and could start picketing next week. New episodes of Sesame Street air on Max, but the show's fate for next year and beyond is uncertain. I guess they might have to do a segment on, collective bargaining, talk about the NBA.
We got a lot of collective
WNBA
bargaining conversation this morning. Right? It's so true. It's certainly of interest. Bertha Coombs, thank you so much. Well, this morning, Time is out with its list of the 100 most influential people. So who made the cut? We're going to sit down with Time's deputy editor up next.
Fire
has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good Morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back and happy Wednesday, especially for fans of the Addams family's favorite daughter. The hit Netflix show Wednesday is getting a fun addition to its cast. Variety reports that actor Steve Buscemi is joining star Jenna Ortega for the upcoming second season of the spin-off series. You might know him from numerous Adam Sandler movies or even an episode of The Sopranos. So far, no word on Buscemi's role in the show, but I think it's safe to say fans of the supernatural mystery are dying. To see their new adventures at Nevermore Academy. All right, here's a question for you. Are you the youngest sibling, the middle child, maybe the oldest? Well, how your birth order can shape who you are is the subject of a recent New York Times article, and also some social media posts that are lighting up with some strong feelings about what it has to say about eldest daughters, of which I am one. Here's Today co-host Hoda Kotb.
Birth order is something that has been discussed and dissected for decades.
Alfred Adler developed a birth order theory.
But thanks to what some say are spot-on takes on eldest daughters on social media, firstborn girls are having a moment.
If you know an oldest daughter or an oldest sibling, give them a hug and say thank you.
A New York Times article entitled "Why Your Big Sister Resents You" has eldest sisters and their loved ones buzzing, citing viral content like this post on X asking, "Are you happy, or are you the oldest sibling and also a girl?" The comment section becoming something of a support group.
Eldest daughter syndrome is not an official mental health diagnosis. It's a term coined to describe the unique pressures and responsibilities placed onto the oldest daughter in the family. In short,
this TikTok video from Katie Morton, a licensed marriage and family therapist and youngest sibling, has been viewed more than 6.5 million times.
1, you have an intense feeling of responsibility. 2, you are an overachiever, type A, and very driven.
The topic has been discussed at length on podcasts.
We're definitely what I call like bonus parents.
Family therapist Sarah Stanizai has had an overwhelming response to a support group she created for fellow oldest daughters.
When you're in a room of people who absolutely understand it, even though they might have their own sort of nuances to it, hearing each other's stories and also being heard, what that's really telling you is you're not abnormal.
Middle children are often described as having big personalities. The youngest, outgoing and social. The research on birth order personality traits is mixed. Experts say it may not matter.
If it matters to you, then it matters.
Our thanks to Hoda for that story. Such an interesting one. I think we have a picture of my sister and I, because again, I am the eldest. This is my, oh, there's my dad too. He watches every morning, so he'll see this. That's my younger sister, Riley, who I most certainly do not resent, but I do understand the conversation around feeling like sometimes you're the glue of the family. We'll see if they agree with that. Anyway, finally this hour, Time just released their list of the 100 most influential people this year. And as you're about to see, there are some big names on the list. Kelly Conniff is Time's deputy editor. She's back with us to go over this list. Kelly, always great to have you in studio. Thanks for coming.
Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. So first, let's just start with who's on the list. I know it's not a ranking, right?
Exactly,
It's like 100 influential people,
right.
But you do have 4 covers in particular. But tell us about who's on this list.
Sure. So, you know, this is our annual list of the people who we think have really shaped the last year. This year, we have a number of great people on the list. I think one of the standouts, of course, is Yulia Navalnaya, who is the widow of Alexei Navalny, the anti-Putin dissident who died in a Russian prison camp earlier this year. She gave us her first interview since his death. He just died a few months ago. She's really stepping into a role role as kind of a leader of the movement that he started. She was often in the background. She was always there, but she was never really front and center, and she's really taken on that mantle. It's kind of an incredible thing to really think about doing just a few months after your spouse dying. And we went to Lithuania to talk with her. That's where the movement is kind of located. And we spent a lot of time with her, and she really gave us a lot, which was wonderful. We also have Dua Lipa, who has not listened to a Dua Lipa song in the last few months. She's everywhere. She, of course, has a new album coming out in just a few weeks.
So exciting.
We talked to her as well about growing up in Kosovo. She had a lot to say about that, about her new music, how she's trying to change her sound. We also have, of course, Patrick Mahomes, our reigning Super Bowl champ. This is his third time on the list. He's only 28 years old, which is really incredible to think about. Makes you think about your life choices, right?
Oh gosh, I hate when you realize that.
I know. Dua Lipa is 28 too, so it's really just kind of crazy to think.
What have I done in my life?
Yeah, but he seemed. We sat down with him in Dallas. He's a really thoughtful, nice, humble guy. We went to him and said, look, you're hitting numbers that people haven't hit until much later in their career. And he said, look, I'm just focusing on like my life, my family, doing what I can moving forward. And then our fourth cover, of course, is Taraji P. Henson, who is an icon and a legend. We've had her on the list before. And with her, we're recognizing a type of influence of someone who's been there. She's been doing the work. She's been incredible for years. But this is really with her role in The Color Purple last year, her speaking up about pay inequity, specifically with Black women in Hollywood. It's her moment. And we wanted to really put her on the cover, put what she's saying front and center.
We only have about a minute, but one of my favorite things about this particular list is that you have other very famous people typically writing about these people, giving them this honor, like Maren Morris for Jack Antonoff, for example, which is so cool to get to hear a little bit from somebody else who's super famous and not about themselves, right? Talking about somebody else. What's that process like?
Absolutely. So we spend a lot of time on this part of the list. We do a lot of brainstorming. We do a lot of gut checks. We're always kind of throwing back and forth names. This happens in different ways. Sometimes it's people who you can tell are really friends. We have a Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants reunion, Blake Lively and America Ferrara. We have a Skins reunion, Daniel Kaluuya on Dev Patel. You can tell there's real warmth in these. It's really nice. Sometimes you have people who clearly admire someone and are inspired. Tarana Burke, founder of the Me Too movement, on E. Jean Carroll, a really poignant piece. We also have Ryan Reynolds on Michael J. Fox, another moment where you can tell he really admires someone. Sometimes you have people who are colleagues, people who want to work together. We have Joe Biden on UAW President Sean Fain. So there's really a lot of variety, but we're looking for something that will pop. We're looking for something that will be meaningful.
And what a feat to book, both the winners and the people who are writing.
Absolutely,
it's
amazing.
Project. Kelly Conniff, thank you so much. We love when you come by. We appreciate you being here. And that 2024 Time 100 list available now. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now.
Hey everyone, good Wednesday. We're so happy you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks again for joining. I'm Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, April 17th. A Boeing whistleblower, an engineer for the company, is telling Congress that he is worried one of their most popular aircraft has a dangerous flaw. How the aerospace giant is responding to the mounting allegations.
Sworn in, 7 jurors have officially been chosen in Trump's New York hush money case. We're going to tell you what we know about them as the judge warns the former president against juror intimidation.
Campus safety. The U.S. Department of Education is reporting a spike in crime at public universities. We're going to talk with a former Secret Service agent about what can be done to help protect our students.
Starting salary. WNBA player Caitlin Clark's pay as a rookie is now going viral. So we're going to discuss the pay gap between men and women's sports and how fans can help support some of their favorite players.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. This Wednesday, we're going to start on Capitol Hill with stunning claims from a Boeing whistleblower. Sam Salahpour is telling Congress that the 787 Dreamliner, this is a plane that has already flown hundreds of millions of passengers safely, well, he is saying that it's dangerously flawed. Boeing has strongly pushed back against these allegations, though. Salahpour, he is an engineer with Boeing. He has worked for the company for 15 years. He's telling the Senate that the planes should be grounded.
Salahpour sat down for an exclusive interview with NBC News just ahead of today's hearing and had this warning.
When the plane can break apart in altitude and drop to the ground, I think that's a safety issue.
You really think that's what's at stake here?
That's exactly what's at stake here. Fatigue.
CNBC auto and airline industry reporter Phil LeBeau joins us now. Phil, this is interesting because I think the most shocking thing that Mr. Salapur said was that he wouldn't even put his own family on these planes. So what exactly, specifically, are his major concerns?
The biggest one is that when you look at the 787 Dreamliner, it's a carbon fiber composite fuselage that is put together, basically joined, two pieces brought together. And there is a concern by Mr. Salapur that the gap between one piece of the fuselage and the other is too great. Now, this is an issue that the FAA and Boeing have been looking at since 2020. Specifically, the FAA have been checking every single Dreamliner that has come off the line since then. But Mr. Salapur says, look, this is too great of a gap that is there. It could lead to structural fatigue within the carbon fiber composite fuselage, and that could ultimately lead to a catastrophic failure. So, in a nutshell, that is his primary concern.
Phil, we know that Boeing has done rigorous stress testing on these planes. They've undergone a number of inspections since 2020. What is the company saying in response to these really damaging claims?
Well, this started 2 days ago when they did a technical briefing. I listened to that technical briefing for a journalist, went on about 3 hours, 4 hours. They essentially say, look, these allegations are ridiculous. We have checked all the gaps. We continue to check the gaps on these planes. They are within conformance, and this is a safe aircraft. So ultimately what we're left with is the allegations from this whistleblower and Boeing saying this is not the case. And now the real thing that I think we're going to see develop here, the FAA at some point is going to be called the Capitol Hill, and it will be asked, show us what you have learned in terms of when you're checking for the gaps in these planes, and do you believe these planes are safe? By the way, the FAA would not ticket an aircraft if it did not believe it is safe. So to a certain extent, it has already made a decision about those aircraft that have been checked since 2020.
All right, and multiple whistleblowers testifying right now. CNBC auto and airline industry reporter Phil LeBeau, thank you so much.
Well, 7 jurors have now been officially seated and sworn in Trump's New York hush money trial. And so far, that jury consists of 4 men and 3 women.
There are 2 attorneys, an oncology nurse, an IT consultant, a teacher, and a software engineer. The foreman of that jury, a 28-year-old salesman originally from Ireland. NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vazougian joins us. Now, Yasmin, it's always great to see you. So talk about this intense vetting process and now social media really playing a role in the voir dire process.
Role, especially when it comes to the former president's legal team, right? So they had to answer these 42 questions on this questionnaire first, which they read out loud in court, the answers to those questions. And then they kind of went into this one-on-one, but it was more like these jurors getting pulled in and then having to answer these questions in front of the former president, along with his legal team, along with Secret Service, along with the judge, and along with the people's attorney as well. And so they went into a lot of Facebook posts. They went into posts made back in 2020 during the election. They had some back and forth as to what was this post? What did it actually mean to you? And then there was the moment in which they could actually strike folks, right? So they have peremptory strikes, which essentially means they can strike people for no reason at all, right? And they can do that 10 separate times for each side. Otherwise, they have to strike with cause. And then the discretion is on Judge Juan Merchan to actually make the decision. And with all of that in mind, they ended up with 7 seated jurors, which I have to say is actually quicker than we had anticipated.
We thought it was going to be about 2 weeks. I mean, it's only been 2 days so far.
We thought it was going to be at least 2 weeks. I think we could actually have a jury seated by Monday. We could be looking at opening arguments come Monday, because if you think about it, tomorrow morning, 9:30, they're going to resume. 7 seated. They're going to have to get to the lucky number of 12. That is going to be the actual jury, and then they need 6 more as alternate jurors before they get up and going. If they were able to seat 7 in one day, and by the way, not even the entire day, we could feasibly get the rest of the jury tomorrow, and then the alternate jurors on Sunday, and then looking at opening arguments.
Which is pretty
rapid,
super
fast.
Pretty quick. Outside. We're lucky to have you in the studio today because you've been outside the courthouse reporting.
Court is not in session, that's right.
Right. But you also explained the voir dire process. I mean, as reporters, I think we have some sense of an expectation of how things could at least procedurally go. Was there anything that surprised you thus far?
I mean, honestly, I think the hardest thing is when you're outside the courtroom and you don't necessarily know what's going on, except for this living document that we're all going off of, right? Which is difficult. But I think the engagement of the former president, seems, with his legal team and the choosing of the jurors, I think was surprising. And also the moment in which already we're getting an admonition from Judge Juan Merchan on the former president because it seems like there was some rumbling of the former president while a juror was answering some questions about her social media posts. And then the judge says, I'm going to get this on the record and make sure everybody understands that he just said this and speak to your client, right? So he said to Todd Blanche, speak to your client. And just so everybody knows, and this is not something I knew, why is it so important to get that moment on the record? And it's for Judge Juan Merchan, if he wants to kick Donald Trump out of court, for instance, or hold him in contempt, he has a record of it.
Really important and great reporting. National correspondent Yasmin Vasuki. And Yasmin, as always, thank you so much.
All right, well, today, 25 million people are under severe threats of weather in the Midwest. This is the third straight day of bad weather for that region. You can see here the threat is impacting at least 7 states.
Now, some of the worst of it was seen yesterday with multiple tornadoes ripping through Kansas, Nebraska, Missouri. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster has more on the cleanup effort and where the storms are headed next.
Alarms sounding as a dangerous tornado outbreak swept through the plains and Midwest.
Not looking good.
Reports of more than 20 tornadoes.
It's coming our way.
Tearing roofs off buildings, snapping trees, and leaving homes in tatters.
That's a big old tornado.
Funnel clouds spotted from Kansas and Nebraska.
Look at that funnel right up there.
To Illinois and Missouri, where authorities say a tornado in Smithville injured 2 people when it toppled their camper. Tornadoes across the region turning buildings into rubble, with wind gusts in some areas reaching up to 70 miles an hour.
The roof just got picked up and it flipped over on itself.
In Iowa, a tornado took the roof off this church.
I don't know if we'll end up fixing the building or if it'll be a total loss.
And in the Quad Cities, even forecasters at the National Weather Service forced to hunker down, posting on social media, during the tornado warning, we took cover in our storm shelter at the office. A Sioux County sheriff posting this picture of this mangled playset as a deputy sheriff caught dramatic lightning strikes on his cruiser's dash cam video. The severe weather also impacting air travel across the Midwest, with over 600 flights delayed out of Chicago's Midway Airport alone. All part of a severe weather system now moving east, with more rain, hail, and tornadoes possible. Shaquille Brewster, NBC News.
Wow.
All right, it's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. The Federal Aviation Administration has just lifted a ground stop for all Alaska Airlines flights that was put in place earlier today. In a statement, the airline says residual delays should be expected throughout the day.
CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston joins us now. Julia, so Alaska Airlines made headlines, as we all remember, back in January, talking about that door plug that blew off of a Boeing 737 MAX plane. What about today? What caused the ground stop today?
Well, Alaska Airlines said in a statement that it was due to an outage while upgrading the system that calculates weight and balance on planes. It prompted the airline carrier to request the ground stop to err on the side of caution, which was lifted after an hour. While Alaska Airlines has begun to release flights, it's said to expect delays throughout the day. And meanwhile, Red Lobster is considering whether to file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Bloomberg reports the seafood chain is getting advice on restructuring from outside lawyers. Red Lobster is looking to shed some long-term contracts and renegotiate several leases. The company has been weighed down by rising costs for labor and real estate. Back over to you.
All right, our thanks, CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston. As always, Julia, we appreciate you.
Not the Red Lobster.
I know, I love Red Lobster.
Coming up, after dominating the court for a record number of viewers, basketball superstar Caitlin Clark is now igniting the conversation around equal pay in women's sports. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
So basketball star Caitlin Clark helped shatter viewership records for Monday night's WNBA draft. And according to ESPN, more than 3 million people tuned in to watch Clark be selected as the #1 overall pick. That's 4 times as many people compared to last year. Well, now in the spotlight, Clark's new salary is also in the big leagues as part of her 4-year contract. She's going to make $338,000 with the Indiana Fever and just over $75,000 in her rookie season.
But the pay discrepancy is sparking a lot of outrage online. Even President Biden took to X saying, quote, "Women in sports continue to push new boundaries and inspire us all. But right now, we're seeing that even if you are the best, women are not paid their fair share. It's time we give our daughters the same opportunities as our sons and ensure women are paid what they deserve." I love that. All right, joining us now, WNBA reporter Christina Williams. Christina, we get it, right? This justification that, well, the WNBA has not pulled in enough viewers. They are not as profitable overall. That's been the justification for the salaries of the women. But we are already seeing Caitlin Clark making a material difference on ticket sales, merchandise sales. What will it take to force this conversation and drive towards more parity?
When we talk about equity in terms of financial status for these women athletes, it starts with, as you said, putting the spotlight on women athletes like Caitlin Clark. The 2024 draft class is a star-studded draft class. Outside of Caitlin Clark, you have Angel Reese, Camila Cardozo. But the WNBA has to capitalize on that if they want to move forward. Next year, the WNBA has the opportunity to have a new media rights deal, which will change the game completely for how these women athletes are paid.
But it's interesting because, I mean, some people say, oh, well, the women don't make as much money in revenue as the men. But that kind of becomes a moot point if you look at things like soccer, where the women's team did outperform the men in revenue, in wins. I mean, they did win in viewership. So what can we as fans do to sort of move the needle? How can we ensure that female athletes are, being treated with parity? What do we do?
Well, there's not much the fans can do. Obviously, keep having the conversation, right? But in 2020, the WNBA signed a collective bargaining agreement, and their salaries are negotiated within that contract. And so that contract is up in 2027. But in November of this year, the WNBA players and their union have the opportunity to opt out of that contract to demand more pay. Las Vegas Aces star Kelsey Plum, she's very vocal about changing that player compensation agreement so that the players can get a bigger revenue share. And I think that's what it's all about, getting bigger pieces of pie.
Yeah, I love that. So that opens up this November. You said the media rights deal that's like commercials and ad revenues and all that, right? What about endorsements? Talk about the role that they play. And you mentioned a couple of the other stars. It's not just Caitlin Clark, right?
Yeah. So in this draft class, it's very special because this is the first group of women athletes in sports that have benefited from name, image, and likeness. Those NIL deals from college that will carry over. And so, yes, Caitlin Clark may be getting about $76,000 in her rookie year, but that's her base salary, not including her endorsements, which is estimated to be upwards of $3 million. And so she's making a lot of money. Her NIL deals are just going to come over now to the league as endorsements and sponsorships. But the WNBA has also taken initiative. They have partnered with 6 big companies like CarMax, Nike, Google to focus on these points to be able to increase the marketing and visibility of the sport to then demand more money when it comes to that media rights deal negotiation.
Let's usher in a new era.
Yeah, the question is, should she have to go outside of her salary to have to find those pennies, right? I mean, that's also a bigger question. Christina Williams, WNBA reporter, we so appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Well, we are just 100 days away from the 2024 Summer Olympics in Paris. The iconic Olympic flame has been officially lit. It is making its way there from Greece.
NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons brings us a closer look at how the city is preparing for the 15 million visitors that the Games are expected to bring in.
The Olympic flame en route from Greece to Paris.
just 100 days from the City of Lights' first Olympics in 100 years. And now a first glimpse of the stunning venues built at some of the city's most famous sites.
Oh my goodness. It's incredible.
Under the Eiffel Tower, NBC News shown around the beach volleyball.
This is exciting. I mean, to actually see it like this, you get really a feeling for how it's going to be.
Yeah, indeed. It is really exciting. You can almost feel the atmosphere of the 13,000 people.
The centerpiece set to be the River Seine, hosting the opening ceremony. This week, President Macron saying for the first time that France has backup locations planned if security threats arise. Now, many Olympic locations visible from a riverboat or bateau mouche. My guide, Paris podcaster Oliver G.
This is where it's all going to happen. This is the Pont Alexandre III, a really famous bridge, and on both sides we're going to be having Olympic events.
That side and this side?
Both.
Wow.
In total, there are 24 venues scattered in and around Paris. In the Place de la Concorde, skateboarding, and for the first time, breakdancing. At Les Invalides, archery. In the Grand Palais, taekwondo and fencing. While just 9 miles outside Paris, the spectacular Château de Versailles, home of Louis XIV, who had a passion for horses, will stage the Olympic equestrian events.
There will be a beautiful perspective on the Grand Canal and with a backdrop with the Château de Versailles.
Up to 40,000 spectators will watch competing riders encircle the magnificent golden fountains. Then a different kind of gold. At a French jewellery house, the Paris 2024 medals, set with tiny fragments of the Eiffel Tower and encased in bespoke Louis Vuitton trunks. Heightened security means every apartment overlooking events will be searched.
Your Parisian apartment.
Boston native Susan Godden shows us around her magnificent Paris home.
Look at this.
Yes. She has volunteered to greet athletes when the games begin.
It's such a beautiful city, and I want everyone that comes here to have a wonderful experience and walk away, fall in love with it like I have.
Keir Simmons, NBC News.
Later on this hour, we're learning new details about last year's deadly Lahaina wildfire and that emergency response, what Hawaiian officials plan to reveal in their 400-page report. Stay with us. You're watching Dateline.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The University of Southern California facing blowback for canceling a graduation speech by a Muslim valedictorian. The controversial decision came after the school received complaints about her pro-Palestinian social media posts. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz takes a look at those posts and the reaction from the valedictorian herself.
Controversy on campus after USC canceled the valedictorian's commencement speech citing safety concerns. Asna Tabassum was chosen by the USC provost to be this year's valedictorian, selected from nearly 100 qualifying students who applied. But at least 2 pro-Israel and Jewish groups complained to USC about the choice, pointing to Tabassum's social media activity, specifically a link to a free Palestine slideshow on her Instagram, which calls for the complete abolishment of the State of Israel.
The university has to make the decision about whether this valedictorian and her propagation of anti-Semitic vitriol online is worthy of being the representative of the class of 2024.
Tabassum said she is shocked and profoundly disappointed that the university is succumbing to a campaign of hate meant to silence my voice.
Unfortunately, it is clear if you're a Muslim student today, you don't expect the university, your administration, to stand by you.
The university's provost says the issue here is how best to maintain campus security and safety, period, and that the decision has nothing to do with freedom of speech. USC's commencement typically draws 65,000 people. University leadership has not shared details about potential threats.
It kind of makes a lot of people uncomfortable, the fact that they're like putting it under safety concerns, but aren't willing to then elaborate on any of those safety concerns.
The commencement controversy at USC, just the latest example of heightened tensions related to violence overseas spilling over on college campuses. Liz Kreutz, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Well, police in Texas say the death of a 2-year-old is being linked to fentanyl poisoning. And they also say the child's father may be to blame because of what he did instead of calling 911 right away. Maria Guerrero from our Dallas-Fort Worth affiliate spoke with the toddler's mother and takes us through the initial investigation.
She made everybody happy.
At just 2, Nevaeh Reed seemed destined for greatness.
She loved to sing. She loved to dance. She was so talented. She loved to act. I just wanted to do so much with her because I know she was going to be so great.
Endless possibilities dashed during a visit to her father's home.
Every day I still wake up and I look at her pictures and my baby is really not here.
Investigators have linked the toddler's death to fentanyl poisoning, blaming her father, Michael Reed. According to an arrest warrant, Mansfield police responded to a report of an unconscious child in late February. Reed claimed he woke up to find his little girl on the floor struggling to breathe. Police immediately found drugs nearby, including a blue M30 pill like this one, later testing positive for fentanyl. A roommate had reportedly seen Nevaeh with powder all over her before going limp. Reed reportedly warned his roommate and sister, Jamie Popovich, not to call police, fearing he would lose his kids. Instead, the 3 tried to induce vomiting, put ice on the child's face, and according to the warrant, Reed even tried having the overdose reversal drug naloxone delivered by DoorDash before finally calling 911 some 2 hours later.
She was on the ventilator for 10 days, and on the 28th, they pronounced her brain dead and took her off.
Nevaeh's father charged with failing to call 911 and not securing fentanyl. Popovich for not calling 911 immediately.
As you can see, she knew it was her birthday.
A grieving Stephanie Wallace with a plea for parents.
Be more thoughtful of their children. They didn't ask to be here. We brought them in. We vowed to protect them and to raise them because they are our future and they deserve to have a chance.
They absolutely deserve to have a chance. That was Maria Guerrero from our Dallas-Fort Worth station reporting.
There are new guidelines for the manufacturers of melatonin supplements. The Council for Responsible Nutrition announced Monday they will now require child-proof packaging.
Now, this change, it comes after the CDC reported that between 2019 and 2022, 11,000 children ended up in the ER after ingesting melatonin without supervision. Researchers also found the melatonin levels on the majority of bottles were mislabeled. Manufacturers have 2 years to get those changes in order.
Stay with us. Much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream. It's really easy to do it on YouTube, as a matter of fact. Stay with us.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back, and thanks again for joining us, where it is 12:30 in Great Neck, New York. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. In less than an hour, all 100 senators will be sworn in as jurors in the impeachment trial of Alejandro Mayorkas. The Secretary of Homeland Security faces 2 articles of impeachment. One accuses him of willfully and systematically refusing to comply with federal immigration laws. The other says he breached public trust by making false statements to Congress. Mayorkas is only the second cabinet member in U.S. history to face impeachment charges.
The United Arab Emirates is recovering today after the desert nation was hit by the heaviest rainfall ever recorded there. Dubai received 10 inches of rain in just 24 hours, causing flights to be grounded, schools to be closed. Emirates, the largest airline in the Middle East, has suspended check-in for all passengers in Dubai until 3 p.m. Eastern.
And an escaped circus elephant is now safe in her trailer again after roaming the streets of Butte, Montana yesterday. There she is. The sheriff's department says Viola, the elephant, was taking a bath, but when she got spooked by the sound of a vehicle backfiring, she got away and strolled around town for a block or 2 before being recaptured by her handlers. No damage or injuries were reported, but a lot of fun and memorable moments there.
Memorable indeed. All right. The president of Columbia University, Manu Shafiq, is on Capitol Hill today facing questions from lawmakers about anti-Semitism on campus.
Yeah, the school became a hotbed for protests after Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th. Today, Shafiq has been talking about the challenges of drawing the line between what kind of speech is and is not allowed. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitali joins us now from her post. Ali, great to see you. So Columbia has this new policy, right, for safe demonstrations. They have a designated space for protests, but the Anti-Defamation League gave the university still a D grade for its efforts to combat anti-Semitism. So what is the president telling lawmakers today?
Well, look, we saw a tense start to this hearing. The hallway that I'm in has really been a hotbed of activity all morning. As you can see, some of the lawmakers are now outside meeting with students who have come down from Columbia. They are here in support of Gaza. They have continued to try to get into the hearing room. Meanwhile, inside the room, we are watching the Columbia president really try to toe that line between what constitutes free speech and what constitutes safety on her campus on this really controversial issue. Listen to just part of what she said to lawmakers today.
We must uphold freedom of speech because it's essential to our academic mission, but we cannot and shouldn't tolerate abuse of this privilege to harass and discriminate. There have been periods in history when anti-Semitism is in abeyance, and they were characterized by enlightened leadership, inclusive cultures, and clarity about rights and obligations. Those are the values I cherish and that I am determined to bring to Columbia.
And so again, we're seeing Columbia's president testify there, being very careful in her selection of her words, trying to not make the mistakes of the folks who came here before her, the university presidents and heads who came at the end of last year, and several of whom have since left and lost their jobs.
Yeah, I want to stay on that point for a minute, Ali, because specifically you're talking about the presidents of UPenn, Harvard, MIT. They all tried to strike that balance. It was just 4 months ago. And of course, we saw sort of that explosive hearing by the same House committee. You know, and after that hearing, of course, as you mentioned, those presidents, at least at Harvard and UPenn, they stepped down. So at this point, what has changed? What is different about the environment at this point? And what is different about the stakes now for Shafiq?
Well, I think if you talk about the stakes and the environment specifically for this hearing, certainly this issue is still one that is dividing college campuses. Candidly, it's dividing lawmakers up here on Capitol Hill as they try to forge a path forward on what it looks like to have U.S. military and financial aid to Israel amid this ongoing crisis. But one of the things I think that the Columbia University president is in some ways benefiting from here is the fact that now there's a blueprint for what these hearings look like, and she has not been tripped up on some of the same questions that confused or even put her predecessors in hot water. I think that's one of the things that's been clear here today, as it's been tense, but without some of those more viral moments that the other university heads endured.
All right, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent following it all for us right now, Ali Vitale. Thank you, Ali.
Well, it was a murder case that riveted the nation more than 2 decades ago. Now Scott Peterson is fighting for a retrial.
His new lawyers say there's evidence that could prove somebody else killed Peterson's pregnant wife, Lacey, as well as their unborn child. NBC News correspondent Adrian Broaddus takes a look at the defense's theory that burglars may have been the actual killers.
We are on the record in the matter of People versus Scott Lee Peterson.
Convicted murderer Scott Peterson is back in court. He's fighting for a new trial in the killings of his wife and unborn child more than 20 years ago. The LA Innocence Project taking up his case, arguing new evidence shows Peterson was not behind the killings.
The LA Innocence Project certainly brings a fair amount of credibility to Scott Peterson, which wouldn't have existed prior. When they do take on a case, they tend to do it if they think there is a real possibility that they could be successful.
Peterson appearing virtually from prison for the procedural hearing on sealing the names of some witnesses. Last month, his lawyers arguing evidence previously overlooked be made available. They say it should have been presented to Peterson's original defense team.
Mr. Peterson has been waiting 20 years to find some of these police reports and audio recordings and video recordings that should have been provided.
Peterson was convicted in the 2002 murders of his wife, Lacey Peterson, and their unborn child. Now, Peterson is serving a life sentence without parole. This after his original death sentence was overturned by California's Supreme Court.
Absolutely, Your Honor. Thank you.
But the LA Innocence Project now says that overlooked evidence may show Lacey's killers were burglars who had broken into a house across the street. They also want to do new testing on a burned out orange van containing a bloody mattress that they say may have Lacey's DNA on it. It was reportedly found in Modesto the morning after Lacey vanished. John Bueller, a former police detective who led the original investigation, says he didn't know about the mattress, but is skeptical it's related to the murders.
I guess there's a possibility, but I think it's kind of like the possibility of the sun rising in the west tomorrow. I just really don't think it's there.
Peterson now facing an uphill battle to earn a new trial as questions remain over whether new evidence will be enough to set him free.
The likelihood is very small that Scott Peterson will be granted a new trial out of this. The bar is extremely high. It's not just if there was evidence that was excluded from the trial, it's if that evidence, when discovered, would likely return a different verdict.
Adrian Broaddus, NBC News.
Well, speaking of crime on college campuses in this country is on the rise. In fact, 2022 saw the biggest spike since public universities started tracking incidents back in the 90s, according to the U.S. Department of Education.
Yeah, the top offenses include motor vehicle theft, burglary, and rape. Now, this increase in crime has led some parents to take matters into their own hands to keep their kids safe. We have with us former U.S. Secret Service agent and author Evie Pompouras. Evie, it's always great to have you because you always have these great tips for us. But first, set the scene. Why are we seeing this uptick in crime on campuses, and what should parents and students know?
Okay, so I think the uptick is really not that bad at the moment. This is COVID. COVID suppressed everything because we saw crime go down because no one was going to school. Now that students are coming back, we're seeing the uptick happen, but it's going back to where it was pre-COVID. Now, there is some argument to say that, well, not as many students are back at school, and is this in proportion? So I think we have to wait and see. We're not there yet.
Not panic
to worry.
time. Okay.
Exactly.
You know, but I think any parent is concerned. We see a rise in school shootings, and then, of course, you have the individual incidents, like we cited rape or things like that. And we see that some parents are taking matters into their own hands, even hiring private security for their students. What should the systems of schools be doing to make sure students are safe?
So private security, not a good idea. Here's the problem. Each person's personal private security is going to operate differently, do differently. Are they carrying? It's going to make a problem. You don't know who the good guy is or bad guy is should something happen. The resources should go to the school security system, the public security they have. And basically the best thing for deterrence is uniforms. In fact, when I was in the Secret Service and we would build a plan, one of the things we would do to deter criminal behavior was uniforms. And we would say, how many uniforms do I need? Because when somebody sees a uniform, their mindset's gonna be like, I don't want to do this. It's a visual deterrence. It's great. That's where the resources should go.
Yeah, not necessarily towards private
and
security.
especially so many people having competing sort of
You don't know
objectives
how they're
to
training,
decide.
how they're
Right.
operating, who's carrying, who's the
thought
good
about
guy,
that.
who's the bad guy if
Right.
something happens. This is a sure way for somebody to get hurt.
And ultimately, you always talk to us about what your individual responsibility is to protect yourself. So what should students know? What should they be aware of?
Okay, so get off your phones, pay attention when you're walking, swivel, your head's a swivel, looking around. And when we look at the list that you just read off, so auto thefts, just lock your car. And you know what, if they take it, it's a vehicle, let it go. As far as personal burglaries or robberies, things like that, think about what you're wearing. Like, you don't need to bring your Louis Vuitton bag. And I'm a professor, I'm an adjunct, I see my kids rolling in with these name brand stuff. You're a walking billboard for, please target me. You're going to school, leave that stuff at home. Don't carry cash on you. Credit cards are your friend. These are simple things that you can do. And even a personal alarm, like the you and I were talking about on camera, you can click something like that. It makes a loud noise. And bad guys, when they hear that, they disperse.
What about pepper spray? I know that's not allowed in some states, but...
Pepper spray is a great idea. In some states, there's certain laws, whether you can buy it or not, so you want to check. I love pepper spray. You want to practice with it first. The great thing about pepper spray is I can engage you and keep distance. That's why it's great.
That's critical. All right, former U.S. Secret Service agent Evie Pomporis, thank you so much. We appreciate your time and, as always, your tips and expertise.
Thank you so much, Evie. All right, well, Hawaii's Attorney General is set to release a 400-page report today that details the first part of the independent investigation into those deadly Lahaina wildfires last year.
Those findings, they come after the Maui Fire Department just released its after-action report yesterday. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now with the latest. Steve, you saw those fires unfold. The fire department's report did not focus on what actually caused the fires, but instead it sort of looked at the emergency response to them. What did they find?
Yeah, Morgan, I want to address that real quick. I think a lot of people this week saw that there were a multitude of these reports coming out this week. They got excited that it would include something about the cause, who's to blame. These reports do not do that. As you mentioned, after-action reports from the Maui Fire Department. Let's talk about what they do include. These came with 17 sort of areas of focus that looked at the response of how well emergency crews responded to this fire. They came back with several recommendations, including fully stocked relief apparatus. Looks like kind of firefighters speak. It basically just means they weren't properly supplied. I mean, a lot of tankers weren't full. A lot of the supply trucks that were on scene weren't accurately up to date, weren't in the places that they needed to be. There was one story about a firefighter who drove his personal moped into the flames to try to get people out. That shouldn't happen, as heroic as it was. Another one was to create a mutual aid program. This is sort of the coordination between all agencies that are responding to a fire. Very helpful, of course, on many fires, extremely helpful on Maui. And then the other one was, of course, to account for people speaking different languages. All of these recommendations being taken into account, but nothing yet on the cause that is being investigated by the ATF. We won't hear more on that until probably about the next 6 months or so. Guys.
All right. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson with the details on that. Thank you so much, Steve.
And coming up next, the incredible story of Alice Randall, who's known as the first black woman to write a #1 country music song. How she's now finding a way to celebrate African Americans' contribution to the genre. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning, because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A 40-year veteran of the country music business and the first black woman to write a #1 country music song. She's now coming out with her own country album.
Her name is Alice Randall, and along with the album, she's also releasing a book that celebrates the contributions that African Americans have made to the genre. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer has her story.
Who's lying in the garden? Who's holding the seed? I have always looked at things a little differently and was always encouraged to look at things a little differently.
Even as a little girl growing up in Detroit, Alice Randall knew she wanted to work in country music.
My father was one of those black men who would tell me the most important people playing on country records were actually black people.
So after graduating from Harvard, she landed in Nashville in 1983 and didn't waste any time breaking into the business.
My second night in Nashville, I hear Steve Earle playing at the Bluebird Cafe in a little 3-piece rockabilly band.
So she gave Earle a demo reel of her music.
He called me and said, "You're going to be a hit songwriter one day and I'm going to help you."
But Alice soon found out that not every door would open that easily.
People thought I couldn't do it because I was a girl, and I really couldn't do it because I was a black girl. I had people call me the N-word.
She says one record company executive refused to work with her.
He asked me where I came from, and I was trying to explain, I was sort of from Detroit, sort of from Washington, D.C. He said, "You need to go back to wherever it is you come from."
Instead of giving up, she used her experiences to write one of her first hit songs, Small Towns Are Smaller for Girls.
And small towns are even smaller for black girls.
In 1992, she was hired to write the music video for an up-and-coming superstar.
Is there life out there? So much she hasn't done.
Reba McEntire's Is There Life Out There was almost banned from country music television because some felt it was too feminist. It ended up winning Music Video of the Year.
For lacking the videos that do express more. We appreciate you.
Then Alice made history, becoming the first black woman to co-write a #1 country song, a major accomplishment inspired by a major failure when she didn't finish a song on time.
I was so depressed, I had to call my boss and say I didn't do it. They're screaming at me. The next morning, I'm already sad. I'm in the shower saying, "You got a picture of your mama in heels and pearls and you're trying to make it in your daddy's world?" Got a picture of her mama in heels and pearls. She's trying to make it in her daddy's world.
Trisha Yearwood's X's and O's, An American Girl, was a huge hit, but not everyone celebrated her success.
It put a target on my back as well because a lot of money was being made, and also a black person was in a position no black person in Nashville woman had been in.
A version of her life played out on the big screen back in the 90s. It was a movie about the country music industry, The Thing Called Love. Alice wrote some of the songs performed by star Samantha Mathis.
And it was so wonderful to see and hear Samantha sing it, but it was really my experience, but I was being whitewashed white. Because I'm the one who had performed Come Up at the Bluebird and fought to get my song at the Bluebird.
Her trailblazing journey is now chronicled in My Black Country, an album of her songs performed exclusively by black women. A book with the same title details the history of African Americans in country music. It's hitting the shelves just as Beyoncé becomes the first black woman to top Billboard's country chart. There's even some overlap between the two albums. Grammy-winning musician Rhiannon Giddens appears on both.
Singing the Ballad of Sally Ann, which is, I think, one of the most important songs on my album. She is also playing the banjo on Texas Hold'em.
She believes both albums work together to tell a richer version of the black experience in country music. Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Congratulations to her. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Do you remember those split flap boards that would tell you when your train or your flight was departing?
I feel like we've seen them in movies.
I've seen them before in real life.
Oh, in real life? Oh, those are train
sure.
stations? Well, as the world went digital, a lot of airports and train stations phased them out. But as NBC News correspondent George Solis reports, one company is on a mission to make what's old new again.
You could call them a timeless classic with a lot to say. Simple, elegant, and just plain cool. For decades, split-flap boards have been turning heads at airports and train halls, conveying info for travelers through a treat for the eyes and ears. And while most displays have gone digital, like the beloved display at Philadelphia's 30th Street Station, just a quick drive nearby, Oak Foundry is not only hand-building them, they're bringing retro back.
All right, welcome to Oak Foundry. Let's do a little tour.
All right, I'm excited. Which I quickly learned is no picnic.
That's the correct way to do it incorrectly.
Yeah, the correct way to do it incorrectly. Yeah, so the company successfully turning the clock back on split flap. So far, installing more than 300 boards in offices, bars, and restaurants in 30 states and in 23 countries and counting. Google, Carnival Cruises, and Starbucks among some of the big names going analog. In New York City, more than 650,000 daily travelers are greeted by the flutter of flaps relaying transit data at the Irish Exit Bar in Moynihan Train Hall.
So why split flap? There's something nostalgic about it. It's a timeless design. And so we started making them and really just falling in love with it. It's definitely a romantic product to build.
Mark Kuhn is CEO and one of the co-founders of the now multi-million-dollar company started in 2013 with a mission to build cool stuff. Challenged by their restaurant client Honeygrow to create a new way to call orders, the team realized they could flip the script on digital advertising.
You bank on split flaps, and it's paid off in pretty big dividends, it sounds like. We knew that there was something special about this, and then we're able to grow not just business operations, but our team here with the necessary roles for that.
Behind every click, 50 characters per carousel moving in tandem create every clack.
There's definitely a ballet that happens. I mean, you're talking about tens of thousands of moving pieces.
Fast Company writer Nate Berg, covering design, agrees Oak Foundry's mix of innovation and tradition is part of a spiked interest in the antiqued.
We've seen this push towards novelty items like typewriters, vinyl, and now split flap. Is there a growing market for more analog?
I think there is. I mean, it's going to be a niche, but this kind of sign I think is going to be really useful in a cafe setting, a restaurant, a bar. It's mostly just to differentiate themselves, like to have something that customers maybe don't expect or don't get to see wherever they go.
The team moving beyond letters, numbers, and characters with full color images.
Picture flap came out of split flap.
Each design made to order for however big or small a client is willing to pay.
They're built to last. We have a sign in our shop that's been running for 39 million rotations, which for the average user is like 300 years of use.
So there's longevity here.
Yeah, you're buying quality.
Longevity Oak Foundry appreciates for those who are willing to stop and listen.
Do you think we're in an era or revisiting a time where we're going to see more analog technology come back?
I hope so. I think that there's a future where the technology that we see, the analog technology we see, can have all that magic, but it doesn't have to just be a black obelisk glass screen in your pocket. It doesn't have to just be the digital glow of screens in an airport or train station. It can be this warmer sort of handshake between where we are now and where we're going.
George Solis, NBC News.
Oh, they did a cute Today Show one. I love that. Well, here is what's trending now. American singer-songwriter SZA is being honored by the Songwriters Hall of Fame. The Grammy Award-winning artist is receiving the Hal David Starlight Award for gifted young songwriters making a significant impact in the music industry with their original songs. Previous recipients include Taylor Swift, Post Malone, and Alicia Keys. Wow, great group.
Very cool. All right, it is the next generation of Beatles mania, following in the footsteps of their fathers, James McCartney and Sean Ono Lennon, women have released a new song titled Primrose Hill. James posted on Instagram saying, with the release of this song, it feels like we're really getting the ball rolling, and I am so excited to continue to share music with you.
Oh, it's got that vintage feel,
right?
too. NFL star Travis Kelce taking his talents from the football field to center stage as host of Amazon Prime Video's new game show, Are You Smarter Than a Celebrity? A spinoff from Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader, which I loved that show. The celebrity one, we'll see,
I don't
right?
know. I'm curious. I don't know. Seems like it could be dangerous playing with fire here.
Contestants are going to answer grade school level questions.
All right, I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Stay with us.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border?
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, April 17th. Economic outlook. The Federal Reserve now expected to wait a little longer to start cutting those interest rates. What all this means for your wallet as inflation stays high.
Arizona abortion battle. State lawmakers today are considering whether to repeal a controversial law that would essentially ban abortions. Where the debate stands right now.
Gearing up for graduation, a lot of college students, they're getting ready to put their degrees into action. So how parents can help their kids get ready for their next step, that's coming up.
Cicada invasion. Billions, perhaps trillions of bugs are set to crawl out of the ground soon and swarm multiple states in the U.S. Why experts say this is all because of a rare phenomenon that hasn't happened in more than 2 centuries. Ugh. You know what? I'm into it.
Just the nature gives me the creeps.
It's going to be cool. Lean into it.
Oh, I don't know.
Cicada getting.
Welcome to NBC News Daily, and thank you so much for joining us. We start right now with the economy and the word that the Federal Reserve has no plans to lower interest rates anytime soon because inflation rates are still so high.
We'll need greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2% before it would be appropriate to ease policy.
You know him, you love him. That is Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell speaking yesterday in Washington, D.C. His comments come less than a week after the release of new inflation numbers, and they came in at 3.5% for March. That's an increase from the month before. As you heard, the Fed's goal is still 2%. Powell all but crushed rate cut expectations as inflation refuses to cool. So who do we have? You know who we have. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Roman. So Christine, I know you've got this new hashtag.
Yeah.
We're going to try to get it trending, but things are hot.
Things are hot. And you cut interest rates to juice an economy, to goose an economy. This economy does not need any juicing or goosing, or you're going to continue to worsen the inflation story. Inflation has improved a lot since 9%. That was really a painful level. It's now in this stuck in this just above 3% range for the past few months. The economy is doing too well to be cutting interest rates. And the hashtag, I remember a couple of years ago, it was hot girl summer.
Yes.
It's hot economy summer.
Okay.
Consumers are spending. Job market is strong.
ring.
You look at the International Monetary Fund, basically says the U.S. is running twice as fast, doing twice as well as the rest of the industrialized world.
I mean, I guess when you think about that, especially as we search for this sort of elusive 2%, is there any good news to sort of come out of this?
So the good news is the economy is strong. The good news is we did not have a recession last year. The good news is if you have money in a bank account, you can be still searching for 4% or a 5% certificate deposit. You finally get paid for your savings. The bad news is interest rates are still high. Mortgage rates still closer to 7 than 5. A new car loan is still going to cost more. Borrowing money is still expensive. And having any kind of debt on a credit card is super, super bad. It's going to keep you out of the middle class. So what I would say the Fed's message from yesterday is borrowed money is going to remain expensive for the near term. If you have debt on a credit card, it's more imperative to pay that down.
All right, always good advice.
That's right. Christine Romans, thank you so much, Christine. I appreciate it.
Hot economy summer. Let's do it, guys. All right, well, on Capitol Hill, Boeing in the spotlight today. Senate lawmakers are holding a hearing following a string of mishaps and claims about safety issues.
Now, one of those claims comes from a current Boeing engineer turned whistleblower. He told lawmakers just over an hour ago that the 787 Dreamliner passenger jets had major structural flaws. Take a listen.
In a rush to address its bottlenecks in production, Boeing hit problems, pushing pieces together with excessive force to make them appear that the gaps don't exist, even though they exist. The gap didn't actually go away, and this may result in premature fatigue failure. Effectively, they are putting out defective airplanes.
CNBC auto and airline industry reporter Phil LeBeau joins us now. Phil, I mean, this is sort of a big deal. That whistleblower told NBC News before this hearing that he wouldn't even put his own family on one of these planes. What are his major concerns?
Well, he talked about it right there, that there are potential defects within the 787 Dreamliner. And essentially what he's saying is there are gaps where the fuselage comes together that could create structural fatigue within the carbon fiber composite. And as a result, his concern is that literally these planes could break up in flight. So this was a very damaging hearing. Over the last 2 hours, it was damaging not just for Boeing, but also for the FAA, which since 2020 has been signing off on each and every Dreamliner that is built down in South Carolina. So the question now becomes, first of all, we will have more hearings. And at those hearings, at some point, we will probably hear from Boeing's current CEO, who's going to be retiring at the end of the year, Dave Calhoun, as well as from the FAA Administrator Mike Whitaker, because it is clear that the senators want more answers to the allegations raised today.
You know, Phil, Boeing has said that it has done rigorous stress testing on these planes since 2020. Yep. What are they saying now in response to all of these claims, and particularly these ones about the fuselage?
Well, they're very careful not to say, hey, the whistleblower is wrong, the whistleblower is making this up. What they are saying is these claims, we've checked them out. We believe that there are not gaps in the 787 fuselage that could cause structural problems. There are no indications of fatigue within the fuselage, and that the planes are safe. In a nutshell, that's what Boeing is saying. The question now is going to be, who is going to step up as an independent third party, which you would expect the FAA to be, and to say, look, we have checked this out. Is it the FAA? Will they be called to Capitol Hill to testify? Because these are the type of allegations that will make the flying public say, now, wait a second, is it safe to fly these planes? Boeing says it is. now is when you want to hear from an independent third party.
Yeah, absolutely. CNBC auto and airline industry reporter Phil LeBeau. Thank you so much, Phil.
Meanwhile, today, 25 million people, they're under threat of severe weather right there in the Midwest. In fact, this is the third day of bad weather in that area. And as you can see here on your screen, that threat is impacting now at least 7 different states.
Some of the worst of it happened yesterday with multiple tornadoes ripping through Kansas, Nebraska, and Missouri. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster has more on the cleanup effort and where the storms are headed next.
Hi there. Well, across the region, scenes like the one behind me become more and more clear. You see this building, essentially now a pile of rubble, the result of just one of what was nearly 24 tornadoes to sweep their way across the region. It's a system now moving east with millions under new weather alerts.
Alarms sounding as a dangerous tornado outbreak swept through the plains and Midwest.
Not looking good.
Reports of more than 20 tornadoes.
It's coming our way.
Tearing roofs off buildings, snapping trees, and leaving homes in tatters.
That's a big old tornado.
Funnel clouds spotted from Kansas and Nebraska.
Look at that funnel right up there.
To Illinois and Missouri, where authorities say a tornado in Smithville injured 2 people when it toppled their camper. Tornadoes across the region turning buildings into rubble, with wind gusts in some areas reaching up to 70 miles an hour.
The roof just got picked up and it flipped over on itself.
In Iowa, a tornado took the roof off this church.
I don't know if we'll end up fixing the building or if it'll be a total loss.
And in the Quad Cities, even forecasters at the National Weather Service forced to hunker down, posting on social media, during the tornado warning, we took cover in our storm shelter at the office. A Sioux County sheriff posting this picture of this mangled playset as a deputy sheriff caught dramatic lightning strikes on his cruiser's dashcam video. The severe weather also impacting air travel across the Midwest, with over 600 flights delayed out of Chicago's Midway Airport alone. All part of a severe weather system now moving east, with more rain, hail, and tornadoes possible.
And throughout the day, storm damage survey teams from the National Weather Service are being deployed throughout the region to scenes like the one behind me. And it's not just a threat from tornadoes. We also know that yesterday there were thousands of Iowans who were without power. That threat is now continuing as the storm marches across the country. Back to you.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute, the New York Times reports the Federal Trade Commission is considering blocking an $8.5 billion merger between 2 luxury fashion brands. The potential deal would put labels like Coach, Versace, and Michael Kors under the same parent company.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joins us now with more. Dom, we know that this has been approved by regulators in the European Union as well as Japan. What, though, is the FTC saying about this possible merger?
So, Morgan, Vicky, according to this New York Times DealBook report, it's not even a guarantee that the FTC and the regulators there will actually sue to block it. Sources tell the Times that the FTC commissioners are expected to meet next week to discuss this case before potentially taking a vote on whether or not to file that lawsuit. Now, as Vicky points out, the deal would create a U.S. conglomerate to compete with the likes of global giants like Louis Vuitton parent LVMH, also Gucci parent company Kering. Both of those are European. But that could also be one of the concerns for antitrust regulators, that fewer and fewer companies own more and more of the big fashion brands out there. Meanwhile, Tesla is asking shareholders to reinstate Elon Musk's $56 billion pay package from a 2018 compensation scheme after a Delaware court voided the compensation earlier this year. The judge called the record-setting compensation deal flawed. Tesla also said it would ask shareholders to approve moving the company's incorporation from Delaware to Texas, a move Musk suggested after the pay package was ruled illegal in Delaware. And TGI Fridays will merge the chain's UK franchisee Hostmore. The all-share deal is valued at around £177 million, or about $220 million. Now, if the deal closes, TGI Fridays will be publicly traded on the London Stock Exchange under the ticker symbol TGIF. The company's headquarters will remain in the U.S., and the CEO will keep his current role. But an interesting move in the food news headlines these days between that and a possible bankruptcy filing for Red Lobster.
I know.
We're all about fast casual right now.
A lot of
ups and downs.
A lot of up and downs for these kind of storied brands, I'd
Right?
say. Yeah.
I just know that I want a cheddar bay biscuit right now. It's pretty
Thank
much
you.
what'll satisfy me.
I love those.
That is like the classic signature Red Lobster sit-down, warm basket of biscuits. You know, you can buy the mix at Costco, Dom. You can make them. It's not quite the same.
My mother-in-law has, in fact, ladies, my mother-in-law has, in fact, made it on numerous occasions from the box mix, and they taste awesome.
They're pretty good.
I don't mind the box, but I like the experience. One of my favorite aunts works at Red Lobster, and it is my favorite thing to ask her to bring some home. And we can have a little bit of those cheddar cheese biscuits.
For the seafood lover in you. All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom McHugh. Thanks, Dom.
Oldest, youngest, or middle? What your sibling birth order says about your personality and why the topic is getting a lot of buzz right now. That's next. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Well, eldest daughter syndrome, it's a term making the rounds on social media, and it describes the burden of responsibility that a lot of firstborn girls say they feel within their families.
Today, co-anchor Hoda Kotb takes a closer look at the research about birth order and how it shapes our personalities.
Hey there, a recent New York Times article on birth order caught our attention, exploring how it shapes who we are and how we interact with other people. And no matter where you might fall in your family, we're sure you're going to have strong feelings on this topic. Birth order is something that has been discussed and dissected for decades.
Alfred Adler developed birth order theory.
But thanks to what some say are spot-on takes on eldest daughters on social media, firstborn girls are having a moment.
If you know an oldest daughter or an oldest sibling, give them a hug and say thank you.
A New York Times article entitled "Why Your Big Sister Resents You" has eldest sisters and their loved ones buzzing, citing viral content like this post on X asking, "Are you happy or are you the oldest sibling and also a girl?" The comment section becoming something of a support group.
Eldest daughter syndrome is not an official mental health diagnosis. It's a term coined to describe the unique pressures and responsibilities placed onto the oldest daughter in the family. In short,
this TikTok video from Katie Morton, a licensed marriage and family therapist and youngest sibling, has been viewed more than 6.5 million times.
1, you have an intense feeling of responsibility. 2, you are an overachiever, type A, and very driven.
The topic has been discussed at length on podcasts.
We're definitely what I call like bonus parents.
Family therapist Sarah Stanizai has had an overwhelming response to a support group she created for fellow oldest daughters.
When you're in a room of people who absolutely understand it, even though they might have their own sort of nuances to it, hearing each other's stories and also being heard, what that's really telling you is you're not abnormal.
Middle children are often described as having big personalities. The youngest, outgoing and social. Though research on birth order personality traits is mixed. Experts say it may not matter.
If it matters to you, then it matters.
Hoda Kotb, NBC News.
So here to help us better understand this theory and really interesting topic, Katie Horwitz. She's a mindset coach, author of the book Want Yourself, and the founder of Women Against Negative Talk. Katie, let's get into it.
All right, let's do it.
This eldest daughter syndrome, I'm fascinated. First, explain what it is and what are some of the signs, the symptoms, if you will.
So eldest daughter syndrome, it's not a clinical term, but it's this phenomenon that we've all sort of started to pinpoint that the eldest daughters in the family have a high sense of responsibility, a high achieving persona, feeling like they need to people please, type A, sometimes ridden with guilt because they're paying attention to everybody in the room. It's really interesting.
What is it about the eldest daughter and not the eldest son that these expectations are put on the girl in the family? And talk about the cultural significance as well.
Yeah, we were just talking about this before we started the segment. I think a lot of eldest daughter syndrome is passed down generationally. This is based in different cultural norms and expectations, religions, socioeconomic status, even the everyday language that we use and the media that we see. I mean, think of like the Brady Bunch.
Yeah.
And you see these archetypes for the children in the family.
Yes.
I think that sons and children of all birth orders experience a form of this because of what we've normalized.
Let's talk to all those youngest children out there. Let's have a little conversation.
Shout out to my brother.
Exactly, my brother too. Yeah. What are some of the other sort of birth orders and the way that they can sort of affect, if you will, your personality, possibly?
Yeah, so because you mentioned youngest, something that a lot of youngest children are pinpointing as is really charismatic, really persuasive. A lot of youngest children say that maybe they had a later curfew or they can get away with more than their other siblings. And then there are middle children who often feel like they need to be the peacemakers. They can feel like maybe they're overlooked. They can maybe be more rebellious. But at the end of the day, these are all archetypes. It's what we do with them in our lives that actually counts.
Yeah, they like shift it. Right?
Absolutely, totally.
So many other factors about these younger children, and it's like you guys get away with everything.
No,
you know,
like for sure. Parents are tired by the time we get to the youngest one.
They're just like over it. They're just exhausted. You know.
Quickly talk about some of the things that happen within family dynamics that can also affect how our personalities develop.
So sometimes if there is a blended family, there are different expectations that can come together, and the kids can feel like they're trying to navigate what is the middle of that Venn diagram that we've now created. There could be emotional needs that these people feel like they need to fill, and that carries into adulthood.
Yeah. All right.
Katie Horwitz, this was amazing. Thank you so much for the conversation, and stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The University of Southern California facing blowback for canceling a graduation speech by a Muslim valedictorian. The controversial decision came after the school received complaints about her pro-Palestinian social media posts. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz takes a look at those posts and the reaction from the valedictorian herself.
Controversy on campus after USC canceled the valedictorian's commencement speech citing safety concerns. Asna Tabassum was chosen by the USC provost to be this year's valedictorian, selected from nearly 100 qualifying students who applied. But at least 2 pro-Israel and Jewish groups complained to USC about the choice, pointing to Tabassum's social media activity, specifically a link to a free Palestine slideshow on her Instagram, which calls for the complete abolishment of the State of Israel.
The university has to make the decision about whether this valedictorian and her propagation of anti-Semitic vitriol online is worthy of being the representative of the class of 2024.
Tabassum said she is shocked and profoundly disappointed that the university is succumbing to a campaign of hate meant to silence my voice.
Unfortunately, it is clear if you're a Muslim student today, you don't expect the university, your administration, to stand by you.
The university's provost says the issue here is how best to maintain campus security and safety, period, and that the decision has nothing to do with freedom of speech. USC's commencement typically draws 65,000 people. University leadership has not shared details about potential threats.
It kind of makes a lot of people uncomfortable, the fact that they're like putting it under safety concerns, but aren't willing to then elaborate on any of those safety concerns.
The commencement controversy at USC, just the latest example of heightened tensions related to violence overseas spilling over on college campuses. Liz Kreutz, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Well, police in Texas say the death of a 2-year-old is being linked to fentanyl poisoning, and they also say the child's father may be to blame because of what he did instead of calling 911 right away. Maria Guerrero from our Dallas-Fort Worth affiliate spoke with the toddler's mother and takes us through the initial investigation.
She made everybody happy.
At just 2, Nevaeh Reed seemed destined for greatness.
She loved to sing, she loved to dance, she was so talented, she loved to act. I just wanted to do so much with her because I know she was going to be so great.
Endless possibilities dashed during a visit to her father's home.
Every day I still wake up and I look at her pictures and my baby is really not here.
Investigators have linked the toddler's death to fentanyl poisoning, blaming her father, Michael Reed. According to an arrest warrant, Mansfield police responded to a report of an unconscious child in late February. Reed claimed he woke up to find his little girl on the floor struggling to breathe. Police immediately found drugs nearby, including a blue M30 pill like this one, later testing positive for fentanyl. A roommate had reportedly seen Nevaeh with powder all over her before going limp. Reed reportedly warned his roommate and sister, Jamie Popovich, not to call police, fearing he would lose his kids. Instead, the 3 tried to induce vomiting, put ice on the child's face, and according to the warrant, Reed even tried having the overdose reversal drug naloxone delivered by DoorDash before finally calling 911 some 2 hours later.
She was on the ventilator for 10 days, and on the 28th, they pronounced her brain dead and took her off.
Nevaeh's father charged with failing to call 911 and not securing fentanyl. Popovich for not calling 911 immediately.
As you can see, she knew it was her birthday.
A grieving Stephanie Wallace with a plea for parents.
Be more thoughtful of their children. They didn't ask to be here. We brought them in. We vowed to protect them and to raise them because they are our future and they deserve to have a chance.
They absolutely deserve to have a chance. That was Maria Guerrero from our Dallas-Fort Worth station reporting.
There are new guidelines for the manufacturers of melatonin supplements. The Council for Responsible Nutrition announced Monday they will now require child-proof packaging.
Now, this change, it comes after the CDC reported that between 2019 and 2022, 11,000 children ended up in the ER after ingesting melatonin without supervision. Researchers also found the melatonin levels on the majority of bottles were mislabeled. Manufacturers have 2 years to get those changes in order.
Stay with us. Much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream. It's really easy to do it on YouTube, as a matter of fact. Stay with us.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We are in a sea of strangers right now who are united by this moment. What does it make you feel inside to see this?
It's like happy, like my heart beating is fast.
I am so happy you guys got to experience this.
Welcome back. It is 12:30 in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and 1:30 in Albany, Georgia. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Here's what's making news right now. The impeachment trial for Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is currently underway. The Democratic Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is expected to call votes to dismiss the 2 articles of impeachment against him. He's being charged by Republicans for failing to enforce U.S. border laws and lying to Congress.
The FDA is winding down part of its response into lead-contaminated applesauce, which sickened hundreds of children late last year. It has pulled the product from store shelves and prevented any more of it from being imported into the country. It's now continuing to investigate how exactly the applesauce pouches became contaminated in the first place. The brands being looked at are Wanabana, Schnucks, and Weiss.
NBA player Jontay Porter is being banned for life from the league. Officials say the Toronto Raptors forward bet on games and passed information to gamblers. They also say that he once claimed an illness to influence a bet. Porter has not played since March 22nd. That will now be his final NBA game, and he has not responded to this investigation.
We are learning new information about the 2 Kansas mothers who vanished last month. Yesterday, Oklahoma police confirmed 2 bodies found in a rural part of the state are that of 27-year-old Veronica Butler and 39-year-old Jillian Kelly. The bodies were found Sunday.
Just devastating. Hours ago, 4 people were formally charged in connection to their deaths, and those charges include murder and kidnapping. Police say one of the suspects was involved in a custody battle with one of the victims. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now. Sam, this is just grisly from beginning to end, and today's hearing, it was the suspect's first court appearance, but things got pretty emotional there in the courtroom. Describe it for us.
Sure. So initially, Morgan and Vicky, good afternoon. Those suspects were brought in one by one wearing orange and white jumpsuits. They were handcuffed. They did not say much to the press that was in attendance there or standing by as they walked in and out. Once they got inside, you would think this was a typical court proceeding where charges were read. That is what happened, which was for murder, kidnapping and conspiracy of 2 young women, or 2 women, 27 years old and 39 years old. During that process, the grandmother, who according to court documents was sort of the mastermind of this conspiracy to kill those 2 women, when she was read her charges, the father of Veronica Butler, that's the mom of the 2 kids they were driving to see who was murdered, or police say was murdered, the father stood up and started screaming names at her and had to be physically restrained, according to his own family members, by them and also by security. It was just such an emotional environment for them to be in. And we also heard from the aunt as well of Veronica Butler, who not only described that, but just the pain that this has caused their family, that it's just not fair, and what this has created in terms of just a shattering of an entire network of loved ones. Take a listen to what she told us.
This shouldn't be our life. We lost a beautiful young lady that would do anything for anybody. This is big for our area. It really is. They deserve to rot and burn in the depths of hell for all I care.
So their loved one, Veronica Butler, the mom of 2 young kids, I believe 8 and 6 years old. The other woman who was killed, 39-year-old Jillian Kelly, she was the pastor's wife, I should say, of their local church. And she was also just there, guys, to supervise the visit. You mentioned this was a custody battle. That's the only reason Jillian Kelly was there. They are both now dead at young ages.
It just feels so senseless, Sam. Talk about the relationships here. And it was actually the daughter of one of the suspects, right, that sort of broke this case open.
Yes, the information that Cora Twombly's daughter, that's one of the women who is charged with these crimes, told investigators about a plot to kill Veronica Butler over the course of weeks or perhaps months. That was crucial information. It certainly looked that way. But as far as assigning who is what and where, because it does get very complicated, Vicky. Tiffany Adams in the middle of your screen, she's the grandmother who is considered to be the mastermind behind all of this. And then Tad Cullum is her boyfriend. Cole Twombly and Cora Twombly, they were, according to these government documents, members of the same anti-government religious group. They called themselves God's Misfits. And according to Cora Twombly's daughter, they first tried to kill Veronica Butler back in February by taking an anvil and throwing it through the windshield of her car. That didn't work because she never came out of the house. And then the events of late March transpired, and now they're in court.
Just awful. Sam Brock, thank you so much, Sam. We appreciate you.
Well, Vicki, meanwhile, in Arizona, the Republican-controlled legislature will once again be debating the state's near-total abortion ban. Just last week, attempts by Democrats to repeal the 1864 abortion law failed and led to this fiery moment. Following this all for us is NBC News correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, this is interesting because Republican lawmakers in Arizona, they upheld the law just last week. We know that both parties, they're really scrambling to get their members in line. So does it seem like at this point, Yamiche, Democrats might actually have enough support to strike down that ban?
Well, it's a key question. Democrats in the Arizona State House are expected to bring up a bill that would completely do away with this 1864 law that bans nearly all abortions in the state. But there is a major hurdle here. The House Speaker, a Republican, opposes appealing the law. So last week, attempts to push it for an immediate repeal, they all failed, of course, which is what led to that video you just showed. Now, Democrats have to convince at least 2 Republicans in the House to go against their leader to get the votes needed after talking to Democratic aides and abortion rights activists. in Arizona just this morning. My sense is that a repeal is unlikely to happen today because most Republicans do not want to defy their leadership, and they do not want to go against anti-abortion activists who are in favor of this near total ban on abortion. That said, Democrats, they're still holding out hope. If they're successful in the House, this bill would then go to the Senate, where Republicans have a slim majority, so they would have the same challenges there. Interestingly, former President Donald Trump has urged Arizona lawmakers to act as fast as possible to adjust the state's abortion policy. That could impact how some Republicans see this issue. Meanwhile, anti-abortion activists and protesters in favor of expanding abortion access, they're both gathered at the Capitol right now. So if this ban is repealed, the law could take effect in the end of June, though this could all, of course, change in November because there's an effort to put a ballot initiative that would put this to voters.
And that's the key, right? It's November. We talk about activists and protesters, but the voters are ultimately going to be the target this year. All right, NBC News correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, thank you.
Well, Morgan, right now, lawmakers on Capitol Hill are grilling Columbia University President Manoush Shafiq about her handling of anti-Semitism on campus. Protests erupted at Columbia in the wake of Hamas's attack on Israel on October 7th. And since then, some Jewish students have expressed they feel unsafe. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitali joins us now. So, Ali, President Shafiq just said the school is going to fire a professor who allegedly expressed support for Hamas on social media. So talk to us more about that dramatic moment during the hearing.
Well, look, guys, it gives you a sense of just how specific some of the instances are that these lawmakers are trying to get into with the president of this university. And we may see some of those lawmakers in just the next few minutes because they are starting to wrap up this multi-hour hearing, which had at times very tense moments, at others somewhat tedious, as again, they stuck to the granular. And you watched the president here try to toe the line between talking about the meaning of words and free speech, and then, of course, when that comes to action, how that is meant to be adjudicated differently. Listen to the way that she talked about, for example, some of those professors that are either under investigation for things that they've said or put on social media, and then, of course, what that means for their current and future employment with her university. Watch.
On my watch, faculty who make remarks that cross the line in terms of anti-Semitism, there will be consequences for them.
What are the consequences in this case?
I have 5 cases at the moment who have either been either taken out of the classroom or dismissed.
And is he one of those?
He will never work at Columbia again.
There were even moments where lawmakers followed up on that line of questioning and asked about this specific professor. Was he leaving? Was he fired? Again, semantics were really important here, and you watched the way that the president of the university really attempted to toe that line, not say too much, certainly not say too little, as she had questions from lawmakers who are decidedly pro-Gaza, lawmakers who are decidedly pro-Israel, and the president fielding questions from all sides on that front.
You know, Ali, I think a lot of people remember the last hearing where you had the presidents of Harvard, UPenn, and MIT, and the way they were answering questions almost felt like a weird academic exercise instead of sort of common sense responses. They came out afterwards, some of them, and said as much. How is it going today? How are the answers and the questions?
Look, you still see some of that here. I think even in the instance that I just gave you guys, where lawmakers were trying to get the president to say, okay, so has this person been fired? Did they leave of their own accord? She could not say the words, I think the vernacular that these lawmakers wanted her to use. So yes, at times it felt a little pedantic, at times it felt a little academic, but I do think overall the benefit for this president is that all of those other presidents and chancellors had gone before her, and she saw the pitfalls of some of those points of testimony.
Right, she learned from that experience. All right, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitali, thank you so much.
All right, well, cue the creepy music, because at the end of this month, we could see one of the largest bug invasions in the past 200 years.
That's because 2 broods of cicadas will be hatching at the same time, and that could bring more than 1 trillion of these bugs, 1 trillion, to the Midwest. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is in Chicago, where locals are welcoming the impact.
Ooh.
This morning, the cicadas are coming.
There will be a record amount of bugs bursting from the ground in the next few months.
And Americans are bracing.
They're these massive, loud bugs that fly everywhere.
For a double dose of creepy, crawly impact.
If I see one, I'm not going outside.
It's all thanks to a once-in-a-lifetime double emergence with 2 cicada broods, one that's lived underground for 13 years, the other for 17, crawling out of the soil across the Midwest and South, overlapping in multiple states, including Illinois and Iowa. Some of the first spotted this week in the Carolinas.
How many cicadas are we talking?
Somewhere in the hundreds of billions to trillions.
Trillions plural.
Trillions plural, yes.
The last double emergence, 1803, when Thomas Jefferson was president. Anticipation sparking nicknames like Cicada-geddon, with cicada heads launching cicada tracking apps. And in Chicago, painting giant plaster versions for a citywide cicada parade.
Why do you want to add more?
Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? So this moment is magical.
Some even sharing old viral videos.
Have you ever wanted to eat tempura battered cicadas?
Of recipes for the uber cicada curious. At Chicago's Field Museum, visitors are buzzing.
Do you think that looks cool or is that gross?
It looks like both.
It looks both?
Scientists excited to educate people about these winged plant-eating insects with that sound synonymous with the start of summer.
Millions of them is kind of like a really big, loud chainsaw.
What is billions or trillions going to sound like?
Many chainsaws going at the same time. This is the coolest thing ever.
Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
Well, for many students, graduation season is right around the corner, and ahead, we're going to talk with an expert about setting your kids up for success in the real world. More NBC News Daily right after this.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Graduation season is quickly approaching, and a lot of college seniors, they're hoping to land that perfect job. And research shows that first post-grad jobs, they can really affect your career for nearly a decade.
Yeah, they really set you up for all kinds of things, including your salary. But more than half of college graduates end up in a job where actually their degree isn't even needed. This is according to a recent Wall Street Journal report. So how do parents fit into all of this? Do they fit into this? How do they help their kids navigate this major milestone? We have founder of Next Great Step, Beth Hendler-Grunt. She's here with some tips. She's also the author of The Next Great Step, the parent's guide to launching your new grad into a career. So for a lot of parents, it's been decades since they've had to do any of this, graduate from college, get into a first job. I feel like a lot of parents are overly involved these days. What is your advice?
Look, this isn't what we all plan. People think you're going to go to college and that you're going to come out with a job at the end, and it's just much harder. So parents really need to enable their grad to know that they need a strategy. They need some real tools to be able to figure this out, of having clarity about, one, what are your skills? What are the top 1 or 2 or 3 skills that you're great at? Maybe you wrote for the student paper in school and you're a great writer. Maybe you did research for a professor and you really enjoy research. Figure that out, and the story that you can tell to validate that. And then you need to figure out, who do I want to bring my skills to? And I talk about a 10 and 10 strategy. Pick 10 companies that are of interest to you, and then 10 people that are doing the job that you aspire to.
Love it.
Doesn't have to be the president. It should be someone who's in an entry-level role that you can learn about, wow, I really aspire to that type of role. And that's where we can then identify them and maybe start networking with them.
10 and 10, easy.
Beth, I love what you said about the who, because I hear, one of the most common things you hear college grads being told is like, it's not what you know, it's who you know. You've got to network. And I struggle with that because, when I was coming up, I was really intimidated by hearing that because I didn't know powerful people. So the only thing I knew how to do was grit and bear it and try to do my best. But now I realize how important it is to build those relationships. But, a lot of people from different backgrounds, we think if we just do the work, we're going to be noticed. What do you tell kids so that they can strike that balance?
Absolutely. I know there's a lot of fear and intimidation. I'm like, what if they don't like me? Or what if I don't have something good to say? I think it doesn't have to be, like I said, you don't have to reach out to the president of the company. Reach out to someone who went to the same university as you and they graduated 2 or 3 years ago. Most of the time, alumni are very sympathetic because we all went through that process together. So people really do want to help you out. People are so receptive when a young adult reaches out saying, I'm so interested in what you're doing. I'd love to learn more.
And these days with LinkedIn, there are tools to help you connect with those people. Let's talk about this idea that, you're going to have to face an interview at some point. What are the best ways to prepare? And do parents have a role in helping their kids? And maybe you can, do the mock interview with your child. But when it comes to them being in the workforce, you're not calling the boss to negotiate the raise.
No, right? There's always that fine balance. Are you helping or are you hindering? And I encourage parents to help, but not take it too far. So if you want to proof the resume to make sure there's no mistakes, if you want to do a mock interview to make sure that they're saying it correctly, great. But do not show up in the interview. Do not call the potential boss. We need to let our kids have this experience. And by the way, if they fail, that's part of the process. That's how they learn and how they grow from these experiences.
So true.
I love what you said about that. What about kids who don't feel ready, who are like, look, I get that all my friends are going to go get these 9-to-5 jobs, but I don't know that I'm ready for that next professional step. So what are their options?
Yeah, that's okay. Everybody's on a different cycle. Everyone thinks that everyone has to have it figured out, but that's not true. Not everyone does, and it comes at your own time. Think about what you're drawn to, what are your skills, what do you enjoy doing, and really be curious. Talking to people who are doing different types of roles, that's what yields the best result. You don't have to have it figured out, but also don't do it in your head or only search online. You got to talk to other people and be curious about it.
I love what you said, especially about taking some of that pressure away. Beth Hendler-Grunt, this has been a wonderful conversation, and thank you for sharing your expertise with us.
My pleasure.
It was great to have you, Beth. Thank you. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily. A ton of news ahead.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever. Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters. Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Do you remember those split flap boards that would tell you when your train or your flight was departing?
I feel like we've seen them in movies.
Before in real life.
Oh, in real life?
Yeah,
Those are train stations? Well, as the world went digital, a lot of airports and train stations phased them out. But as NBC News correspondent George Solis reports, one company is on a mission to make what's old new again.
You could call them a timeless classic with a lot to say. Simple, elegant, and just plain cool. For decades, split flap boards have been turning heads at airports and train halls, conveying info for travelers through a treat for the eyes and ears. While most displays have gone digital, like the beloved display at Philadelphia's 30th Street Station, just a quick drive nearby, Oat Foundry is not only hand-building them, they're bringing retro back.
All right, welcome to Oat Foundry. Let's do a little tour.
All right, I'm excited. Which I quickly learned is no picnic.
That's the correct way to do it incorrectly.
Yeah, the correct way to do it incorrectly. Yeah, so the company successfully turning the clock back on split flap. So far, installing more than 300 boards in offices, bars, and restaurants in 30 states and in 23 countries and counting. Google, Carnival Cruises, and Starbucks among some of the big names going analog. In New York City, more than 650,000 daily travelers are greeted by the flutter of flaps relaying transit data at the Irish Exit Bar in Moynihan Train Hall.
So why split flap? There's something nostalgic about it. It's a timeless design. And so we started making them and really just falling in love with it. It's definitely a romantic product to build.
Mark Kuhn is CEO and one of the co-founders of the now multi-million-dollar company started in 2013 with a mission to build cool stuff. Challenged by their restaurant client Honeygrow to create a new way to call orders, the team realized they could flip the script on digital advertising.
You bank on split flaps, and it's paid off in pretty big dividends, it sounds like. We knew that there was something special about this, and then we're able to grow not just business operations, but our team here with the necessary roles for that.
Behind every click, 50 characters per carousel moving in tandem create every clack.
There's definitely a ballet that happens. I mean, you're talking about tens of thousands of moving pieces.
Fast Company writer Nate Berg, covering design, agrees Oat Foundry's mix of innovation and tradition is part of a spiked interest in the antiqued.
We've seen this push towards novelty items like typewriters, vinyl, and now split flap. Is there a growing market for more analog?
I think there is. I mean, it's going to be a niche, but this kind of sign I think is going to be really useful in a cafe setting, a restaurant, a bar. It's mostly just to differentiate themselves, like to have something that customers maybe don't expect or don't get to see wherever they go.
The team moving beyond letters, numbers, and characters with full color images.
Picture flap came out of split flap.
Each design made to order for however big or small a client is willing to pay.
And they're built to last. We have a sign in our shop that's been running for 39 million rotations, which for the average user is like 300 years of use.
So there's longevity here.
Yeah, you're buying quality.
Longevity Oat Foundry appreciates for those who are willing to stop and listen.
Do you think we're in an era or revisiting a time where we're going to see more analog technology come back?
I hope so. I think that there's a future where the technology that we see, the analog technology we see, can have all that magic, but it doesn't have to just be a black obelisk glass screen in your pocket. It doesn't have to just be the digital glow of screens in an airport or train station. It can be this warmer sort of handshake between where we are now and where we're going.
George Solis, NBC News.
Oh, they did a cute Today Show one. I love
Very.
that. Well, here is what's trending now. American singer-songwriter SZA is being honored by the Songwriters Hall of Fame. The Grammy Award-winning artist is receiving the Hal David Starlight Award for gifted young songwriters making a significant impact in the music industry with their original songs. Previous recipients include Taylor Swift, Post Malone, and Alicia Keys. Wow, great group.
Very cool. All right, it is the next generation of Beatles mania. Following in the footsteps of their fathers, James McCartney and Sean Ono Lennon have released a new song titled Primrose Hill. James posted on Instagram saying, with the release of this song, it feels like we're really getting the ball rolling, and I am so excited to continue to share music with you.
Oh, it's got that vintage feel,
right?
Too. NFL star Travis Kelce taking his talents from the football field to center stage as host of Amazon Prime Video's new game show, Are You Smarter Than a Celebrity? A spinoff from Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader, which I loved that show. The celebrity one, we'll see,
I don't
right?
know. I'm curious. I don't know. Seems that could be dangerous, playing with fire here.
Contestants are going to answer grade school level questions.
All right, I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Stay with us.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, April 17th, 2024, no summer break. The Fed chair pours cold water on any chance of an interest rate cut this summer. With Americans still spending even as prices rise, what will it take to slow down inflation and bring interest rates down with it?
Dangerous storms, a string of tornadoes rip through the Midwest, leaving a devastating trail of destruction. Millions of people at risk for even more severe weather today. We're tracking the storm's path.
Flight risk, a Boeing whistleblower sounding the alarm on Capitol Hill, claiming a popular aircraft model has an issue that could bring the plane down. What he's saying and how Boeing is trying to prove their planes are safe to board.
Plus, in the wild, an elephant's dash for freedom caught on camera, the animal running off from the circus and roaming the streets of one Montana town. We'll take you inside the supersized escape.
I think we could just keep rolling that video. That is the video
over.
of the day, if you haven't seen it. We'll get to that in a little bit, but we begin with some not so good news for your wallet.
That's right. The chair of the Federal Reserve is dashing hopes that the Fed might cut interest rates sometime this summer, after the latest report showed inflation ticked up to 3.5% in March. Fed Chair Jerome Powell now says it's probably going to take even longer for inflation to go down.
The recent data have clearly not given us greater confidence and instead indicate that it's likely to take longer than expected to achieve that confidence.
Let's bring in NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans to break down what this all means for all of us. Christine, we've been talking during the commercial break because this really is what people think about, right? It sounds like bad news for those of us who are waiting for interest rates to drop, for credit cards, for buying a house. So what is it going to take to fix this? Like, what is it ever going to take for interest rates to go down?
Here's the conundrum. You've got a really strong U.S. economy, a strong U.S. economy that's actually leading the rest of the world, and you cut interest rates when you need to juice an economy. You don't need to juice this economy. If you did, you might actually make inflation a little bit worse. So the Fed chief is saying he'd like to see for sure that inflation is under control and sustained under control before they start putting more juice in this economy. This is a strong economy, and that's sort of the good news, bad news. The good news is jobs are growing. The stock market is near record highs in some cases. Housing prices are really high, but interest rates will have to stay high so that you don't overcharge this economy.
So, Christine, how have these higher interest rates been impacting home sales, but also the other ways Americans are spending?
Well, so a lot of people are in a 3% mortgage or a 4% mortgage, so I'm calling it golden handcuffs. If mortgage rates are near 7%, you don't move if you don't really have to move. So it's had a cooling effect on the overall housing market, although I think we're starting to see some signs of life the beginning of this year. We've had mortgage rates in the 6% range long enough that people who need to move now are like, all right, the sticker shock is over. They're going to move. You're going to afford less house, by the way, and you're going to pay more interest, but people are starting to move a little bit.
Yeah, I am noticing it just in my town. Lots more houses are coming on the market right now. Maybe that's just New York, who knows? But one thing we're seeing today separately is oil. The price of oil is actually dropping when normally this time of year it might be going up, right?
Yeah, it's dropping a little bit here because there is some relief that what's happening in the Middle East is not going to blow into, at least the thinking is right now, a much bigger regional problem. But that is still a risk. The Middle East is still a risk for oil prices. Also, we've got a very strong consumer, a very strong economy that can push up oil prices. So we'll watch carefully to see if oil prices can continue to drift lower here. It will translate into lower gasoline prices, and that can feed into consumer confidence a little bit. It's gas prices is one of those numbers that people really feel right away. Gas prices, as you can see, are right about what they were last year.
All right, Christine Romans, thank you.
Nice to see you.
Thanks. Well, millions of people in the Midwest are bracing for more dangerous weather as others are just getting a chance to start assessing the damage.
At least 24 tornadoes have already been reported across the plains, including in Kansas. Look at this video. Authorities say 2 people and their dogs were inside an RV when a twister touched down. You can see there's barely anything left there, but thankfully that couple and their dogs, you can't even really tell it's an RV.
No.
They were able to walk away from all of that destruction. That's some good news. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking which areas are in the danger zone today, but we're going to start with NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster. He's in another hard-hit area in Iowa. I see it behind you, Shaq. Walk us through what you're seeing.
I spoke to the emergency management director of this county, and one point that he made to me is as you go around this neighborhood, you see houses that are fully intact, not a shingle missing. But then you see other homes like this. You see the roof completely gone, the wall fallen over, the entire contents of the home on full display for everyone to see. Miraculously, in this area, no one was injured seriously, and there were no lives that were lost. And there's something I want to show you on the back here, because this is a neighbor helping neighbor situation that we've been watching throughout the day. You see the rubble and neat piles over here. Earlier in the day, we saw school children, dozens of school children out here helping these homes, helping these families that have been impacted by these storms. Again, the assessment is going on. The National Weather Service are going around to these sites to confirm that this was actually a tornado. They have no doubt. They told me that this was a tornado. And this is a scene that you're seeing play out all across the Midwest with a lot of damage to show for it.
Yeah, a lot of damage, a lot of devastation that people are going to need some time to come out of. Bill, let's bring you in here. We understand this is just one of the storm systems currently out there, right?
Yes, the storm that Shaq was at,
That is now producing severe weather in areas of Michigan and all the way into Indiana and eventually Pennsylvania and through Ohio. Then we'll have another storm behind that. So we already have a tornado watch that includes Dayton up to Cleveland to Toledo. Severe thunderstorm watch that includes Detroit all the way up through Flint and Saginaw. And we do have severe thunderstorms on this line already. Numerous thunderstorms capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts in portions of eastern Ohio. And as we head right up here, see the little red polygon underneath the radar? This is the tornado warning that's up right now for the Lansing area. This is radar indicated, not spotted on the ground, with no reports of any damage yet, but at least the possibility of a tornado with that thunderstorm. So this is the first storm system, the one we've been tracking, that's sending that line of storms through the Ohio Valley. That'll continue to possibly be severe up until probably at 9 or 10 o'clock tonight as it heads towards Pittsburgh. Then behind this storm system, there's a new one developing. Late tonight, we'll see some isolated storms, more during the overnight hours, maybe some large hail around the Kansas City, Topeka area. And then tomorrow, as we go watch the storm system spreading and moving quickly through the middle of the country, isolated strong storms, possibly even more widespread, the St. Louis area here through southern Illinois. So yes, a very active weather pattern as we'd expect as we head towards the peak of severe weather season.
All right, Bill Cairns keeping us up to date, and Shaq Brewster on the ground. Thank you both.
Breaking news now from Capitol Hill. The impeachment trial of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is happening right now.
Here is a live look at the Senate floor. Senators were sworn in as jurors within the last hour. The big question right now, how long will this trial last? House Republicans impeached the secretary by just one vote back in February over his handling of immigration and the border. But there is virtually no chance he's convicted in the Democrat-controlled Senate. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin is on Capitol Hill, and NBC News correspondent David Noriega is in Los Angeles. Julie, let's start with you. Where are we in this trial exactly, and when could we see a vote here?
Well, we're just a couple of minutes in after senators have signed the oath book, each one of them signing their name on a book. Just a couple of moments ago, I was in the chamber when Leader Schumer actually tried to pass by unanimous consent, basically a motion to dismiss the articles, to get rid of them entirely, as expected, because we had reported this since last night, Republicans objecting to that. Now they're kind of in this wait-and-see game. As you see, nothing is really happening on the floor. Republicans are huddling, I'm told, those who want to drag this trial out to make it go as long as possible, trying to figure out what they're going to do next here. But really all they're doing, Zinkle and Kate, are denying or extending the inevitable. They're really just doing everything they can to prevent Democrats who control the Senate, who uniquely control this process, from getting rid of these articles, from dismissing them or tabling them, those against Alejandro Mayorkas, the Homeland Security Secretary. I'm told that there are some Republicans there watching, though, as well, some moderate Republicans, like Senator Lisa Murkowski, for example, who could cross the aisle and vote with Democrats because, of course, she was in favor of that bipartisan legislation to address the border that Republicans in the House had killed.
Okay, Julie, thank you. David, let me go over to you. I know you recently spoke one-on-one with Secretary Mayorkas. You've also spent a lot of time down at the U.S.-Mexico border. So give us some context about what you saw when you were down there covering it and what you heard from the Secretary.
Yeah, so when I sat down with the secretary, his main point was that, with respect to the impeachment specifically, he says the claim that he is not enforcing the law on the border is false. He says he's doing everything with what he says is a broken system that can only be fixed by Congress. Take a listen to a bit of what he told me.
Fundamentally, our system is not equipped to deal with migration as it exists. We can take administrative actions. Those actions are often challenged in court. We cannot unilaterally resource ourselves. We need Congress, and it requires a holistic solution.
As far as the reality on the border, there's no denying that the American immigration system is severely, badly overwhelmed, past the breaking point. Now, that isn't new to the Biden administration. It happened at times during the Trump administration and the Obama administration as well. What is new is that the numbers we're seeing are substantially higher than they were in past administrations. And also people are coming from all over the world, not just the usual countries in Mexico and Northern Central America. We have people coming from Africa and Asia and all over the world. Really, that presents unique, very difficult challenges for any administration, not just a Biden administration, but for any administration to come. Back to you guys.
All right, David Noriega for us and Julie Sirkin on the Hill. Thanks, guys.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Tesla's shareholders are voting on whether or not to reinstate Elon Musk's massive pay package.
And ticket prices are soaring for what could be the last home game for an NHL team. Julia Borston joins us now. Hi, Julia. Hi, that's right, Kate and Zinkley. Tesla's asking shareholders to reinstate Elon Musk's $56 billion pay package from 2019 after Delaware court voided the compensation earlier this year. The judge called the record-setting compensation deal flawed. Tesla also said it would ask shareholders to approve moving the company's incorporation from Delaware over to Texas, a move Musk suggested after the pay package was ruled illegal. President Biden called on the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative to triple the China tariff rate on steel and aluminum imports today. He made the demand during visit his afternoon to the United States Steelworkers headquarters. The White House is currently ramping up the pressure on China to amend its trade practices to counter an oversupply of clean energy products subsidized by Beijing. And tickets for tonight's Arizona Coyotes game are selling for nearly $1,000 amid rumors the team is moving to Salt Lake City. Players were reportedly warned of the move at their game last Friday. That's the same day the Utah governor posted a now-deleted tweet welcoming the team to his state. So we'll have to see what happens with the team's next move.
The suspense.
Yeah,
I was Googling. There's a lot out there about them moving to Utah, but we'll see.
Yeah. Hey, before we go, happy birthday. 35th anniversary of CNBC today.
Yeah.
Yes,
Thank you all for joining us
CNBC
each day.
has been on the air for 35 years. Very proud to have been a part of it for nearly 18.
Oh, that's awesome. Wow.
Congrats. Well, coming up, the noisy bug invasion, hundreds of years in the making. Trillions of cicadas could soon be swarming across the U.S. You should see Zinkley's face right now. Why the noise this year will be historically bad.
Not looking forward to that. Plus, the UK is looking into a full ban on smoking. Why they're targeting teens and the chances it actually passes. That's coming up next on NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
A major hearing today about safety on a plane model you may have traveled on before.
A Boeing engineer, now turned whistleblower, is testifying on Capitol Hill, voicing his concerns about the 787 Dreamliner planes manufactured by Boeing.
The 15-year veteran of the company, Sam Salapour, says the 787 has a potentially fatal flaw. He says that gaps between pieces of the plane's massive fuselage are too big and could lead to a catastrophic disaster.
NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello covers aviation for us and spoke exclusively with that whistleblower ahead of today's testimony. So, Tom, there are actually 3 people testifying today. What are they saying?
That's right, 3 whistleblowers. So we have a former FAA engineer and inspector who inspected Boeing. We've got a former Boeing engineer who has been very vocal about concerns at Boeing. And we have this present Boeing engineer who you just mentioned. He is raising concerns as well about production. But all 3 of them are saying that Boeing has put production and profits ahead of safety. Listen specifically to what that Boeing engineer, current Boeing engineer, is saying about problems he saw with the 787 Dreamliner.
I have analyzed Boeing's own data to conclude that the company is taking manufacturing shortcuts on the 787 program that may significantly reduce the airplane safety. I found gaps exceeding the specification that were not properly addressed 98.7% of the time. I raised concerns internally. I was sidelined. I was told to shut up. I received physical threats.
So Boeing is denying that retaliation exists. It says retaliation is never tolerated. However, the company is also raising concerns about these allegations, insisting the plane is very robust. Guys?
Yeah, so much lately about Boeing. I wonder, Tom, you report on this every day. How much of a crisis is it inside the company right now, and how is the company responding?
It's a major fire alarm going off inside Boeing right now because of the fact that these allegations come on top of a very, very bad few years. Here's what Boeing is saying to NBC News specifically about the allegations on the 787. The company says we are fully confident of the 787 Dreamliner because of the comprehensive work done to ensure the quality and the long-term safety of the aircraft. The claims about the structural integrity of the 87 are inaccurate. But make no mistake about it. Following 2 fatal 737 MAX crashes overseas, the door plug blowout in January, the production line breakdown at Boeing, the company right now is in full damage control mode.
All right, Tom Costello, always great to have you. Thank you.
You bet.
A consequential new law is making its way through Parliament in the United Kingdom. If it passes, anyone born after 2009 could be banned from ever buying cigarettes, vapes, or other tobacco products. NBC News international correspondent Josh Letterman joins me now from London. So, Josh, tell us how exactly this bill would work and how it's being received over there in the UK.
Well, as you mentioned, Sinclair, it bans anyone born since 2009 from being able to buy cigarettes. So if you do the math, that is anyone who's currently about 15 years or older. And the idea here is phasing out tobacco sales before people actually reach the age where you could legally buy cigarettes here, which in the UK is 18. So basically, starting in 2027, they would increase the minimum age when you can buy tobacco and then raise it every single year until eventually it's illegal for the entire population. Now, according to the UK Statistics Bureau, as of 2022, there were 6.4 million smokers here, which is less than some European countries, but still a sizable portion of the population. And according to a recent YouGov poll, not everyone is on board with this. About 1 in 4 people here in the UK don't think there should be any ban at all, while about 29% support banning it for everyone, Sinclair.
Josh Letterman, thanks so much.
Coming up, a dramatic rescue of a pregnant passenger from a cruise ship.
report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
Place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, Beyonce's new album may be one of the biggest things in country music right now, but the numbers show that country is a genre where Black artists are historically underrepresented.
Alice Randall is deeply familiar with those barriers. She overcame them back in the 80s, mainly by writing hits for white artists. Morning News Now anchor Joe Fryer spoke with Randall about the challenges she faced as a Black woman in country music.
Who's lying in the garden? Who's holding the seed?
I have always looked at things a little differently and was always encouraged to look at things a little differently.
Even as a little girl growing up in Detroit, Alice Randall knew she wanted to work in country music.
My father was one of those Black men who would tell me the most important people playing on country records were actually Black people.
So after graduating from Harvard, she landed in Nashville in 1983 and didn't waste any time breaking into the business.
My second night in Nashville, I hear Steve Earle playing at the Bluebird Cafe in a little three-piece rockabilly band.
So she gave Earle a demo reel of her music.
He called me and said, "You're going to be a hit songwriter one day and I'm going to help you."
But Alice soon found out that not every door would open that easily.
People thought I couldn't do it because I was a girl, and I really couldn't do it because I was a Black girl. I had people call me the N-word.
She says one record company executive refused to work with her.
He asked me where I came from, and I was trying to explain, I was sort of from Detroit, sort of from Washington, D.C. He said, "You need to go back to wherever it is you come from."
Instead of giving up, she used her experiences to write one of her first hit songs, Small Towns Are Smaller for Girls.
And small towns are even smaller for Black girls.
In 1992, she was hired to write the music video for an up-and-coming superstar.
Is there life out there? So much she hasn't done.
Reba McEntire's Is There Life Out There was almost banned from country music television because some felt it was too feminist. It ended up winning Music Video of the Year.
For liking the videos that do express more. We appreciate you.
Then Alice made history, becoming the first Black woman to co-write a #1 country song, a major accomplishment inspired by a major failure when she didn't finish a song on time.
I was so depressed, I had to call my boss and say I didn't do it. They're screaming at me. The next morning, I'm already sad. I'm in the shower saying, "You got a picture of your mama in heels and pearls and you're trying to make it in your daddy's world?"
Got a picture of her mama in heels and pearls. She's trying to make it in her daddy's world.
Trisha Yearwood's X's and O's and American Girl was a huge hit, but not everyone celebrated her success.
It put a target on my back as well because a lot of money was being made, and also a Black person was in a position no Black person in Nashville woman had been in.
A version of her life played out on the big screen back in the 90s. It was a movie about the country music industry, The Thing Called Love. Alice wrote some of the songs performed by star Samantha Mathis.
And it was so wonderful to see and hear Samantha sing it, but it was really my experience, but I was being whitewashed white. Because I'm the one who had performed Come Up at the Bluebird and fought to get my song at the Bluebird.
Her trailblazing journey is now chronicled in My Black Country, an album of her songs performed exclusively by Black women. A book with the same title details the history of African Americans in country music. It's hitting the shelves just as Beyonce becomes the first Black woman to top Billboard's country chart. There's even some overlap between the two albums. Grammy-winning musician Rhiannon Giddens appears on both.
Singing the Ballad of Sally Ann, which is, I think, one of the most important songs on my album. She is also playing the banjo on Texas Hold'em.
She believes both albums work together to tell a richer version of the Black experience in country music. Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Love that. Joe, thanks so much. Well, coming up, saying goodbye to digital, how one company is bringing back old-fashioned display boards with some big-name businesses getting on board. That story ahead on Daily.
We're also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live, including all the places you see on your screen there. Just look for NBC News Daily, and we'll pop up. Easy, easy. The news does continue right after this.
Sea of strangers right now who are united by this moment. What does it make you feel inside to see this?
It's like happy, like my heart beating is fast.
I am so happy you guys got to experience this.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Bottom of the hour now. Here's some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Floridians are remembering former Democratic Governor and Senator Bob Graham. Graham's family revealed that he died in a statement on social media Tuesday. He served as the governor of Florida from 1979 to 1987 and represented his state in the Senate from 1987 to 2005. Graham also launched an unsuccessful bid for the presidency back in 2003. Bob Graham was 87.
The 4 suspects arrested in connection with the killing of 2 Kansas women are appearing in court for the first time today. They're charged with kidnapping and first-degree murder. Veronica Butler and Jillian Kelly disappeared at the end of March. Investigators say their bodies were found on Sunday after they disappeared in rural Oklahoma.
Video shows the moment the U.S. Coast Guard airlifted a pregnant Disney cruise passenger from the middle of the ocean. Officials say the 35-year-old U.S. citizen was experiencing health complications and required a higher level of medical care ashore. The cruise ship was in the Atlantic Ocean about 180 miles northwest of Puerto Rico. The woman was later transported to a local hospital.
New rounds of violence are unfolding in Israel and Gaza as Israel's war cabinet meets again to decide how it will respond to Iran's retaliatory strikes. The Palestinian Health Ministry says at least 18 people were killed in an overnight Israeli airstrikes in central and southern Gaza. Additionally, Israeli emergency services say at least 13 people were hurt after rockets hit northern Israel. Israel has increasingly been trading fire with the Iranian-backed militant group Hezbollah in Lebanon in recent days. NBC News has not been able to verify those claims. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez is in Tel Aviv, Israel, and joins us now. So, Raf, we understand Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has met with leaders from its global allies. What exactly was said in those meetings, and do we have a sense of where Israel stands in its possible response to Iran?
So, Zinkley, Netanyahu met with the foreign ministers of both Britain and Germany, and those European officials arrived with a pretty consistent message that they stand by Israel, but they do not want to see Israel escalate this situation any further. Now, we don't know exactly what was said in those meetings, but whatever it was, it left British Foreign Secretary David Cameron with the very clear impression that Israel does plan to retaliate. Take a listen.
The situation is very concerning. It's right to show solidarity with Israel. It's right to have made our views clear about what should happen next, but it's clear the Israelis are making a decision to act. We hope they do so in a way that does as little to escalate this as possible, and in a way that, as I said yesterday, is smart as well as tough.
So the concern for the U.S., the U.K., other nations is that Israel retaliates in a way that leads to full-scale war. And over the last 24 hours, we've had a couple dangerous reminders of that possibility. Israel assassinated 2 senior commanders with Hezbollah in southern Lebanon yesterday. Today, that militant group responding with missile fire, wounding at least 14 Israeli soldiers up in the north of the country. Zinkley.
And Raf, of course, this is all happening as need in Gaza remains high. What's the latest on stepping up aid into that region?
So for months and months and months, the U.S. has been pressuring Israel to open up the port of Ashdod, which is just outside of Gaza, to allow aid in and then get it from there into the Strip. The Israelis, after the killing of those 7 World Central Kitchen aid workers, did agree to open Ashdod. Today, the first shipments of aid went into Gaza from that port through the World Food Program. So that is another small step in the right direction in terms of getting more aid in. Humanitarian groups, though, say that there is still an enormous amount of work to do. And the Israelis continued their threats to move into Rafah with ground troops, and that, Zinkley, has the potential to really, really seriously disrupt the flow of aid. Zinkley.
Raf Sanchez in Tel Aviv, thanks as always.
At this hour, we are watching the Arizona state legislature, where Democrats are trying again to repeal the state's near-total abortion ban. The 1864 law, which was recently upheld by Arizona's Supreme Court, is on track to take effect at the end of May. It would ban all abortions from the moment of conception, except in situations where the mother's life is at risk. NBC News correspondent, Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor is following all this for us and has been for a while. Yamiche, good to see you. What have we seen and heard so far today inside that State House?
Well, good afternoon. Democrats in the Arizona State House tried to bring up a bill that would repeal this 1864 law that bans nearly all abortions in the state, but there was a big hurdle in their way. The House Speaker, a Republican, opposed repealing that law, so Democrats had been trying to convince at least 2 Republicans in the House to go against their leader to get the votes needed to move forward with that repeal. But just in the last few minutes here, Kate, that effort failed because Democrats were only able to get 1 Republican to vote with them. Soon after, Democrats delivered a series of passionate speeches criticizing this near-total abortion ban and tried to bring the bill back up, but the bill did not move forward. After talking to Democratic aides and abortion rights activists in Arizona this morning, my sense is that a repeal is just unlikely to happen, at least in the short term, because most Republicans, they do not want to defy their leadership and go against anti-abortion activists who cheered when this bill to repeal the abortion ban failed today, so they were in the chamber. Meanwhile, Arizona residents in favor of expanding abortion access are worried about this ban going into effect. Take a listen to what they told us.
We had the opportunity to hear this in regular committee. We were ignored. We had the opportunity to hear this last week. We were ignored. We are the representatives of the people, and the people want this repealed. It is time to have a vote. It is time to repeal this abhorrent 1864 abortion ban.
So there you heard a Democratic lawmaker on the House floor really trying to push for this, but the House is now adjourned for now, and officials are trying to figure out what to do next here, Kate.
All right, Yamiche Alcindor continuing to watch that for us. Yamiche, thank you.
Okay, Kate, this next story, you truly have to see to believe. Some people in the state of Montana got quite the surprise when they saw this, an elephant running loose through the streets. So where exactly did it come from? NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is on the case.
Elephant. There's a certain quality of disbelief that comes with seeing things that don't belong in everyday life. Oh my God. And for residents of Butte, Montana Tuesday, like Matea Smith, who was driving with her husband, an elephant strolling down the street definitely fit the bill.
He was like, oh my gosh, there's an elephant. And I kind of was joking with him and I thought I was in the parking lot. Then he was like, no, there's an elephant. So I looked up and I was like, oh, there is an elephant in the road.
The manager of the Civic Center, where the Jordan World Circus was staging, confirming to NBC affiliate KECI, the giant animal apparently got spooked by the sound of a truck backfiring during a bath and bolted.
So set the scene for me, right? You see the elephant coming down the street, and then how long after are her handlers also pursuing Viola?
I'd say 30 seconds behind her, but the problem is that an elephant's much faster than a human. So you see the elephant get into the road, and by the time she's over by the casino, her handlers are just running out as fast as they can.
Once Viola popped up on this gas station security camera,
my coworker here pointed out, there's an elephant. Started jumping up and down, pointing out the window.
And then trotted right by the casino. All bets were off. Witnesses say the whole circus-like scene lasted around 20 minutes before the powerful pachyderm was safely recaptured. Jordan World Circus did not respond to NBC News' request for comment, but their website showed a scheduled stop in Butte the same day as Viola's escape. Now it's a tall tale for a town of 35,000, accustomed to seeing plenty of animals.
Typically, you see moose and coyotes, lots of bear.
But nothing quite like this.
I will never forget this. It's not every day you get to see an elephant just wander through your hometown.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
Yeah, not on my 2024 bingo card.
No, mine. She's going to be telling her grandkids, and they're going to tell their kids about that story.
Wow. Sam, thanks for that one.
Yeah.
And speaking of unusual things in the wild, the Midwest is preparing for an invasion, a creepy, crawly, and very loud invasion.
Cicadas we're talking about. They're about to make a big comeback, and researchers say they could number in the trillions. As NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa tells us, people are bugging out.
They are calling it Cicada-geddon, and scientists say it has begun, with cicada heads, a.k.a. superfans, spotting slightly smaller versions of this fake plastic cicada on leaves and trees in a couple of states. And that is just the beginning, because scientists say this invasion across large parts of the Midwest and South is going to be larger and noisier than anything we've seen or heard in centuries. This morning, the cicadas are coming.
There will be a record amount of bugs bursting from the ground in the next few months.
And Americans are bracing.
They are these massive, loud bugs that fly everywhere.
For a double dose of creepy, crawly impact.
If I see one, I'm not going outside.
It's all thanks to a once-in-a-lifetime double emergence with two cicada broods, one that's lived underground for 13 years, the other for 17, crawling out of the soil across the Midwest and South, overlapping in multiple states, including Illinois and Iowa. Some of the first spotted this week in the Carolinas. How many cicadas are we talking?
Somewhere in the hundreds of billions to trillions.
Trillions plural.
Trillions plural, yes.
The last double emergence, 1803, when Thomas Jefferson was president. Anticipation sparking nicknames like Cicada-geddon, with cicada heads launching cicada tracking apps. And in Chicago, painting giant plaster versions for a citywide cicada parade. Why do you want to add more?
Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? So this moment is magical.
Some even sharing old viral videos.
Have you ever wanted to eat tempura-battered cicadas?
Of recipes for the uber cicada curious. At Chicago's Field Museum, visitors are buzzing. Do you think that looks cool or is that gross?
It looks like both.
It looks both? Scientists excited to educate people about these winged plant-eating insects.
with that sound, synonymous with the start of summer.
Millions of them is kind of like a really big, loud chainsaw.
What is billions or trillions going to sound like?
Many chainsaws going at the same time. This is the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, some people say it's cool, some people say it's disgusting. It definitely depends on your take. If nothing else, scientists are asking us to stress that these guys are completely harmless to humans, and they're mostly harmless to, if not good for, the environment. The only time they're a threat to plants is if they completely cover, scientists say, like a small, young plant that you have, and in that case, you might want to try to brush the plant off and cover it if you can. If nothing else, they say, take heart in knowing cicadas tend to die off after about a month, so this double invasion will be short-lived, but it also will be epic. Hence all of the merch that we are already finding, shirts included, online. I'll send it back to you.
Oh, Maggie.
I like the shirt. I don't know if I like the tacos, the cicada. Would you try it?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
No. I once ate worms, but I'm
Oh,
no.
wow. A woman of range. A woman of range.
No cicadas. Thank you.
Thanks.
Coming up, a new report, switching gears, showing that a lot of us are paying more for our mental health care than for our physical health care. What's behind the rising cost? Coming up next on NBC News Daily.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
In today's mental health check, a new study is revealing a serious lack of affordable mental health care.
It finds that patients are more likely to go out of network to see a behavioral health specialist, which means they're paying more out of pocket. And at the same time, reimbursements from insurance for psychiatrists and psychologists are much lower compared to reimbursements for a doctor treating a physical condition. Joining us now to talk about all of it is Dr. Jim Diaz-Granados. He's a psychologist and deputy CEO of the American Psychological Association. Doctor, great to have you with us. You looked at real data here, right? These are real people and what they're experiencing. And it is more expensive, as we all know, to see a mental health practitioner out of network when it comes to your insurance plan. What is driving people to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. Very much a problem that's been highlighted in the report. We see great numbers of folks when they're looking for mental health services are having to go out of network rather than in network with their insurance companies. And this is putting an unfair financial burden on folks, many of which have to abandon getting treatment.
Do you think they're going out of network because there is no one in their network?
There's either no one in their network or there's not adequate, so they're looking at wait lists that are months long, and so then they're looking out of network.
And so often these are urgent needs. Notably, you also find that we're paying more for mental health care than we do for our physical health. Insurance companies don't actually cover mental health care in the same way. We know Congress passed a law years ago that was meant to change that disparity. They called for mental health parity. Why aren't we seeing that practically play out?
That's exactly right. The Mental Health Parity Act was passed in 2008. Here we are in 2024, and the data really are showing that we haven't made a lot of progress in terms of having that parity between mental health services and physical services. Imagine if we were having a conversation about more than 50% of people with diabetes not being able to get treatment or hypertension. And that's exactly what this law was meant to address. And what the report is showing is that the data shows us that it's not being addressed. And so we need greater accountability, greater enforcement of the law.
And I know the American Psychological Association, is out with a response to this study and what you found. What are you recommending?
Well, we're certainly recommending that we have greater enforcement of the law as it stands. The data that is being collected doesn't seem to be highlighting the issues. Insurers and regulators should be looking at, are there adequate numbers of providers in network? They should be looking at the length of wait lists. And then when they find that the outcome data is showing that there's a problem, that they should be responsive and make changes.
And so what do you recommend to people who are looking for a mental health care professional to support them or perhaps don't have insurance and can't pay?
Sure. So the first thing, if you have insurance, don't give up. It's very important that we stay keeping our mental health as a priority. So not giving up is number one. If you have insurance, getting with your insurance company. If you're having a problem, finding help in network. It will often, and they should be helping you find someone in network or out of network, and oftentimes they'll be able to waive the disparity in cost, and so that's one. The other is to look for, if you can't afford it, is to look at county and state agencies that may be helping. Medicare can be helpful as well.
Dr. Jim Diaz-Granados, thank you so much for your time. Really important. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And don't go anywhere. We've got a lot more news ahead.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Here's a throwback. Do you remember these split flap boards from airport and train stations? Those clickety-clack sounds filling the terminal?
Yes. In a world that is becoming increasingly digital, one Philadelphia company is taking something old and making it new again. NBC's George Solis shows us a sign of the times.
You could call them a timeless classic with a lot to say. Simple, elegant, and just plain cool. For decades, split-flap boards have been turning heads at airports and train halls, conveying info for travelers through a treat for the eyes and ears. And while most displays have gone digital, like the beloved display at Philadelphia's 30th Street Station, just a quick drive nearby, Oat Foundry is not only hand-building them, they're bringing retro back.
All right, welcome to Oat Foundry. Let's do a little tour.
All right, I'm excited. Which I quickly learned is no picnic.
That's the correct way to do it incorrectly.
Yeah, the correct way to do it incorrectly.
Yeah,
the company successfully turning the clock back on split flap. So far, installing more than 300 boards in offices, bars, and restaurants in 30 states and in 23 countries and counting. Google, Carnival Cruises, and Starbucks among some of the big names going analog. In New York City, more than 650,000 daily travelers are greeted by the flutter of flaps relaying transit data at the Irish Exit Bar in Moynihan Train Hall.
So why split flap? There's something nostalgic about it. It's a timeless design. And so we started making them and really just falling in love with it. It's definitely a romantic product to build.
Mark Kuhn is CEO and one of the co-founders of the now multi-million-dollar company started in 2013 with a mission to build cool stuff. Challenged by their restaurant client Honeygrow to create a new way to call orders, the team realized they could flip the script on digital advertising.
You bank on split flaps, and it's paid off in pretty big dividends, it sounds like.
We knew that there was something special about this, and then we're able to grow not just business operations, but our team here with the necessary roles for that.
Behind every click, 50 characters per carousel moving in tandem create every clack.
There's definitely a ballet that happens. I mean, you're talking about tens of thousands of moving pieces.
Fast Company writer Nate Berg, covering design, agrees Oat Foundry's mix of innovation and tradition is part of a spiked interest in the antiqued.
We've seen this push towards novelty items like typewriters, vinyl, and now split flap. Is there a growing market for more analog?
I think there is. I mean, it's going to be a niche, but this kind of sign I think is going to be really useful in a cafe setting, a restaurant, a bar. It's mostly just to differentiate themselves, like to have something that customers maybe don't expect or don't get to see wherever they go.
The team moving beyond letters, numbers, and characters with full color images.
Picture flap came out of split flap.
Each design made to order for however big or small a client is willing to pay.
They're built to last. We have a sign in our shop that's been running for 39 million rotations, which for the average user is like 300 years of use.
So there's longevity here.
Yeah, you're buying quality.
Longevity Oat Foundry appreciates for those who are willing to stop and listen.
Do you think we're in an era or revisiting a time where we're going to see more analog technology come back?
I hope so. I think that there's a future where the technology that we see, the analog technology we see, can have all that magic, but it doesn't have to just be a black obelisk glass screen in your pocket. It doesn't have to just be the digital glow of screens in an airport or train station. It can be this warmer sort of handshake between where we are now and where we're going.
George Solis, NBC News.
I love those. Before we go, let's bring up today's daily snapshot. Check this out. A person smeared in vermilion powder during a New Year festival in Nepal. Look at that. Vermilion powder is a symbol of purity in Nepali culture. The red color also symbolizes love and power. And that celebration was part of many festivities held over the weekend to celebrate Nepali New Year. The Nepali people also celebrate with family gatherings and parties to welcome the New Year, but that is quite a shot.
It's beautiful, and a Happy New Year to all who observe it.
That's right. I'm Kate Snow.
I am Zincle Asamoah. Thank you for being with us. You are watching NBC News Daily. And of course, you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now. The countdown has begun. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zincle Asamoah.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, April 17th, 2024, breaking news, a $100 million agreement. The Department of Justice will reportedly pay some survivors abused by former Team USA gymnastics doctor Larry Nassar. We'll tell you why.
Not cutting it. If you were hoping for lower interest rates this summer, you're going to have to wait. The new signal from the Federal Reserve and what it could mean for all of us.
Ready to launch. Thousands of upcoming graduates are soaking in their final days of college, but soon they'll be on the job hunt. How parents can help make the process easier for everyone.
And 100 days to go. The Paris Olympics are almost here. How the City of Lights is preparing for its golden moment. And our conversation with one Paralympian getting ready to rep Team USA.
Olympians are honestly so incredible and so inspiring to me.
I'm excited to meet that young woman coming up, that athlete coming up.
So stay with us, but we are going to start this hour with breaking news, a huge moment for dozens of survivors of sexual assault or abuse by Larry Nassar, the former team doctor for the United States women's gymnastics team.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting the Department of Justice is going to pay $100 million to 100 of his victims. The Journal citing people familiar with the matter. This big settlement comes after the FBI failed to seriously investigate reports of abuse first brought to the agency by USA Gymnastics back in 2015.
The FBI's shortcomings during the investigation came into full view during this 2021 Senate hearing, where former gymnasts strongly criticized the Bureau's failures.
After telling my entire story of abuse to the FBI in the summer of 2015, not only did the FBI not report my abuse, but when they eventually documented my report 17 months later, they made entirely false claims about what I said.
We suffered and continue to suffer because no one at FBI, USAG, or the USOPC did what was necessary to protect us.
Let's get right to NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. Ken, those are famous gymnasts who spoke out. What more do we know now about what the Department of Justice is doing?
Well, Kate, the Justice Department is not commenting right now on this report of a settlement. They're not denying it either, though, and it's very clear that negotiations are underway. And it wasn't just the victims who were criticizing the FBI, Kate. It was the Department of Justice Inspector General that documented a series of shocking failures in this case by the FBI. And it was 14 months from the time that abuse was first reported to the FBI until the time Larry Nassar stopped seeing patients. And during that time, he did untold damage. And so this $100 million figure would add to other settlements that have been paid in this case. And it's really the latest in a series of settlements that have had to been paid out by the FBI and the Justice Department in relation to claims of negligence by the FBI. The other two were in mass shootings, and this is on par with that, guys.
And Ken, in addition to today's reported deal, you mentioned a series of settlements. How much money has been given total because of Nassar's assault and abuse here?
Yeah, Zinkley, it's up to nearly $1 billion, including this reported $100 million settlement, $380 million from the U.S. Olympic Committee, another $500 million from the university involved. So a huge amount of money. But let's not forget that there were more than 500 women and girls allegedly abused by this man who is now serving functionally a life sentence in prison.
Okay, Ken Delaney, and with that breaking news for us, thank you.
A major hearing today about safety on a plane model you may have traveled on before.
A Boeing engineer, now turned whistleblower, is testifying on Capitol Hill, voicing his concerns about the 787 Dreamliner planes manufactured by Boeing.
The 15-year veteran of the company, Sam Solapur, says the 787 has a potentially fatal flaw. He says that gaps between pieces of the plane's massive fuselage are too big and could lead to a catastrophic disaster.
NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello covers aviation for us and spoke exclusively with that whistleblower ahead of today's testimony. So, Tom, there are actually 3 people testifying today. What are they saying?
That's right, 3 whistleblowers. So we have a former FAA engineer and inspector who inspected Boeing. We've got a former Boeing engineer who has been very vocal about concerns at Boeing. And we have this present Boeing engineer who you just mentioned. He is raising concerns as well about production. But all 3 of them are saying that Boeing has put production and profits ahead of safety. Listen specifically to what that Boeing engineer, current Boeing engineer, is saying about problems he saw with the 787 Dreamliner.
I have analyzed Boeing's own data to conclude that the company is taking manufacturing shortcuts on the 787 program that may significantly reduce the airplane safety. I found gaps exceeding the specification that were not properly addressed 98.7% of the time. I raised concerns internally. I was sidelined. I was told to shut up. I received physical threats.
So Boeing is denying that retaliation exists. It says retaliation is never tolerated. However, the company is also raising concerns about these allegations, insisting the plane is very robust. Guys?
Yeah, so much lately about Boeing. I wonder, Tom, you report on this every day. How much of a crisis is it inside the company right now, and how is the company responding?
It's a major fire alarm going off inside Boeing right now because of the fact that these allegations come on top of a very, very bad few years. Here's what Boeing is saying to NBC News specifically about the allegations on the 787. The company says we are fully confident of the 787 Dreamliner because of the comprehensive work done to ensure the quality and the long-term safety of the aircraft. The claims about the structural integrity of the 87 are inaccurate. But make no mistake about it. Following 2 fatal 737 MAX crashes overseas, the door plug blowout in January, the production line breakdown at Boeing, the company right now is in full damage control mode.
All right, Tom Costello, always great to have you. Thank you.
You bet.
And now to some not so good news for your wallet.
The chair of the Federal Reserve is throwing cold water on hopes that the Fed may cut interest rates sometime this summer, after the latest report showed inflation ticked up to 3.5% in March. Fed Chair Jerome Powell now says it's probably going to take even longer for inflation to go down.
Have clearly not given us greater confidence and instead indicate that it's likely to take longer than expected to achieve that confidence.
Let's bring in NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans, who understands all of this, and we'll break it down. This sounds like bad news for those of us waiting for interest rates to settle down a little bit, if you're thinking about your credit card or buying a car, buying a house. So will they ever go down? What does it take for interest rates to somehow come down?
I mean, Jay Powell from the Fed basically said they want to see 2% and inflation, and they want to be sure it's there, right? So the worst was 9%. And we got down to 5%. Now it's at 3.5%. That's still not 2%. So the Fed really wants to be convinced. One of the reasons why inflation is coming down so slowly is because the economy is strong. The U.S. economy is strong. And you cut interest rates, you lower interest rates when you're trying to goose an economy. So you don't want to be goosing a strong economy because that could cause inflation to flame up again.
So, Christine, what do these interest rates mean for home sales and also just overall spending?
So anybody who's borrowing money, it's going to remain expensive. So if you're borrowing money to buy a house, it means you're going to afford less house today than you did 2 or 3 years ago. If you're borrowing money to buy a car, it means you're going to pay an awful lot of interest in the monthly payment every month. You might be able to afford a little less of a car. If you have money on a credit card, look at my face. Buyer beware. It's really expensive. The major credit cards are charging up to 30% for interest rates. Wow. That's the average, 20.75, but some of the big ones are all the way up to 30%. That is really expensive to carry credit card debt when you don't have interest rates falling.
Yeah. Another thing we're seeing today in other economic news is the price of oil is actually dropping, which seems a little surprising this time of year. Why is it falling, and could that affect the pump, the gas pump?
It could, right? And so it's really important to watch these gas prices. We had been concerned about oil potentially rising dramatically with conflict in the Middle East, with the strikes from Iran on Israel. There were real concerns over the weekend. Instead, at least for now, the conventional wisdom in the oil markets, the global oil markets, is that this has not blown up into something much bigger, pulling in a lot of other regional players. So watch this space. For gas prices, it means gas is right around today what it was a year ago. So that's good news, and definitely well off that $5 record. Remember that record high of $5 a couple of summers ago? So we'll watch that. That can change on a dime. Gas prices can, to be quite honest. And also, if the U.S. economy remains strong, then demand for oil increases. And so that can also be one of those,
then the price goes up.
The double-edged sword, right? The good news, bad news in the American economy.
All right, Christine Romans, our economy translator. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Speaking of economy, let's go to CNBC's Money Minute today. The major clothing merger that could be getting blocked.
And all eyes were on this year's WNBA draft. Kate Rogers joins us now. Hey, Kate.
Hey, Kate and Zinkley. So a major merger in luxury fashion could be in jeopardy. The New York Times reports that the Federal Trade Commission is preparing to sue to block Tapestry's $8.5 billion takeover of Capri Holdings. Tapestry owns Coach and Kate Spade. Capri Holdings owns Versace and Michael Kors. That deal would create a U.S. conglomerate to compete with Louis Vuitton parent LVMH and Gucci owner Kering. Ford is recalling over 450,000 compact SUVs and pickup trucks in the U.S. due to a possible loss of drive power. The National Traffic Safety Administration said that it could be because of a low battery charge. The recall affects Ford Bronco sport SUVs and Maverick pickups from 2021 through 2024. And the 2024 WNBA draft shattered its TV ratings viewership record with 2.4 million viewers, according to ESPN, which provided coverage on Monday night. That is a 307% increase over last year, thanks to Caitlin Clark, who, of course, made history as the overall #1 scorer in NCAA Division I in basketball. Pretty incredible. Back over to you.
I mean, Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, I feel like everybody's watching in ways they never have before.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Hey, before we go, I hear you guys have something to celebrate over at CNBC.
Yeah.
We sure do. 35 years, that's right.
Happy anniversary.
Yeah, thank you for joining us each day. We love the breakdowns. Kate Rogers, appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Coming up, trillions of noisy cicadas starting to emerge nationwide. What you need to know before bugging out.
Too late. Well, plus the competition is not the only thing heating up at the Paris Olympics. Why this summer's games could be the hottest ever. That's coming up next on NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Today, the Senate is turning into a courtroom of sorts for the impeachment trial of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. The big question right now, how long will this trial last? Senators were sworn in as jurors earlier today. Back in February, you may remember, House Republicans impeached the secretary by just one vote in the House over his handling of immigration. But since Democrats control the Senate, it is all but certain that he will not be convicted in the Senate. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin has been following all of it from Capitol Hill. So, Julie, where do we stand right now with the trial, and when could we see some kind of vote?
Well, look, they've been voting, Kate, in one way or another over the last hour. These are on motions, on procedural tactics that Republicans are offering up to try and drag this out as long as possible. Remember, this is a process that is uniquely controlled by the majority party. In this case, it is Democrats. And so far, every vote has been on party line. There have been no surprises. What they're doing now is a point of order raised by Leader Schumer that would essentially raises the question, are these articles, at least the first of the two, is it unconstitutional? Because it does not allege those high crimes and misdemeanors that amount to impeachable offenses under the Constitution and the rule book here in Congress. We'll have to see how this shakes out. But the bottom line here, Kate, is senators expect this trial to be over today at some point when the Senate, led by Democrats, vote to dismiss it.
And Julie, I don't know if you've had a chance to be inside the chamber, or, in the gallery up above the chamber at all today. Can you just give a sense for what the feeling is like in there and what the atmosphere is? Because this is a unique, historic situation.
It is, and I actually just came from sitting in the chamber. I've been watching this process unfold the entire time. I have to tell you, I was also in the chamber during both impeachment trials of the former president. This is very different. The environment feels different. The gallery up above where the public can sit is only about 1/4 full. Really, it's not clear what's even happening at a minute-by-minute basis. There's no evidence presented. The House managers weren't even able to really begin this trial in a fulsome way like we saw under Trump, because Democrats allege that these impeachment articles sent over by the House are only political. There is no merit to them. So it's a very different vibe and process. Some senators are chatting, Democrats and Republicans, others going back in the cloakrooms to grab a glass of milk or a drink. But all in all, they're sitting as these motions are being gone through, and we'll see what happens when Schumer ultimately votes to table this, as we expect him to do.
Okay, Julie Sirkin on Capitol Hill. Julie, thank you.
If you're in the Midwest, this one is for you. You better prepare for an invasion, a creepy, crawly, and very loud invasion. Cicadas are about to make a comeback, and researchers say they could number in the trillions. As NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa tells us, people are bugging out.
This morning, the cicadas are coming.
There will be a record amount of bugs bursting from the ground in the next few months.
And Americans are bracing.
They're these massive, loud bugs that fly everywhere.
For a double dose of creepy, crawly impact.
If I see one, I'm not going outside.
It's all thanks to a once-in-a-lifetime double emergence with 2 cicada broods, one that's lived underground for 13 years, the other for 17, crawling out of the soil across the Midwest and South, overlapping in multiple states, including Illinois and Iowa. Some of the first spotted this week in the Carolinas.
How many cicadas are we talking?
Somewhere in the hundreds of billions to trillions.
Trillions plural.
Trillions plural, yes.
The last double emergence, 1803, when Thomas Jefferson was president. Anticipation sparking nicknames like Cicada-geddon, with cicada heads launching cicada tracking apps. And in Chicago, painting giant plaster versions for a citywide cicada parade.
Why do you want to add more?
Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? So this moment is magical.
Some even sharing old viral videos.
Have you ever wanted to eat tempura battered cicadas?
Of recipes for the uber cicada curious. At Chicago's Field Museum, visitors are buzzing.
Do you think that looks cool or is that gross?
It looks like both.
It looks both?
Scientists excited to educate people about these winged plant-eating insects with that sound synonymous with the start of summer.
Millions of them is kind of like a really big, loud chainsaw.
What is billions or trillions going to sound like?
Many chainsaws going at the same time. This is the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, some people say it's cool, some people say it's disgusting. It definitely depends on your take. If nothing else, scientists are asking us to stress that these guys are completely harmless to humans, and they're mostly harmless to, if not good for, the environment. The only time they're a threat to plants is if they completely cover, scientists say, like a small young plant that you have, and in that case, you might want to try to brush the plant off and cover it if you can. If nothing else, they say, take heart in knowing cicadas tend to die off after about a month, so this double invasion will be short-lived, but it also will be epic. Hence all of the merch that we are already finding, shirts included, online. I'll send it back to you.
Maggie, thank you. How one couple says they ended up unintentionally divorced. That's coming up.
a sea of strangers right now who are united by this moment. What does it make you feel inside to see this?
It's like happy, like my heart beating is fast.
I am so happy you guys got to experience this.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The issue of anti-Semitism on college campuses has been growing for months. Just this week, USC canceled a valedictorian speech for safety reasons. The student, who is Muslim, was criticized for pro-Palestinian social media posts. Today on Capitol Hill, the president of Columbia University testified before a Republican-led House committee. The same panel held a similar hearing back in December. The presidents of the University of Pennsylvania and Harvard resigned within weeks of that hearing. Both were widely criticized for their responses about the handling of protests over the Israel-Hamas war. Harvard's president also faced plagiarism allegations involving articles and speeches. Here to break it all down, NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor from Capitol Hill. So, Sahil, why did this House committee want to hear from Columbia's president in particular and at this moment? And what exactly did she say in her testimony?
Hey, Zinkley. Well, Columbia's president was very well prepared for this testimony that she was going to give. She kind of saw what happened to some of her counterparts at Harvard and Penn, the mistakes they made, and that ended up getting, forcing them out, and was very careful to avoid those mistakes this time around and to make abundantly clear that she condemns anti-Semitic instances on her campus. She talked about how they're working to address the aftershocks, in her word, of October 7th, talked about the need to ensure physical safety, protecting students from harassment and discrimination. She made abundantly clear they will not tolerate calling for the genocide of people, whether it's Israelis, Palestinians, Jews, Muslims. She talked about the real difficulty between drawing the line between permissible and impermissible speech, some of the stuff she had previewed in an op-ed for the Wall Street Journal ahead of this testimony. And she also talked about things that they're doing on campus, such as designating areas for protests so that student life can go on uninterrupted, and the need to fight all forms of discrimination. She was grilled by some lawmakers on the panel about faculty members who have made controversial comments. Let's play a little bit of that exchange.
On my watch, faculty who make remarks that cross the line in terms of anti-Semitism, there will be consequences for them.
What are the consequences
in this case? 5 cases at the moment who have either been either taken out of the classroom or dismissed.
And is he one of those?
He will never work at Columbia again.
And in terms of what's next, Congress has already adopted multiple resolutions condemning anti-Semitism, including on campuses, including just yesterday, condemning the calls from the river to the sea. There are more to come. Zinkley.
Sahil Kapoor, thanks.
Okay, switching gears, this next story you truly have to see to believe. Some folks in Montana got quite the surprise when they saw this, an elephant running loose through the streets. So where did it come from? NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is on the case.
Elephant. There's a certain quality of disbelief that comes with seeing things that don't belong in everyday life.
Oh my God.
And for residents of Butte, Montana Tuesday, like Matea Smith, who was driving with her husband, an elephant strolling down the street definitely fit the bill.
He was like, oh my gosh, there's an elephant. And I kind of was joking with him and I thought I was in the parking lot. Then he was like, no, there's an elephant. So I looked up and I was like, oh, there is an elephant in the road.
The manager of the Civic Center, where the Jordan World Circus was staging, confirming to NBC affiliate KECI, the giant animal apparently got spooked by the sound of a truck backfiring during a bath and bolted.
So set the scene for me, right? You see the elephant coming down the street, and then how long after are her handlers also pursuing Viola?
I'd say 30 seconds behind her, but the problem is that an elephant's much faster than a human. So you see the elephant get into the road, and by the time she's over by the casino, her handlers are just running out as fast as they can.
Once Viola popped up on this gas station security camera,
my coworker here pointed out, there's an elephant. Started jumping up and down, pointing out the window.
And then trotted right by the casino. All bets were off. Witnesses say the whole circus-like scene lasted around 20 minutes before the powerful pachyderm was safely recaptured. Jordan World Circus did not respond to NBC News' request for comment, but their website showed a scheduled stop in Butte the same day as Viola's escape. Now it's a tall tale for a town of 35,000, accustomed to seeing plenty of animals.
Typically, you see moose and coyotes, lots of bear.
But nothing quite like this.
I will never forget this. It's not every day you get to see an elephant just wander through your hometown.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
What a sight,
I mean,
Sam. Thank
that is
you.
not every day.
Up next, we'll talk about these old display boards making a comeback.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and this is
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The United Arab Emirates is facing widespread damage from the heaviest rains ever recorded there. Some parts of the desert nation have received 10 inches of rain in just 24 hours. The Dubai International Airport halted arrivals last night due to flooding on the runway. Major roadways have been submerged, forcing schools and businesses to close or go remote.
The FDA has released a new warning about counterfeit versions of Botox. The fake products have been found in 9 states, and there are now multiple reports of people getting sick. Some of those reported symptoms have included vision problems and difficulty breathing and swallowing. The agency has issued guidance for people to make sure that they're not accidentally using counterfeit versions of the drug. The CDC is also expected to alert doctors across the U.S. about the issue. And we have this story about a London couple who got divorced by mistake. It's all because of a lawyer's computer error.
Yeah, the lawyer was trying to complete a divorce for another client, but opened the wrong case file in an online system. They didn't notice the mistake until after they clicked a button that finalized the split. The lawyer tried to take the divorce back, but a judge denied that request, saying that, quote, like many similar online processes, an operator may only get to the final screen where the final click of the mouse is made after traveling through a series of earlier screens. The wrongly divorced couple was actually trying to sort out some financial arrangements after separating back in 2023.
That's a big oops.
That's a big oops.
Guess what? The Olympic Games in Paris are just 100 days away.
Yeah, we're excited. The City of Lights is putting the finishing touches on the venues before athletes and fans descend on the city. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons got an early look at the preparations underway.
The Olympic flame en route from Greece. to Paris. Just 100 days from the City of Lights' first Olympics in 100 years. And now a first glimpse of the stunning venues built at some of the city's most famous sites.
Oh my goodness. It's incredible.
Under the Eiffel Tower, NBC News showed around the beach volleyball.
This is exciting. I mean, to actually see it like this, you get a really a feeling for how it's going to be.
Yeah, indeed. It is really exciting. You can almost feel the atmosphere of the 13,000 people.
The centerpiece set to be the River Seine, hosting the opening ceremony. This week, President Macron saying for the first time that France has backup locations planned if security threats arise. Now, many Olympic locations visible from a riverboat or bateau mouche. My guide, Paris podcaster Oliver G.
This is where it's all going to happen. This is the Pont Alexandre III, a really famous bridge, and on both sides we're going to be having Olympic events.
That side and this side?
Both.
Wow.
In total, there are 24 venues scattered in and around Paris. In the Place de la Concorde, skateboarding, and for the first time, breakdancing. At Les Invalides, archery. In the Grand Palais, taekwondo and fencing. While just 9 miles outside Paris, the spectacular Château de Versailles, home of Louis XIV, who had a passion for horses, will stage the Olympic equestrian events.
There will be a beautiful perspective on the Grand Canal and with a backdrop with the Château de Versailles.
Up to 40,000 spectators will watch competing riders encircle the magnificent golden fountains. Then a different kind of gold. At a French jewellery house, the Paris 2024 medals, set with tiny fragments of the Eiffel Tower and encased in bespoke Louis Vuitton trunks. Heightened security means every apartment overlooking events will be searched.
Your Parisian apartment.
Boston native Susan Godden shows us around her magnificent Paris home.
Look at this.
Yes. She has volunteered to greet athletes when the games begin.
It's such a beautiful city, and I want everyone that comes here to have a wonderful experience and walk away, fall in love with it like I have.
And back here with that spectacular view today, the French will unveil their outfits for that opening ceremony, tuxedos. Très chic, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Care gets to go. We actually just have the backdrop behind us. Let's bring in NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung to continue on the Olympic theme and break down some of the numbers. Okay, Brian, Paris is going big, as Keir just explained. So you've got ticket prices and a bunch more.
Yeah, well, look, when it comes to, first, I feel like I'm in Paris right now. So
Thank
this
you.
is pretty
Thank
cool.
you.
But a few numbers behind the context of these games. So it's been 100 years since Paris last hosted, so they're no stranger to this. This is the third time they're going to host. Their first time was in 1900, but they have a lot of preparation, right? Over 3 million square feet that will encompass the athletes' village. That includes walkways and buildings. 3,200 seats at the athletes' restaurant, which they joke, maybe not jokingly, will be the largest restaurant in the world, right? Pretty easy probably to get a seat there. But then also when it comes to cost, if you are trying to fly over there, it's going to be $767 for a round-trip ticket. That's according to Hopper. That's actually cheaper than this time last year. It does sound low for a transatlantic flight. And then lastly, tickets for the events themselves. The Olympics are saying that about half of the events will be about 50 euros, which is pretty accessible.
Okay, and the numbers don't end there, right? Walk us through the numbers of sports, athletes we're expecting to see.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, there's a lot of American athletes that we're going to be watching from Team USA, but we've got 10,500 athletes that will be competing worldwide in these events. It's going to cover about 32 sports. We actually lost a few sports, so we don't have baseball, softball like we did in the last events, but we do have breakdancing this time. I'm actually pretty excited to watch that one. That's going to be super cool. But then lastly, we have 329 events for medals and then 6 sides. That's actually the number of sides that will be featured on the medal because they call France l'hexagone for the 6 different sides. So the medal will be an homage to France with a hexagon in the middle.
Do you speak French?
Yeah.
Okay, Brian, there's a lot of great American athletes going. Can you just tell us maybe some of the names to watch out for?
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, when we talk about the medaled events, right, we're obviously going to be very, very dialed into swimming. So Katie Ledecky, she is looking at 8 gold medals. That would be the record that would tie the last person, Jenny Thompson, to have that record. We're also taking calling attention rather to the mile event, where the current record is 3 minutes and 26 seconds, which is wild. The fastest I could ever do was 6 minutes, so I'm not even close to that. And then when it comes to gymnastics, obviously Simone Biles, one more to become the most decorated gymnast in U.S. history. That would be really remarkable to see.
Super quickly, some fun facts for us, I hear. You have some?
Yeah, well, when it comes to fun facts, I mean, when you're talking about the torch bearing, right, that's going going to begin today. They're not going to take it into France until May, but there's going to be 10,000 torchbearers, which is really fun. And then 4 Oscars I want to highlight because of the movie Chariots of Fire. Yeah. Remember that from the 1980s? Yeah. That actually also took place during the Paris Olympics in 1926. Oh. This was the setting for that movie, so that's kind of fun fact as well. And then John Williams, we got to shout out John Williams, making NBC music and also the Olympic music as well.
Yes. I love it. Brian Jung, thank you so much. And let's stay with the Olympics. Olympic athletes could face another tough opponent, the summer heat.
But Paris is trying to stay one step ahead with a plan to beat the brutal temperatures. NBC News national climate reporter Chase Kane explains.
Now, just 100 days until the Summer Olympics begin here in Paris. This stadium is going to host track and field and rugby. Right now in Paris, temperatures are still in the mid-50s, but by the time the Olympics roll around, Paris is going to be a lot hotter and humid. Global temperature trends driven by climate change could mean that these are some of the hottest summer games ever held, and that is definitely on the minds of the Paris Organizing Committee. Especially after Tokyo in 2021, when at least 150 athletes, staff, and journalists were treated for heat-related illnesses. I mean, I personally felt that dangerous heat while covering the skateboarding competition. So what is Paris doing to prepare? Well, for one, they've spent the last few years planting more trees along routes for the marathon and cycling routes to offset the effect of urban heat. It's part of a comprehensive plan to embrace climate solutions.
The cleanup of the Seine. I mean, cleaning the Seine is not just for us to hold, some sports events. This is going to be a major change for Parisians to actually have a place to go when the heat of the summer hurts. In the years to come, it's going to be worse and worse. So this is a solution that we leave as a major legacy of the Games as well.
The Seine River cleanup has been a challenge, but it's part of Paris 2024's ambitious climate goals, aiming to be the first carbon-neutral Olympic Games. So what does that mean, and how are they going to get there? We'll take a deeper dive into those questions on Monday, Earth Day, here on NBC. For now, reporting in Paris, I'm national climate reporter Chase Kane.
Chase, thank you so much. And speaking of diving deeper, our next guest is getting ready to dive into the pool and hopefully toward another gold medal at the upcoming Paris Paralympics.
Yeah, those games kick off on August 28th. In women's swimming, all eyes will be on Team USA's Mackenzie Cohen. She's a 3-time Paralympian, 6-time Paralympic medalist, and a world record holder. And lucky us, Mackenzie joins us here in studio. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited.
No, I mean, we're excited because this is going to be your 4th Paralympic Games. Your first, you were just 16. How does it feel with Paris coming up a decade later?
It's incredible. It's hard to imagine living out your dreams once, and now I'm gonna get to do it for a 4th time. It's definitely a pinch me moment, and I think back to 16-year-old Mackenzie. If I could tell her, I am sitting here today, 100 days out from the Paris Games, an incredible feeling.
Yeah. Can you show us those medals just for a second?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't want people to miss the fact that you've got gold right here.
Yes,
amazing. Wow.
They're the best accessories. They go with everything.
I want to ask a little bit about your background and how you got into Paralympics. I understand you were diagnosed really young, when you were like 19 days old?
Yes.
With brittle bone disease. Tell us more about that and what that's meant as an athlete.
I was actually born with a broken leg, and so the doctors right away knew something wasn't quite right. They ran a lot of tests, and at 19 days old, they were able to tell my parents that I had osteogenesis imperfecta, brittle bones, but they told my parents only of all the things I would never do. I would never hold my head up, sit, stand, walk, crawl. So I started PT at 6 months old. When I was 4, they
Physical
said...
therapy.
Exactly. And they said, get her in the water. When I was 4 years old, I got in, and that feeling of freedom is the same feeling I get to this day, and I never look back.
Oh, wow. I love that. And I mean, you've shared so much in your first book specifically. You wrote back in 2021, and your book was called Breaking Free, Shattering Expectations and Thriving with Ambition in the Pursuit of Gold. You talk about why you believe this condition happened for you and not to you.
Exactly.
Talk to us more about that, because that is powerful.
Yes, that is the life perspective I have chosen to live by since I was younger. This is going to be something that happened for me, not something that happened to me. I refuse to be a victim of my condition. I refuse to let the adversities, the fractures that I deal with, stop me from living my life. So I look at every single broken bone as an opportunity to be a better version of myself on the other side. And you know what? 100+ broken bones later, and I can tell you, I am a better version of myself because of it, and I wouldn't have my life any other way.
Do you still have to worry about that as you train for Paris? And I wonder, what are your goals for Paris? Because, I mean, you've already got, what, 9-time world champion, right? You've already got a lot of medals. So what are your goals?
You know what? With each games that passes, I always feel like I'm in a different place in my life. And so nowadays, you know, on the national team, we have teenagers. I remember being one of them. But now they say, oh, Mackenzie, you've got a little bit of wisdom you can offer us here. So I really see my role as a veteran on the team to help guide the younger ones. But I'm also going for more gold. Hey. I've got my Rio gold, I've got my Tokyo gold, and the goal is definitely to have a Paris gold.
I love that. You just keep going. I mean, both, what are you hoping for in Paris, but also word on the street is after the Tokyo Games, I think you took 1 day off, maybe?
Yes.
Maybe?
And that was difficult to do, to be honest with you. I'm the type of person, I love going in and working hard every single day. It's always been a part of my personality. And knowing that we only have 3 years to Paris, I was like, well, better go find a pool and get right back to it.
Wow, wow. Well, as a swim mom who's spent a lot of time at the pool, I have to really, I respect you so much and wish you the best of luck. We will be cheering from our armchairs here in the U.S. We don't get to go to Paris, but you do.
We will be watching from here. Mackenzie Cohen, thank you so, so much.
And just a note that all the excitement is just 100 days away. Watch the Paris 2024 Olympics and the Paralympics only on the networks of NBC. Coming up, you know one thing that college grads really love?
What?
Career advice from their parents. Nope. How you can offer support in a way that will be received by your college grad. You're watching NBC News Daily.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and this
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In today's Modern Parenting, as we approach graduation season, college seniors are on the hunt for the right job.
Research shows that the first job a graduate has can impact their career up to a decade later. Joining us now is Beth Hendler-Grunt. She's the author of The Next Great Step, The Parent's Guide to Launching Your New Grad into a Career. Beth, I have so many questions. Right?
I'm ready.
For so many parents, if they have a college grad right now, it's been decades since they actually did it, since they were in the job market. So how do you help them improve their chances in their chosen field?
Yeah, you know, this process does not always go the way everyone thinks it's going to. We thought it would be easy, but it's a lot more difficult, especially in this market. I tell parents that you're a young adult, they need a strategy, and they need to focus on two things. Number one, help them get clear about what are the skills that they have. Did they write for the school newspaper? Are they great writers? Did they do a research project with a professor? Maybe they really like research. Help them get clear about what that is and what the story is that would explain their competence in that skill. And then they need to know who they want to bring these skills to. Yeah. What are the types of people they aspire to? And reach out to fellow alumni who might have been a few years out. They don't you don't have to talk to the president. See the people that have the same majors that you did and what you might aspire to.
I mean, you talk about reaching out, the word that comes to mind, networking, which can make a lot of young people nervous. How can a parent both connect their kid with their network, but also encourage their child to reach out as well?
Yeah, so that's always the fine balance. Do you make introductions to your friends? Is your student ready? Just make sure they are prepared. Too many times we hear parents say, oh, I think my kid kind of blew it because they didn't take it seriously. They didn't prepare.
Oh, like you make the connection and then they don't.
Yeah, or maybe they didn't even dress professionally, or they didn't send a thank you note. So just make sure your young adult is ready for these connections and help them practice and make sure that they're ready for it.
There's anxiety around a lot of things, right? One of them is interviewing, I think. I'm wondering what parents can do, but also, we were talking during the commercial break, how much is too much from parents, right? They need to do some of this by themselves.
Absolutely. There's that fine line of helping versus hindering. So if you want to check the resume to make sure there's no spelling mistakes, great. You want to do a mock interview with them, great. But don't apply for them. Don't show up to an interview with them. They need to go through this process, and sometimes they're going to fail. And that's part of the process of building resilience and learning how to overcome these obstacles.
Yeah, and I mean, the reality is every kid, every person has a different timeline. So how might a parent sense, okay, maybe my kid is not ready to jump into a career, and what should they do with that?
Absolutely. Everyone's on a different cycle. It might seem like everyone has it figured out, but that's not always the case. So you talk to them, say, you know, I see you study this in school, but let's talk about what are you excited about? What do you want to learn more about? Where are you curious? Let's make sure you're making those connections to talk to people who have the job that you want.
What are other resources? I know there are like career coaches that you can hire, but that costs money. Are there less expensive options to get support for your young person?
Absolutely. Look around your family first. Is there a family member that they like, an aunt and uncle? Is there a friend, someone who can mentor them? And before they leave school, make sure they do use school resources like career services. Even professors can be excellent support. And then there's career coaches and people like us. But, you know, there's a lot of resources, I think, that can support them as well.
I love that. And also just talking about your experience at work as a working professional, I feel like could be really valuable.
Absolutely.
Amazing. Beth Hendler-Grunt, always great to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. There is much more news ahead.
So don't go anywhere. You are watching NBC News Daily.
a sea of strangers right now who are united by this moment. What does it make you feel inside to see this?
It's like happy, like my heart beating is fast.
I am so happy you guys got to experience this.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Here's a throwback. Do you remember these split flap boards from airport and train stations? Those clickety-clack sounds filling the terminal?
Yes. In a world that is becoming increasingly digital, one Philadelphia company is taking something old and making it new again. NBC's George Solis shows us a sign of the times.
You could call them a timeless classic with a lot to say. Simple, elegant, and just plain cool. For decades, split flap boards have been turning heads at airports and train halls, conveying info for travelers who are a treat for the eyes and ears. And while most displays have gone digital, like the beloved display at Philadelphia's 30th Street Station, just a quick drive nearby, Oat Foundry is not only hand-building them, they're bringing retro back.
All right, welcome to Oat Foundry. Let's do a little tour.
All right, I'm excited. Which I quickly learned is no picnic.
That's the correct way to do it incorrectly.
Yeah, the correct way to do it incorrectly. Yeah, so the company successfully turning the clock back on split flap. So far, installing more than 300 boards in offices, bars, and restaurants in 30 states and in 23 countries and counting. Google, Carnival Cruises, and Starbucks among some of the big names going analog. In New York City, more than 650,000 daily travelers are greeted by the flutter of flaps relaying transit data at the Irish Exit Bar in Moynihan Train Hall.
So why split flap? There's something nostalgic about it. It's a timeless design. And so we started making them and really just falling in love with it. It's definitely a romantic product to build.
Mark Kuhn is CEO and one of the co-founders of the now multi-million-dollar company started in 2013 with a mission to build cool stuff. Challenged by their restaurant client Honeygrow to create a new way to call orders, the team realized they could flip the script on digital advertising.
You bank on split flaps, and it's paid off in pretty big dividends, it sounds like. We knew that there was something special about this, and then we're able to grow not just business operations, but our team here with the necessary roles for that.
Behind every click, 50 characters per carousel moving in tandem create every clack.
There's definitely a ballet that happens. I mean, you're talking about tens of thousands of moving pieces.
Fast Company writer Nate Berg, covering design, agrees Oat Foundry's mix of innovation and tradition is part of a spiked interest in the antiqued.
We've seen this push towards novelty items like typewriters, vinyl, and now split flap. Is there a growing market for more analog?
I think there is. I mean, it's going to be a niche, but this kind of sign I think is going to be really useful in a cafe setting, a restaurant, a bar. It's mostly just to differentiate themselves, like to have something that customers maybe don't expect or don't get to see wherever they go.
The team moving beyond letters, numbers, and characters with full color images.
Picture flap came out of split flap.
Each design made to order for however big or small a client is willing to pay.
And they're built to last. We have a sign in our shop that's been running for 39 million rotations, which for the average user is like 300 years of use. So there's longevity here. Yeah, you're buying quality.
Longevity Oat Foundry appreciates for those who are willing to stop and listen.
Do you think we're in an era or revisiting a time where we're going to see more analog technology come back? I hope so. I think that there's a future where the technology that we see, the analog technology we see, can have all that magic, but it doesn't have to just be a black obelisk glass screen in your pocket. It doesn't have to just be the digital glow of screens in an airport or train station. It can be this warmer sort of handshake between where we are now and where we're going.
George Solis, NBC News.
I love those. Before we go, let's bring up today's daily snapshot. Check this out. A person smeared in vermilion powder during a New Year festival in Nepal. Look at that. Vermilion powder is a symbol of purity in Nepali culture. The red color of the red color also symbolizes love and power. And that celebration was part of many festivities held over the weekend to celebrate Nepali New Year. The Nepali people also celebrate with family gatherings and parties to welcome the New Year, but that is quite a shot.
It's beautiful, and a Happy New Year to all who observe it.
That's right. I'm Kate Snow.
I am Zincle Asamoah. Thank you for being with us. You are watching NBC News Daily. And of course, you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Garrett Hake in Washington on a very busy day in both chambers of Congress. In the House, Speaker Mike Johnson is trying to thread a legislative needle to get emergency aid to Ukraine without igniting a full-on rebellion from his hard right flank, which could cost him his job. It's forced him to make a major strategic gamble today. We'll have much more on that in a moment, but we begin in the Senate, where at this hour, Democrats are trying to dispense with the House's articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Mayorkas is just the second cabinet member in U.S. history to be impeached and the first in nearly 150 years. Right now, the Senate appears poised to declare both articles of impeachment against Secretary Mayorkas unconstitutional. They are moving towards a vote to declare the second article of impeachment unconstitutional after all Democrats voted to declare the first one unconstitutional in the last hour. That passed with Alaska Senator, the Republican Lisa Murkowski, voting present. Senate Republicans have tried and failed through multiple votes now to short-circuit Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer's strategy to quickly end these impeachment proceedings. Here are some of those floor objections from the Senate.
To dismiss or table articles of impeachment against Secretary Mayorkas without a trial here today or in committee is an unprecedented move by Senator Schumer.
The Majority Leader has argued that Secretary Mayorkas' defiance of federal immigration law and active aiding and abetting of the worst criminal invasion in our nation's history does not constitute a high crime or misdemeanor.
This process must not be abused. It must not be
short-circuited. History will not judge this moment well.
The move was clearly telegraphed by Senate Democrats after Senator Schumer took to the floor this morning, calling the articles, quote, illegitimate and profane abuse of the Constitution.
The charges brought against Secretary Mayorkas failed to meet the high standard of high crimes and misdemeanors. To validate this gross abuse by the House would be a grave mistake and could set a dangerous precedent for the future. The framers were clear. Impeachment should never be used to settle policy disagreements.
To be clear, even if there was going to be a trial, Secretary Mayorkas would not be convicted by the Democratic-controlled Senate. Even some Senate Republicans agree it's a flimsy case. So we should also note that House Republican leadership knew this too. When Mayorkas was impeached by the House back in February, the move was widely seen as an effort by House Speaker Johnson to placate immigration hardliners in his conference so that they wouldn't gum up in the works the other vital legislation that he was working on or threaten his speakership. And as we can see now, to put it mildly, that strategy didn't work. NBC's Ryan Nobles is on Capitol Hill with the latest on all this for us. So, Ryan, you've been watching this all day. We know the outcome is not in question. What more can you tell us about what we've seen today in the Senate and I guess what we expect to see over the next half hour or so?
You know, Garrett, I think one of the most interesting things that has come out of this debate so far on the Senate floor today is that Republicans basically turned down the opportunity to spend up to 2.5 hours complaining about this process. The Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer offered up a scenario by which they could debate the issues around these articles of impeachment for a 2.5-hour time frame, offer up a series of resolutions that could be voted on as it relates to these impeachment proceedings. It's likely that all of them would fail, but it would at least give Republicans a forum to whine about this process. They turned that down, seemingly because they didn't want to seem as though they were complicit at all with what Chuck Schumer was planning to do to dispose of these articles quickly. But the sum total of that is that they're getting no opportunity to really voice with any degree of specificity their issues with the fact that this is not going to go through a fulsome trial and that the evidence against Mayorkas is going to be heard. Instead, they're basically just getting 30-second snippets to stand up and hand out these kind of useless motions that end up going nowhere. So that was a tactical decision by Republicans. They're certainly going to say time and time again that they believe that this broke with Senate precedent, 200 years of Senate precedent as it relates to dealing with articles of impeachment. But the sum total of all of it is that these articles of impeachment are going to be disposed of relatively quickly, and this is no longer going to be a problem for Alejandro Mayorkas.
Ryan, how much do you think the way in which we're seeing the Senate handle this today has to do with the manner in which the House put these impeachment articles together, and how much has to do with the fact that we're dealing with the cabinet secretary, not a president here? I mean, we've gotten pretty used to seeing impeachment trials in the Senate. This doesn't look anything like what we saw over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think the answer to your question, Garrett, is it's all of the above. You know, I think there are a lot of Republicans who were very skeptical that this was an avenue of success for Republicans to make their point about what they feel is a real problem at the southern border. They zeroed in on Alejandro Mayorkas as a target because they thought that he was an unpopular figure among their ranks. There's no doubt that from the House Republican perspective, this was a fruitful endeavor. Many of them got to raise millions and millions of dollars in small dollar donations to make that point. But it really did put their Senate colleagues in an awkward position here because it's once again using impeachment as a tool for political purposes. There are very few legal scholars that believe that this rises to the level of high crimes and misdemeanors like Republicans have claimed. And I think you see that playing out right now on the Senate floor. There just really isn't enough momentum to even have a discussion about this, much less a full-on trial that would result in a conviction with 2/3 majority in the Senate.
It's funny, from the last two impeachment trials, I can kind of hear the disembodied voice of Mitch McConnell in my head saying impeachment is a political tool and it is a political endeavor. You know, you touched on this a little bit on the fundraising side, but beyond, you know, some small dollar donors to the House, what did Republicans get out of this?
Well, I'll tell you the number one thing that Senate Republicans are hoping to get out of this, and that's that they're going to beat up these marginal Democrats that are in red states that are up for re-election in 2024 over the head with this. You already saw Senator Ted Cruz come out yesterday and accuse Senator John Tester of hiding from this vote, saying that he didn't want any part of it. You can bet that Sherrod Brown in Ohio is going to be reminded over and over again that he essentially let Mayorkas walk free while the border continues to be in chaos. That would be their framing, not mine. There is a political benefit to Senate Republicans here to force these Democrats that are in marginal states to take a tough vote that essentially defends the Biden border policy. That's how they're going to frame it. And that's why they're trying to draw this process out as long as possible, make them take vote after vote after vote, saying that they just want to see this go away instead of having a full trial take place.
Yeah, all hoping somebody will pay attention to it. Ryan Nobles, thank you for that reporting. We're going to go back to Capitol Hill throughout this hour because we have so much going on. But joining me now on set is NPR White House correspondent Deepa Shivaram, former Michigan Democratic Congressman Andy Levin. He's now a distinguished senior fellow at the Center for American Progress Action Fund. Danielle Pletka, senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute and an NBC News contributor, and NBC News chief political analyst Chuck Todd. So Deepa, I'll start with you. You heard Ryan's theory of the case here, that Senate Republicans at least hope they can hand this around the neck of some of these Senate Democrats in tough re-election races. But that suddenly feels a long way off to be talking about that impeachment you didn't do on Secretary Mayorkas, huh?
Right. I mean, from now until November, are we really going to keep pointing back to this? And it's, one of those things where this is, a lot of commotion, a lot of chaos happening on the Hill. But at the end of the day, is anyone really putting forward their border policies? This is still an issue that voters, particularly in states like Arizona, are very focused on. When I talk to folks, they're not really looking to whether John Tester is voting one way or another on this. And at the same time, it kind of leaves this gap open for Democrats, for Biden to kind of say, well, yeah, we wanted you to pass this bipartisan border bill. Right. And instead, this is what we're doing.
Danielle, if Republicans had a larger majority here, and on Earth 2, where the red wave happened, would we be doing this exercise? It did seem like, we touched on in the intro, the idea that this impeachment was meant to placate folks on the far right who wanted much more than they were ever going to be able to accomplish with a majority this small.
Look, I have not very often felt sorry for the Speaker of the House, whether that was a man, a woman, a Democrat, or a Republican. But I feel for Speaker Johnson. He has an extremely obstreperous caucus. He has a very difficult group of people to deal with. And, the problem for all of us, Americans, not journalists, is that impeachment has become a political tool and a political game. It was during the Trump administration at the beginning as well. We've seen this back and forth, and we've come to expect it. And so this is kind of a throwaway. Let's throw them this impeachment bone, and then maybe we can get Ukraine done. Maybe we can get border reform done. Maybe we can get Israel done. Maybe we can get Taiwan done. That's what the Speaker's doing this week.
We are voting on that second article now, so we may get news that this is all going to be for the history books by the time this segment even concludes. But, Chuck, will this be the last impeachment of a cabinet secretary we see now, or has the bar been lowered as such that, when the House changes hands, perhaps there'll be another, some future Trump administration cabinet secretary now gets the easy knock here?
We went 130 years between our first two impeachments. Mm-hmm. And then we've had two more within 20 years. So what do you think?
Yeah.
I think it's most likely that, yes, we will see some sort of... Because, look, divided government looks like it's going to be the short-term norm, right? I mean, we're in this unusual situation where presidency feels like a coin flip. And, in fact, the most likely outcome is the Senate switches and the House flips, right? So you're going to have perhaps... And look, whenever the House and the White House are not on the same team, that's when you're likely to have these sort of impeachment threats. What I would say here is the White House has been... A more nimble White House would be announcing a whole bunch of border executive authority today. I am shocked. This has been the most telegraphed event.
I think you could also argue they are, I think, perhaps correctly reading that this does not have a lot of oxygen to it anyway. Why blow this up into something bigger if it's just going to disappear anyway?
The issue has oxygen. Mayorkas does not.
Yeah.
So while they're playing games, why don't you try to solve the problem and go be the president?
Especially having told us that
he was going to do. Right. So I find, it's interesting. The mood music in the campaign trail is immigration right now. If you do paid television advertising, eventually it may be abortion.
Yeah.
But right now it's immigration. Right. You watch any congressional ad in the country. I'm the dork that does this a lot. It is all immigration. So it was an opportunity for the White House to do some mitigation. And they have, you guys have brought up all the reasons. They have some issues on their side. Republicans refuse to fund it, right? All of those. They want to play games over here instead of actually seeing if we can solve the problem over there. I find their inaction this week to be a little bit of a head scratcher.
Congressman, was there any serious discussion of doing something like this, impeaching a cabinet secretary under the Trump administration when you were in the House? I mean, this does seem like a lower-hanging fruit if you want to send a message at least about, you know, policies you don't agree with. Look how easy it was for Republicans to get whatever it is they got out of this.
I don't remember any discussion whatsoever, Garrett. I mean, this is just a joke. It's really sad. Donald Trump was impeached twice because he was holding hostage congressionally appropriated aid for an ally, and because of the January 6th insurrection. Those, at least arguably, are high crimes and misdemeanors. This is nothing like that. It's a policy disagreement. Republican senators have said so, as well as Democratic senators. As you say, it's going nowhere. Look, and I agree with Deepa, if I could say this, most Americans don't know the name of Mayorkas.
They're not picking him out of a lineup.
This is not a thing.
Although I bet you he has higher name ID in a Republican primary than he does in a Democrat primary.
Maybe, but here's the thing: the American people want action, and James Lankford, a very conservative Republican senator, worked with Chris Murphy and others to craft by far the most conservative and tough border security bill ever proposed on a bipartisan basis in America. And Donald Trump said, I want to have this as a political issue, so don't do the business of governing. And they all fell in line. I mean, that's the news of the hour about immigration policy.
Deepa, I reserve the right to cut you off here because we're approaching the end of this roll call vote. But to me, the other part of this story is that it underscores House Republicans' more or less complete failure on their Biden impeachment inquiry, right? Like, we're watching this one die in real time, but when was the last time there was even any serious discussion about the Biden impeachment effort?
Right. I mean, it speaks, I think, to the chaos of the moment a little bit. And what you see is, these efforts kind of ongoing. And what does it result in? It's not something very tangible. And to your earlier point, not something that a lot of folks really might remember all the way down until November when they are casting their ballots.
Chuck, any thought on this?
But again, I'm going to go back to the mood music that Republicans are hoping to create here. It's interesting. This sort of this focus on Hunter Biden for the first 2 years did hand the Republicans a talking point they're looking for, which is they talk about the corruption of Washington, and then they show Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. It's been interesting to me to see so many ads, and it is again all over, where essentially what this manufactured thing that the House did is then showing up. You see that you can almost see that it was created in order to be used for the campaign and for politics here. And I saw that, I guess Comer today said he keeps talking about criminal referrals now and something like that. They have to deliver something to hand the candidates to say something to the base. The base, they've promised something here because they're like, if you impeach Trump, you got to impeach Biden, right? This is just a revenge tour.
But this all plays in a Republican primary, Danielle. Is this something you want to take to swing voters in the few districts that will be competitive, some of these Senate races that we've talked about? That you got to speak the code here to even get the Biden crime family did this and Mayorkas did that, and all these illegal immigrants are going to vote you out, right? Like it feels like a triple bank shot for not much payoff.
I have to say, as much as I love my position here at NBC and my colleagues who I talk to, the kind of dismissive contempt with which we're talking about people's concern with immigration.
I don't think it's the concern with immigration. I think it's the manner in which this has been.
And with rule of law is not a trick. You and I, indeed, I agree. I think the Mayorkas impeachment
Danielle,
is silly.
forgive me. This is making no comment on the validity of what you're saying, but they've just gavelled this out. So let's listen to the conclusion here of this.
Majority leaders recognized.
I move to adjourn the impeachment trial of Alejandro N. Mayorkas, sine die, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is. There is a sufficient second. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett.
What we're seeing now is the highly anticlimactic conclusion to this entire episode here. The second article has been found unconstitutional by a majority of the Senate here. We'll get the vote totals here in a second, but I suspect it'll be on the same party line vote as the first. And Senator Schumer, Majority Leader Schumer, has called for the adjournment of this impeachment trial. So in about an hour's time, this entire episode will have been concluded, which brings back to the point that, Danielle, I'd like you to try to continue making, if you'd be so kind here, about the relative value of this specific discussion about the impeachment of Alejandro Mayorkas versus the broader concerns about immigration that do exist in this country.
Right, but the problem is that you know, we're talking about this from the perspective of Washington, D.C., watching this going on. The vast mass of Americans aren't watching this. This is a big issue to them. They're not going to parse out Mayorkas versus something else. They know they're concerned, and they're seeing something. Now, again, I don't agree with this something. I happen to agree with us. But in this instance, they're seeing something is being done. And that does not deserve to be dismissed as merely maneuvering. It is an attempt, a bad attempt, but it is an attempt to answer the voters' mail. And it's not going to be an irrelevant question when it comes to when people go to vote, either in primaries or in the general.
Hang on, Chuck, yeah, okay. Yeah. On a second question on the mind of voters, and another part of our mailbag is the other huge story that's happening on Capitol Hill. So everybody hold your spots for a second, and we'll turn to the other breaking news on Capitol Hill today. Speaker Johnson, remember him, trying to pass some sort of foreign aid package without losing his job as Speaker. Here's the latest on that story. The plan unveiled today by the Speaker contains not one, not two, but 5 separate bills. One for aid to Ukraine, arguably the most time-sensitive piece of legislation, considering their military is running dangerously low on weapons and ammunition in their fight against Russia. There's another bill for Israel. That includes humanitarian aid for Palestinians in Gaza. There's another bill for Taiwan, another that contains a host of Republican national security priorities, and one focused solely on border security, which is the issue that is currently riling up Johnson's Republican critics the most, and the one we have already been discussing. Already, at least 6 of the House Republicans have panned the Speaker's 5-part plan, which for those of you following along at home means he's going to need help from Democrats to get it done, which is likely going to infuriate the Speaker's hard right flank even more. So remember, the Speaker faces the risk that Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene will move to trigger a vote on his ouster over the issue of Ukraine. She's got that motion to vacate kind of hanging like a sword of Damocles. Well, what happens now is unclear, but the outlook for Speaker Johnson and for Ukraine aid are murky at best. Comes as President Biden is escalating his warnings about the dire situation facing Ukraine if they don't get this emergency assistance. In an op-ed out this morning, the president writes, Mr. Putin has tried relentlessly to break the will of the Ukrainian people. He has failed. Now he's trying to break the will of the West. We cannot let him succeed. There are moments in history that call for leadership and courage, and this is one of them. This is also a moment that calls for NBC's Ali Vitale on Capitol Hill, who joins us now. So, Ali, yesterday it was 4 bills. Today it's 5. Now we've got text. This seems to be Mike Johnson's kind of one play when it comes to big things. Break them up into smaller bites. Is this plan getting the reception he had hoped it would?
Yeah, and remember the last time we saw the 2-step laddered approach to averting a government shutdown, it kind of made it more complicated in the long term than it did if they had just taken on the issue of government funding altogether. And I do think that in some ways these 4 bills are all still linked because they're all under the same rule. And that is something that should make most viewers' eyes glaze over. But it's going to be an important barrier for the Speaker here because you got to think about the rule, as I hold all my phones out here, you've got to think about the rule as the umbrella that governs the entire set of all of these bills. You can't get under the umbrella unless you first vote on the rule, and then you can start voting piece by piece on Israel, on Ukraine, on Taiwan, and then, of course, on that 4th bill, which is sort of a nebulous set of Republican priorities. It's not clear that Johnson has the votes, especially among his own conference, to actually pass the rule. It does seem like it could still pass, though, because Democrats could be on board for this. That'll get them the ability to get on to these other 4 bills, which is, of course, the point. But anything done in bipartisan fashion, you're right to point out, is the thing that could put Mike Johnson back in a position where Marjorie Taylor Greene could earn some more friends and then ultimately oust him from his job.
Is the inclusion of a border bill here kind of the tell that he needs something to pull this legislation through at least the Rules Committee to get it to the floor?
Well, we saw a little bit of mutiny earlier this week when he first told the conference behind closed doors that they wouldn't be able to put H.R. 2, which is their border bill package, into this wholesale because it was not germane, effectively, and just not relevant to the foreign aid package that they're trying to deal with right now. That caused some mutiny among Republicans that I talked to after that meeting who were infuriated by that very idea. The fact that Johnson then spent the next 24 to 36 hours talking with people who had problems with the way he was structuring this bill. Now that we see border stuff in it, yes, it could be enough to appease some folks, but probably not the people who were always going to vote against this anyway. And I think that's probably the part that is lost on folks who aren't around this building. The people who are really raising the most hay about the way that Johnson is going about both the appropriation bills and now the foreign funding bills, these are not people who were ever going to vote for this in the first place. They're just now exercising their leverage on it because they have a speaker who's beholden to really one or two people in the conference who can motion to vacate him at any time.
What's your sense of how likely they are to fully exercise that leverage and actually try to pull the trigger on another motion to vacate? Like, I can't decide how much of this I think is noise and how much of I think is real. And then the likelihood that Democrats would step in here rather than go through another round of this, particularly if it happens before these aid bills pass.
Yeah, first of all, if you and I knew how far this was going to go, we would be paid so much money we wouldn't have to work here anymore.
So much more.
We don't. And so here we stand. Here we stand in Capitol Hill trying to figure out how real the threat is, because it doesn't get real until someone makes this motion privileged. If that's Marjorie Taylor Greene in this instance, fine. Privileging it means it has to be acted on within 72 hours, and then the clock really starts. We are not in that place right now, but it is hard to see, especially given the fact that these aid bills are likely to pass in bipartisan fashion. It's hard to see who that upsets on the House conservative Republican side. If it upsets more people than just Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tom Massey, who joined her ranks this week on a motion to vacate, yeah, the speaker could have bigger problems. Or, as I asked him this week and he ignored the question, I asked, at what point do you just call these people's bluff? And it doesn't seem like he's there yet, but members who I talked to who were in the closed-door meeting where Congressman Massey basically said to the speaker, hey, resign and do us all a favor, Johnson was defiant. He said, I'm absolutely not resigning. He later called the notion that he would resign absurd to reporters. Some Republican members told me that they viewed that as calling their bluff. I don't know. I think he might have to go a step further, but we're not there yet.
We're not there yet, but we probably will be soon. Ali Vitale, thank you. I'll turn back to the panel now. Congressman, let me pick up on the point that Ali was making. You dealt with some of these people. These were, the folks who are calling for Johnson's ouster over this and making a lot of noise are never the people who are going to vote for these bills anyway. How seriously do you take these threats? How seriously do you think Republican leadership should?
Well, they put themselves in this position by having the rule of the House be that one person can bring down, can get this motion live and voted on. And this crazy caucus has been running the show essentially since day one of this Congress. It's unprecedented. It's been the least productive session of Congress in modern times. And I think they really have to worry about it. What I think is interesting is if it comes up, do Democrats who normally are going to say that you've seen it over and over, no, we're not voting for, someone to remain Speaker, a Republican, whether they say, you know what, it's a better play for us now at this juncture to say you got these, especially if he gets these bills passed.
I mean, we're basically running a parliamentary government anyway at this point. Danielle, this question perplexes me, and I suspect it perplexes you as well, but how did we get to the point where Ukraine aid was such a hot issue on the right, that this is the untouchable thing? Standing up to the Russians is supposed to be like, American democracy 101.
It's a great question, because in the first, I would say, 18 months of the conflict, what we saw was the White House moving too slowly, and congressional Republicans actually tacking more money on than the White House was asking for and berating the White House for moving too slowly.
Daring them to do more.
And now we have a total reversal. It is the linkage of the border issue with the question of Ukraine. And I don't know why they're two great tastes that taste great together, because to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But the way that this has been formulated is, why are you caring about the safety and security of those foreigners before you care about the safety and security of we Americans? It's not the right way to formulate it. But it's a very powerful,
Danny,
simple statement.
Since I was there, I can actually say that it was a bipartisan thing to push the administration to go faster on aid to Ukraine.
Good work. What about the border?
And, you know, well, they passed bipartisan legislation there, too. Danny, no, they passed. They didn't pass. They agreed on bipartisan legislation, and Donald Trump killed it. So don't be using the border. It's a loser issue when people actually took action on it, and they were prevented from moving forward by this extremist tiny minority in the House.
I want to come to you in a second, Chuck, but I want to tag Allie back into this conversation because, Allie, I understand the great impeachment trial of 2024 is now over, correct?
Yeah, at least this version of it. But look, we watched Senator Chuck Schumer procedurally pick apart the two articles for impeachment that this entire thing was based upon. It came after Republicans said no deal when he offered them a few hours of debate before then ultimately moving to motion to table these two articles of impeachment that the Senate was being asked to vote on. When Republicans said no to that, we really watched this devolve into procedural chaos and confusion on their part. Chuck Schumer first offered a point of order on the first article of impeachment. That then went through after several rounds of procedural dragging this out. And then he did the same on the second article of impeachment. Once both of those were off the table, having been agreed to as unconstitutional by the majority of the Senate, he was then able in the last few minutes to say, all right, let's dismiss this thing. And this ends pretty much where we expected it to, although it took a few different twists and turns, including Senator Kennedy saying he wanted to postpone this into 2004, yes, several years ago. And it was a moment where you saw senators, even in this very final few votes, seemingly not impressed or even not engaged in what was happening on the floor because they knew that it was all procedural tactics to just drag out the inevitable end of these impeachment hearings. Now, I'm sure we'll hear about this from some of the House Republicans who were impeachment managers, including among them Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, and then we'll hear what they have to say. But as far as the impeachment of Alejandro Mayorkas goes, Garrett, this is something that was a pet project of Republicans from the moment that they took the House majority, and now it's over.
That's a wrap. All right, Ali Vitale, thank you. Chuck, I want to give you one last word on this because the other thought that I have about all this is it was less than a week ago that Mike Johnson was at Mar-a-Lago with Donald Trump, having all these conversations, standing side by side on all these issues. What did he get out of it, and where does the House Republican Conference go now? I
don't know, but I look at Mike Johnson, and I'm going to say something that I think Danny's going to like. I think he's giving you a lesson in why appeasement is bad. Appeasement never works. Doesn't work when you try to do it in international affairs, and it doesn't work when you're trying to deal with your own conference here. And the appeasement strategy here, you just give... Marjorie Taylor Greene is incentivized to make it privileged and do this. There's no penalty. They have created a situation where there's no penalty for bad behavior in governing their own conference. And it doesn't matter if Mike Johnson's speaker, if Deepa's speaker, if Taylor's speaker. If you're going to create rules that don't allow the speaker to be the leader, and if the speaker chooses not to be a leader and instead wants to be an appeaser, this is what you get.
It's going to take somebody to test the other side of that theory at some point to find out if it's
By the way, a bluff that I would have called, I think the Democrats, if Marjorie Taylor Greene is going to be a House impeachment manager, give her, you want to put her out there? Give her an opportunity. This is one of those dog catching the car moments. I get it. The White House is panicked. They don't want to deal with an issue that they know their part is unpopular in how they've handled it. But there's a small part of me that I don't think this would have played so well for them with Marjorie Taylor Greene being the face of the Republican Party.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. Well, we got to leave it for there. Deepa, Chuck, Danielle, Congressman, thank you all for that robust conversation. And coming up, I'll speak to one of the members of Congress trying to get that desperately needed aid for Ukraine passed, just days after he spoke face-to-face with President Zelensky. Plus, breaking news out of Arizona, where lawmakers are battling over whether to repeal that Civil War-era ban on abortion as demonstrators gather outside the State House. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hammer delivered.
All right, it just me too.
Welcome back. We're following breaking news out of battleground Arizona today, where for the second time in 2 weeks, Republican lawmakers blocked an attempt to repeal an 1864 near-total ban on abortion. That ban was revived by a state Supreme Court ruling last week and is set to supersede the state's current 15-week abortion ban. Just one Republican, State Representative Matt Gress, joined Arizona Democrats in favor of advancing the repeal effort. Last week, Gress said on this show that he was confident the repeal would be on the governor's desk by the end of the day today. Not so. Instead, the Republican House Speaker today admonished Democrats for trying to move too quickly on the 160-year-old law.
The last thing we should be doing today is rushing a bill through the legislative process to repeal a law that has been enacted and reaffirmed by the legislature several times. It is still being litigated in court. The courts have not even had an opportunity to determine if the pre-Roe law is constitutional.
Last week, many Republicans, including former President Trump and GOP Senate candidate Kari Lake, distanced themselves from the state Supreme Court ruling reinstating that Civil War-era ban. Kari Lake has yet to react to today's failed effort, but her Democratic opponent, Ruben Gallego, along with Governor Katie Hobbs and State Attorney General Chris Mays, condemned Republicans for failing to advance the bill. And speaking with NBC News after the vote, State Representative Annalise Ortiz said Republicans need to back up their words with action.
We are seeing Republicans on Twitter agreeing that they want to repeal the abortion ban. But when it comes time to put their words into action, they continue to block our attempts to repeal this ban. So their talk is cheap. And frankly, in November, voters are going to see right through it.
Joining me now is Bram Resnick, a political reporter for KPNX. That's our NBC station in Phoenix. He's been tracking today's developments from inside the State House today. And NBC campaign embed Alex Tabbitt has been tracking the reaction from outside the State House. So, Bram, I'll start with you. Just walk us through what happened on the House floor today. Was this really about this bill or about the rules or some combination of both?
Well, a combination of both. And to be clear, this was a procedural vote,
right,
not a vote on the details of the bill itself. And for the second time in 2 weeks, as you pointed out, this bill failed on a procedural vote. However, this time there was an actual head count. While Democrats needed just 2 Republicans to come over to their side, all they could get was Matt Gress, just one. The bill failed on a 30-30 vote, tie vote. There was a second try, failed again. Democrats are vowing they're going to keep bringing it up today and maybe in future weeks. They're likely to get the same result. In the end, there weren't enough Republicans willing to come over, all before a gallery filled with right-to-life supporters. It was a very charged House session.
Do you expect Democrats to keep trying to bring this bill up for a vote? How likely are the numbers to change? And I guess, do you think there's political value here in just, continuing to have this fight and arguing that Republicans' deeds don't match their words on this particular bill?
I'm not sure that there's much value in having this fight. Earlier this week, we reported that Republicans are looking at strategies to counter the really big deal here, which is a statewide vote expected in November on whether to protect abortion rights. Republicans, a document they put together shows their strategies for countering that. They're going to likely vote on putting their own initiatives on the ballot in coming days or weeks. To counter the initiative, the abortion protection initiative. They want to put initiatives on the ballot. They'll protect the legislature's right to regulate abortion. I think that's where the next battleground is in the short term. And don't forget, this ban does become law. If nothing changes, it does become law at the end of June and will likely remain the law through the election day. But the governor has said prosecutors, through an executive order, cannot prosecute the law, enforce it.
Can you clarify a little bit on that strategy, Bram? Protect my legislators' right to regulate my reproductive rights doesn't exactly fit on a bumper sticker. What's the strategy here?
There are actually 4 strategies they're looking at, 4 different kinds of ballot initiatives, questions they can put to voters, either with varying degree of, say, regulation of abortion. The common thread is the legislature would retain the right to regulate. The one that's favored is kind of has a softer feel to it, if that's the right word, and also would mirror the ballot of the initiative that's going to be on the ballots that would protect abortion rights. Kind of a bait and switch. And the document does talk about confusing voters, trying to get them to vote for the wrong thing. There are a lot of theories about why and what Republicans are going to do, but clearly that is the next battleground.
I gotcha. All right, so Alex, you've been watching the protesters coming and going outside the State House all day. What are you seeing and hearing from folks out there?
Well, Garrett, there's been a profound sense of frustration from many of the demonstrators that have actually just left the Capitol who are in favor of abortion rights. And one woman told me that the sense of frustration stems from her belief that this is not as partisan of an issue as what it's being made out to be in the building behind me. She told me she has friends who are planning to vote for former President Donald Trump, who are very conservative, who believe that this ban goes too far. And of course, this is anecdotal, but over the weekend, I was at a Kari Lake rally in northern Arizona. I asked 5 Kari Lake and Donald Trump supporters, what do you think of this 1864 ban? 4 of the 5 told me that they believe that there needs to be exceptions for rape and incest, something there is not in this 1864 near total abortion ban. Garrett?
That's interesting. So talk to me a little bit more about the amendment here to codify abortion rights. Where does that effort stand from your point of view, and how does this failure to repeal the 1864 law affect the efforts to move forward on the amendment issue, rather?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Garrett. There is an effort here to enshrine abortion rights into the Arizona state constitution. It's being run by an organization called Arizona for Abortion Access. And ever since last Tuesday's Arizona Supreme Court ruling, their ballot initiative has really been gaining steam. In Arizona, a surge of signatures.
There's been lines to sign. Like, we could hardly switch the petitions out fast enough.
The effort to enshrine abortion rights into the state's constitution supercharged after the state Supreme Court ruled that a near-total abortion ban from 1864 is enforceable.
One of the volunteers at one of our locations, she was filling out, they were filling a page per hour for our petition.
Chris Love is a spokesperson for Arizona for Abortion Access, a coalition of reproductive rights organizations that's working to get a referendum on the November ballot that would allow abortion until fetal viability or about 24 weeks of pregnancy.
This is the only way, or the most durable way, to protect abortion rights in the state.
In the week since the Arizona Supreme Court's ruling, Love's organization says interest has skyrocketed. In the last week alone, they say they've received more than 5,300 small dollar donations, almost 2,000 more volunteers, and thousands of new signatures.
Okay, here we go.
Including 2,200 signatures notarized in just an hour earlier this week.
The pace that we haven't seen in quite a while.
Earlier this month, Arizona for Abortion Access announced it already gathered more than 500,000 signatures. That's 120,000 more than they need to make it on the ballot in November, but they're not leaving anything to chance.
We are going to collect signatures until the wheels fall off, quite frankly.
Meanwhile, Republicans in the state legislature are now considering pushing their own competing ballot measures. A leaked GOP strategy document obtained by NBC News outlines a plan to give voters options for other constitutional amendments. And it's a plan that's already been floated by Republican Senate candidate Kari Lake.
So I think our lawmakers need to do something quickly. I don't know if that's putting another initiative on the ballot to give people options.
And Arizona for Abortion Access actually just held a press conference outside the Arizona State Capitol. I asked Chris Love, their spokesperson, what is your plan in the event that the Republicans in the state legislature are able to put additional abortion referendums on the ballot to make sure that your supporters know which one to vote for and how to vote on those additional amendments as well. She told me they're focused on gathering signatures until July 3rd. That's when they hand in the signatures. And after July 3rd, they're going to pivot to education mode to make sure their supporters know how to vote on every ballot or every referendum presented to them come November. Garrett?
All right, Bram Resnick and Alex Tabbitt, thank you both for that reporting. And coming up, watching and waiting for Israel's response to Iran's aerial assault. The options on the table and potential wide-ranging consequences. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Strangers right now who are united by this moment. What does it make you feel inside to see this?
It's like happy, like my heart beating is fast.
I am so happy you guys got to experience this.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border?
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. As we mentioned earlier, the House is set to vote this weekend on a series of supplemental spending bills, including one to provide additional aid for Ukraine. The vote comes at a tenuous moment for House Speaker Mike Johnson, who could lose his job over the bill. It also comes at a tenuous moment in Ukraine's war with Russia, with reports of Ukrainian troops' morale dwindling along with their ammo, and President Zelensky warning that it cannot win the war without continued support from the U.S. Congress. Democratic Congressman Wiley Nickel traveled to Ukraine earlier this month and met face-to-face with President Zelensky. The congressman joins me now. So, Congressman, having had an opportunity to look over these bills now, are you more confident now than you were a week ago that the House can actually get this done?
Yeah, no, very, very confident. This is good news that we're seeing today for America's national security, for standing with our allies around the globe. So we're basically seeing the Senate bill that passed in a bipartisan way, 70 votes. Brought to the House in different pieces, but there's certainly enough votes to move the bipartisan pieces through the House.
One of the criticisms of this effort is that this will not be the last time we have to kind of provide more aid for Ukraine, and that this could potentially go on forever. Are you satisfied that what's in this bill can sort of fundamentally change the direction of this war, or is this a never-ending ask, as the critics say?
I was impressed with the ground that Ukraine has made up on my visit, and this is the point I think that we need to make here is this is a choice about handing over Ukraine and Eastern Europe to Putin. If we do nothing, that's what's going to happen this year. So by providing this military assistance, Ukraine will be able to defend their country. And that's where we are right now on the ground. They are teetering on a knife's edge, but with this support, they're going to be able to defend their country. But most importantly, this is about sending a message to the rest of the world that the U.S. is going to honor our commitments and we're going to stand with our friends.
The Democratic whip today reportedly told members to use their personal relationships to try to come up with the 218 votes that you would need for a discharge petition. Essentially, if this plan fails, to get the full supplemental across the transom, if you will. What do you think is more likely, that these 5 bills now pass through the House as the Speaker wants, or that you guys have to go to that kind of emergency break glass option and try to force a discharge petition?
I mean, I think that was a world, 24 hours ago, and right now with
it's changing that quickly.
Yeah. Well, I think what we're seeing is a set of bills that are going to get broad bipartisan support, and they will allow us to stand with Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan.
I feel like since we started this debate over this particular supplemental bill last fall, the temperature has been very high. The rhetoric has always been that Ukraine is in danger right now. They could lose right now. That was the case in November. It's now April. What is the relative level of concern about the timing here? And why should people out there believe that the need is so dire now when it's been so dire since November?
Well, what I saw was an armed forces that's running out of ammunition, and the supply chain to get that aid to them, it doesn't happen like that. It takes time to move that aid to them. So what we're seeing is Russia, outgunning Ukraine right now, and if they have our support, they're going to be able to stay in the fight and gain ground in their own country.
If passing this bill really does force a motion to vacate, if hard-right Republicans come after Mike Johnson for doing this bill, would you vote to save his job?
I think the way you got to look at this whole Congress is the responsible adults are in the room. There is a governing coalition of 200 Democrats and 100 Republicans. That's what we've seen time and time again on funding bills, must-pass bills, and you're going to see it again play out over the weekend. So, if
is Mike Johnson part of that responsible coalition?
Absolutely, and if getting, I won in a Republican districts. My constituents want me here in Washington to get things done, and if preserving that group of 100 Republicans and 200 Democrats working together on bipartisan legislation is something that we can keep, I want to explore that path.
But that sounds like a yes. I don't want to put words in your mouth here. Would you help Mike Johnson keep his speakership if he pushes this bill over the line?
I would feel a lot better about making sure we continue to have a responsible governing coalition if we can pass these must-pass bills for Ukraine, Taiwan, and Israel. Absolutely.
This is politics, after all. I mean, if Democrats are going to be part of this coalition here, if this is the responsible group, should there be a bigger ask from the Speaker to say, like, all right, if we're going to be in a coalition government, let's do this for real?
And we are. And I think for folks like me, we are taking our cues from the real leader in Congress, and that's Hakeem Jeffries. And I think we're going to see him, lead our caucus on this issue, and I feel very good that we're going to be united and standing up to the minority of far-right extremists in Congress who have no interest in getting anything done or governing. They're here to blow things up, and they're here for themselves. So I would like to be able to push back against the Moscow marches and the Matt Gaetzes of this U.S. Congress.
You mentioned you won in a Republican district. You're not running for re-election. How has that decision changed how you approach what's left of your time up here?
The commitment is the same. I promised, my constituents I'd do everything I can to try to bring this country together, bring our Congress together. But, they say I'm retiring. I'm not running because I don't have a district because of gerrymandering. Right. But I'm certainly not giving up or going out quietly in the fight for fair maps. And we're looking at a Senate race in 2 years. So, we're doing everything we can to continue what we need.
Anything you want to share on that decision-making process?
For
me? Senate race, yeah.
Well, it's a little early. Right now, I'm trying to finish my job.
Congressman.
But I can tell you there are going to be just a few states that really matter in the next cycle. And it's North Carolina, it's Alaska, and it's Maine. Those are the seats that are going to make a difference if we're ever going to end the filibuster. That's, you talk about the other chamber, that's the thing that we really need to fix if we're going to be able to move legislation to protect a woman's right to choose, to end gun violence. We're never going to do those things unless we get rid of the filibuster.
All right, Congressman, when you want to talk more about that Senate race, you come on back, all right? Wiley Nickel, Democrat from North Carolina. Thank you. We're going to be back with more Meet the Press Now after a short break. Stick around.
what is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. Israel's war cabinet met again today as the U.S. and the rest of the world await Israel's response to Iran's weekend attack. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said today that Israel will make its own decisions on how to defend itself, despite pleas from Western countries for restraint. All of this comes as the U.S. and its partners prepare to impose new sanctions on Iran in the wake of last weekend's strikes. Meanwhile, ceasefire talks between Israel and Hamas are, quote, almost frozen, according to a senior Arab diplomat familiar with the negotiations. Complicating matters still further, questions about how many of the hostages being held by Hamas are even still alive. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez has the latest from Tel Aviv.
Garrett, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met today with the foreign ministers of both Britain and Germany, and those European officials arrived here in Israel with a consistent message. They stand by Israel, they support its right to self-defense, but they do not want to see the Israelis escalate this situation with Iran further, potentially tipping the region into all-out war. Now, we don't know exactly what was said in those meetings, but whatever it was, it left British Foreign Secretary David Cameron with the very clear impression that Israel does plan to retaliate. Take a listen.
The situation is very concerning. It's right to show solidarity with Israel. It's right to have made our views clear about what should happen next, but it's clear the Israelis are making a decision to act. We hope they do so in a way that does as little to escalate this as possible, and in a way that, as I said yesterday, is smart as well as tough.
Now, Israel has a range of options for that retaliation. Iran sent 350 or so missiles and drones. Israel could retaliate in kind with missiles of its own. Another possibility, a cyber attack, something else covert. I asked the chief spokesman of the Israeli military whether they were considering those more covert options. He would only say that Israel will respond at a time and in a manner of its choosing. Over the last 24 hours or so, we've had dangerous reminders about the potential for full-scale war. Israel assassinating 2 senior commanders with Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed militant group in southern Lebanon. Today, that group responding with missiles of its own, wounding 14 Israeli soldiers. So, major concerns in Iran, major concerns in Lebanon. Also, a lot of focus on those really stalled ceasefire negotiations in Gaza. A senior Arab official saying those talks are basically frozen. There has been very, very little progress in recent weeks, to the massive detriment not just of the 130 or so hostages being held, but also to Palestinian civilians who are waiting desperately for a ceasefire, for a respite from the violence, to get more humanitarian aid in. Perhaps most alarming here is that Hamas is indicating that it may not have many hostages who are still alive. Remember, the original proposal here for this 6-week ceasefire was that Hamas would release around 40 hostages. So this would be women, it would be elderly people, it would be people with serious medical conditions. Hamas is now indicating that it does not have 40 hostages who fall into that category. Now, we have not been able to confirm that. The Israeli government has not been able to confirm that. Israel has warned the population here that Hamas may be trying to play psychological games about the number of hostages alive. But it is very, very distressing, as you can imagine, for the families of those hostages hearing those words from Hamas. Garrett.
Raf Sanchez reporting. And before we go, we want to take a moment to remember Bob Graham, the 2-term Florida governor and 3-term U.S. senator who was chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee on 9/11. He voted against the invasion of Iraq and led the congressional investigation into the terror attacks. Graham, who began his political career as a state legislator in the 70s, was known for what he called work days, where he spent an entire day doing ordinary jobs alongside his constituents. Graham made an unsuccessful bid for the presidency in 2004, emphasizing his opposition to the Iraq War. In 2003, Graham joined Meet the Press to discuss his presidential campaign with Tim Russert and emphatically declined to answer whether he would seek re-election in the Senate. Listen.
You will not run for re-election to the U.S. Senate?
I am running to be elected President of the United States of America for no other office.
But you will categorically not seek re-election?
I am running to be President of the United States of America.
That's not an answer.
I think it's a pretty good answer, Tim.
But you may run for the Senate if this doesn't work out.
I am running to be President of the United States of America.
Many people think that you could convince the people of the country that you're much more serious about being president than vice president if you said, I will not seek re-election to the Senate.
I am saying what I have said now 4 times. I am running to be President of the United States of America.
And you might run for the Senate.
I am saying I am running to be President of the United States of America.
That has to be.
Wouldn't that be a great thing for this country?
Graham withdrew from the presidential race several months later and retired from the Senate in 2005. Bob Graham was 87 years old. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
Tonight, bracing for the brunt of a dangerous and maybe deadly storm system, with folks in the Midwest scrambling after tornadoes touch down in Iowa, with more maybe on the way. Our teams are on the ground with where this system's headed next. Plus, on the other side of the world, in Indonesia, you got to look at what we're about to show you here. Thousands of people now forced to evacuate because of this huge volcano throwing up lava, ash, creating even a tsunami risk. We're going to explain why. Then, a bombshell lifetime ban from the NBA for one of the league's players, why the commissioner is making this very rare move. And in Tennessee, the parents of a college student found dead after a night out in Nashville tonight demanding answers, why they think there's more to the story they're getting from police. Plus, some new exclusive reporting, an inside look at the life of the former head of WWE, how Vince McMahon's spending his time. And here's a hint, it involves kittens and Donald Trump, all while fighting serious sex abuse and trafficking accusations. That's later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we're coming on the air with the dramatic, destructive storms producing nearly 24 tornadoes across multiple states. You see that there in a system that is now heading east after leaving a ton of damage behind. You're seeing some of it here. In Iowa, people are working to get everything cleaned up after houses were ripped apart.
Here's what's left of our barn. We have everywhere.
This huge tree we're about to show you collapsing, smashing a playset. Fortunately, thankfully, nobody was nearby. In Kansas, 2 people and their dogs were inside this RV, or what used to be this RV, when a twister tore through. Somehow they all walked away with no serious injuries. And while some folks are starting to clean up, many others are bracing for the worst of it. You see the risk zones here, the big concerns, right? And we're looking here in this area. Ohio, Pennsylvania, down towards D.C. The concern, wind, big hail, maybe even more tornadoes into the evening. We start with Shaquille Brewster in Iowa.
Hi there, Hallie. Well, look, I had talked to the emergency management director earlier today as he was doing assessments of the damage. And something that struck him was that as he goes around town, there are plenty of homes that are untouched, not a shingle loose. But then there's other homes that look like this. You see the roof completely gone, the wall fallen over, the entire contents of this home on full display for everyone on this block to see. And I want to show you something in the back. And as I do, I'll point out that in this area, there were no injuries and no fatalities. They were struck by the fact that people listened. They were warned that this was coming. They got in their basement and did what they needed to do. And today, it's about assessments and cleanups. You see these piles of debris? That wasn't put there by the storm. It was put there by students, by volunteers who spent the day coming out, helping their neighbors clean up. I want you to listen to a group that I met outside of another home in a different area about the impact they believe they're having by volunteering after this cleanup.
When it hit, it was just like it devastated me. You know, I'm still emotional from it because it's just like I can't imagine it being me. And so, you know, we wanted to rally our troops.
We got some good neighbors and stuff around here. You always feel sorry for people when it does happen. And now I realize it's happened.
As those cleanups are underway, I mentioned assessments are taking place. The National Weather Service confirming that these were actually indeed tornadoes. This was one of nearly 24 tornadoes that we saw just yesterday alone. This is a system that's now moving east. So you have eastern states, Ohio, Indiana, now under threat from this same system, expected to bring hail, heavy wind, and more possible tornadoes. Hallie?
Our thanks to Shaq Brewster for that reporting. Now to Washington, and chaos on multiple fronts at the Capitol tonight, with Democrats in the Senate using their razor-thin majority to shut down the impeachment trial into the DHS secretary in literally just the last 45 minutes. You're getting a live look here. It has gotten spicy on the Senate side. Listen.
Are we about to set a precedent that the allegation of a felony is not a high crime and misdemeanor?
That is not an appropriate parliamentary inquiry.
You don't have to be Mensa material to know that it's
The
not
senator
only
will state
a
his
high
motion.
crime and misdemeanor, it is a felony.
Take my word when I tell you that for the Senate, that amounts to spice, folks, the drama, right? But the whole thing does mean we will not see this huge weeks-long saga go down on Capitol Hill over how Secretary Mayorkas, who you see here, has handled issues at the border. Not going to be a trial like some members of the GOP had hoped for, a trial like what we saw twice when former President Trump was impeached. So fine. Okay, Homeland Security impeachment situation pretty much done and dusted. But on the other side of the Capitol, the drama is definitely not over yet, with this guy, the Speaker of the House, facing what could be the biggest challenge to his position yet. It's this new showdown over money for Israel and Ukraine. Why? Well, some conservatives don't want to give any more money to Ukraine, and some Democrats want a different aid package altogether, the version the Senate passed. All of it means Mike Johnson could be just a vote away from a potential ouster, maybe, for a job he's only had about 6 months. Garrett Hake is following all of this for us right here in Washington. So, two sort of pieces to this, right? Let's start with the Speaker Johnson piece, because that seems like way more of a live ball. He's speaking, I know, tonight.
Yep.
He's got this vote. We're looking at live pics right now, actually, of that news conference. We know that our team members are there listening to every word. We'll bring you news once we get it. But he is now facing this kind of existential threat over the fact that he's bringing this bill that would give aid to some of to Israel and Ukraine.
Yeah, that's right. So he's used what's become his kind of go-to strategy here, which is he takes a bill that nobody really likes on the House side and chops it up into pieces, into 5 bills in this case that nobody really likes on the House side. So he has made it clear he wants to move these pieces of aid for Israel, Ukraine, and so forth onto the floor in chunks. But there's still going to have to be at least one vote as kind of the starting gun for it. The problem for him, it could also be the starting gun to the end of his job.
Right. Explain that
based
piece.
on these threats. So you've got some hard-right Republicans, Marjorie Taylor Greene, late as of yesterday, Thomas Massey, who's kind of another kind of Freedom Caucus guy, sort of on the far right of the Republican conference, who've said that's it. They will call for his ouster. And the margins are so thin that he would potentially find himself in a position where he would need Democratic votes to survive.
To keep him in office.
Just to keep, well, yes.
Yeah,
as
the speaker of that,
speakership. Yes, that's right. To keep the speakership. So not a position he wants to be in. The politics of this are fascinating. I just talked to a Democratic member of Congress on Meet the Press Now who said he's not necessarily opposed to voting to save Johnson's job, but it's going to be very dependent on how he handles this over the next couple of days. So Johnson,
it's
to
like,
mix
what
our
do I get out of
metaphors
it,
here,
right?
yes.
I mean, there's that dynamic.
Johnson has the ultimate high wire act here. He wants to pass these bills. He's spoken to the President of the United States about passing these bills. Even Senate Democrats have said they would look favorably upon this package in 5 pieces as opposed to 1 piece if it can get there. He has a very difficult job to do to try to make that happen.
On the other side of the Capitol, we have seen the drama go down on the Senate side. Typically, the impeachment of a cabinet secretary might be something that all the network newscasts cover for hours on end. This one, despite Ted Cruz and what I'm told is his sort of fiery remarks on the Senate floor we're looking live at now, has been dispatched of relatively quickly.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the last time we saw the impeachment of a cabinet secretary, there were, of course, no cable networks. It was the Grant administration. But it is an incredibly rare event and one that you would think might take much more of the daily spotlight. But what has happened here is Democrats always looked at with disfavor on this impeachment. They never really thought it was real. There was no specific crime alleged. They just felt like this didn't pass constitutional muster, and they had the votes. And so what we saw here was an inverse of what we saw during the Trump administration, in which Republicans were arguing about the great constitutional importance of this. Democrats said this is purely political. We're not going to do it. Listen to the 2 Senate leaders on the floor today in the lead up to what became one of the shortest impeachment efforts in Senate history.
To validate this gross abuse by the House would be a grave mistake,
and could set a dangerous precedent for the future.
This process must not be abused. It must not be short-circuited. History will not judge this moment well.
Abuse, I suppose, a matter of debate, but short-circuited, certainly yes. This impeachment effort in the Senate lasted not weeks, not days, in fact, not hours. It was dispatched with both articles dismissed. The impeachment of Alejandro Mayorkas is over.
Garrett Haake, thank you so much for following all of it, doing double duty tonight. Thank you, as always. Take you overseas now, where at least 11,000 people in Indonesia have been ordered to evacuate in a story that is picking up steam almost literally by the minute because of what you're seeing here. Do you see this? This huge volcano erupting. It's been shooting out lava for hours now. And look at this. Some satellite data shows a massive explosion earlier today, sending up a cloud about 180 miles wide. You could see it from that distance. The Indonesian government wants people to leave because they're worried part of this volcano could collapse into the ocean and trigger a dangerous tsunami. NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns is here to tell us what it means. Talk about the danger here, the risk from not just the lava, but the potential for the tsunami.
Yeah, this has happened before in Indonesia, so that's why they've now gone up to level 4 out of 4 for an alert for further eruptions and the possibility that the volcano collapses on itself into the ocean, causing a tsunami. That's happened before. They've had up to 450 deaths the last time something similar to this happens. That's why they have this tsunami alert in place. Typically, we hear about that when it's like earthquakes. So here's Indonesia here, and this is Manado. This is about 450,000 people call this home, and you can see this little island right here. This is Mount Renang, and this is what it erupted and exploded this morning. And you can see this is what typically I'd show you for like a thunderstorm, like a really powerful thunderstorm. This is the volcanic ash cloud that we are looking at. We don't know yet how high in the atmosphere that went. You know, the Tonga one, the huge one in the beginning of 2022, that went up 12 miles into the atmosphere and put a lot of particles into the atmosphere, made for some amazing sunsets and measurably cooled the planet just a little bit. We don't know exactly how high in the atmosphere this one went yet, but this was an explosive eruption. Had a ton of volcanic lightning too, and that's not like a thunderstorm lightning. You know, it's static electricity in the ash plume itself. Pretty incredible.
And how long, like at what point will we know that the risk has abated here, Bill? Are we talking 12 hours, 24 hours?
They'll actually be measuring the earthquakes, how much shaking there is to see if that chance of it, obviously it collapsing, and if we have that tsunami risk, but at least probably for at least the next week. And there is precedent. A lot of people are saying, will this be strong enough to cool the planet? We have had times. This red line is the temperatures that we've had on this planet, and you can see Krakatoa, the temperature dipped. Some of the other big ones, El Chacon, there was a dip that's only lasts a couple years at most, but we'll wait and see if this one was big enough to cause that. Last year's was barely measurable. Not on the scale of something like these huge ones.
Bill Cairns, thank you very much. An emotional day in court now, with an Oklahoma judge officially charging 4 people with the kidnapping and murder of 2 Kansas moms. You see the suspects here, you're about to, being walked into the courthouse. One of them, the grandmother of one of the victims' kids. These 4 are accused of killing the women over a child custody fight.
How can you hate somebody so much that you want to kill them? How can you hate the mother of your grandchildren so much that you want to end her life?
27-year-old Veronica Butler and 39-year-old Jillian Kelly disappeared March 30th on their way to pick up Butler's children for a supervised visit. More than 2 weeks later, investigators found Butler and Kelly's car abandoned with blood and other evidence nearby. Sam Brock is joining us now. And Sam, we have been covering this story now for days. Tell us more about what's happening from here now that these suspects have been officially charged.
Right. Well, first of all, Hallie, this was quite a scene today in court. Obviously, it's a fairly typical legal proceeding where you go in and the suspects brought in one by one wearing orange and white jumpsuits, have their charges read to them. And in this case, there were 3 different charges, 5 counts in total: murder, kidnapping, and conspiracy. As they're being read, Clinton Butler, the father of the woman who was killed, Veronica Butler, you heard him a second ago. He was so emotionally taken up by what was happening that he had to be physically restrained by his family and by security there as he was screaming names at Tiffany Adams. Why Tiffany Adams? She is the grandparent of the 2 children that Veronica Butler and her friend Jillian Kelly were going to see. And the reason that it struck such a chord is because, according to this probable cause affidavit that was released earlier, she's the mastermind. Police lay out, interviewing witnesses, including the daughter of one of the other suspects, about the fact that this woman had searched things like looking up taser guns and what the human tolerance is for being able to withstand their pain, using burner phones to communicate, and that there was this 5+ year custody battle that was going on. And so, again, Tiffany Stephanie Adams, the woman that you just saw, did have partial or perhaps primary custody of these 2 kids, and she did not want even her own son to have custody, let alone Veronica Butler, and she was apparently fighting that. It's how this entire chain of events really unfolded, according to police, and it led to that fateful day. And according to the daughter of one of the other suspects, Kara Twombly, they tried to kill her previously in February by driving to her house in Kansas, taking an anvil, those 4 right there, taking an anvil and throwing it through the windshield, but Veronica Butler never came out of the house. Here again is her father in court today being asked about this long custody battle and whether or not there was justice here. Take a listen.
Do you feel like the justice system failed Veronica?
They 100%.
Has it always been like this with Tiffany?
In the last 5 years, 100%, they have failed.
Hallie, the other woman who was there, who was approved for a supervised visit, was the pastor's wife, who was only there to see what happened and to make sure that there was a presence from the court. And now her life is gone, too.
Sam Brock, just some horrific details coming out of that story from Oklahoma. Thank you for that. Tonight could be the last piece of justice for the dozens of girls and women abused by the former USA Gymnastics team doctor. We are just learning that the Justice Department has nearly reached an agreement to pay out around $100 million in a settlement with Larry Nassar's victims because of the FBI's failures during its investigation. Some of the biggest stars in the sport over the last decade, Simone Biles, Aly Raceman, Michaela Maroney, as well as so many others, allege that Nassar sexually abused them. Under the cover, he was giving legit medical care. What you're looking at here, if you remember, some of those gymnasts testifying a couple years ago about how law enforcement, including the FBI, didn't do anything for years. Now, this settlement would bring the total compensation for survivors, including payouts from the U.S. Olympic Committee and Michigan State University, where Nassar was also employed, to nearly $1 billion. Nassar was sentenced up to 175 years in prison 4 years ago. Now, again, this is reporting from the Wall Street Journal. NBC News has yet to independently confirm the details of this settlement. NBC's Ken Delanian is following this story for us. We know that we've been following the story, from the very start, obviously, including when the gymnasts announced this series of claims against the DOJ and FBI back in 2022. They wanted more than this, right?
Yes, Hallie, their claims totaled as much as $1 billion. And these weren't just allegations that they were making. These were documented failures by the Department of Justice Inspector General, which found a cascading series of errors by the FBI. A really stunning set of facts here, that the FBI failed to transfer the case to the proper office in Michigan, that it failed to contact state and local authorities, that it only spoke to one gymnast, Michaela Maroney, didn't follow up with other gymnasts, didn't formally document meetings with USA Gymnastics where the allegations were first received. The DOJ IG found that it was 14 months from the time these allegations were first reported to the FBI to the time that Larry Nassar was prohibited from treating women, and he may have abused dozens of women during that time. So really outrageous set of facts.
One of the people that we showed there on camera, Ken, who's talked about this publicly, is Simone Biles. Back in 2018, she said that she was a Nassar survivor. Today, she happened to appear on this super popular podcast right as reports of this settlement were coming out. She didn't address that specifically, but she talked about what it was like to make the decision to speak as somebody who was going to share these very traumatic, very intensely personal details about what she went through. I want to play some of this.
So if I could shine a light on whatever that is, then I'm going to do that. But I wanted to be in a good enough place and to have the proper help lined up before I spoke out, because that stuff was so traumatizing, and I truly don't understand how I did what I did under those circumstances.
Talk about why it's so important, and it was so important for these women to stand up and say, hey, listen, we reported this, but nothing happened.
Well, it's the ultimate betrayal, Hallie, because it was hard enough for them to break the taboo and the shame and report this stuff, which was covered up for so long by people that they trusted. And then they were betrayed by the very law enforcement officers they went to for help. Look, I cover the FBI. The FBI does great things every day, but this was a debacle. This was a disaster by the FBI. And now the federal government is paying out $100 million or so. And by the way, it's the third major settlement involving FBI failures in recent years. The other two involved mass shootings. Big sums of money, Hallie.
Ken Delanian, thank you for being the tip of the spear on this reporting for us tonight. Appreciate it. The head of Columbia University and board members there under a white-hot spotlight tonight, facing fiery questions from lawmakers about anti-Semitism on campus.
We have
4,700 faculty at Columbia, most of whom spend all of their time dedicated to teaching their students.
But I'm talking about the faculty members who are supporting terror, and it's not just that case.
Our systems of rules and enforcement
are broken.
They're
broken. It is an anti-Jewish protest. You agree with that? You change your testimony?
Congresswoman, anti-Jewish things were said at protests, yes.
Thank you for changing your testimony.
That's, of course, Columbia's president denouncing anti-Semitism in front of lawmakers today, but saying what's been a big challenge at her school is walking a line between balancing students' right to free speech through protesting while also making campus a safe space for everybody. Ahead of her testimony, look at this. You had students at Columbia occupying the main lawn of the school, protesting for that right to free speech. Remember, the last time that we saw university leaders testifying in front of Congress, this is a few months back in December, 2 of 3 of them ended up quitting their jobs, stepping down within weeks because of all the backlash their responses got. Sahil Kapoor is joining us now. So what was interesting here, in many ways, if back in December what we saw from the heads of those universities with these lawmakers was a clash, in this instance, despite some of the fiery moments that we just played, far less of that. It had a different tone, different tenor altogether, with the head of Columbia really acknowledging some of the issues there.
Yeah, it felt very different than that previous hearing, Hallie, and that is no accident. Columbia's president tried to take a nuanced but sensitive approach to this entire issue. She talked about how she has faced challenges in addressing what she called the aftershocks of January 7th. She talked about the need to protect free speech, that she will not tolerate, her campus will not tolerate calls for genocide of people, whether they're Israelis, Palestinians, Muslims, Jews. Talked about how they won't stand for discrimination or harassment, won't let free speech cross over into that sort of thing. Also talked about working to ensure physical safety of students. Now, there were multiple exchanges about faculty members at Columbia that she had to address. And again, she took a nuanced approach, saying certain faculty members have crossed a line and they will not come back to Columbia. One in particular who had expressed support for Hamas after October 7th. Let's play some of that exchange.
On my watch, faculty who make remarks that cross the line in terms of anti-Semitism, there will be consequences for them.
What are the consequences in this case?
5 cases at the moment who have either been either taken out of the classroom or dismissed.
And is he one of those?
He will never work at Columbia again.
And she was asked about another faculty member at Columbia who more ambiguously used the word victory for Hamas when talking about October 7th. She said she condemns the statement. She's appalled by it, and he's been spoken to. Didn't go quite so far as to say he would be removed.
Sahil Kapoor live for us on the Hill. Thank you. Also on the Hill, lawmakers really targeting Boeing with the Senate investigation into the company heating up. In just the last few hours, during testimony on the Hill, we learned more about one engineer/whistleblower and his claims that there are some potentially terrifying flaws in the fuselage of Boeing's 787 Dreamliner, saying these problems could cause the plane to suddenly bust apart in midair.
Boeing hit problems, pushing pieces together with excessive force to make him appear that the gaps don't exist, even though they exist. The gap didn't actually go away, and this may result in premature fatigue failure. Effectively, they are putting out defective airplanes.
And claims just the latest that puts Boeing under the microscope after, of course, deadly crashes back in 2018 and 2019. And quality control issues, apparently, like the one that led to what you're seeing here. I know you remember this, when that door plug blew out of an Alaska Airlines flight back in January. Now, Boeing is pushing back on a lot of fronts in a statement saying their planes are good for 30 years worth of flights before, in their words, needing expanded airframe maintenance routines, and that testing on their 700 in-service Dreamliners found zero evidence of problems with the airframe. NBC's Tom Costello is here. So talk about Boeing's pushback on this and what the reality is.
Well, the bottom line is Boeing's in trouble here. It's in trouble from a public relations standpoint. It's in trouble in terms of its own reputation and whether the public, Congress, the FAA, the airline customers, whether anybody believes Boeing's word anymore. If it weren't for the fact that it's had this troubled history over the last 5 years since the MAX 8 crashes and the door plug incident and then the breakdown in quality control at its assembly line, if it hadn't had all of that happening, it would be easier at first blush just to take Boeing's word for it. But that's not what's happening right now. And that whistleblower that we heard from said that he tried to raise the warning, tried to tell managers, but they wouldn't listen about the concerns of his with the 787. Take a listen.
I have raised these issues over 3 years. I was ignored. I was told not to create delays. I was told, frankly, to shut up. At one point, Boeing management got sick of me and raising these issues and moved me out of the 787 program.
All right. Well, now, separately today, a Senate panel that had been commissioned, an outside panel, to look into Boeing's problems, it came back and said exactly that there is a problem with people within Boeing who are afraid to speak up and that there is a culture of retribution. Boeing says absolutely not. Retaliation is not allowed. A couple of other bullet points from Boeing today as it relates to the allegations against them. They say that on the fuselage gaps you heard him talk about, they haven't identified any safety issues at all related to those paper-thin gaps. On the inspections of the in-service fleet, you heard that 869 planes have already, 689 rather, already inspected. They've collected 1 million data points. They have been checking the fasteners, what puts these 787 fuselage pieces together. No problems there. They've been working with the FAA on full testing, 165,000 flight cycles, no problems. On production, they've updated the production methods on how the fuselage sections are joined together. But that's really the bottom line. This is every single day, Hallie, they've got to put out a position statement reassuring the public that their planes are safe.
Every single day, and what feels like, Tom, and this is hyperbole here, but almost every single agency looking at them as well, too, with the FAA, the NTSB, the DOJ, and now Congress as well. Tom Costello, thank you so much for your reporting on all of this, and incredibly important for the context as well. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, something that has literally never happened in pro basketball. We'll tell you why a player who's not a household name is making history for all the wrong reasons. And a new era, how one company is moving full steam or spark ahead with this disturbingly human-like invention.
NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Some bombshell news out of the NBA now, banning a player for life after a new league investigation found he bet on his own team to lose and he bet on himself to stink, basically. This is something that has literally never happened before in professional basketball. The player, Jontay Porter of the Toronto Raptors, giving what the league says was confidential information about his health to a person he knew bet on games. Porter then checked out of that game just 3 minutes in, saying he was sick. Now, that same game, somebody bet $80,000 on the under for Porter's point and rebound totals. That bet was a winner. It would have paid out more than $1 million if it hadn't been flagged as sus. Antonia Hilton joins us now. Big deal, Antonia, right? The league commissioner, Adam Silver, has never actually banned a player for life. Like, this is, well, I'll get to the Pete Rose sort of comparison in a second. It's not the same kind of thing, but it is a BFT. What's he saying?
Well, look, this is a big deal. And in a way, Adam Silver, the commissioner, has been forced to make an example out of Porter. He released a statement saying that there is nothing more important than protecting the integrity of the NBA here. And think about it. I mean, you just spelled it out right there. He was involved in 13 different bets on games from January to March, some of them involving just a couple dollars, some tens of thousands of dollars. He left a game 3 minutes in, saying that he was sick, and just so happened to have an associate with an $80,000 bet that would have netted $1.1 million. I mean, think about the perception. If that were widespread, that kind of practice, what that could do to the game here. You would have fans questioning every missed layup, every player who was sick and had to back out of a game. I mean, it would change fans' entire relationship with the league. Adam Silver knows that, and so they're trying to send a strong message here, Hallie.
It's not like the sports has not had any gambling scandals in the past. They have. I mentioned Pete Rose, right? The 1919 White Sox, another former NBA ref, Tim Donaghy, even the Shohei Ohtani translator whole thing just a couple weeks ago. But here's the difference, and it's an important one. All of those things we just showed, that was all against the law. What's happening here with Porter, it's against NBA rules, but it is technically actually legal under U.S. law, right, as the league is tightening its relationship with some of these betting companies.
That's right, Hallie. If you ask some people, some experts, they would tell you we're in a little bit of the Wild West right now because since 2018, a Supreme Court decision has paved the way for all of this sports betting. It's legal in 38 states and Washington, D.C. You can get it done with an app on your phone in just a couple taps. It netted $10 billion in revenue last year. And these sports books, they sponsor the league. They even sponsor and support some of the outlets that write about and cover the league. This is kind of messy, and the signals that sends, I mean, they're unclear. That's not a defense of what's happened here, but you have to acknowledge that when you hear from the experts and the people who are monitoring all of this, that it's very likely additional reforms are going to come down the road. And actually, we're hearing from the union that represents all these players that they are going to be reaching out to players and trying to give them additional support and resources to understand how they're going to navigate all the complexity around this, because it really is not clear, Hallie.
Yeah, no kidding. Antonia Hilton, thank you very much for that breakdown. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the FAA lifting that temporary ground stop for Alaska Airlines flights. The airline says they requested that stop, that grounding, out of an abundance of caution because of a technical problem that lasted for about an hour. We don't know yet how many flights were affected, but the airline says there will probably be more delays even into the evening. Number 2, an autopsy report obtained by NBC News revealing new information about the Unabomber's health before his death. According to the report, Ted Kaczynski had been diagnosed with rectal cancer and depression just a month before he died by suicide. He was sent for psychiatric evaluation. Remember, Kaczynski was found dead in his solitary cell last year. Number 3, Sesame Street writers are threatening to strike. They've been negotiating with their production company for better benefits. If both sides don't get to a deal by the end of the week, the writers say they will picket outside the company's headquarters in New York next week. The company says they're still hopeful they'll get to an agreement on that one. Number 4, the NHL's Coyotes getting ready to play what will probably be their last game ever in Arizona. The team's on the verge of relocating to Salt Lake City, and that's a move that shocked a lot of people, including some people on the team. Some players who said they found out about this on social media posts last week. According to StubHub, seats for tonight's game are going for as much as $4,500. Number 5, here's your nightmare fuel for the day, this new human-like robot in action. Boston Dynamics releasing a new version of Atlas today, saying it's fully electric and designed for real-world applications. The company says, we promise this is not a person in a bodysuit, or I guess like a Cirque du Soleil person in a bodysuit, because not a lot of people move like that. Ugh. All right. It's the robots world. We're just living in it. Up next, some new details on a historic vote that is testing the strength of unions down south. We'll explain. Plus, an escaped elephant hustling down a Montana street. What in the what?
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
New details tonight on a family's search for answers about their son's death, why they're now questioning what the police are saying, coming up a little later this hour. But first, NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Western Bureau, at least one person's in the hospital after a fire truck collided with 2 other cars and then hit a home in California. Look at that. You see the roof, like, sitting on top of the truck. The house is wrecked. Police don't really know why this happened, but they're looking into it. Out of our Midwest Bureau, basketball superstar Caitlin Clark already breaking records. She hasn't even played her first WNBA game yet. The CEO of the Fanatics, which makes jerseys for the WNBA, says Clark's number 22 for the Indiana Fever is its top-selling jersey on draft night for any athlete in any sport. Remember, the Fever took Clark number 1 overall in the WNBA draft earlier this week. And out of our Western Bureau, check out this elephant making moves in Montana. That's Viola. She escaped from her traveling circus group, apparently after being startled by a car. She was getting a bath at the time. Fortunately, I mean, imagine you're just driving down the street and here comes an elephant. Fortunately, she was found. She was taken back home. The circus show went on as planned. So President Biden now making his 7th trip of the year to Pennsylvania, that critical swing state, and he's focusing on union stuff in Pittsburgh, calling for tripling tariffs on Chinese steel and aluminum.
American steelworkers can out-compete as long as they have fair competition. But for too long, the Chinese government has poured state money into Chinese steel companies. They're not competing. They're cheating. They're cheating. And we've seen the damage here in America.
The trip's happening at the same time the president's campaign is rolling out this new six-figure 5-day ad blitz in PA aimed at highlighting President Biden as the most pro-labor president in history. Gabe Gutierrez is joining us now. He wants to be seen as the guy who's fighting for the unions. You got this ad buy, you got the visits, you got this other trip to Pennsylvania. It is so important come November, and the Biden campaign knows it.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Hallie. Look, the Biden campaign is really stressing this trip, this 3-day swing. As you mentioned, he was in Scranton yesterday, Pittsburgh today. He's heading to Philadelphia tomorrow, really crisscrossing the state. And the reason is, Hallie, as you said, this is such a critical swing state come November, at least in the eyes of the Biden administration. And what they are stressing is that the president is focusing on economic issues in this state, whereas his opponent is bogged down in legal troubles over in New York. So the Biden campaign again launching this ad blitz here in the state. And today, the president speaking in front of those union members, as you mentioned, he is announcing that he's calling for this tripling of tariffs on Chinese steel and aluminum. And actually, look, Hallie, as you well know, the Trump administration actually imposed tariffs, several years ago. But this goes even further, the Biden administration says. Trump himself has pledged even higher tariffs if he were to be reelected. But again, the Biden campaign trying to hit these economic issues as polls continue to show that voters are skeptical of how he's handling the economy, Hallie.
Gabe Gutierrez live for us there out in Western PA. Thank you so much. Thousands of workers at the Volkswagen plant down in Chattanooga, Tennessee, today are starting to vote on whether or not they want to join the United Auto Workers Union. Now, why are we telling you this? It is a big deal because it could change the trajectory of unions in the South. This is the first of this kind of vote in the South since World War II. Not everybody likes it down there. Tennessee's governor, alongside 5 other governors, they're all out tonight saying they're against it, saying that unionization could actually put jobs in danger. Laura Barrett is joining us now. Super interesting because this factory in Chattanooga is the only Volkswagen plant in the world that is not unionized. What are the chances that changes?
It's looking really high. Basically, Hallie, the UAW said that workers had pledged, 70% of workers at the plant had pledged to vote yes before the vote started today. It'll go through Friday. And this is coming after they've tried to unionize twice before, and those were narrow votes. And so this is coming along as we've seen the UAW with some recent wins with the Big Three last year. And so the workers here are working to go up and try to get the same benefits. They're looking for better pay, better benefits, improved plant safety. And the thing that we're seeing from these southern governors, these are governors from Alabama, Mississippi, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, they're saying they're worried about their constituents' job safety because basically they said that foreign auto workers were brought into the South because they had state incentives that the states put forward, but also because these automakers were looking to get away from the union strongholds in Michigan. They also pointed to the fact that even though the UAW had these wins unionizing, those companies have also faced layoffs in recent months, and so they're concerned about their workers' safety. The other thing that's important to note is that a lot of these states have right-to-work laws that make it a little bit more difficult for unions, whether they win or not, to collect the dues that are needed to do their collective bargaining action. And so even if this vote goes through at the end of the week, these southern states, these southern automakers might still face some pushback when it comes to unionizing, Hallie.
When you talk about unionization, the UAW president, Shawn Fain, is telling Bloomberg this is like all of what's happening is just one step on his path to continue to build the union and specifically to build the union in Tesla, right? We saw how much support the UAW built up after those strikes from last summer, of course. Talk through, though, this dynamic of the union taking on Elon Musk, who obviously owns and runs Tesla.
Right, and Elon Musk has historically been very anti-union, right? There was allegations in the past of worker retaliation after they've tried to unionize. But the thing is that we've seen so much power, so much strength behind unionization, and everything is leaning towards workers' rights and workers winning and having the power. And so that's why Fain, coming off high after those wins, was talking about taking on Tesla. Since then, we've seen the UAW really drive the first of its kind of organizing down in the South and across the West Midwest. Companies like Toyota, Mercedes-Benz, Tesla, really trying to push towards that unionization effort as well. And so this is something that they're looking to capitalize on. The reality of it is whether Musk likes unions or not, a lot of his competitors are leaning into it. We're leaning into the fact that workers are going to have the power. They're going to have other automakers to go to. There's also unionization efforts in the electric vehicle space. And the bigger challenge for Elon Musk right now is the fact that they're facing their own layoffs at Tesla. They're seeing stocks drop and a drop in demand. And so the reality of it for him is that he might have to get on board with unionizing if he wants his workers to stay and work for him at all, Hallie.
Maura Barrett, thank you very much for that. Coming up here on the show, a lot more to get to, including some exclusive new reporting on Vince McMahon. By some close to him say he seems pretty unfazed by the mountain of legal issues he's facing.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The search for answers tonight for the family of the University of Missouri student found dead in Tennessee after going missing from a bar. They're questioning if it really was an accident, like police say.
Till we get the answers, we're going to continue to have to relive this. If he fell, I can accept it. Just show me the proof. You know, prove to me that if he fell in the water. Because I'm telling you, that's a difficult task to fall from where they're saying he fell and land in the water.
Remember, the 22-year-old Riley Strain was visiting Nashville early last month with his frat brothers. He was kicked out of a bar and never seen by his friends again. Surveillance video caught him on camera later that night, stumbling down the street, even having a very short exchange with police. And a couple weeks later, his body was found in a river. Police have said there's no evidence of foul play. Kathy Parks in Tennessee with more on this. And Kathy, I know you just talked with Strain's stepfather. We just showed a piece of that. The investigation is not totally wrapped up yet, but what's not adding up for him?
Yeah, so Chris Whitehead, the stepfather, who I spoke with not too long ago, he is not convinced that this was just a tragic accident. He believes there is much more to the story. And in my conversation with him, he said there were a couple of things that stood out that raised the alarm bells. First of all, based on the layout and location of where Riley was last seen, he's just not convinced that Riley dropped or fell into the Cumberland River. Also, he is asking what happened to his jeans, his boots, his wallet, his phone, all these personal items that's still missing. Meanwhile, Riley's mom spoke out recently in a separate interview with another media outlet, questioning exactly what happened that night he went missing, because in one of their last conversations, Riley mentioned he was having a rum and Coke at one of the bars and told his mom something just wasn't right. And from then on, she knew, there was potentially a red flag right there. And I asked the stepfather about this. Here's what he told me. Take a listen.
Are you also convinced that maybe perhaps he was drugged, the drink was spiked?
We really don't know. We're watching videos and seeing, how he's walking and stuff. It makes you really stop and wonder, was he drugged? Don't know till the toxicology comes back. That's going to answer a lot of questions. But like everything that we found with this, is every time we get an answer, we get 20, 30 more questions.
And Hallie, Riley was in Nashville on March 8th with his fraternity brothers, and the intention was to spend the weekend having a great time at a spring formal event. And, I'm told by his family members that his fraternity brothers, after all this time has passed, they have not been very forthcoming about sharing any more information the night he went missing.
What if police said, if anything, Kathy, to some of these questions that Riley Strain's family is now raising?
So I contacted Nashville PD earlier today. They say that right now this is still in open investigation. It's an open case. And right now they're kind of waiting for the results of the medical examiner's report, the autopsy report. So we're waiting on that. That could be a couple of weeks before we find out a little bit more information from the autopsy. Also, we should know the family has ordered a separate autopsy to have a little bit more clarification as well. And then also another critical piece of information will be the toxicology report that will be released sometime soon.
Yeah, no timeline on that yet, right, Kathy?
That's correct. Yep. Still
Kathy
pending.
Park live for us there in Tennessee. Kathy, thank you. Tonight, some exclusive new reporting on what life has been like for the former head of the WWE as he faces some bombshell accusations of sex abuse and trafficking. Sources close to Vince McMahon are telling our team he's unfazed by it all, or at least seems to be, going on vacations, even on a trip back from Turks and Caicos, flying back 7 kittens and a puppy for folks back home to adopt, that he's even staying in touch with friends like Donald Trump. Remember, McMahon was accused of all of these claims by a former employee in a big lawsuit filed back in January. He's also facing a federal criminal investigation, but has not been charged in that. McMahon denies all the allegations. Chloe Malas is joining us now. Chloe, you've got this exclusive reporting along with our friend Alex Sherman. Tell us more about it.
Yes. So, look, Vince McMahon stepped down from WWE in January. This was after, like you said, a former employee by the name of Janelle Grant accused him of sexual assault and sex trafficking, and that could potentially see its way to court over the summer. And, he has been selling stock, and he, has not been in touch with any of the executives or his son-in-law, Triple H, who has been running WWE, according to sources that we've spoken to, and that he is really living a life of leisure, that he's been to Italy, that he's been to Turks and Caicos, that he actually went to Turks and Caicos and returned with, these animals, these kittens and a puppy for friends to adopt. And so people close to him are painting a picture of a man that is not concerned about any sort of criminal charges amid this federal investigation that began last summer, and is not concerned about this civil suit. And an attorney for Vince McMahon telling NBC News that they plan to fight this, and that Janelle Grant's lawsuit is defamatory and entirely without merit. Now, we did hear from Janelle Grant's legal team, who were outraged to hear that Vince McMahon is traveling and that he is brazenly ignoring the facts, that they claim that he might have thought that Janelle would just walk away, but that wishful thinking couldn't be further from the case. Now, we do have a source, Hallie, that says that Vince believes that this will all be settled out of court and through arbitration, but a spokesperson for the attorney for Grant actually told NBC News today that those talks have not begun at all. And when it comes to the support that he has received, we've also heard that, famous wrestlers turned superstars, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and John Cena, have both been in touch with McMahon in the wake of all of this.
What about the Donald Trump piece of it, Chloe? Because, I mean, the Trump family, the McMahon family has some various ties, but it sounds like based on your reporting here, the two men, when they have spoken, have not discussed their various legal issues. Fair?
Well, that is what a source is saying. So, we do have a source that says that McMahon and Trump have been in touch and that it has been regularly. But just moments ago, we did get a statement to NBC News from a representative for McMahon that says that they've actually been in touch just one time since last summer. But again, we do have sources that are telling us that they have been in touch and that they have this friendship that spans decades. And we also know that Linda McMahon serves on the board for Trump's Truth Social, and that she actually was part of Trump's cabinet during his presidency. So those ties run far deeper than just friendship. And Donald Trump, he's been to WrestleMania. He's hosted WrestleMania. He's been a figure. He's in the Hall of Fame for the WWE. His nickname was the Donald, and the WWE was something that also catapulted him to fame and the zeitgeist here in the United States. So those two legacies, for better or worse, are intertwined, Hallie.
Chloe Melas, thank you very much for all that reporting. Appreciate it. Coming up 100 days out from the Paris Olympics, it is a big milestone, but among the glitz, the glamour, there's also some big issues as the city starts to prep. We're going to Paris live next.